Chapter 1414. Although the name and strength of this woman surnamed Yi was terrifying, she was still just one person. With so many masters joining forces, how could she possibly resist? Only Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu stood in place with gloomy expressions, biding their time. With their relationship with Dragon Cave Mountain, they naturally wouldn't go looking for trouble with this woman surnamed Yi. They were more worried about the situation on Yang Kai's side. In addition to them, there were two other groups of people who hadn't moved. One group was led by Clear Sky Sect's Great Elder Mou, and the other group was led by Colored Glass Sect's Elder Gong Ao Fu. It was impossible to tell what the former was thinking, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he stared towards the interior of Dragon Cave Mountain with great interest, as if he was enjoying a good show and waiting to see what was about to unfold. Although the latter wanted to break into Dragon Cave Mountain, Gong Ao Fu was just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, so her strength was slightly inferior. Seeing the woman surnamed Yi display such great strength, she could only stand in place anxiously. In addition to these people, almost everyone else, regardless of their cultivation, desperately rushed into Dragon Cave Mountain. Most of them didn't want to be enemies with this woman surnamed Yi, but they were simply too curious about the secret hidden behind that beam of light. Taking advantage of the fact that the woman surnamed Yi was being besieged by many third-order origin returning realm masters, these people used various methods to bypass the battlefield and rush into the mountain. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, Guqi, Changqi, Howen, Ning Xiangchun, and the others naturally took action, summoning their respective artifacts to stop these people. Various colored St. Chis burst out, and a fierce battle instantly broke out in front of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array. This battle began and ended quickly. After all, there were simply too many enemies. The woman surnamed Yi and the other 4 origin returning realm masters had no way to stop everyone. Taking advantage of the woman surnamed Yi being entangled, Mo Xiaosheng once again displayed his mysterious space force and his figure blurred. This time, the woman surnamed Yi was unable to stop him and could only watch as he disappeared and rushed into Dragon Cave Mountain. Damn it! The woman surnamed Yi grit her teeth, and in that brief moment of absent-mindedness, more origin returning realm masters were able to escape her grasp and quickly rush into the mountain. The woman surnamed Yi felt a deep sense of powerlessness in her heart. If she were an origin king realm master, it would not have taken her much effort to stop this group of people. But she was just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Although she had already taken one step into the territory of an origin king, under the suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles, she was unable to break through the final barrier, and the strength she could display was greatly reduced. There was no point in continuing to fight, so the woman surnamed Yi grabbed the bone-incinerating flame lamp. Her delicate body flickered as she wrapped up the yang inflammation and chased after the others into the mountain. Since she had already left, the others were naturally unwilling to stay behind and followed her. Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu looked at each other and frowned with worry. They sighed helplessly and followed him in. Over on Clear Sky Sect's side, Mou thought for a moment and said, "All of you stay outside. This old master will go in and take a look." Looking at the situation, it was likely that a great battle would break out soon, so Mou would not allow his disciples to follow him in and risk their lives. "Honored Master!" Chun Shi Tao suddenly shouted. Mou glanced at her and smiled kindly. "Do you have something to say?" Chun Shi Tao bit her red lips lightly and said with some unease, "Junior brother Yang saved my and junior sister Lu Ying's lives. If possible, I hope Honored Master can take care of us." She had mustered up the courage to say these words. After all, Mou was her master, and she was not qualified to ask him to do anything for her. What's more, this time's situation was too complicated, and once she intervened, it was very likely she would draw fire to herself. When she said these words, she was already mentally prepared to be reprimanded by her honored master. However, Mou only pondered for a moment before nodding readily. "Good. This old master will do his best, but don't expect too much. This time." Heh. Mou didn't finish his words, but everyone knew what he meant. Clearly, he felt that Dragon Cave Mountain situation was not good this time. However, Chun Shi Tao and Chun Shi Tao were overjoyed and thanked him profusely, But by the time they got up again, Mou had already disappeared. The two women glanced at each other and breathed a sigh of relief, never having expected their honored master to be so accommodating. Regardless of the final result, they had mustered up the courage to ask for help for Yang Kai in front of Mou, so they had done all they could. On the other side, Gong Ao Fu also told Yin Su Dai and Dai Yuan to wait outside while she rushed into Dragon Cave Mountain alone. Along the way, her path was unimpeded, but Gong Ao Fu could still sense that this mountain was originally filled with barriers and spirit arrays. But at this moment, these barriers and spirit arrays had all been destroyed. So many masters had rushed in before, so no matter how many barriers and spirit arrays there were, they could not stop them. What's more, there was no one controlling these spirit arrays on Dragon Cave Mountain right now, so it was impossible to display their full power. Gong Ao Fu was secretly shocked. A short time later, she arrived at a certain place on Dragon Cave Mountain where a large number of Origin returning Realm Masters had gathered. There was no lack of third-order Origin returning Realm Masters who had formed a semicircle around a large area. At the center of this semicircle was the spot where the Emperor Garden's beam of light had descended. At this moment, a young man stood proudly with an indifferent expression on his face. This was the master of Dragon Cave Mountain, the third-order Saint King cultivator Yang Kai. Gong Ao Fu only glanced at him for a moment before her eyes were instantly attracted by an object in his hand. This object was a square jade token about half the size of a palm. It was pure and flawless and had a faint red light flowing inside it, like a fish swimming in water, giving it a mysterious appearance. Even with Gong Ao Fu's eyesight, she was unable to see what material this jade token was made of, and only felt an inexplicable power radiating from it. Countless pairs of eyes stared greedily and curiously at this jade token. Could this be something that fell from the Emperor Garden? Gong Ao Fu's mind was sharp and immediately thought of this possibility. When the beam of light from the Emperor Garden disappeared, it was clear that something had been left behind, and Yang Kai had been the first to arrive. If there was something he had discovered, it would definitely be this jade token. Otherwise, why would others be so greedy? Gong Ao Fu's guess was correct. With the help of the woman surnamed Yi, Yang Kai had only found this jade token when he arrived. But before he had time to study it, Mo Xiaosheng had already broken through the woman surnamed Ye's obstruction and arrived here. It was not that the woman surnamed Yi was incompetent, but rather that 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. It was not difficult for her to defeat Mo Xiaosheng, but preventing him from leaving was a different matter. After all, the other party cultivated the Tao of space and his movement skills were unparalleled. The situation instantly turned into an awkward situation where he was surrounded by so many masters. But Yang Kai was not afraid. If he was forced into a corner, he could simply tear space and escape. Although there were many enemies present, Yang Kai was at least 50% sure he could escape safely. With such confidence, Yang Kai naturally had nothing to fear. What's more, with the woman surnamed Yi on his side, he might not be completely powerless. Little brother. The silence was broken by Mo Xiaosheng as he stared at the jade token in Yang Kai's hand with a sharp light in his eyes, doing his best to speak in a calm tone. Can you let this old master have a look at your jade token? No matter what this jade token was, since it had fallen from the Emperor Garden, it was definitely related to the great emperors of Starfield. How could something related to the great emperors be of low value? Mo Xiaosheng was not the only one who wanted to take a closer look at this jade token. Everyone else also wanted to, but Mo Xiaosheng was the first to mention it. Let you have a look? Yang Kai grinned sarcastically. Isn't that the same as throwing a meat bun at a dog? Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of Heaven Battling Union, so he didn't hold back with his words. Mo Xiaosheng's face instantly became gloomy as he coldly snorted. Little brat, watch your mouth. This old master just wants to have a look. Do you think with this old master status, he would covet something that belongs to a junior like you? Isn't that so? Yang Kai spat disdainfully. If not, why did you chase me all the way here? Saying so, Yang Kai directly stuffed the jade token into his space ring. Many masters' faces suddenly became ugly. As the saying went, treasures belonged to those with the ability. Although this treasure that had fallen from the Emperor Garden had fallen on Dragon Cave Mountain, and was obtained by Yang Kai first. A trivial third-order Saint King like him had no right to possess it. On top of that, in front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai had actually put this jade token into his space ring. Obviously, he didn't put any of them in his eyes, which was truly infuriating. If it were any other occasion, everyone wouldn't mind killing someone to snatch their treasures. This kind of thing was commonplace and everyone had done it more than once. But this was Dragon Cave Mountain and this woman surnamed Yi was here, so they couldn't help feeling some dread. This was especially true after witnessing the power of this woman surnamed Ye's bone incinerating flame lamp. Little brother, if you can give this jade token to this old master is willing to pay 100 million Saint Crystals. What do you think? Compared with Mo Xiao Sheng's hypocrisy, Chang Peng Xian of Thunder Typhoon Sect was much more straightforward. Knowing that it was impossible to take something for free, he immediately tried to purchase it at a high price. In his opinion, 100 million Saint Crystals was definitely an astronomical figure for this little Dragon Cave Mountain. This young man would likely never see so much wealth in his lifetime, so as long as he was smart enough to understand that this jade token was tantamount to a hot potato, he would never refuse his offer. 100 million! Yang Kai raised his brow, seemingly interested, pondering for a moment before saying, I'll think about it. Chang Peng Xian smiled happily and asked, Then how long will it take little brother to consider this offer? A long night was fraught with problems, so of course, he felt that the sooner the better. Perhaps 10 days or half a month, perhaps 3 or 5 years, who knows. This is a matter of great importance, so Junior needs to consider it carefully. Senior Cheng, why don't you return to Thunder Typhoon Sect first and wait for news from this junior? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him sincerely. Chapter 14-15. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Chang Peng Xian's old face immediately sank. As long as one wasn't blind, they could see that Yang Kai was just being perfunctory. If he really left like this, he would likely never be able to obtain that jade token. Chang Peng Xian was furious in his heart, but on the surface, he remained calm. This person held the position of Great Elder of Thunder Typhoon Sect and had a highly respected status, so he wouldn't reveal his true feelings over such a trivial matter. Brother Chang, Brother Mo, why bother talking nonsense with this little brat? Since he doesn't put us in his eyes, let's just snatch it from him. Jin Shi of Demon Blood Temple coldly snorted. A trivial Saint King actually dares to snatch a treasure in front of us? Simply ignorant. In any case, he and Dragon Cave Mountain had already shed all pretense of cordiality, so there was no need for him to speak politely. He was eager to drag Chang Peng Xian and Mo Xiaoshang into the water to deal with Dragon Cave Mountain. Although he feared the strength of this woman surnamed Yi, if everyone attacked together, even if there was another woman surnamed Yi, she would definitely not be their opponent. As long as they killed Yang Kai, not only would they be able to snatch the jade token, but they would also be able to snatch the profound gold, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. How could Jin Shi let go of this opportunity? Many people had the same idea as him, but besides Old Woman Feng of Myriad Beast Mountain, no one else nodded in agreement. Old Woman Feng, on the other hand, was a straightforward person, so after hearing Jin Shi's proposal, she raised her dragon head cane and coldly said, Old Ghost Jin's proposal is good. This old woman agrees. What does everyone else think? Although everyone could guess the intentions of Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng, whether it was Mo Xiaoshang, Chang Peng Xian, or the masters from other great forces, all of them couldn't help feeling somewhat tempted. There was no way to resolve this matter peacefully. Since they wanted this treasure, they could only snatch it from them. Mo Xiaoshang and Chang Peng Xian glanced at each other, both understanding the other's intentions. Whoever dares to act will be this queen's enemy. As long as this queen lives, this queen will not rest until one of us is dead. The woman surnamed Yi swept her eyes around coldly as she shouted. Many people felt a headache coming on. They quickly averted their eyes. On the other hand, Jin Shi let out a long laugh as he stared at her sarcastically. Sister Yi, have you been away from the world for so long that you've become pedantic? Do you really think that, with your strength alone, you can disregard so many people here? Miss Yi, let this old man remind you, it's better to retreat when the fire burns you. It was a faint threat, but it also had the intention of tying everyone together, wanting to create a situation where they outnumbered the enemy. If you want to die, I'll be the first to fulfill your wish. The woman surnamed Yi stared at Jin Shi. The bone-incinerating flame lamp appeared once again and floated above her head, ready to attack. Jin Shi's expression changed. Although his tone was arrogant, seeing this Origin King Great artifact gave him a headache, but for the jade token and the profound gold, it was impossible for him to retreat. Fortunately, at this critical moment, old woman Feng was also on his side. A dignified look appeared on the old woman's face as she said loudly, "Sister Yi, although your methods are profound, you are still just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Since you have not appeared in the world for so long, why do you insist on wading into these muddy waters? Why not just leave? Another day, we will definitely pay you a visit to apologize." These words were neither servile nor overbearing, giving the woman surnamed Yi face without losing her status. As long as the other party still had the intention to reconcile, it would not be difficult for her to make a choice. Hearing what she said, Mo Xiaoshang, Chang Pengxian, and the others also nodded in agreement, earnestly trying to persuade the woman surnamed Yi, all of them looking at her expectantly, hoping she would make the right choice. Unfortunately, the result disappointed and annoyed them. The woman surnamed Yi had come out of seclusion this time precisely to deal with yang inflammation. Now that Dragon Cave Mountain, where yang inflammation resided, was in trouble, how could she just ignore it? There's no need to speak any more nonsense. If you really want to fight, just do it, as long as you can withstand this queen's anger and retaliation. This queen is all alone, so I don't know if any of you have the strength to protect your sex. The woman surnamed Ye's attitude and position were extremely firm. Good, good, good. I gave you face but you refused. A fierce look flashed across Jin Shi's face. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless, Sister Yi. Saying so, an extremely evil aura suddenly erupted from Jin Shi's body, and the phantom of a golden cicada appeared behind him. With a wave of his hand, Jin Shi summoned countless strange black insects formed from his Saint Chi, buzzing incessantly as they swarmed towards the woman surnamed Yi. The secret art Jin Shi cultivated was the golden cicada extreme demon art, a technique passed down from the ancient demon race, which was extremely powerful and could not be underestimated. Old woman Feng also threw out the dragon head walking stick in her hand and poured her Saint Chi into it. With a twist, the dragon head walking stick transformed into a fierce scaled dragon several dozen meters in length that opened its bloody maw and bit towards the woman surnamed Ye's head. Since things had already developed to this point, there was naturally nothing more to say. Either they didn't do anything or they had to go all out. The experts present were all decisive people, and they were afraid that the woman surnamed Yi would escape this calamity and wait for an opportunity to take revenge in the future. Therefore, as soon as they attacked, they were ready to kill her. The moment Jin Shi and old woman Feng took action, Chang Pengxian and Mo Xiaosheng also joined the battle without hesitation, the former seal artifact and the latter's short ruler both exuding astonishing energy fluctuations as they rushed towards the woman surnamed Yi. This battle was a bit different from the previous one. Just now, everyone was focused on getting rid of the woman surnamed Yi, so most of their attention was not on her, but now they were fighting with the intention of killing her, so the strength they could display was much higher than before. With 4 third-order origin returning realm masters besieging the woman surnamed Yi, even if she had an Origin King grade artifact like the bone-incinerating flame lamp, she was still struggling. However, she was worthy of being the previous sect master of Star Emperor Mountain, a tyrannical character who had made a name for herself hundreds of years ago. Even if she was at a disadvantage in this battle, she was still not easy to deal with. Blue flames flew out from the bone-incinerating flame lamp and counterattacked the 4 masters, causing them to panic. Looking at the situation, it was obvious that the battle between these 5 top masters would not be decided in a short time. However, the purpose of Jin Shi and the others had been achieved. With the woman surnamed Yi, the only one of Dragon Cave Mountain's top experts, being entangled, everyone else was just fish on the chopping block. This was wishful thinking on everyone's part. Seeing the woman surnamed Yi being entangled, The other masters naturally did not want to be left out and attacked Changqi and the others. Currently, there were more than 100 Origin returning realm masters on Dragon Cave Mountain, with Third Order and Second Order Origin returning realm cultivators everywhere. Changqi and the others were all alone, so how could they be their opponents? Every time they fought, they would fall into a dangerous situation. Fortunately, the artifacts they used were all personally refined by Yang Yan, so their lives weren't in any danger. Moreover, at this critical moment, Qian Tong and Fei Jitu also rushed in. The two of them naturally would not just stand by and watch the people from Dragon Cave Mountain be besieged. Without even mentioning their good relationship with Yang Kai, this was still the territory of Shadow Moon Hall, and Dragon Cave Mountain was under the protection of Shadow Moon Hall. With so many masters bullying the weak right under their noses, the two of them had enough reason to intervene. However, the two of them were only able to entangle a few enemies on their own, so they could not help feeling anxious. Almost everyone was involved in this dispute at this critical moment, and while everyone's attention was focused on this battle, Yang Yan formed a series of seals with her hands and her figure suddenly disappeared. No one knew where she had gone. With the help of the barrier and spirit array here, Yang Yan easily escaped. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was in big trouble. The woman surnamed Yi, Changqi, and the others were all entangled, and even Qian Tong and Fei Jitu, who had been taking care of him, had no time to care about him. In an instant, he was being targeted by more than a dozen Origin returning realm masters. These dozen or so people stared at Yang Kai with greedy looks on their faces as they rushed over, all of them wanting to be the first to kill Yang Kai and snatch his space ring. As long as they could snatch the space ring, they would be rewarded with the greatest merit. Brother Yang, you go, Xian and I will delay them. At this critical moment, two figures rushed in front of him. It was Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer. Seeing that the situation was bad, the two of them came to his side. Yang Kai did not have time to say anything, so he just cast a grateful look at them. He was not worried about the safety of Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer. After all, these two were elites of Shadow Moon Hall and were famous among the younger generation. Now that they had both broken through to the Origin returning realm, even if they could not defeat the enemy, they could still protect themselves. What's more, these enemies might not have the guts to really kill Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer. If anything happened to the two of them, Shadow Moon Hall would definitely not let this matter rest. In an instant, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer joined forces to release their secret techniques and Saint Qi to wrap up the four enemies, making it impossible for them to interfere with Yang Kai, allowing Yang Kai to breathe a sigh of relief. In this situation, fleeing was undoubtedly the best choice. But how could Yang Kai abandon his friends and helpers and flee alone? Standing in place with a cold expression, Yang Kai waved his hand and summoned out an artifact refining furnace. This Origin King-grade artifact refining furnace expanded in the wind and in the blink of an eye became a behemoth several dozen meters in height. From inside the furnace, a strange fiery bird flew out with a cry and flapped its wings, engulfing several enemies in flames. The current combat power of the Firebird artifact spirit was not inferior to an ordinary Third Order Origin returning Realm Master, so it had no problem dealing with these enemies. Yang Kai, on the other hand, sneered as he reached into the artifact refining furnace and gripped it fiercely, seemingly grabbing onto something and immediately dragging it out with great difficulty. An earth-shattering energy fluctuation spread out from the furnace. The strength of this energy fluctuation caused the remaining enemies' faces to change greatly. Although they did not know what Yang Kai was trying to take out of the artifact refining furnace, they could not just stand by and watch. As they rushed forward, they summoned one artifact after another and used one secret technique after another to bombard Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and stretched out his hand, summoning a purple shield in front of him that transformed into a violent sandstorm that covered his body. Chapter 14:16. The various attacks and secret techniques collided with the sandstorm in an instant, causing sand to fly everywhere. Although the purple shield's defensive power was outstanding, there were simply too many enemies attacking Yang Kai this time, and all of them were Origin returning Realm Masters. The power of the artifacts they summoned was simply not something an ordinary cultivator could compare with. The purple shield's protective barrier was on the verge of breaking in just 2 breaths of time and appeared to be in imminent danger. Yang Kai's expression became solemn, and just as he was about to put up another protective barrier, a powerful attack suddenly shot towards him from the front. This attack was just a beam of light that seemed to be aimed at Yang Kai, but when it hit the purple shield, the power of the artifacts and secret techniques it was using was reduced to a mess. In an instant, the pressure on Yang Kai was greatly reduced, and this change made him raise his brow. Looking in the direction of the source of the attack, Yang Kai saw a middle-aged scholarly man with waist-length hair standing there with his hands behind his back with a smile on his face. What's the meaning of this? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. The others were even more confused, and someone immediately shouted angrily, "Elder Mo, what are you doing?" This middle-aged man with waist-length hair was Clear Sky Sect's great elder Mou. His personal strength was not inferior to Mo Xiaoshang and Cheng Peng Xian's, and he was even stronger than Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng. Hearing this, Mou smiled indifferently. "What else can I do? This Mo has taken a fancy to the treasure in this little brat's hand and simply wants to kill him and steal it. What's wrong?" The man who spoke frowned, and although his expression was one of anger, he didn't have time to pursue the matter. Judging from the attack just now, Mou had indeed intended to kill Yang Kai and steal his treasure, but judging from the result, he had actually helped Yang Kai a great deal because he had resolved most of the attacks aimed at Yang Kai. It was unknown whether Mou had done this intentionally or not, but in his annoyance, he could only remind him loudly, "Elder Mou, you can attack, but can't you take it easy?" Mou smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. Instead, he looked at Yang Kai with interest. Previously, Dragon Cave Mountain had been in a precarious situation and was on the verge of collapsing, but a woman surnamed Yi had suddenly appeared at the critical moment. If it weren't for the Emperor Garden incident, Dragon Cave Mountain would have been calm by now. However, because of the changes in the Emperor Garden, Dragon Cave Mountain was once again pushed to the heart of the struggle, and the situation was even more dangerous than before. He really wanted to know if Yang Kai's luck would end here, or if he could be blessed with good luck again and resolve this crisis. As the great elder of Clear Sky Sect, Mou naturally wouldn't be so bored as to believe in luck and destiny, but Yang Kai had saved the lives of 2 of his disciples. Mou wasn't someone who couldn't distinguish between gratitude and grudges, so since he had already agreed to Chen Shi Tao's request, he would naturally do his best. If it weren't for Chen Shi Tao, Mou wouldn't have minded adding insult to injury. After all, the Emperor Garden's rare treasure was something he was also interested in. On top of that, if Yang Kai really died, Mou would be the first to snatch Yang Kai's space ring. After this attack, Mou didn't take action again and instead chose to wait and see. Most of his attention focused on the Origin King grade artifact refining furnace. The strong energy fluctuations radiating from it surprised him greatly, making him wonder what was hidden inside. The group of enemies who had been eyeing Yang Kai covetously had also regrouped at this moment, their artifacts humming as they prepared to launch a new round of attacks. Right at this moment, a series of whooshing sounds suddenly came from the side. Along with this sound, a scorching power enveloped the entire area. At the same time, a series of golden whips descended from the sky and lashed out at the enemies. Each of these attacks was incredibly powerful, causing all who saw them to pale in fright. These enemies, who had been preparing to attack Yang Kai, were all shocked and quickly tried to resist. "This is..." Mou's eyes bulged as he stared at the source of this attack in disbelief, quickly discovering that it was actually a towering tree several dozen meters tall with lush branches and leaves. This tree was a dazzling golden color, and at this moment, its branches swayed and countless golden leaves fell like rain, transforming into golden rays of light that shot towards the group of enemies like flying daggers and arrows. These whip-like attacks were clearly formed from the branches of this ancient tree. What shocked Mou wasn't the attacks of this ancient tree, but rather the clear facial features on its thick trunk. At this moment, these facial features were distorted and looked extremely angry. The power of the branches and the attacks of the golden leaves were not inferior to the full strength of a first-order Saint King cultivator. A dense barrage of attacks rained down, creating a terrifying scene. Even a master like Mou would be flustered if he fell into this attack, let alone others. At this moment, there were very few third-order origin returning realm masters among the enemies gathered in front of Yang Kai, so if they were enveloped by these strange attacks, if not for their superior numbers, they would have immediately suffered casualties. Sentient ancient tree! Mou exclaimed, never having expected that Dragon Cave Mountain would have such a treasure. In particular, this sentient ancient tree was actually a rare yang attribute spirit tree. Although trees were also a type of living creature, it was extremely difficult for a tree to gain sentience. Mou had lived for so many years but had only heard of the existence of sentient ancient trees and had never seen one with his own eyes. This was the first time he had seen one. A sentient ancient tree was at least 10,000 years old, perhaps even several tens of thousands of years old. This was a rare and heaven-defying treasure. If it was used for artifact refining, it would definitely be able to refine an extremely powerful artifact. What made him even more flabbergasted was that this psychic ancient tree actually possessed such a powerful offensive ability. How is this possible? Even if an ordinary sentient ancient tree gained sentience, it wouldn't have much strength. When encountering a powerful cultivator, it could only use a special divine technique to hide its aura and avoid disaster. However, the sentient ancient tree on Dragon Cave Mountain had actually transformed into a weapon of war, its branches and leaves acting as a means to attack the enemy. Just by standing there, it was like a single man could hold back 10,000 enemies, making it difficult for even Yang Kai to break through in a short time. This Dragon Cave Mountain has some unfathomable secrets. Mou's eyes shone brightly as he became more and more excited. The divine tree's sudden display of power also surprised Yang Kai for a moment, but he soon relaxed. The divine tree had gained sentience before he obtained it and was a high-grade spirit tree. Over the years, Yang Kai had fed it no less than 10 drops of golden blood, so it wasn't difficult to explain how it could grow so quickly. Considering all this, Yang Kai grinned. "Boy, hand over your life." An angry roar suddenly sounded, and immediately after, a ripple appeared in the void not far away and a fierce-looking cultivator wearing Heaven Battling Union's uniform appeared out of thin air. Judging from the energy fluctuations coming from his body, this person was already a powerful second-order origin returning realm cultivator and was extremely proficient in concealment. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being attracted to different things, this cultivator sneaked up on Yang Kai and launched a fatal blow. It had to be said that this person's calculations were quite good and he knew how to grasp the right opportunity. At this moment, Yang Kai's mind was relaxed, allowing him to launch a sneak attack to increase his chances of success. A lion would use its full strength to catch a rabbit. Although this person was powerful, on Dragon Cave Mountain's home ground, he didn't dare underestimate Yang Kai, so he attacked with all his strength. The two of them suddenly closed in on each other, and the sword in this man's hand flashed with a cold light as it pierced towards Kai Yang's chest. Before the long sword had even arrived, the sword light was like a snake's tongue, and the biting cold murderous intent was like the cold wind of an ice field, causing Kai Yang's skin to feel pain. Kai Yang still stood motionless in the same place, but the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile, seemingly unmoved. Something's wrong. The second-order origin returning realm master's heart clenched as he subconsciously felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. All he knew was that if he rashly attacked again, he would be the one to suffer a loss. As this thought flashed through his mind, this man's expression became fierce and he not only showed no intention of stopping, but instead began pouring his Saint Chi into his sword even more violently. The sword waved sword as its momentum soared. Mou stood not far away and stared at Yang Kai without blinking, wondering what he was relying on that allowed him to be so confident in facing a surprise attack from a second-order origin returning realm master. The answer was instantly revealed. Just as the enemy's attack was about to land, a small figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. This figure was gray and inconspicuous, no more than 2 meters tall, only reaching up to Yang Kai's knees. Mou raised his brow in surprise as he stared carefully at this gray figure, unable to recognize what it was for a while. It looked like a stone, but it had 4 limbs and facial features. It had a simple and honest face, a sharp nose, mouth, and ears that seemed to have been carved out of stone. but its two eyes were extremely bright. Its waist was stooped and its hands reached up to its knees, giving it an extremely strange appearance. Can a stone gain sentience? Mou almost couldn't believe his eyes. What surprised Mou the most, though, was that he couldn't detect any energy fluctuations or life aura from this thing. Is it alive or dead? The stone mongoose answered Mou's doubts with its actions. Facing the sneak attack of the second-order origin returning realm cultivator, the stone mongoose opened its mouth and spat out a black stick. Immediately after, it stretched out its hand, grabbed the stick, and casually swept it forward. As the stick swept out, the world changed color and the world energy within a radius of several kilometers seemed to be stirred up. The corners of Mou's eyes twitched. With his eyesight, he could naturally see how powerful this seemingly casual sweep of the stick was. An ordinary attack wouldn't be able to produce such power. That heaven-battling union cultivator is probably out of luck, Mou thought to himself. His guess wasn't wrong. Although this heaven-battling union cultivator was a second-order origin returning realm master and was able to see through the power of the stick, he was now riding a tiger and had no way to back down. Dodging was simply impossible, so he could only desperately push his Saint Chi, the long sword in his hand humming and bursting with infinite brilliance. Chapter 14:17. This dazzling brilliance only flashed for a moment before it was extinguished by some kind of attack. Immediately after, a series of cracking sounds rang out as the high-grade artifact in the hands of the heaven-battling union cultivator broke apart as soon as it came into contact with the black stick, appearing extremely fragile. How is this possible? The cultivator's eyes trembled violently. His artifact was an origin-grade artifact, and although it was known for its sharpness and elegance rather than its sturdiness, it shouldn't have been so easily destroyed. This artifact had accompanied him for several dozen years and had been nourished by his Saint Chi and spiritual energy after killing countless enemies. It could be regarded as the artifact he relied on the most. But now it was being destroyed here. At the same time, a trace of horror flashed across the cultivator's eyes. He didn't know what kind of power this black stick contained, but it had actually destroyed his sword with just a casual sweep. If he had been hit head-on, how could he have survived? Considering all this, the cultivator's eyes flashed with determination as he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood mist. At the same time, he quickly retreated in an attempt to avoid the stick. His plan was sound, but he had underestimated the strangeness of this black stick. This black stick was undoubtedly the heaven-shaking pillar that Yang Kai had brought out from the Emperor Garden. According to Yang Yen, this stick was cast from heavenly crystal profound iron, an origin king-grade artifact refining material. It was extremely heavy, with a palm-sized piece weighing 10,000 kilograms. It was extremely sturdy and there were few methods in the world that could damage it. Even Yang Kai himself wouldn't be able to wield this heaven-shaking pillar. Yang Kai didn't know who had refined this artifact, but it had the ability to change its size at will. When the puppet in the Emperor Garden used this heaven-shaking pillar, it was several dozen meters in length. In the end, it was given to the stone mongoose and swallowed into its belly. At this moment, the stone mongoose had taken out the heaven-shaking pillar to match its size. The heaven-shaking pillar was only 3 meters in length, but that didn't mean it was limited to this size. Seeing the heaven-battling union cultivator spitting out a mouthful of blood mist and trying to avoid its attack range, the stone mongoose's round eyes flashed and the heaven-shaking pillar in its hand actually lengthened a bit, once again enveloping the enemy in its attack range before sweeping out with undiminished momentum. This sudden turn of events caused the cultivators from heaven-battling union to despair. In a moment of desperation, they could only desperately push their Saint Chi to form a protective barrier around their bodies. *Pa*. A soft sound rang out as the heaven-shaking pillar hit the cultivator's body. The heaven-battling union cultivator's body of pain, the heaven-battling union cultivator's skin. The heaven-battling union cultivator's body was distorted, and the heaven-battling union cultivator's blood gushed out from his mouth, mixed with the fragments of his internal organs. The martial artist himself was like an arrow that had been released from a bow as he was swept far away by the heaven-shaking pillar. Although he didn't die from a single blow, This kind of injury was definitely not light. If he was only facing the stone mongoose, he might have had a chance to escape. But how could Yang Kai miss such a good opportunity to beat a drowning dog? He shot out his golden blood threads and enveloped his opponent in golden light. Even in mid-air, this second-order origin returning realm cultivator was already dead. In the blink of an eye, a second-order origin returning realm cultivator was killed on the spot. What's more, the way he died was too horrible to look at, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. In fact, it was reasonable to say that the scene just now wasn't that dangerous. The heaven-battling Union cultivator could only blame his bad luck for encountering the stone puppet wielding the heaven-shaking pillar. The stone puppet was able to change the length of the heaven-battling Union cultivator's heaven-shaking pillar at will, catching him off guard. This was the biggest culprit for his instant death. If he had known this in advance, he would not have been so careless. But it was too late to say anything now. After killing its enemy, the stone mongoose let out a beast-like roar and its small body rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it became a 34-meter-tall stone giant. Correspondingly, the heaven-shaking pillar in its hand also became much longer. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk after its transformation, the stone mongoose took a big step forward and rushed forward with great momentum. The 34-meter-tall stone giant, coupled with a heaven-defying artifact like the heaven-shaking pillar, could display combat power that even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator would have to avoid. Every time it swung its staff, even space itself seemed to freeze. Many of the cultivators who were entangled by the divine tree were unlucky. One after another, they screamed and didn't hesitate to use secret techniques that greatly damaged their yuan qi in order to escape from the stone mongoose's sight. However, how could the divine tree allow them to do as they wished? Countless branches transformed into long whips that danced in the air, wrapping all of the enemies within. If one was hit by one of the whips in a moment of carelessness, it was inevitable that one's flesh would be torn apart. The stone mongoose took this opportunity to display its might and swung its heaven-shaking pillar one at a time. Every enemy that was hit by it coughed up blood and fell into a miserable state. The heaven-shaking pillar itself weighed several 100,000 kilograms, but in the stone mongoose's hand, it was as light as a feather. Even without the infusion of Saint Qi, it was still an incredible weapon. Only Origin Kings could resist it, while Origin-returning realm cultivators could only evade. The stone mongoose didn't need to be proficient in any secret techniques. Just its earth-shattering strength alone was enough to make the world pale in comparison. A first-order cultivator would die instantly if they were hit by it. Occasionally, an enemy with good luck would survive a blow, but even then, they would only be struggling at death's door. A few golden leaves from the divine tree would easily reap their lives. Only a second-order master would be able to block a single blow, and even a third-order master wouldn't dare to face it head-on. Standing not far away, the corners of Mou's eyes twitched as his lips trembled. This dragon cave mountain, what kind of dragon pool and tiger den is it? First, there was the sentient ancient tree, and now there was the shocking appearance of the stone giant. This was a novel scene that had not been seen in 80 years, but today it was a feast for the eyes. Mou was not an ignorant person. On the contrary, as the great elder of Clear Sky Sect, he was extremely knowledgeable, but what he saw today was simply too shocking. Just this sentient ancient tree and the stone giant were enough to contend against an army of thousands. What's more, that little brat named Yang Kai still hadn't made a move yet. So Mou didn't know what he was doing. Although Mou hadn't seen Yang Kai take action yet, a person who could possess two powerful spirit beasts, the sentient ancient tree and the stone giant, would definitely possess some kind of strength. He definitely couldn't be underestimated as an ordinary third-order Saint King. For a moment, Mou actually felt a little lucky that he had listened to his disciples' request and not directly confronted Dragon Cave Mountain. Otherwise, if this enmity had been formed, it would have only brought harm to Clear Sky Sect. The sentient ancient tree wasn't so bad. Although it was extremely powerful, it was still a spirit tree, so its mobility was limited. It was able to take root in place and act as a defensive fortress, but using it to attack was somewhat lacking. That stone giant, on the other hand, was extremely frightening. Unshadowed star, who could fight such a monster? Even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator wouldn't be able to. Only by gathering a large number of people and besieging it would it be possible to defeat it. You had just helped that little brat, so he should know, right? Mou's heart was in turmoil as he was worried that Yang Kai hadn't sensed his goodwill just now. If that were the case, he would have suffered a great loss. Just as the divine tree and stone puppet were fighting together, sweeping away all obstacles in their path, a loud dragon roar suddenly rang out, and immediately, the sky darkened as a terrifying pressure descended from the heavens. The strength of this pressure caused everyone present to feel their scalps tingle, as if a pair of eyes were staring at them, threatening to crush them if they made the slightest movement. Even if this pressure wasn't as strong as the Emperor pressure produced by the Emperor Garden just now, it wasn't far off. Everyone's movements came to a standstill as they turned their heads towards the source of this pressure, their eyes filled with horror. What they saw was Yang Kai standing proudly in place, the Origin King grade artifact refining furnace spinning beside him as he slowly pulled out a dark green, sword-like object from the artifact refining furnace. As this object appeared, the invisible pressure it released became more and more intense. In the blink of an eye, the dark green sword-like object had been completely extracted. As far as the eye could see, the object was no more than a meter long, but it was verdant and glistening. It looked like a sword, but it was extremely strange. It didn't look sharp because the sword didn't have a blade at all. It looked as if it was crudely made from a piece of bone. On the hilt of the sword, there was a round bead the size of a longan. Within the dark green body of the sword, there was something that looked like a small snake that was happily swimming around. This sword seemed to have gained sentience, and when it was held in Yang Kai's hand, it hummed as if it wanted to break free from Yang Kai's grasp and fly into the sky. A huge phantom of a dragon's head suddenly emerged from the dark green sword. The dragon's head was vivid and lifelike, as if it was a living creature. Its two eyes, the size of gongs, contained an endless majesty. As it swept its eyes over the countless masters present, they couldn't help but feel as if they were as tiny as ants. This horrifying pressure was being emitted by this dark green sword. No one dared to look directly at this dragon head. Only Yang Kai raised his head thoughtfully, his demon eye of annihilation appearing in his left eye as he met this dragon head's gaze without fear. An invisible shock wave centered on Yang Kai suddenly spread out in all directions as a terrifying spiritual energy swept out. Even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator felt his knowledge sea tumble for a moment. Yang Kai also let out a muffled snort as his brow furrowed. From his demon eye of annihilation, a lotus bud appeared and strangely sank into the dragon head. The blossoming lotus secret technique was the most powerful soul secret technique Yang Kai had mastered. The dragon roar rang out again, this time filled with dread and panic as a look of pain flashed across the dragon's eyes. Immediately after, its body flickered and disappeared into the dark green sword in Yang Kai's hand. The humming sound disappeared and the trembling sword body calmed down, no longer struggling. Yang Kai let out a soft breath as a thoughtful look appeared on his face. This dark green sword was the first time Yang Kai had used it, and it was refined from the dragon bone and dragon bead. The dragon bone and dragon bead were obtained by Yang Kai from the Saint Crystal Lode in the second layer of the Lu Yen sandfield. It had been several years since Yang Kai obtained them. At that time, Yang Kai didn't know what to do with them. After all, these were real dragon bone and dragon beads, materials from ancient life forms, not something an ordinary artifact refiner could refine. Chapter 14:18. Fortunately, Yang Yen had taught him a method to slowly refine the dragon bone and dragon bead using the Origin King grade artifact refining furnace and the Firebird artifact spirit. The artifact spirit had a mental connection with Yang Kai, so allowing it to refine the dragon bone and dragon bead was no different from Yang Kai refining it himself. This method did not require exquisite artifact refining techniques. All it required was the accumulation of time. Although it was somewhat crude, it was better than handing it over to an unreliable artifact refiner and wasting materials. Even Yang Yen herself did not have the confidence to use the dragon bone and dragon bead for artifact refining as it was beyond the scope of her abilities. It could be said that this method was only suitable for Yang Kai because he had an Origin King-grade artifact refining furnace and the Firebird artifact spirit. The combination of all these conditions was indispensable. After several years, the Dragon Bone and Dragon Bead had completely merged into one. After all, they were of the same origin, so it was not difficult to fuse them together. Now it was time to use them. However, Yang Kai had not expected that the first time he used this method, he would almost cause trouble. The remnant dragon soul in the Dragon Bead was unwilling to submit to him. Even if it was just a remnant soul without sentience, it was still the remnant soul of an ancient divine spirit, so how could it be willing to submit? Fortunately, Yang Kai had the Blossoming Lotus secret technique, so at the critical moment, he had forcibly suppressed the dragon soul's tenacity, allowing him to avoid any trouble. However, this was not a long-term solution. It seemed that he would need to spend some time in the future to refine this dragon bone sword before he could use it without worry. Yang Kai thought to himself as he swept his eyes around coldly, the smile on his face as sharp as a blade. The terrifying pressure slowly dissipated. However, everyone still felt cold sweat dripping down their backs as a gentle breeze blew past. A chill ran down their spines. Everyone thought they could flatten Dragon Cave Mountain at will, but at this moment, it had actually erupted with such terrifying combat power, something they could not have imagined. The sentient ancient tree, the stone giant, and this strange turquoise sword, which one of these did not cause them to feel fear? This was especially true for this dark green longsword. Everyone knew that it was definitely a good item, but no one knew how much power it could unleash. For a moment, Yang Kai once again became the center of attention. Many greedy and fearful gazes stared at the dark green sword. Yang Kai also wanted to test the power of his new artifact, so naturally, he didn't want to waste any time. Pouring his Saint Chi into the dark green sword, a faint dragon roar rang out as the sword began to hum. Go! Yang Kai pointed his finger, and a green light suddenly flashed from his hand and disappeared. Soon after, a behemoth that was several hundred feet long suddenly took shape in midair. It was a strange creature that was completely green in color. Its wings covered the sky, and its entire body was covered in scales. It looked like an impregnable fortress. The creature opened its bloody mouth, revealing sword-like teeth. The claws were like long spears, emitting a faint cold light that made people shudder. Ancient divine spirit, Mou groaned. Even with his shrewdness, he almost fell to the ground. He had never seen an ancient sacred spirit before. However, Mou was no stranger to this kind of creature. He had read about it in the ancient records of almost every great sect. There were more or less records about the long-extinct ancient sacred spirit, so Mou had naturally seen its image. The behemoth in front of him was exactly the same as the one he had seen in the records. It was clearly the image of an ancient sacred spirit. What's more, it was a true dragon, one of the top ancient sacred spirits. The aura it exuded alone was enough to make any cultivator below the third-order origin returning realm feel their hands and feet go cold, not to mention its aggressive nature. He also has a remnant soul. He actually has an ancient sacred spirit remnant soul. On the other side, Fei Jitu's eyes trembled violently as he muttered to himself, standing in place stupidly, completely forgetting to entangle with his opponent. Qian Tong was the same, and their opponents were also in the same situation. At this moment, no one was in the mood to continue fighting, all of them turning their attention to the several hundred-meter-long azure dragon. Last time in the Emperor Garden, Fei Jitu had seen an ice phoenix phantom and knew that Yang Kai possessed the remnant soul of an ancient sacred spirit. At that time, Fei Jitu had almost been shocked by Yang Kai's opportunities, thinking that he had obtained such a heaven-defying treasure. It was because of this that Fei Jitu had changed his attitude towards Yang Kai, no longer daring to take advantage of his seniority. Even if this was just a remnant soul, as long as there was enough time and opportunity, it was not impossible for it to grow into an existence not inferior to an origin king. It was better to bully the old than the young. Who could guarantee that Yang Kai would not stand at the top of the pyramid in the future? Forming a good relationship with him now would definitely bring many benefits in the future. So, This time, when Dragon Cave Mountain was in trouble, Yang Kai had followed Qian Tong without hesitation to mediate. Otherwise, with Yang Kai's personality, how could he have done such a thankless thing? He would have definitely sat in Heavenly Fate City and watched from the sidelines. He had thought that Yang Kai possessing the remnant soul of an ice phoenix was already a heaven-defying opportunity, but now he actually had the remnant soul of a true dragon. What's more, this true dragon remnant soul seemed to be even more powerful than the ice phoenix remnant soul he had seen last time. Fei Ji too was both envious and jealous, nearly coughing up blood. Compared with Yang Kai's heritage, everything he had was trash. While everyone was in a daze, the giant Saiyan dragon had already arrived in front of an origin-returning realm master from Thunder Typhoon sect. This cultivator was a peak first-order origin-returning realm cultivator, only one step away from breaking through to the second-order origin-returning realm, so his strength was not weak. He had been fighting against the divine tree and the stone mongoose before, but even after such a long time, he had remained unscathed, which only showed how strong he was. However, no matter how strong an individual was, they could not directly face an ancient sacred spirit. Seeing the true dragon rushing towards him, this cultivator's face went pale, and he hurriedly summoned a black gold shield in front of him. There was a trace of human-like disdain in the eyes of the huge true dragon. It swiped its claw forward, and with a tearing sound, the shield was torn apart like it was made of tofu. Immediately after, the giant Saiyan dragon opened its bloody maw and swallowed this first-order origin, returning realm cultivator in front of everyone's eyes. A scream rang out but soon came to an abrupt end as the life aura of this cultivator was instantly annihilated. When the giant Saiyan dragon's body rushed past the cultivator's position, a shocking scene appeared before everyone's eyes. All that was left was a skeleton in a defensive posture, but all the flesh and blood on the skeleton had disappeared. A cold wind blew, causing everyone present to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Mo Xiaoshang, Chang Pengxian, Jin Shi, and old woman Feng all had ashen faces as they were almost killed by the woman surnamed Yi. After swallowing the flesh and blood essence of the Thunder Typhoon sect cultivator, the giant Saiyan dragon raised its head and let out a deafening roar before opening its mouth again and spraying out a green mist that covered the area below. The dozen or so origin-returning realm cultivator were instantly enveloped in this mist and screams rang out one after another. "It's poisonous! Get out of the way!" This green mist actually contained a violent toxicity, causing the cultivator who was shrouded in it to feel dizzy and find it difficult to breathe, even unable to circulate their Saint Qi properly. Those with slightly lower strength staggered to the ground as their flesh and blood rapidly melted away at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing their white bones, a shocking sight to behold. Only cultivators above the second-order origin-returning realm were able to force themselves to escape the range of this green mist, but all of their faces were covered in a green aura, indicating that they had been severely poisoned and would require a lot of time and precious pills to detoxify. This giant Saiyan dragon turned out to be a poison dragon. Yang Kai was also greatly surprised. He didn't know what kind of divine technique the original body of the dragon bone and dragon bead he had obtained before its death. At this moment, he had taken action with the intention of experimenting, but now that the results were out, he couldn't help raising his brow in joy. Among the true dragon race of ancient divine spirits, poison dragons and fire dragons were the two most aggressive species, so this discovery naturally made Yang Kai very happy. Since his last trip to Grand Burial Valley, when his only offensive artifact, the 100 Mountains picture, self-destructed, Yang Kai had no other offensive artifacts to use. Firstly, he was confident in his own methods and felt there was no need to ask Yang Yen to refine anything for him, because even if he could refine an artifact, it would take a lot of time to nourish it. Secondly, and more importantly, Yang Kai had been waiting for the refinement of this dragon bone and dragon bead to be completed. Now, it seemed that his expectations had not been in vain. This dragon bone and dragon bead artifact was comparable to an Origin King grade artifact, and it also seemed to have a lot of room for growth. After the true dragon transformed from the green sword just now swallowed the physique essence of an Origin returning realm cultivator, Yang Kai clearly felt the aura of this artifact grow slightly stronger. This was obviously a sign that it could grow. While Yang Kai was thinking about this, the few origin returning realm cultivators who had just escaped the green mist were targeted by the stone mongoose. These cultivators were lucky and had good strength, but that was as far as they could go. The heaven-shaking pillar swung out, causing the world to tremble and all of them to fall like wheat. The smell of blood filled the air and all of Dragon Cave Mountain instantly became a purgatory. The situation was eerily one-sided. What's more, it was not a one-sided slaughter of Dragon Cave Mountain's cultivators as everyone had imagined. Instead, they were the ones being slaughtered, causing the enemy's morale to plummet to the extreme. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Changqi and the others launched a fierce counterattack, quickly regaining the initiative. Speaking of which, Changqi and the others weren't particularly strong. They were only relying on the exquisite artifacts in their hands. These artifacts were tailor-made origin-grade high-rank artifacts Yang Yan had personally crafted for them and were the limit of what a cultivator of their level could use. Originally, they were in a precarious situation and could only support each other in order to stall for time. Now that the enemy's morale had plummeted, Changqi and the others were fighting fiercely, forcing the enemy to retreat again and again. Changqi and the others did not act rashly and instead advanced cautiously, not seeking to gain any merit but only to avoid making any mistakes. For a time, they were full of vigor, causing the enemy to be flustered and unable to do anything. Chapter 14:19. Not far away, Mo Xiaoshang and the others who were entangled with the woman surnamed Yi let out a long sigh, knowing that there was nothing they could do at this moment. They had underestimated Dragon Cave Mountain's heritage, thinking that Dragon Cave Mountain was able to kill the first group of Xie family cultivators by relying on the power of their barriers and spirit arrays. None of them had expected that even without these barriers, this small mountain would not be easy to bully. The four-peak third-order origin returning realm masters looked at each other and saw the intent to retreat in each other's eyes. There was no need to discuss anything. At their level of strength, a single glance was enough to convey a lot of information. The four of them quickly shook off the woman surnamed Ye's entanglement and flew away. Now that the four of them had withdrawn, how could the others dare to remain? Naturally, they hurriedly fled. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too did not stop their opponents. Although they had helped Dragon Cave Mountain this time, they did not deliberately make enemies with these people. After all, the two of them represented Shadow Moon Hall and had many concerns in their hearts. As such, after a moment of contemplation, they allowed their opponents to withdraw safely. The same was true for Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer. The two of them had just broken through to the first-order origin returning realm not long ago, so their opponent's strength was not bad. If they wanted to leave, they simply could not stop them. The reason they had managed to survive until now was because their opponents had shown them mercy, not really killing them. Otherwise, with the number and methods of their opponents, even if the two of them had not died, they would not have been able to escape unscathed. The invading enemies retreated like the tide, with several dozen origin returning realm masters hurriedly withdrawing. Besides Yang Kai, who used his dragon bone sword to block a few of them, only the stone mongoose and firebird artifact spirit were left behind, preventing them from leaving. Yang Kai frowned as a sense of helplessness rose from the depths of his heart. If the enemy wanted to leave, he could not stop them all. Although the invasion of Dragon Cave Mountain this time annoyed him greatly, the other party had paid a painful price, so this result was not unacceptable. Moreover, if they continued to fight, Dragon Cave Mountain was bound to suffer casualties. Yang Kai didn't really care about the Yi woman. He now had the dragon bone sword, the stone mongoose, the artifact spirit, and the divine tree. The Yi woman was a person with extraordinary means. The only thing he had to worry about was Changqi, Haowen, and the others. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered. If Changqi, Haowen, and the others really died here, that was not something Yang Kai wanted to see. Yang Kai was willing to let this matter end here, but it didn't mean that others were willing to do the same. Just as these people were about to leave the range of Dragon Cave Mountain, the originally broken mountain defending array flashed and activated once again, blocking their path. A trace of surprise flashed across the eyes of Mo Xiaoshang and the others, but soon their expressions turned cold. They had only retreated to avoid the brunt of Dragon Cave Mountain's attacks, not because they were afraid of it. The other party's attitude, as if they weren't willing to give up, naturally made them feel like they had lost face and become annoyed. You want to leave? Wishful thinking. Is my Dragon Cave Mountain a place where you can come and go as you please? A tender voice suddenly called out. The source of this voice seemed to be far away, but at the same time, it seemed to be right in front of everyone's eyes. However, this voice was without a doubt Yang Yan's. Yang Kai raised his brow in surprise, not knowing what Yang Yan wanted to do. While Yang Kai was still in shock, the earth suddenly began to tremble, and with a loud humming sound, the ground around Dragon Cave Mountain began to crack. In the blink of an eye, the entire Dragon Cave Mountain was torn apart. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud bang. A certain part of Dragon Cave Mountain suddenly collapsed, revealing a huge crater. Immediately after, a huge black behemoth slowly rose from this crater. When they saw what this huge thing was, cries of surprise rang out one after another. Everyone was dumbfounded. Impossible! A starship? There's actually a starship here? Today, Dragon Cave Mountain was destined to become the focus of attention on Shadowed Star, bringing about one shocking event after another. Everyone had yet to recover from the shock of seeing the remnant soul of the ancient divine spirit appear, but now they were witnessing another incredible scene. Underneath Dragon Cave Mountain, there had been a starship hidden. This starship was different from the starships the Great Sects regarded as treasures. The main difference was its size. It was not too big, only a few dozen meters long, about a quarter the size of an ordinary starship, and had a sleek oval shape. However, this starship exuded an oppressive aura that made one feel even more uncomfortable facing it than facing the true dragon remnant soul just now. A series of cracking sounds rang out as a series of cannon-like objects extended from the starship's abdomen. None of the people present were ignorant and inexperienced. Naturally, they knew what this was. Crystal cannons. These were offensive artifacts that every starship possessed, and they could also be called weapons. Using Saint crystals as an energy source, they were extremely powerful. Normally, a starship would not use crystal cannons because every time they were used, a large number of Saint crystals would be consumed. Generally speaking, a starship would carry at most 2 or 3 crystal cannons, and crystal cannons were known as the most powerful trump cards of a starship. But at this moment, more than a dozen crystal cannons had extended from the abdomen of this starship. These crystal cannons were aimed in different directions, but all of them were aimed at the densest part of the crowd. Looking at these black cannons, everyone felt an extremely uneasy feeling in their hearts, as if the aura of death was rushing towards them. Giggles resounded throughout the world as Yang Yan's tender voice called out, "Since you've come, don't even think about leaving." As soon as her voice fell, the dozen or so crystal cannons released a dazzling light and an energy fluctuation that caused the world to tremble spread out. Not good. Mo Xiaoshang and the others' pupils shrank as they exclaimed, "Disperse!" With his eyesight and experience, he could naturally perceive what kind of destructive power was contained in these crystal cannons. Although his shout was timely, the attack speed of this starship refined by Yang Yan was extremely fast. Almost at the same time as Mo Xiaoshang's voice rang out, more than a dozen white beams of light, each the thickness of a human arm, shot out from the crystal cannons. There was no sound, no screams, no struggle, and no resistance. Wherever those slender beams of light passed, everything was reduced to nothingness. Not only was Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array broken once again, even the cultivator blocking the path ahead disappeared like a snowflake under the scorching sun. The dozen or so pillars of pure white light shot out for dozens of kilometers before gradually weakening and disappearing. All of Dragon Cave Mountain was a mess as the world energy aura became extremely chaotic. Asterisk Dida. Asterisk, a crisp sound rang out as Mo Xiaoshang and the others all stood in place with pale faces, staring in horror at the starship that had appeared out of nowhere, none of them daring to believe their eyes. When this starship appeared just now, none of them had paid much attention to it. After all, this starship wasn't very large, so they subconsciously thought it wasn't of high grade. However, when the dozen or so crystal cannons appeared, Mo Xiaosheng realized he was wrong. It wasn't until now that he realized how wrong he had been. The grade of this starship was beyond the scope of his imagination. It was definitely not Origin grade and was on the same level as an Origin King grade, otherwise the power of the crystal cannons would not have been so powerful. An Origin King grade starship. How was this possible? But the facts were right in front of him, so he couldn't doubt anything. Because one of the crystal cannon's beams of light had been aimed at them just now. Mo Xiaosheng and the other 3 peak Origin returning realm masters didn't dare to meet it head-on and could only dodge in embarrassment. Even so, half of Demon Blood Temple's Jin Shi's body had been grazed by this attack, and now his entire arm had disappeared. The dripping sound was the sound of blood dripping from his wound, causing Jin Shi's face to twist in pain. Old Woman Feng and Cheng Peng Xian's faces were also extremely ugly. If they hadn't been fast enough just now, they would likely have suffered the same fate as Jin Shi. Looking around again, Mo Xiaosheng's face was filled with grief, because at this time there were only a dozen or so people still alive. At least 50 to 60 Origin returning realm masters had died under the crystal cannon's barrage just now. Those were 50 to 60 Origin returning realm masters, not 50 to 60 cabbages. They were the mainstays of the various great sects, but now they had all died on Dragon Cave Mountain. Mo Xiaosheng and the others felt as if a knife had been twisted in their hearts. If possible, the masters from the various great forces would have preferred not to set foot on this hill today, but unfortunately it was too late for regret. The dead could not be brought back to life. Not only had they suffered heavy losses, but they had also made such a powerful enemy. For a time, the faces of the masters who were still alive went pale. Run! Mo Xiaosheng grit his teeth, not willing to remain here any longer. His figure flickering as he used his space force to quickly flee. How could Cheng Peng Xian, Jin Shi, and Old Woman Feng dare to remain? Fearing that the other party's starship would fire another round of crystal cannons, all of them fled as fast as rabbits. This time, Yang Yan didn't try to stop him because she was also powerless to do so. Although this starship was powerful, it wasn't omnipotent. The round of crystal cannons just now seemed quite impressive, but in fact it consumed a lot of energy. A scream rang out as Yang Kai killed his last opponent. With a wave of his hand, the azure dragon transformed back into a green sword and returned to his hand. Looking down at it for a moment, Yang Kai showed a satisfied look before tossing it back into the artifact refining furnace and storing it into his body. All of Dragon Cave Mountain was silent at this moment. Only the several dozen-meter-long starship remained suspended mid-air. And this small mountain that was originally full of spirit chi, after going through such an unbelievable battle, was now full of devastation and was extremely dilapidated. The stone mongoose had returned to its original appearance, and the heaven-shaking pillar was nowhere to be seen. It seemed to have been swallowed into its stomach. At this moment, using its hands and feet, it ran over to Yang Kai and climbed up onto Yang Kai's shoulder, grinning widely. Looking around, Yang Kai let out a long sigh. Since arriving on Shadowed Star, Yang Kai had settled down on Dragon Cave Mountain, and it had been several years since then. Yang Yan, Wu Yi, and the others had managed this place beautifully, but now it was undoubtedly no longer suitable for living. Fortunately, Yang Kai still had a place he could go to, so he didn't feel any regrets. That place was much better than Dragon Cave Mountain, and he had intended to move everyone there. This time's incident was just an opportunity. Chapter 1420. Yang Kai. Not far away, a voice called out. Yang Kai raised his eyes and saw Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu staring at him in a daze, glancing over at the starship floating mid-air from time to time, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. Although these two were top masters on Shadowed Star, they were still shocked speechless at this moment. When had they ever seen an Origin King-grade starship? Although Shadow Moon Hall also had starships, the highest quality was only Origin-grade low rank. Grandmaster Gulin had spent several years working with a large number of artifact refiners in the sect to refine this starship using countless materials. Such a starship would have no problem searching for mineral lodes near Shadowed Star, but if it wanted to penetrate deep into Shadowed Star's territory, it would undoubtedly be impossible. The dangers hidden in Shadowed Star's territory could not be understood with common sense. Shadow Moon Hall's starship was not good, but that did not mean Dragon Cave Mountain starship was not. An Origin King grade starship already had the ability to travel long distances, so with its power, it was not impossible to restore Shadowed Star's connection to the outside world. At the very least, Yang Kai could use it to leave Shadowed Star, escape the shackles of world principles, and travel to other stars to break through to the Origin King realm. Qian Tong and Fei Jitu instantly thought of many possibilities, causing their mood to fluctuate and their expressions to become excited. Whether or not Shadowed Star could be reconnected to the outside world was something they did not care about, but the two of them had been stuck at the peak of the Origin returning realm for a long time now, unable to break through due to the suppression of world principles. Now that they had suddenly seen such hope, they were naturally excited. But even if their relationship with Yang Kai was good, they were too embarrassed to ask for such a thing at this moment. After all, the value of this Origin King grade starship was too great. Glancing at them, Yang Kai vaguely guessed what they were thinking and smiled lightly. Elder Qian, City Lord Fei, you two can wait patiently for a while. Right now, my affairs are in a mess, so how about I contact you once I've dealt with my own affairs? Qian Tong and Fei Jitu both nodded and said, all right. Although Yang Kai did not make any promises, nor did he mention anything, as long as he was still on Shadowed Star, they could naturally contact each other. What's more, Dragon Cave Mountain was now in a state of devastation, with several small hills razed to the ground by the power of the crystal cannons. It was clearly no longer suitable for habitation. Considering all this, Qian Tong said, Yang Kai, if you don't mind, you can take those people to my Shadow Moon Hall's headquarters. What do you think? As the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Although Qian Tong's proposal was for his own sake, it was also to provide a foothold for Yang Kai. It was a proposal that was beneficial to both sides. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, I appreciate Elder Qian's kindness, but this junior already has a place to go, so there is no need for you to worry. Is that so? A trace of disappointment flashed across Qian Tong's face, but he did not insist and simply nodded. Very well. Although this old master does not know where you want to go, since you already have a place to stay, just pretend this old master didn't say anything. When you settle down in the future, just send this old master a message and this old master will pay you a visit in person. Of course. Yang Kai cupped his fists slightly. Immediately, he turned his head to Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer and thanked them. This time, when Dragon Cave Mountain was besieged by so many masters, very few people had come to his aid. Besides the mysterious woman surnamed Yi, only the 4 people from Shadow Moon Hall had come to his aid. This kindness was something Yang Kai would naturally remember in his heart. At this moment, only these people had the courage to remain. The others who were still alive had already fled. Even Mou from Clear Sky Sect, who had an ambiguous attitude towards them, had disappeared. Kacha. A soft sound came from mid-air and the hatch of the starship floating nearby suddenly opened. Yang Kai glanced over and grinned. Elder Qian, City Lord Fei. This junior will take his leave first. Qian Tong and Fei Jitu nodded lightly and did not try to persuade him to stay. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he arrived in front of the divine tree and stretched out his hand to cover it. At the same time, his spiritual energy burst forth and pulled the divine tree into the black book space. Everyone, led by the woman surnamed Yi, flew over and disappeared through the starship's hatch. Yang Kai followed closely behind. After Yang Kai entered, the hatch quickly closed and a humming sound came from the starship before it turned into a stream of light and disappeared. So fast! Fei Jitu stared in shock in the direction the starship disappeared. Compared to the speed of the starship from Shadow Moon Hall, it was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. A trace of inexplicable excitement appeared on Qian Tong's face as he murmured, I didn't expect that this little mountain would have such a strong heritage. Mo Xiaoshang and the others have provoked someone they shouldn't have this time. Fei Jitu grinned meaningfully. What's the point of worrying about them? What you and I should be thinking about now is how to persuade Yang Kai to use the starship to leave the cage that is Shadowed Star. As long as you and I break through to the Origin King realm, Shadowed Star will belong to Shadow Moon Hall. Hearing this, Qian Tong's expression shook as his eyes flashed and he nodded repeatedly. A few dozen kilometers away from Dragon Cave Mountain, Mo Xiaoshang and the others, who had just escaped, all looked up in the direction the starship disappeared, their faces ashen. Not only had they suffered a great loss this time, but they had also become enemies with Dragon Cave Mountain. Judging from the heritage of this little mountain, Heaven battling Union's days in the future would not be easy. Mo Xiaoshang's expression was ugly as he wore a worried look. Heaven battling Union's great elder was like this, so were Changpeng Xian, Jinshi, and Old Woman Feng. Each and every one of them looked like they had just lost their parents as their intestines turned green with regret, especially Jinshi. Today's battle had cost him an arm, which could be considered a great loss to Yuan Qi. However, while some were happy while others were sad, over on Clear Sky Sect's side, Mou was in a good mood. In any case, he did not hold any malice towards Dragon Cave Mountain this time and had even helped Yang Kai resolve a crisis. As long as the other party was not blind, they should be able to see through his goodwill. On top of that, his two disciples had some friendship with Yang Kai, so it seemed that he could take advantage of this opportunity to gain some benefits. Qian Tong naturally had some ideas about what Fei Ji too was planning to do. Thinking so, Mou slowly called out, "Tao disciple is here." Chun Shi Tao responded and stepped forward. "In the future, you should spend more time with this Yang Kai. If you can somehow capture his heart and soul, that would be best." "Honored Master." Chun Shi Tao blushed. Although her honored master was usually mild-tempered, he had never talked about such a sensitive topic with her before. So now that he was speaking so bluntly, Chun Shi Tao felt a little overwhelmed. This woman had a proud figure and a mature temperament, so her bashful demeanor only added to her alluring charm, causing all the male disciples of Clear Sky Sect to stare at her blankly. "Honored Master is not joking," Mou said seriously. Mou's expression became serious. "If you can marry him, you will be the greatest contributor to my Clear Sky Sect." Chun Shi Tao was stunned. She had been waiting outside with Lu Ying and the others, and although she had heard that the struggle inside Dragon Cave Mountain was fierce, she did not know what was going on. However, from her honored master's words at this moment, it seemed that Yang Kai's performance inside Dragon Cave Mountain had won her honored master's admiration. What exactly happened inside that caused her honored master's attitude to change so drastically? She was very clear about how high her honored master's vision was. Not long after she had been accepted into the sect by her honored master, one of the sect's elders had proposed marriage to one of his juniors, but he had been flatly refused by her honored master. That elder's junior had excellent aptitude and strength, but even such a person could not enter her honored master's eyes. So how could Yang Kai be so highly regarded by her honored master? In Chen Shi Tao's impression, Yang Kai's strength was indeed amazing, and he could be considered a master among cultivators in the same realm. But Chen Shi Tao had always thought that his greatest advantage was his unparalleled luck. However, her honored master was clearly not interested in such matters. Chen Shi Tao couldn't figure it out. Ignoring the thoughts of these outsiders, inside the starship, Yang Kai was looking around in amazement. When he went to the Luyan Desert with Yang Inflammation a few days ago, he had heard Yang Inflammation say that there was a larger starship in Dragon Cave Mountain's vault, so when the starship appeared, Yang Kai wasn't too surprised. The only surprise was that this starship was a bit too small. After entering the interior, Yang Kai realized that this starship was like a completely different world. Just like the flying shark battle shuttle, it didn't look big on the outside, but its interior was extremely spacious. There were exquisite rooms, meditation rooms, artifact refiners, alchemy rooms, martial arts arenas, and a variety of other facilities. Such a starship was even more high-end than the huge Hung Luo chamber of commerce starship Yang Kai had ridden in the past. Walking forward, Yang Kai soon arrived at an arched hall. This hall was filled with a refreshing sandalwood incense, and the floor was covered with a large red carpet. The surroundings were decorated with strange stones used for illumination, giving it a very warm atmosphere. At this moment, almost everyone who could speak on Dragon Cave Mountain was here, including the newcomers surnamed Yi and Guqi, who were standing beside Yang Inflammation. Changqi, Howen, and the others all wore the same expression. After all, when the starship was being refined, they had also helped out and entered it many times. As for Chen Yu and Wu Yi, the two of them had already become Yang Inflammation's right-hand men. Ning Xiangchun, on the other hand, maintained a shocked expression, as if he was in a dream. From time to time, he would glance over at the woman surnamed Yi with a submissive expression. He knew the origins of this woman better than anyone present, so naturally, he was unable to act freely in front of her. What shocked Ning Xiangchun even more was that this woman surnamed Yi actually called Yang Inflammation Master. With a peak third-order origin returning realm cultivation, she was actually obedient to Yang Inflammation and treated him with respect. Ning Xiangchun couldn't wait to punch himself in the face to confirm whether he was really dreaming or not. When Yang Kai arrived, Wu Yi and the others had sad looks on their faces as they sighed constantly. Although Dragon Cave Mountain could be said to have won a great victory in this battle, not only killing countless enemies without suffering any losses, how could they be happy with the destruction of their home? That was the home they had painstakingly built. But because of an unexpected battle, it had been destroyed. Several years of hard work and effort had now been destroyed, so who wouldn't feel distressed? Chapter 14:21. Why are all of you frowning? Yang Kai could tell what Changqi and the others were worried about and grinned. It's just a trivial Dragon Cave Mountain. If it's gone, then it's gone. There's no need to worry too much about it. But that's our home. Wu Yi sighed deeply. There is a saying that if the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Yang Kai smiled at her. Even if Dragon Cave Mountain is gone, we still have another place to settle down. And that place's environment is thousands of times better than Dragon Cave Mountains. Wu Yi and the others all looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, their faces filled with disbelief. Although Dragon Cave Mountain was originally just a small mountain with low world energy aura, making it unsuitable for living and cultivating, over the past few years, it had become a famous cultivation destination. Many cultivators who did not belong to any sect were eager to join Dragon Cave Mountain in search of a place to cultivate. However, Dragon Cave Mountain had never accepted outsiders and had always politely refused those who wished to join. Otherwise, it would have long since become a small sect with thousands of cultivators. Now that Yang Kai said he had a new place to settle down that was thousands of times better than Dragon Cave Mountain, it was no wonder Wu Yi and the others didn't believe him. Even if it's Shadow Moon Hall's headquarters, it can't be thousands of times better than Dragon Cave Mountain. Wu Yi pursed her lips, subconsciously thinking Yang Kai was just comforting her and the others. What if that place is even better than Shadow Moon Hall's headquarters? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. How could that be? If there was such a good place, why wouldn't the other great forces occupy it? Every place on Shadowed Star with rich world energy has already been occupied by a sect or other great force. How could it possibly be our turn? Changqi also couldn't believe it. And what Old Man Chang said is correct, but that place is not something that can be occupied. Besides us, I'm afraid others won't even be able to set foot on it, Yang Kai said with a mysterious look on his face. Even if there was no war this time, Yang Yen and I were preparing to relocate everyone there. This time's events can be considered an opportunity, so you don't need to worry too much about Dragon Cave Mountain. Elder Sister Yang Inflammation, is what he said true? Wu Yi turned her head in amazement towards Yang Inflammation. Yang Yen gently nodded, indicating that what Yang Kai said was right. Seeing Yang Yen nod, everyone showed a look of disbelief. What kind of place is that? Since the environment is so good, why hasn't any great force occupied it? Wu Yi couldn't understand. As I said, they don't have the ability to occupy it even if they want to. Yang Kai smiled. Because that place is inside Lu Yan's sandland. Inside Lu Yan's desert. Wu Yi and the others exclaimed. On the contrary, a wisp of a thoughtful expression appeared on the face of the woman surnamed Yi, and she said with surprise, "The ruins of the Supreme Profound Sect? Oh, Senior actually knows about it." Yang Kai was a little surprised. The only reason he knew about the ruins of the Supreme Profound Sect was because Yang Inflammation had told him about it, but this woman surnamed Yi actually knew about it as well. It was a bit strange. Naturally, I know about it, I just read about it in some ancient records. After all, that place is the Masters, the sect that the great emperors once supported. The woman surnamed Ye's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light as she glanced over at Yang Inflammation, intentionally or unintentionally. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Although he didn't ask what the relationship between this woman and Yang Inflammation was, it was clear that she knew about Yang Inflammation's identity. Otherwise, with her strength and cultivation, it would have been impossible for her to act so respectfully towards Yang Inflammation. It seemed that this woman surnamed Yi really knew some secrets. However, it wasn't convenient for Yang Kai to inquire about it now. He would have to find an opportunity to ask Yang Inflammation later. On the other hand, when Chang Qi and the others heard the conversation between the woman surnamed Yi and Yang Kai, they all showed surprised expressions. It seemed that they didn't expect that there would be a sect ruin inside the Luoyan Desert. You'll know when we arrive. Let's not talk about this for now. Go and maintain the operation of the starship. I have already set the route, so you just need to maintain the current speed, Yang Inflammation said lightly. Chang Qi and the others nodded and excused themselves. Soon, only Yang Kai, Yang Inflammation, the woman surnamed Yi, and Gu Qi remained in the hall. Yang Inflammation cast a glance at the woman surnamed Yi, who understood and waved to Gu Qi. Little Qi, you can leave. Yes, martial ancestor. Gu Qi bowed slightly and withdrew. After there were only 3 people left, Yang Inflammation hurriedly stretched out his hand to Yang Kai and said, "Show me what you just obtained." Yang Kai was startled but quickly reacted, took out a palm-sized jade token from his space ring, and tossed it to Yang Inflammation. The latter caught it, examined it carefully, and said, "Sure enough, it's an Emperor Jade." Emperor Jade? Yang Kai frowned. What's the use of this thing? It's used to resist the Emperor pressure and is also a pass to enter the Emperor Garden. Without this thing, no one can enter the Emperor Garden. Yang Inflammation quickly explained. When the Emperor Garden opens, only those who hold an Emperor Jade can safely enter. Oh, doesn't that mean there will be many Emperor Jades appearing? Yang Kai immediately grasped the key point. If the Emperor Garden opened, it was impossible for only one person to enter, and since the Emperor Jade was a pass to enter, it meant that there would be many Emperor Jades appearing. And the first Emperor Jade fell into Dragon Cave Mountain probably because I was there. Soon, more Emperor Jades will appear. Yang Inflammation frowned, seemingly thinking about something. A moment later, she raised her head and exchanged a glance with Yang Kai, both of them understanding the other's intentions. Snatch the Emperor Jades. No matter what, Yang Kai had to grab some Emperor Jades, otherwise, when the Emperor Garden opened without enough passes, he and Yang Inflammation would not be able to enter the Emperor Garden at the same time. Moreover, now that there was another woman surnamed Yi in Dragon Cave Mountain, if possible, she would also enter the Emperor Garden. In other words, Yang Kai needed to obtain at least 3 Emperor Jades to be able to sit back and relax. At that moment, though, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out outside, followed by the sound of something tearing through the air. Yang Kai quickly released his divine sense to investigate, and after confirming what was happening, his face sank. The Emperor Jades really did appear. At that moment, from the Emperor Garden directly above Dragon Cave Mountain, dozens of streams of white light suddenly shot out. These streams of white light flew aimlessly in all directions at an incredible speed, reaching the horizon in the blink of an eye. The many masters who had just evacuated Dragon Cave Mountain were also attracted by this bizarre scene, and after a moment, they summoned their star shuttles without hesitation and chased after these streams of white light like meteors. No one knew what these Emperor Jades were, but since they had been shot out from the Emperor Garden, they naturally did not want to miss them. A lucky cultivator was just standing in place when an Emperor Jade happened to fall not too far away. He rushed over with joy and picked it up, but before he could see what it was, he was found by a stronger cultivator and a great battle ensued. There were also some cultivator who chased after the Emperor Jades but soon lost track of them. After all, these things were simply flying too fast. There were even some who desperately used their secret techniques to chase after the Emperor Jades, determined to capture them. All of Shadowed Star fell into chaos in an instant as masters from all the great forces rushed out towards the Emperor Jade, causing the scene to become extremely chaotic. After Yang Kai noticed that the Emperor Jades had appeared, he immediately left the starship with Yang Yen and the woman surnamed Yi. Just as he stood still though, Yang Kai stared at a certain spot in the sky and saw white light shooting towards him. My luck is really good. Not only did Yang Kai show a look of joy, but so did the woman surnamed Yi. With a wave of her hand, she summoned an ancient lamp above her head. This lamp's flame was a deep blue color and exuded a palpitating chill. Origin King Grade Artifact, Bone Incinerating Flame Lamp. It was a famous existence on all of Shadowed Star. In the blink of an eye, the white light shooting out from the Emperor Garden was only 1,000 meters away from the trio. Just as it was about to reach them, the woman surnamed Yi stretched out her hand and gracefully pinched the bone incinerating flame lamp's flame, plucking it before flicking her finger and transforming it into a deep blue light barrier that blocked the Emperor Jade's path. Just as this light barrier took shape, the Emperor Jade slammed into it and silently punched a hole in the seemingly solid blue light barrier. The woman surnamed Ye's face changed slightly as she flicked her finger towards the bone incinerating flame lamp and sent out a burst of energy towards it. The flame flickered as it flew out from the lamp and met the Emperor Jade head-on, transforming into a series of blue light barriers. With a loud sizzling sound, the white light from the Emperor Jade was extremely terrifying. The defensive measures the woman surnamed Yi had set up were unable to withstand a single blow and were completely destroyed. This time, her complexion really changed. Before she could do anything, Yang Kai had already taken action. The Firebird artifact spirit let out a sharp cry and flapped its wings to meet the Emperor Jade head-on. However, the Firebird artifact spirit was unable to stop the Emperor Jade's advance, and the moment it came into contact with it, its body dissipated. Fortunately, after experiencing this obstruction, the Emperor Jade's speed dropped significantly. Yang Yan's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light, and with a flick of her hand, the crimson ring she wore on her wrist transformed into a ring of fire that shot towards the Emperor Jade. 3 blazing flame rings. This artifact had once belonged to the great emperors of Starfield, and its grade could not be measured by common sense. The entire Lu Yen Sandfield was a forbidden land on Shadowed Star formed because of the 3 blazing flame rings. Although Yang Yen had only collected one of these flame rings and was unable to display the full power of this artifact, as an Emperor artifact, it was not to be underestimated. The Emperor Jade, which even the bone incinerating flame lamp and the Firebird artifact spirit could not stop, seemed to have encountered its nemesis the moment it came into contact with this ring of fire. It suddenly froze in midair, and then the ring of fire rapidly shrank, wrapping around the entire Emperor Jade. A buzzing sound rang out as the Emperor Jade seemed to be trying to break free from the 3 blazing flame rings. But now that it had fallen into the trap, how could it be so simple? Yang Yen sent out a burst of Saint Qi, and the 3 blazing flame rings wrapped around the Emperor Jade like an iron hoop, completely imprisoning it. Chapter 1422. Half a month later, outside Lu Yen Sandfield, a several dozen meter-long starship floated quietly in the air. Inside this starship, Chang Qi, Haowen Wu-Yi, and Xian Yu were waiting anxiously. Since the day the Emperor Garden changed, Yang Kai and Yang Yen had left the starship and disappeared without a trace. No one knew where they had gone, but this carefully refined starship had successfully arrived at Lu Yen Sandfield. But Chang Qi and the others did not dare to rush in and could only dock and wait outside. Fortunately, after the battle half a month ago, Dragon Cave Mountain's reputation had spread far and wide, so even though this starship was quite eye-catching, no one dared to cause trouble here. After the disappearance of the first layer flame area in Lu Yen Sandfield, many cultivators had come here to inquire about the situation, so the current Lu Yen Sandfield was not a desolate place and was instead quite lively. Now that such a starship had suddenly appeared here, it naturally attracted attention. Chang Qi and the others had been waiting here for 3 days, but there was still no sign of Yang Kai or Yang Yen. Just as they were wondering what to do, the buck-toothed cultivator, Gu Qi, suddenly raised his brow and showed a look of joy. martial ancestor has returned, more than 3,000 kilometers from here. Oh? Wu Yi was overjoyed and did not doubt him, happily saying, "Since Senior Yi has returned, Yang Kai and Yang Yin elder sister must have returned as well." Saying so, she immediately ordered her subordinates to open the starship's hatch and wait. Sure enough, a moment later, a stream of light shot out from the horizon and arrived in front of the starship in the blink of an eye. When the brilliance of this light dissipated, a small starship appeared, one that looked like a shark in the sea. Naturally, this was the flying shark battle shuttle refined by Yang Yin. Yang Kai and the others flew out, and Yang Yin released his Saint Chi to take back the flying shark battle shuttle. Standing mid-air, Yang Kai released his divine sense and could not help frowning. He noticed that many cultivators were lingering near Lu Yen sandfield. When he and the others appeared, all of them showed a look of curiosity and began whispering to each other. Standing in place and pondering for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly pushed his Saint Chi and shouted, "From today onwards, the area within 100,000 kilometers of the flowing flame sand field will be under the jurisdiction of my Dragon Cave Mountain. Everyone, please leave immediately. If anyone tries to approach, it will be considered a provocation to my Dragon Cave Mountain, and you will bear the consequences." As soon as these words came out, Yang Xiang shouted out. Although Dragon Cave Mountain had made a name for itself in the battle half a month ago, causing many masters from first-rate sects to suffer greatly, this news was still just hearsay. Whether it was true or false had not yet been confirmed, so Yang Kai's announcement was undoubtedly the same as poking a hornet's nest. After the first layer flame area of Lu Yen sand field mysteriously disappeared, the second layer treasure area was exposed. Although the cultivator who came here did not find many precious treasures here, they occasionally found some rare ores. There were even rumors that there was a rich Saint Crystal lode in the territory where the second layer treasure area used to be. There were countless Saint Crystals stored there, enough to increase the strength of a first-rate sect several times over. Saint Crystal lodes were scarce on Shadowed Star. Although the great forces had Saint Crystal lodes in their hands, they did not have many and their mining efficiency was not high. Most of the cultivator who came here came with the idea of finding a Saint Crystal lode, but Yang Kai wanted to drive them all away with just a few words, so how could they bear it? In an instant, the crowd was enraged and clamoring filled the air. As the saying goes, the law does not punish the majority. What's more, Lu Yen Sandfield was one of Shadowed Star's 3 great restricted areas, a place where anyone could enter and leave freely. So what right did Yang Kai have to do this? Listening to the noise and clamor coming from all directions, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, unmoved. In the future, he would consider the supreme profound sect ruins in Lu Yen Sandfield as his base of operations, so naturally, he would not allow irrelevant people to remain nearby. "Shut up!" Yang Kai didn't say anything, but the woman surnamed Yi suddenly shouted. With her peak third-order origin returning realm cultivation coupled with her strange soul secret technique, although her shout wasn't loud, it was enough to cause those who were making noise to feel dizzy and aghast. The scene immediately quieted down. Looking around with her beautiful eyes, the woman surnamed Yi coldly declared, "I'll give you 1 day. If this queen still sees you here after 1 day, don't blame this queen for being impolite." As soon as these words fell, a powerful pressure spread out and the surrounding area seemed to solidify. All the cultivator who was wrapped in this invisible force were shocked to find that they could not move, speak, or even circulate their Saint Chi. Under this power, it was as if they had become as small as ants. How could these stray cats and dogs resist the power of a Shur that had reached the grand accomplishment stage? Even top masters at the third-order origin returning realm would feel like they had fallen into a quagmire after falling into the Shur of this woman surnamed Yi, let alone these cultivators. Third-order origin returning realm. Immediately, some knowledgeable cultivators recognized the terrifying cultivation of this woman surnamed Yi and were horrified. The strong were respected. This was a truth that had never changed since ancient times. The woman surnamed Yi only needed to show a slight hint of her power to shut the noisy people up. After she withdrew her Shur, many of the cultivator immediately summoned their star shuttles and fled at an extremely fast speed. Lu Yen Sandfield's second-layer treasure area did indeed have many benefits and opportunities, but one needed to be alive to enjoy them. If one lost their life, even if there were great benefits in front of them, what use would it be? Although they were unwilling, compared to their own lives, it was undoubtedly unwise to stay here and provoke such a powerful existence. After the first batch of cultivators fled, more and more people quickly left, and in less than half a cup of tea's worth of time, all the cultivators who had gathered around had disappeared. The woman surnamed Yi coldly snorted, turned around, and gently nodded to Yang Yen, respectfully saying, "Master, the miscellaneous people have been cleared out." Yang Yen responded faintly before turning his head to look at the flame barrier in front of him. With a flick of his wrist, the 3 blazing flame rings flew out and merged into the flame barrier of Lu Yen Sandfield. The next moment, a crack appeared on the flame barrier, large enough for the starship to pass through safely. Lu Yen Sandfield's third-layer flame area was originally formed by the 3 blazing flame rings, an emperor artifact. Yang Yen, as the sole clone of one of the great emperors, could naturally control it. Although he could not take back the second flame ring, he could still separate it. After Yang Kai, Yang Yen, and the others jumped into the starship, a humming sound rang out as the starship slowly flew into Lu Yen Sandfield. The journey was unimpeded. A moment later, in the original 4th layer of Lu Yen Sandfield, in front of the supreme profound sect ruins, Yang Kai and the others stood in front of the sect defending array and stared at the cloud-covered cross-mountain range. Amidst the clouds, pavilions and towers could be seen, and the mountain range was filled with rich world energy. Clear springs flowed through the mountains and fields, creating a beautiful scenery that seemed out of this world. Standing here, Wu Yi and the others breathed in the air exaggeratedly, their faces flushed with excitement. Before, when Yang Kai said that there was a new place to settle down, one that was hundreds of times better than Dragon Cave Mountain, they had been skeptical and thought it was impossible, but standing here at this moment, they no longer had the slightest doubt. Before even entering, they had already felt such rich world energy, so what kind of scene would it be if they really entered? Saying that this place was hundreds of times better than Dragon Cave Mountain was not an exaggeration. Moreover, if they could really settle down here, with the flowing flame sandfield's flame barrier protecting them, no one would be able to pose a threat to them. This was simply a paradise, enough to make anyone go crazy and covet it. Was there such an existence in Lu Yen Sandfield? However, this sect defending array seemed to be impregnable, much more profound than Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, so it was hard to say whether it could be broken. Just as everyone was secretly worrying, Yang Yen turned to look at Yang Kai, stretched out her hand, and whispered something to him. No one heard what she said, but Yang Kai understood and reached out to his space ring, took out a token, and handed it to Yang Yen. An emperor token. The woman surnamed Ye's eyes were sharp and immediately recognized that this was a Star Emperor token. Thinking about how she had taken out this Star Emperor token, which had been passed down for countless years, in order to heal her injuries, she could not help feeling guilty and uneasy. The Star Emperor token she had previously owned was a treasure passed down from great emperors, and although the divine technique sealed inside had been used, it was not something she could casually exchange. Thinking of this, the woman surnamed Yi felt uneasy, wondering if her master would blame her for this. Fortunately, Yang Yen did not seem to have any intention of pursuing this matter. Holding the Star Emperor token, he poured his Saint Qi into it and immediately placed it on the sect defending array's light curtain. With a flash of light, countless complex runes appeared on the seemingly impregnable sect defending array and began swimming around like fish. Immediately afterward, a humming sound rang out and accompanied by a strong energy fluctuation. The supreme, profound sect defending array suddenly split apart, revealing a path that led directly to the inside. Although he had a hunch, when Yang Yen opened the light curtain in front of him so easily, Yang Kai could not help smiling bitterly. When he had entered the 4th layer of the Lu Yen Sand Field, he had seen the cultivator named Lung Qing from Star Emperor Mountain violently attacking this light curtain, but unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to destroy it. At that time, that guy named Lung Qing had even invited him, but Yang Kai had refused. Now that he thought about it, His decision at that time was extremely wise. Although this sect-defending array had remained intact for countless years, it was not something a Saint-King realm cultivator could break with brute force. "Let's go." Yang Yan's expression was slightly complicated, as if he was recalling something, but at the same time, he did not seem to have any clue. After all, she was not the original body of the great emperors. Although she had inherited some of the great emperor's memories, they were not complete, so she was both familiar and unfamiliar with this supreme profound sect. Chapter 14:23. The huge supreme profound sect ruins, after tens of thousands of years of silence, finally welcomed its first group of visitors today. Rich world energy wrapped around one's body, making them feel warm and comfortable. There was almost no need to circulate one's secret art for this world energy to flow into one's body on its own. Cultivating in this environment could save several times the amount of time. Not only were Wu Yi and the others excited, even the woman surnamed Yi wore a look of fascination. On Shadowed Star, the place with the richest world energy was Star Emperor Mountain. The woman surnamed Yi, as the former sect master of Star Emperor Mountain, naturally had the right to comment on this matter, but compared to Star Emperor Mountain's world energy here, it was like comparing a small wizard to a great wizard. At the foot of Star Emperor Mountain, there was a top-grade earth vein that provided the flow of world energy, but in the supreme profound sect ruins, there seemed to be more than one such earth vein, but several. In front of them was a set of white jade steps that looked pure and flawless. Even if no one had cleaned them for tens of thousands of years, they were still spotless. These white jade steps were made of the purest jade and had a warm luster that led straight to the top. At a rough count, there were at least 10,000 steps. Yang Kai and Yang Yan walked forward side by side at a leisurely pace, feeling the rich world energy here, while releasing their divine senses to explore their surroundings. The woman surnamed Yi followed closely behind, followed by Changqi and the others. The several dozen disciples who originally belonged to the Haike family fell behind, whispering amongst themselves in groups of 3 or 5, all of them clearly excited. They had followed Wu Yi and left the Haike family to join Dragon Cave Mountain. Although it was a heartfelt act, each of them more or less cherished the memory of their original family. But in the following few years, they had obtained abundant cultivation materials and a good cultivation environment on Dragon Cave Mountain, which gradually gave them a sense of belonging to Dragon Cave Mountain and made them feel as if they were a part of it. Now, Dragon Cave Mountain had been razed to the ground. Although it was a pity, Yang Kai and Yang Yan had led them into a new world, one that was countless times better than Dragon Cave Mountain. The past flashed before his eyes. Every cultivator secretly rejoiced at the decision they had made back then. Those who remained in the Haike family were probably still struggling for some trivial cultivation materials at this moment, but they didn't need to worry about this at all. All they needed to do was sit in meditation and cultivate. There was an unlimited supply of Saint crystals, as well as an unlimited supply of pills. Even their secret treasures were of excellent quality. This kind of treatment was something even the first-class sects on Shadowed Star could not provide, yet they were able to enjoy. If someone from Heaven Battling Union or Thunder Typhoon sect came to invite them to join now, they would definitely scoff at them. So what if they were Heaven Battling Union? So what if it was Thunder Typhoon sect? Could it be compared with Dragon Cave Mountain? Step by step, the steps fell behind them. After about half an hour, Yang Kai and the others finally reached the top. Looking up, they saw 2 towering pillars standing in front of them. Above the 2 giant pillars, there was a huge plaque hanging on it. There were 3 words written on the horizontal board. Supreme Profound Sect. These 3 words faintly gave off a profound and unfathomable charm. It was impossible to imagine who had left behind this handwriting, but their strength was definitely not low, most likely an Origin King Realm Master. The mountain breeze blew by, clear and natural. Looking through the gate of the Supreme Shen sect, one could see mountains and pavilions everywhere. It was a scene that stretched as far as the eye could see. However, in this magnificent sect ruins, there was no sign of life at all. Yang Kai spread out his divine sense but was still unable to cover the entire Supreme Profound sect. Such a huge sect, even if it accommodated 100,000 disciples, would not be crowded, but now less than 100 people had entered. What's more, for a long time there would be less than 100 people living and cultivating here. Each person would have no problem occupying an entire mountain peak. This should be the front hall. Yang Yenyun frowned slightly as she thought of something. Let's split up and explore. It seems that there is no barrier here, but we can't be careless. If you encounter anything suspicious, don't rush in. Just send a message to me or Yang Kai. Okay. Wu Yi nodded and immediately divided the several dozen cultivators into more than a dozen teams of 3 or 5 people before dispersing in all directions. Yang Kai naturally did not remain idle and began exploring the front hall of Supreme Profound Sect alone. He thought there would be some good things left here, but to his surprise there was nothing of value at all. It seemed that all that remained were the huge sect ruins, which disappointed him a little. After exploring for a whole day, Yang Kai gained nothing. On the other hand, the disciples of the Haiku family had good luck. Some of them found some ancient artifacts while others found some pills that could still be taken. One by one, they ran over to report to Yang Kai about what they had found. How could Yang Kai be interested in these things? After a brief inspection, he had them keep them for themselves. This decision stimulated the disciples' desire to explore even more, and in the entire front hall of Supreme Profound Sect, they excitedly walked back and forth, entering and exiting the various palaces. Time flew by and half a month passed. During this half a month, the group of several dozen people did nothing but explore the Supreme Profound Sect ruins. But even so, they had not finished exploring them all. There were 81 mountain peaks in this place, and they varied in size. Every mountain peak had an overwhelming amount of spirit chi, which was not inferior to any sect's main altar in terms of spirit chi. In fact, it might even be better. As for the 9 largest peaks, the richness of the aura was even more amazing. Although there were not many additional gains, being able to settle down in such a place was enough to satisfy everyone. After a while, everyone decided to settle down in the front hall. After all, there were too few people and the Supreme Profound Sect ruins were too large. If they were scattered, it would be inconvenient for them to communicate with each other. Although the aura of the front hall was not as good as that of the 9 largest peaks, it was better than anywhere else. Yang Kai occupied a magnificent palace by himself, which happened to be located at the mouth of a spirit spring. The aura that leaked out of the spirit spring was restricted by a spirit array. With no leakage, it was the best place to cultivate. Of course, Yang Kai was very satisfied. However, now that everyone had settled down here, the name Supreme Profound Sect could no longer be used. After all, they would have to deal with the other great forces on Shadowed Star in the future, so they could not always use the name of Dragon Cave Mountain or Supreme Profound Sect. Yang Yen, Wu Yi, and the others came over to consult Yang Kai, and Yang Kai immediately replaced the plaque of Supreme Profound Sect with High Heaven Sect. Although this was not announced to the world, it could still be considered a low-key sect. High Heaven Pavilion was the sect Yang Kai came from, so it was natural for him to call this new place High Heaven Sect. No one else had any objections to this and did not even ask about the meaning of the name Yang Kai. They had long regarded Yang Kai as a leader, so even if Yang Kai's name was bad, they would not say anything. On the other hand, the woman surnamed Yi praised the name of this new sect. After such a long period of contact, Yang Kai also learned about the background of this woman surnamed Yi. Yi Shiyun, the previous sect master of Star Emperor Mountain, a famous and illustrious figure. On Shadowed Star, she had once wielded great authority, but unfortunately many years ago, she had left Star Emperor Mountain for some unknown reason. Everyone thought she had fallen and died, but no one knew that she had been living in seclusion deep in the mountains and forests. If it weren't for Gu Qi accidentally discovering Yang Yen this time, he wouldn't have been able to escape. She would probably not have come out of seclusion. As the previous sect master of Star Emperor Mountain, Yi Shiyun had only taken 2 things with her when she left Star Emperor Mountain. One was the Origin King Great artifact, the bone incinerating flame lamp, and the other was a portrait of a person. A portrait of Starfield's great emperors. Star Emperor Mountain had an ancient legend that although the great emperors were sleeping, one day they would reappear in the world. Tens of thousands of years had passed. This ancestral teaching had gradually been forgotten, and Star Emperor Mountain itself did not know whether it really had anything to do with the great emperors of Starfield, but Yi Shiyun firmly believed in it. In order to inquire about the secrets of the great emperors, she had searched through ancient books and records and found an amazing clue. The great emperors had encountered a powerful enemy and were severely injured, so they had no choice but to use some kind of divine technique to fall into a deep sleep and wait for their injuries to heal. This coincided with the secret that Yang Yen and Yang Kai had told before. In order to investigate this information, Yi Shiyun had spent several hundred years. During that time, she had not asked about any of Star Emperor Mountain's affairs, resulting in her authority falling to the hands of a traitor and finally being forced to leave Star Emperor Mountain. She had spent so much time inquiring about the clues of the great emperors for only one reason: to break through to the Origin King realm. Although she did not know much about the cultivation of the great emperors, she knew that they had definitely surpassed the Origin King realm. Since the great emperors could reach such a realm tens of thousands of years ago, why couldn't she? Yi Shiyun's original intention was to find a way to break through to the Origin King realm by inquiring about the great emperors, but she had not expected to discover such a secret. After leaving Star Emperor Mountain, Yi Shiyun had lived in seclusion. The portraits of the great emperors were hung in her secluded home, burning a stick of incense in the morning and kowtowing 3 times in the morning and evening. Guqi was a disciple she had adopted many years ago, and although they were master and disciple, Guqi still called her martial ancestor. When he often visited Yi Shiyun or asked her questions about his cultivation, Guqi had naturally seen the portraits of the great emperors many times. As such, when this guy saw Yang Yen in Heavenly Fate City, it was as if he had seen a ghost, a look of fear and trepidation appearing on his face. Last time, when he returned to Yi Shiyun's side and told her what he had seen, Yi Shiyun had rushed over to Dragon Cave Mountain without stopping to wait for her injuries to heal, just in time to encounter a group of masters besieging Dragon Cave Mountain. Although there were people with similar appearances in this world, it was impossible for 2 identical faces to appear. Yi Shiyun guessed at that time that the woman named Yang Yen might be related to the great emperors. After arriving at Dragon Cave Mountain and communicating with Yang Yen using her communication artifact, Yi Shiyun immediately confirmed her guess. Otherwise, how could she have helped Dragon Cave Mountain for no reason? How could a peak third-order origin returning realm cultivator be so obedient to Yang Yen? If Yi Shiyun had any doubts before, after these days of contact, all of them were gone. In this world, only the great emperors could refine such a starship, and only the great emperors could easily break through the supreme profound sect defending array. She subconsciously thought that Yang Yen was the reincarnation of the great emperors, unaware that the true bodies of the great emperors were still sleeping in the Emperor Garden. Chapter 1424. Time flew by and more than 10 days passed. After experiencing the initial excitement and novelty, the people of Dragon Cave Mountain gradually adapted to life in the Supreme Profound Sect's former site, which was now High Heaven Sect. Here, the world energy aura was abundant and the air was clear and natural. It was one of the best cultivation holy lands in the world. Compared to the floating continent Yang Kai had entered when he first set foot in Star Territory, this place was only slightly inferior. The only fly in the ointment was that the entire Lu Yen sand field was still surrounded by 2 of the 3 blazing flame rings, isolating it from the rest of the world. Not only was it difficult to communicate with the outside world, but when one looked up, one couldn't even see the sun, moon, or stars. Of course, everything had its pros and cons. High Heaven Pavilion seemed to be isolated from the rest of the world, but it was also free from many disturbances. Otherwise, with just a few dozen people occupying such a large and beautiful place, it would be strange if no one coveted it. Oh! Everything was in order. The 10,000-year incense that Yang Kai brought back from the 6th layer of the Lu Yen sandfield was placed by Yang Yen in the front hall's secret hall, guarded by layers of spirit arrays. If a disciple wanted to break through, they could apply to Wu Yi and the others. After obtaining approval, they could go to the secret hall and use the 10,000-year incense to enter retreat. The 9-branch jade crystal tree was also placed there. Both of these treasures could help one comprehend the mysteries of the heavenly way and martial Tao, as well as allow one to clear their mind and expel heart demons. Both were treasures that could help one achieve breakthroughs. Both the 10,000-year incense and the 9-branch jade crystal tree were originally placed in Yang Kai's cave mansion on Dragon Cave Mountain. However, more than a month ago, when powerful enemies besieged Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Yan took the opportunity to move these treasures. At that time, Wu Yi had taken advantage of the enemy's attention being attracted by Yang Kai to secretly escape with the help of Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit arrays in order to move these treasures. There was also the red candle holder and a small petal of the red candle fruit. They were now living peacefully in a medicinal garden in the front hall. Although they would not grow again, their medicinal effects were perfectly preserved. Even the mother stalk of the blood sword grass was brought here by Yang Yan. The huge blood essence stone was also brought here. These things were good treasures that could be used to arrange array cores. How could Yang Yan forget about them? It could be said that although Dragon Cave Mountain had been razed to the ground, High Heaven Sect had not suffered the slightest loss. On the contrary, High Heaven Sect had taken advantage of this battle to make a name for itself. At least a dozen great forces and hundreds of origin returning realm masters had joined forces to attack Yang Kai, but in the end, they had suffered heavy casualties and had to flee in embarrassment. Such a battle record was something even the top sects of Shadowed Star could not achieve. Only Star Emperor Mountain was capable of such a feat after that battle. No one dared to not put Dragon Cave Mountain in their eyes anymore, and the name of Dragon Cave Mountain's master, Yang Kai, spread far and wide. Performing such a feat with a trivial third-order Saint King cultivation, it was easy for him to become a hot topic in the streets and taverns. High Heaven Sect was established in a low-key manner, and without Yang Kai's knowledge, Wu Yi and the others took the initiative to appoint him as sect master. Yang Yan became vice sect master while Yi Shiyun became great elder. Chang Qi, Howen, Ning Xiangchan, Gu Qi, and the others were all elders. A small sect with only a few dozen people was beginning to take shape. Although it was small, it had all the essentials, and this was only because no one was willing to open their doors to accept disciples. With the prime location that High Heaven Sect now occupied, coupled with its current popularity, all it needed to do was say a single word and it would likely become a bustling market, with countless cultivators without any backing coming to seek shelter. With its foundation unstable, now was not the time to do such things. Everyone understood this truth. The divine tree was once again released by Yang Kai. In the battle more than a month ago, the divine tree's performance had left Yang Kai dumbfounded. Naturally, Yang Kai would not be stingy with it, immediately forcing out 2 drops of golden blood for the divine tree to absorb and refine. The stone mongoose's performance was also commendable, and it also received a very generous reward, a large number of rare metals and ores. The stone mongoose could enhance its strength by absorbing the essence of these metals and ores. This was its innate divine technique. The front hall of High Heaven Pavilion gradually calmed down as everyone went about their duties. Yang Kai was also in retreat. Only Yang Yan, Wu Yi, and the others were busy. After all, this place would be her sect's headquarters in the future. So Yang Yan naturally had to rearrange the barriers and spirit arrays. Fortunately, most of the barriers and spirit arrays in Supreme Profound Sect could still be used. It was just that they had run out of energy. So all Yang Yan needed to do was repair them slightly or refill them with Saint Crystals. This was not a difficult task for Yang Yan, and in fact, she enjoyed it quite a bit. Yi Shiyun stayed by her side all day long, never leaving her side, maintaining her status as a subordinate. Yang Kai had occasionally noticed that when this woman looked at Yang Yan, her eyes would fill with fanaticism and worship, as if she would do anything Yang Yan commanded without hesitation. First Heavenly Palace, the palace Yang Kai currently occupied. Inside one of the rooms, he sat cross-legged with his hands stretched out in front of him, holding a green, sword-like artifact in his palms. Although it looked like a long sword, it actually did not have a blade, making it appear extremely blunt. However, at the hilt of this sword, there was a longan-sized bead embedded in it, and inside this green sword body, there was a snake-like thing swimming happily. This long sword artifact was naturally the product of the fusion of the dragon bone and dragon bead. The dragon bone and dragon bead's original form was an aggressive, poisonous dragon. As a part of an ancient divine spirit, its strength was simply unfathomable. As such, even if it was just a piece of dragon bone and a crude dragon bead, this artifact still possessed unfathomable power. During the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai had fully experienced its power, but unfortunately, the wisp of dragon soul was extremely arrogant and unwilling to be controlled by him, nearly causing an accident on the spot. In the end, Yang Kai had used his blossoming lotus secret technique to forcibly suppress it. At that time, Yang Kai had been forced to do so as a stopgap measure, not a long-term solution. Now that Yang Kai had taken out the sword artifact, he naturally intended to solve this problem once and for all. Otherwise, every time he used it in the future, he would have to forcibly suppress it. Not only would he not be able to display its full power, but he would also likely suffer a backlash. This was not a joke. Suffering a backlash from one's own artifact was not uncommon. Forcing one's own artifact to wield a powerful artifact with low strength was a common occurrence. Therefore, any cultivator who chose an artifact would choose one that was suitable for them based on their own strength and the limits of their ability. It did not mean that the more powerful an artifact was, the better. Moreover, the dragon bone sword in Yang Kai's hand could barely be regarded as a prototype and had not been completely refined. It had only reached a level where it could be used. After all, how could it be so easy to refine the body of an ancient divine spirit? However, what made Yang Kai very happy was that this dragon bone sword seemed to be able to grow and evolve. During the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, this sword had transformed into a giant dark green dragon, and after swallowing the flesh and blood essence of several origin-returning realm cultivator, its aura had significantly increased. After discovering this at that time, Yang Kai did not dare let it swallow at will. It was already difficult for him to completely suppress it now, so wouldn't allowing it to become even stronger be equivalent to smashing his own foot with a stone? Only after this hidden danger was completely resolved could it be allowed to grow unscrupulously. Green all over. I'll call you Green Drop. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he suddenly muttered to himself. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the hilt of the sword, pouring a massive amount of Saint Chi into it like a tide. A loud dragon roar resounded throughout First Heavenly Palace, and in the next moment, a gust of wind swept through the room as a dazzling green light burst forth. A violent coercion swept out as a giant dark green dragon suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. It was none other than the verdant dragon bone sword's illusory form, its massive dragon body hovering in place. Its head held high as its two gong-sized eyes stared down at Yang Kai, a look of disdain flashing across its eyes. Although it was only a remnant soul and didn't have much consciousness left, the pride and arrogance of an ancient divine spirit could not be erased. In front of the divine spirit race, Yang Kai's current strength was as insignificant as an ant. As the dragon pressure raged, Yang Kai's bones crackled as if he was being crushed by a towering mountain, causing him to feel an indescribable sense of powerlessness. However, Yang Kai did not retreat, nor did he show the slightest timidity, instead simply staring back at the dragon head indifferently. The demon eye of annihilation appeared in Yang Kai's left eye, its long and narrow golden pupil seemingly exuding infinite demonic power. Around this golden pupil, there was also an inexplicable glow. This was the colored glass divine light. When combined with the demon eye of annihilation, the two complemented each other. Their power was not as simple as 1 + 1. This time, Yang Kai did not use the blossoming lotus secret technique. After all, if he wanted to enjoy the pride of the dragon soul, relying solely on this secret technique was not advisable. He had to let it know its current situation, let it know who was its master and who was its servant in the future. Only in this way would he be able to use it as he pleased in the future without worrying about being devoured by it. One big and one small, two pairs of eyes stared at each other, one filled with contempt and the other with dignity, neither showing any intention of backing down. Even if the dragon bone and dragon bead had been refined by Yang Kai for several years and had long since been tainted with his aura, wanting to completely subdue it was not a simple matter. An invisible contest unfolded between Yang Kai and the giant dark green dragon as invisible spiritual energy shockwaves spread out in all directions. Fortunately, the barriers around First Heavenly Palace were quite good, otherwise it would likely have been destroyed in an instant. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was only at the Third Order Saint King realm, the strength of his spiritual energy was not inferior to that of a Second Order Origin returning realm master. Coupled with the assistance of the Demon Eye of Annihilation, even a Third Order Origin returning realm master would suffer a great loss if caught off guard. Even so, it was still extremely difficult for him to deal with the Dragon Soul. No matter how Yang Kai urged his divine sense to exert pressure on the Dragon Soul, the other party remained unmoved, showing no signs of panic, fear, or submission. As time passed slowly, Yang Kai's face gradually paled. Using his spiritual energy continuously and unrestrainedly, even with his profound foundation, was becoming difficult for him to bear. The Demon Eye of Annihilation was already oozing with blood, and his entire left eye was completely red. The golden pupil was constantly emitting an invisible suction force, trying to shake the dragon soul, but like waves crashing into a reef, the reef remained motionless, unable to move. Chapter 14:25. The stalemate lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, but Yang Kai was unable to make any progress. On the contrary, his spiritual energy had been exhausted and his knowledge sea had dried up. If not for the 7-colored soul-warming lotus nourishing his soul, his current situation would have been enough to consign him to eternal damnation. Yang Kai felt like his head was being pierced by thousands of needles, causing him great pain. Inside his room in First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai let out a muffled roar. The Demon Eye of Annihilation collapsed on its own. Without spiritual energy as its source, the Demon Eye of Annihilation could not be used at all. This was the first time the Demon Eye of Annihilation had failed. In the past, when Yang Kai used it, whether it was against enemies or as a deterrent, it had a great effect. But now it had no effect on the remnant soul inside the verdant dragon bone sword. Yang Kai not only did not feel annoyed, he was actually quite happy. The more difficult it was to deal with, the greater the value of the dragon bone sword. As long as he could find a way to subdue this dragon soul, it would be of great help to him. What should I do to make it submit? Yang Kai gasped for breath as he stared at the giant dark green dragon in front of him, deep in thought. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He raised his eyebrows and a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. His expression flickered. Although it was just a vague idea, it was absolutely necessary to try it. As the saying goes, those closely involved cannot see clearly. Yang Kai had completely forgotten that there was still a true dragon remnant soul inside his body. It was the Dragon Emperor's inheritance he obtained in Dragon Phoenix Palace's Dragon Valley on Tongxian Realm. After obtaining this inheritance, a golden dragon tattoo had appeared on his body. Before, Yang Kai had not seen much and did not know much about the mysteries of this golden dragon tattoo, but after exploring the Emperor Garden with Fei Ji Tu and the others, he had learned about the existence of ancient divine spirits. Since the Phoenix Empress inheritance he obtained from the Phoenix Nest was an Ice Phoenix remnant soul, the Dragon Emperor inheritance he obtained in Dragon Valley must be the same. Although he had not verified this, Yang Kai felt that his guess should be correct. There was no reason for the Dragon Emperor's inheritance to be worse than the Phoenix Empress. Perhaps he could use the Dragon Monarch's inheritance to achieve this. Thinking of this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated. No matter what, this was a way. Whether or not it would work would depend on the will of the heavens. He reached out and unbuttoned his clothes, taking off his top. His refined body was immediately exposed to the air. Yang Kai's body didn't look very strong, but his figure was extremely well proportioned. His muscles hid a huge amount of power, which was very pleasing to the eye. At this moment, there were 2 diagrams that were like tattoos on his body. One was the diagram of a golden dragon, and the other was the diagram of an ice phoenix. Both of them looked extremely lifelike. The only difference was that the golden dragon pattern seemed to be alive. It was swimming around Yang Kai's body, while the ice phoenix pattern was fixed in one place and did not move. In the final analysis, this ice phoenix pattern was the Phoenix Empress inheritance and did not belong to Yang Kai. It was only temporarily using his body as a medium. On the other hand, The golden dragon pattern was the Dragon Emperor's inheritance and belonged to Yang Kai himself. When Yang Kai swept the Ice Phoenix tattoo with his divine sense, he was surprised to find that its eyes actually moved slightly, as if it was looking directly at him, but after a brief moment, it went still. Yang Kai didn't know if it was just his imagination. However, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly flashed to Su Yan's figure. The reason this Ice Phoenix pattern was left on him was because he wanted to give it to Su Yan. Unfortunately, after so many years, he had never had a chance to see her again. He didn't know how she was doing now. He didn't know if she was being bullied. He also didn't know if her cultivation was progressing smoothly. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai composed himself and focused his attention on the golden dragon pattern. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai began circulating his yin-yang joyous unification art. Although he did not have Su Yan to cooperate with him, Yang Kai was already familiar with this secret art, so it was not difficult for him to circulate it. As his Saint Qi surged, the golden dragon pattern swam even faster, as if it was being nourished. After a short while, a deafening dragon roar suddenly came out, and a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out, enveloping the entire room in it. The original green color in the room instantly dimmed a lot. The giant dark green dragon, which had been staring at Yang Kai indifferently, its eyes filled with contempt, suddenly became flustered, as if it had encountered some kind of nemesis, its eyes trembling violently, revealing a faint sense of panic. Roar. Golden light radiated from Yang Kai's body, and the phantom of a giant golden dragon condensed above his head, like a god overlooking the giant dark green dragon. The two giant dragons were about the same in size and appearance. The only difference was the color of the two dragons. One was gold, one was green. Although the giant green dragon had a fearful expression on its face, it was clearly unwilling to show weakness to the enemy. It raised its head, and the green light shone brightly, covering up a little of the golden light. It seemed to be on par with the majesty of the giant golden dragon. Seeing this scene, Kai Yang was overjoyed. He knew that this time he was like a blind cat running into a dead mouse. Since he had found the correct method, naturally he wasn't willing to give up halfway. Forcing himself to focus, he began to circulate the yin-yang joyous unification art. The golden light became even brighter and once again suppressed the green light. But this was not the end of it. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret was triggered, but with a crisp phoenix cry, the Ice Phoenix tattoo that was originally fixed on Yang Kai's body turned into a stream of light and shot out. Cold air swept out in all directions while the golden dragon's body exuded a scorching hot energy. Cold and hot, according to common sense, should be mutually exclusive, but at this moment they were blending together. Not only did there not seem to be any conflict, but it also increased the power of the other party. The golden light, green light, and white shadow collided with each other, creating a crackling sound. The green light was already no match for the golden light and was being suppressed, but now with the addition of the white shadow, it was defeated in an instant. With a swishing sound and a burst of light, Yang Kai couldn't see anything at all. He only felt that the golden and white lights were frantically suppressing the green light, and under the investigation of his divine sense, the green light was also shrinking at an incredible speed. Kong. With a muffled bang, Yang Kai's body shook. When he opened his eyes again and looked around, he found that his room was a mess, as if it had been ravaged by a violent storm. Even the barriers around First Heavenly Palace had been torn apart. On his body, the golden dragon tattoo had returned and was still swimming around happily as before, while the Ice Phoenix tattoo was once again fixed in a certain place. It was as if everything before was just an illusion and had never happened. However, Yang Kai's attention was immediately attracted by the verdant dragon bone sword on the ground. Reaching out and grasping it, an indescribable feeling came over him. If holding this verdant dragon bone sword before was like holding an artifact, then now Yang Kai felt a connection with it, as if this verdant dragon bone sword had become a part of him and was at his disposal. Although it was very weak, it was a completely different feeling from before. Raising his brow, Yang Kai poured his Saint Qi into this sword, causing it to immediately transform into a giant dark green dragon. However, unlike before, the contempt and disdain in this giant dark green dragon's eyes had completely disappeared, replaced by docility and obedience. Yang Kai grinned, unable to contain his joy. He hadn't expected that the idea he had inadvertently come up with would actually succeed. Using dragon pressure to resist dragon pressure was really possible. Moreover, after such a display, Yang Kai faintly felt that the golden dragon tattoo on his body seemed to be superior to this giant dark green dragon. Both were remnant souls of ancient divine spirits, but the giant dark green dragon was obviously at a disadvantage when facing the golden dragon tattoo alone. Even without the addition of the Ice Phoenix remnant soul, Yang Kai felt that it was only a matter of time before he could subdue it. The addition of the Ice Phoenix only shortened that time by a great deal. With a single thought, the giant dark green dragon began flying according to Yang Kai's will. From now on, when he used the verdant dragon bone sword, he no longer had to worry about it suffering backlash. Having resolved this hidden danger in his heart, Yang Kai was in a good mood. After experimenting for a long time in his room, Yang Kai reluctantly took the dragon bone sword back into his body and continued to nourish it with his Saint Chi. His current strength was still too low to exert the full power of this artifact, and the artifact itself had yet to be fully refined. Yang Kai didn't know how powerful this verdant dragon bone sword would be once all the conditions were met. This was something worth looking forward to. Taking out some pills from his space ring and swallowing them, Yang Kai calmed his mind, sat down cross-legged, and began to restore his consumed Saint Chi and spiritual energy. In just one day, Yang Kai's vitality had been restored to its peak, and just as Yang Kai was about to get up, a loud buzz came from outside and the entire first heavenly palace began to shake. Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he subconsciously thought that High Heaven Sect was being attacked, but after thinking about it for a moment, he realized that wasn't quite right. High Heaven Sect now occupied the Supreme Profound Sect's ruins and was protected by the 3 blazing flame rings on the outside and the sect defending array on the inside. Who on Shadowed Star had the ability to attack High Heaven Sect? Moreover, judging from the turbulence of the world energy, it didn't seem to be a reaction to an attack. Instead, it seemed to be an internal change. Frowning slightly, Yang Kai stood up, pushed open the door, and walked out. Outside of First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai determined a certain direction and his figure flickered as he approached it at an extremely fast speed. A short while later, Yang Kai arrived at the huge square in the front hall of High Heaven Sect. At this moment, several dozen disciples were gathered here, as were all the great elders of the sect, but all of them were looking up at the sky, their eyes fixed on it, as if there was something up there that attracted their attention. Following their gazes, Yang Kai showed a look of surprise because, mid-air, Yang Yen was floating with a solemn expression on her face, her beautiful black hair fluttering in the wind, her hands constantly forming seals as pure Saint Chi emerged from her tender body and transformed into a stream of light that shot towards the sky. Perceiving the arrival of Yang Kai, everyone saluted. Chapter 1426. Now that High Heaven Sect could be considered a sect, everyone present, as elders and disciples, naturally could not lack etiquette when meeting the sect master. Even Yi Shiyun, the strongest master in the group, nodded lightly to Yang Kai, but soon, she shifted her gaze and continued to stare at Yang Inflammation's movements, a fanatical light flashing across her beautiful eyes. This woman really takes Yang Inflammation as an idol. Yang Kai quietly curled his lips. He couldn't blame her though. The reputation of the great emperors of Starfield was simply too shocking. The reason Yang Kai could get along with Yang Inflammation so calmly was because they were so familiar with each other. What is this? Yang Kai stared at the sky and asked in confusion. Reporting to Sect Master, Vice Sect Master Yang wants to open the barrier around Lu Yen Sandfield so that our sect can see the sun and moon again. Ning Xiangchun quickly replied, his tone full of respect, his pair of old eyes overflowing with light, seemingly unable to conceal his admiration for Yang Inflammation. In this world, who could open the barrier around Lu Yen Sandfield? Only yang inflammation. No wonder Ning Xiangchun had such a look of reverence on his face. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai gently nodded, understanding Yang inflammation's plan in his heart. So he didn't ask any more questions. Although everyone had moved to the Supreme Profound Sect ruins and changed its name to High Heaven Sect, the 3 blazing flame rings had always shrouded this place. The fiery red barrier obscured the sky, making it impossible to see the sun, moon, and stars. Living in such an environment for a long time, one would feel somewhat depressed. Therefore, Yang Inflammation should be planning to open the flame barrier that covered the sky and reconnect the current High Heaven Sect to the outside world. This was a good thing, and only Yang Inflammation could do it. Yang Kai naturally had no intention of expressing his opinion, so he just stood quietly with everyone, waiting and watching. A stream of pure Saint Qi gushed out from Yang Inflammation's tender body, turning into a stream of light that shot towards a certain spot in the sky and disappeared in an instant. As time passed, a whirlpool vaguely appeared in the fiery red sky. The whirlpool was small at first, but it gradually grew in size. The swirling vortex was a ghastly sight, causing people to shudder in fear. It was as if it wanted to swallow the entire sky. After another half an hour or so, accompanied by a shout from Yang Inflammation, the red ring on her wrist buzzed and shot up into the sky, expanding, directly transformed into a huge ring about a dozen kilometers or so in diameter. This ring slowly rose up into the sky, until it finally came into contact with the flame barrier that covered the sky. Soon after, it fixed itself at a certain spot and did not move at all. It just happened to wrap around the huge whirlpool. Immediately, the vortex rapidly shrank and an unparalleled suction force emerged from it. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the flame barrier covering High Heaven Sect burst like a bubble, revealing a space of more than a dozen kilometers around the same size as the vortex. A burst of cheers rang out as all the disciples leapt up in joy. Yang Kai also grinned happily, but soon his eyes were attracted by something in the sky, and a stunned expression appeared on his face. Sure enough, Yang Inflammation also murmured softly, her beautiful eyes staring at a certain spot in the sky as her brow furrowed slightly. Immediately after, she waved her hand and the first ring of the 3 blazing flame rings flew back down and landed on her wrist. However, the flame barrier did not close again, and instead maintained a gap of a dozen kilometers or so, allowing sunlight to pour in and allow people to see the blue sky and white clouds outside. However, at this moment, in addition to the blue sky and white clouds, there was another object that attracted the most attention. It was a huge and magnificent palace, the Emperor Garden. Why is that thing here? Wasn't it on Dragon Cave Mountain? When did it move here? A burst of shouts rang out as several dozen disciples wore worried looks on their faces. Once bitten, twice shy. The reason why Dragon Cave Mountain had suffered such a disaster last time was ultimately because of the appearance of the Emperor Garden, causing it to become the center of a vortex of struggle. Originally, everyone had left Dragon Cave Mountain and found a new place to settle down, one that was thousands of times better than the previous Dragon Cave Mountain, sweeping away all of their previous worries. But now, after just a few days of peace, the Emperor Garden had appeared right above them again. This was somewhat unacceptable to all of them. The dignified Emperor Garden, one of Shadowed Star's 3 great forbidden zones, was like a dogskin plaster that could not be shaken off. What's more, Dragon Cave Mountain was a 2-month journey from here, so no one knew when the Emperor Garden had appeared above High Heaven Sect. After all, High Heaven Sect had been enveloped by the 3 blazing flame rings all this time, making it impossible to see what was happening outside. Only Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation knew the reason. Yi Shiyun might have some guesses, but she could not be certain. Yang Inflammation landed lightly from the sky and stood beside Yang Kai, her expression indifferent, making it impossible to tell if she was happy or angry. Glancing over at her, Yang Kai asked softly, "Did you know about this long ago and decided to break the barrier? And I sensed something, but I wasn't sure. However, regardless of whether this happened or not, the barrier in the sky would have been broken sooner or later. This time, it was just a coincidence." Yang Inflammation gently nodded. Yang Kai understood and pondered for a moment before turning his head to the disciples and shouting, "What are you all shouting for? Since the Emperor Garden has appeared here, it must have its reasons. There's nothing to make a fuss about, just do what you need to do." Hearing Yang Kai's words, the commotion in the crowd calmed down and all of them nodded before respectfully withdrawing. After the weaker disciples left, Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "I don't know when the Emperor Garden moved here, but since it has appeared here, it should be quite lively outside Luyan's desert right now." The Emperor Garden had played a big joke on all of Shadowed Star this time. When it first appeared, it was suspended directly above Dragon Cave Mountain, causing countless great forces on Shadowed Star to gather in Heavenly Fate City. But no one had expected that it would actually move. Since it had now appeared above High Heaven Sect, the masters on Shadowed Star must have also chased after it. This was without a doubt. The Emperor Jades had appeared and the Emperor Garden's opening was not far away, so no one wanted to miss this opportunity. "Do you want to go out and take a look?" Yang Inflammation asked. Yang Kai nodded. Knowing that the front door of his home must be very lively right now, Yang Kai certainly would not sit idly by. "I'll go with you," Yang Inflammation said worriedly. Yang Kai glanced at her but did not refuse, nodding, "All right." After a brief discussion, Yang Inflammation immediately summoned the Flying Shark battle shuttle and the two of them flew in. Yi Shiyun did not leave Yang Inflammation's side, so naturally she would not fall behind. High Heaven Sect was originally located in the fourth layer of the Luyan Sandfield, but now that the first layer flame area had disappeared, only the third layer flame area stood in front of High Heaven Sect. Soon, the Flying Shark battle shuttle passed through the fourth layer and set foot on the third layer flame area. But with Yang Inflammation here, the rolling flames were no threat to the three of them at all. They simply parted to the sides and opened up a path for them. After a long time, the Flying Shark battle shuttle flickered slightly and appeared outside the flame barrier. The hatch opened and Yang Kai strode out, but just as he stood firm, he couldn't help raising his brow and sweeping his eyes around with a faint smile. At this moment, a large number of cultivator had gathered outside the Luyan sand field, some in groups of 3 or 5, some in neat rows, all of them staring towards the Luyan sand field anxiously. Almost everyone Yang Kai knew, didn't know, and had enmity with or without enmity with were gathered here, including several hundred great forces from all over Shadowed Star. It could be said that all the cultivator who originally lived in Heavenly Fate City had followed the Emperor Garden here. When the Flying Shark battle shuttle broke out of the Luyan sand field and Yang Kai appeared, it instantly attracted everyone's attention, all of them dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. Since the Luyan sandfield was known as a restricted area, it was naturally extremely dangerous. When it was not open, no one could break into it. There was once an origin returning realm master who thought he was strong enough to break into the Luyan sand field, but as soon as he set foot in the first layer flame area, he was melted away. The Luyan sand field, when it was not open, was not something a human could resist. Only when it was open could a cultivator below the origin returning realm use their own strength to enter. But now, Yang Kai had walked out safely from inside, so didn't that mean he had been inside all this time? How was this possible? Many of the masters present thought they were seeing things, their eyes filled with disbelief and envy. Although they did not know what method Yang Kai had used to freely enter and exit the Luyan sand field, it was obviously extraordinary. Moreover, there were many benefits in this restricted area, so if Yang Kai could enter and leave freely, didn't that mean he had monopolized all the good things inside? The masters who had enmity with Yang Kai all wore gloomy expressions, almost coughing up blood in frustration. Yang Kai was still young, but he was already so difficult to deal with. If he was allowed to monopolize the resources in the Luyan sandfield for a long time, once he fully matured, who on Shadowed Star would be his opponent? Thinking so, many of the masters present exchanged glances as murderous intent filled their hearts. However, not everyone had murderous intent towards Yang Kai. Shadow Moon Hall's Great Elder Qian Tong and Heavenly Fate City's City Lord Fei Ji Tu both looked over with surprise and joy. After hesitating for a long time, Qian Tong called out, "Yang Kai, there are rumors circulating outside that you have settled down here. Is that true?" When the people from Dragon Cave Mountain first arrived here, they had expelled a group of cultivators, and Yang Kai had declared the surrounding 10,000 kilometers around Lu Yen sand field a restricted area. So this news had naturally spread out early on. Many masters on Shadowed Star had also heard about it, but none of them had taken it seriously. No one thought that Yang Kai and a trivial Dragon Cave Mountain could settle down in the Lu Yen sand field, all of them thinking this little brat was just spouting nonsense. Even Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu laughed after hearing this, thinking that Yang Kai was just venting his anger over the destruction of Dragon Cave Mountain. But at this moment, no one dared to think so. Yang Kai had clearly come out of the flowing flame sand field aboard that strange small starship, so seeing was believing, so no one could doubt it. Chapter 14:27. Seeing that it was Qian Tong who asked, Yang Kai naturally didn't show any disdain, simply smiling and cupping his fists politely. Junior greets Elder Qian and City Lord Fei. Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu glanced at each other with happy expressions. They could naturally see that Yang Kai didn't show the slightest contempt for them just because of his fame or the fact that he controlled a powerful starship. This little brat still treated them as his seniors and didn't lack etiquette. Qian Tong's previous care had not been in vain. Considering all this, both of them felt relieved. Brother Wei, Sister Dong, you've also come. Yang Kai then turned to the man and woman standing behind Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu and greeted them with a smile. This man and woman were naturally Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer. The two of them quickly returned the courtesy, but there was still a trace of surprise on their faces, as if they had not yet recovered from the scene just now. Yang Kai, that rumor. Qian Tong and the other juniors finished exchanging pleasantries before asking again. Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he said loudly, Yes, the outside rumors are true. Now, I and a group of friends have settled down in Lu Yen sand field. His voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for everyone to hear. As soon as this statement came out, there was an uproar with some questioning, some envying, and others gnashing their teeth. Good, good, good. Qian Tong was shocked but also happy for Yang Kai. It's great that you have a place to settle down, and such a precious place at that. I'm sure such a thing will never happen again in the future. Living in Lu Yen sand field could be said to be free of worries, and there was no need to worry about being attacked again. If anyone wanted to attack Yang Kai, they would have to first break through the flame area. Who could do such a thing? No one on Shadowed Star could do so. Thank you for your concern, Elder Qian, but I don't think there will be any blind fools coming to disturb Junior's cultivation in the future. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally glancing at some of the masters. This caused many people's faces to darken, but they couldn't say anything. This junior should have sent a letter earlier, but I've been busy these days and haven't had the time to rest. Fortunately, the two seniors have come here in person. Since you've come, why don't you come in with Brother Wei and Miss Dong? Junior has some things he would like to ask. Kai Yang proposed. He wasn't being polite. He really did have something he wanted to ask. Go inside. Hearing this, Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu's faces lit up. They looked at each other and nodded without hesitation. Good. The two of us also have the same idea. We're just afraid that Yang Kai won't welcome us. Elder Qian must be joking. This junior is too late to invite you. How could he dare say he won't welcome you? Yang Kai stepped aside and smiled. This way, please. Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu smiled at each other but didn't refuse, their figures flickering as they entered the flying shark battle shuttle. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer also hurriedly followed. Although the flying shark battle shuttle didn't look very big from the outside, it was big enough to accommodate 20 to 30 people without feeling crowded. There were also many rooms inside, so as soon as they entered, Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu looked around with great interest, exclaiming in amazement and admiration. After discovering Yi Shiyun standing behind Yang Yen indifferently, the two of them hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. In front of Yi Shiyun, they didn't dare put on any airs. In fact, they were much younger than Yi Shiyun, so if they wanted to put on airs, it was Yi Shiyun's business. There's no need to be polite, just find a place to sit down. After sect master finishes dealing with the matters outside, we'll return together. Yi Shiyun waved her hand lightly. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too quickly nodded, found a chair, and sat down. His own elders were trembling with fear, as if they were walking on thin ice. So Wei Guchong, a junior, didn't dare to say anything, standing straight behind Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, not even daring to breathe loudly. Outside the flying shark battle shuttle, Yang Kai stood straight in place with an indifferent expression. Although many of the masters present had higher cultivation than him, this was his own territory, so how could Yang Kai be afraid? After pondering for a moment, he said in a clear voice, "This Yang must have heard what you just heard. From now on, this Lu Yen Sandland is the territory of my High Heaven sect. I ask that you not stay here for long, otherwise, it will be regarded as a provocation to my High Heaven sect. As for the consequences, heh. High Heaven sect? What's that? Is there such a sect on Shadowed Star?" Many people voiced their doubts, many of them puzzled, but Mo Xiao, Chang Peng Xian, and the others frowned as they faintly guessed something. High Heaven sect is a sect founded by this Yang Kai and like-minded friends. Its headquarters is in the Lu Yen Sandland. Did you hear me clearly? Yang Kai shouted again, taking this opportunity to announce the establishment of High Heaven sect to the world. Founded a sect? Just by you? Even louder doubts and noises rang out. It was no wonder they reacted like this. The establishment of a sect was not a casual matter. At the very least, there needed to be a master capable of holding down the fort. Looking around, of all the big and small forces on Shadowed Star, which one of them did not have a strength equivalent to an origin-returning realm master? Occasionally, there would be a saint king who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth and founded a sect, but they would not survive for long. For various reasons, they would disappear in the long river of history. As such, no one took this unfamiliar High Heaven sect seriously, much less a saint king like Yang Kai. Letting these people make noise and despise him, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sarcastic smile, remaining completely unmoved. "Boy!" A shout suddenly rang out, and Yang Kai turned to see Mo Xiaosheng of Heaven Battling Union staring at him with a gloomy face. "What you just said, is it true? What does Senior Mo think?" Yang Kai asked instead of answering. Although Mo Xiaosheng had participated in the siege on Dragon Cave Mountain last time, Yang Kai did not intend to settle accounts with him now. After all, his strength was still slightly lacking. It would not be too late to settle accounts with him after he grew up. In any case, Heaven Battling Union was such a big force that it would not suddenly disappear. Mo Xiaosheng's eyes narrowed, and after a moment of silence, he asked, "This old master will assume you are not joking. But who is your noble sect's sect master?" Junior is not talented, but he has taken up the position of sect master. In the future, I hope seniors can provide me with some guidance. Yang Kai grinned. Sure enough, Mo Xiaosheng was also a shrewd person. Although he knew that Yang Kai would not let this matter rest, at this moment, he did not show the slightest intention of making things difficult for him. Instead, he put on a pleasant smile and said, "Little friend Yang is a dragon among dragons, so there is nothing wrong with him becoming the sect master of your noble sect. In the future, your noble sect will definitely become an existence not inferior to my Heaven Battling Union, perhaps even surpassing it. Congratulations, this is truly a cause for celebration." A strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he grinned meaningfully. "Senior Mo is too kind. The reason High Heaven Pavilion was created was because this Yang and his friends wanted a place to live. High Heaven Pavilion is the same as this junior. We do not have any great ambitions and only want to live in peace. If others don't offend us, we won't offend them. This old dog wants to push me into the heart of the struggle. He's simply too insidious." Yang Kai secretly cursed. Although Mo Xiaosheng's face was kind and his tone was even gentler, his words just now were obviously filled with malicious intent. Heaven Battling Union was already enough on Shadowed Star. If another great force of equal or greater strength were to appear, how could any other great force survive? Mo Xiaosheng was obviously trying to draw hatred towards High Heaven sect. These old fogies were all old fogies, none of them easy to deal with. If others don't offend us, we won't offend them. Mo Xiaosheng's eyes flashed as a trace of anger appeared. With his shrewdness, he naturally understood the meaning of Yang Kai's words. The other party was obviously using the incident on Dragon Cave Mountain to remind him that since he had offended him, he would not let him off easily. However, now was not the time to make things difficult for him, so after thinking about it for a moment, Mo Xiaosheng said, "Since your noble sect has just been established, there must be many things waiting to be done. This old master intends to enter and observe. Perhaps he will be able to offer some help. What does Sect Master Yang think?" "That's not a good proposal." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, not showing the slightest intention of giving him face. As Senior said, Shrouded Sect has just been established and indeed has many things waiting to be done. Now is not the time to entertain guests. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will invite Senior. Mo Xiaosheng fell silent. He didn't want to enter High Heaven Sect to inquire about any secrets, but now that the Emperor Garden had suddenly appeared here, he certainly didn't want to wait outside Lu Yen Sandfield. Otherwise, once the Emperor Garden opened, those who stayed inside would definitely be able to get close to it, while those waiting outside, no matter how fast they were, would need at least half a day to fly around Lu Yen Sandfield's flame barrier and arrive at the Emperor Garden. After all, the area occupied by Lu Yen Sandfield was not small. One shouldn't underestimate this half a day to a day. Perhaps by entering early, one could gain a great advantage. It wasn't just Mo Xiaosheng who thought so, most of the other masters also had such thoughts. Seeing that Mo Xiaosheng's attempts to negotiate were fruitless, Cheng Pengxian stepped forward and shouted, "We have all come from afar. Why is Sect Master Yang so unreasonable? Why don't you release the barrier and let us in for a short rest and a cup of tea? And, if there's something we need to discuss, let's all sit down and talk about it." Yes, Sect Master Yang should open the door. Immediately, there were many voices of agreement. There were even some shameless people who took advantage of their seniority to ask Yang Kai to give them some face. How could Yang Kai pay any attention to them? He simply stood in place with a cold expression, waiting for the noise to gradually subside before saying, "It's not that this Yang doesn't want to open the door. It's just that all of you have set foot on this sect's territory without the permission of this sect. If it were your sect that encountered this, how would you deal with it? Presumably, without any explanation, you would be forced to expel all of us, right? However, this sect has only been established recently and has not had time to announce its existence to the world. Considering that this is your first offense, this Yang will not hold you responsible. Please withdraw quickly." Chapter 14:28. This is also the territory of your High Heaven Sect? Someone's eyes bulged out of their sockets. Starting from this flame barrier and extending 100 kilometers out is the territory of my High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai said solemnly. However, anyone who sets foot on this land without permission will be considered a provocation and violation of my High Heaven Sect. As soon as this statement came out, everyone frowned. Myriad Beast Mountain's old woman Feng slammed her dragon head walking stick into the ground and coldly snorted, "Young man, don't you think you don't put the heroes of this world in your eyes? How dare you boast so shamelessly?" "I boast shamelessly?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her before chuckling. "Then dare I ask Senior Feng, how many kilometers of your Myriad Beast Mountain's headquarters are forbidden from outsiders? 100 kilometers? 1,000 kilometers? Or even more?" Old woman Feng's face sank as she was rendered speechless for a while. "What about Heaven Battling Union?" Yang Kai turned to Mo Xiaosheng next. Mo Xiaosheng's face was gloomy as he remained silent. "What about Thunder Typhoon Sect?" Yang Kai looked at Cheng Pengxian again, but the latter just coldly snorted and did not respond. Yang Kai laughed heartily. "Seniors are all illustrious characters, so there is no need for you to speak in riddles in front of this junior. Not to mention the first-tier sects that seniors come from, even if it is a second-tier or third-tier sect, no outsider can casually step within 100 kilometers of their headquarters." As far as this junior knows, a first-tier sex-restricted area is within 1,000 kilometers of its headquarters, right? Or even more. This yang does not ask for much, but this 100-kilometer area must be set aside. Or is it that seniors think this yang is too young and that my high heaven sect has just been established? Do you not put my high heaven sect in your eyes? At the end of his words, Yang Kai's voice gradually turned cold, and his expression also became cold. Sect Master Yang, you can't say that, right? A sweet voice suddenly rang out. It was clear and melodious, and it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Yang Kai turned his head and happened to see the picturesque young girl standing next to old woman Feng looking at him with a sweet smile. Yang Kai didn't know who this girl was, but since she was standing with old woman Feng, she must be a disciple of the 10,000 Beast Mountain. What can I do for you, miss? Yang Kai looked at her indifferently. The young girl took a step forward and curtsied gracefully. She seemed to know etiquette very well. Coupled with her extraordinary appearance and sweet smile, it was impossible for people to feel any disgust towards her. Opening her red lips lightly, she sweetly said, Sect Master Yang. This little sister is Feng Yan, a disciple of Myriad Beast Mountain. Feng Yan. Yang Kai frowned as he glanced over at old woman Feng thoughtfully. The two of them had the same surname, and this woman's cultivation wasn't high, just like him, only a third-order Saint King, but she had been brought along by old woman Feng all this time. It seemed she was one of old woman Feng's descendants, and a very favored one at that. No wonder she dared to speak rashly on such an occasion without fear of being punished. This little sister wouldn't dare offer advice, but this little sister simply wanted to inform Sect Master Yang that this Lu Yen sandfield is a restricted area on Shadowed Star. An ownerless land. Can be said that it is a treasure shared by all cultivators on Shadowed Star. Every time the Lu Yen sand field opens, many people obtain benefits and opportunities from it. Sect Master Yang's rash decision to occupy this land and even designate it as a restricted area is somewhat inappropriate, don't you think? Feng Yan's words were sharp and pointed out the crux of the issue in a few words, causing many masters' eyes to light up, and they all nodded in agreement, looking towards her expectantly. Feng Yan, on the other hand, remained calm. At a glance, it was obvious she had experienced many big scenes, so after chuckling lightly, she continued, If we really want to calculate, every great force on Shadowed Star has a share of this Lu Yen sandfield, which is equivalent to Sect Master Yang taking what belongs to everyone. If my Myriad Beast Mountain were to take what belongs to Sect Master Yang, I'm afraid Sect Master Yang would not be happy. By the same token, your noble sect should also ask the opinions of the seniors present before occupying the Lu Yen sandfield. That's right. Mo Xiaosheng immediately seized the opportunity and nodded in agreement. The Lu Yen sandfield is one of Shadowed Star's 3 great restricted areas. It is the shared wealth of all cultivator on Shadowed Star. No one can monopolize it. Shared wealth? Yang Kai sneered and spat disdainfully. That's old history. The Lu Yen sandfield is now my high heaven sect's territory. If anyone is not satisfied, they are welcome to attack. If anyone has the ability to capture the Lu Yen sandfield, this Yang will offer it up with both hands. Sect Master Yang. Feng Yan frowned, her expression becoming displeased as she faintly said, Why are you being so aggressive? If you really do so, you will be incurring public anger. I wonder if Sect Master Yang has considered the consequences? Yang Kai sneered. My Dragon Cave Mountain has never done anything to provoke public anger before, yet it was still besieged by so many people. If it weren't for this Yang's good luck, I'm afraid he would have already been buried on that hill. So what if I provoke public anger? Little girl, don't play word games with me and don't be alarmist. You are not qualified to talk to this sect master. Ask your elders to come out and speak. You! Feng Yan bit her red lips lightly, a look of resentment filling her face. Aren't you being unreasonable? Haha, being reasonable? Don't you know that in this world, whoever's fist is bigger is right? Yang Kai looked at her sarcastically, causing Feng Yan to tremble in anger, her face flushing red, but she didn't dare to say anything back. No longer giving others a chance to speak up, Yang Kai coldly snorted, swept his eyes around, and shouted, This Yang has said enough. If you insist on remaining obstinate, this sect master does not mind paying a visit to your headquarters. Since you refused to listen to this Yang's advice and stepped into my high heaven sect's territory at will, this Yang will not be polite. However, if any of your sects suffer any losses at that time, don't blame this Yang for not warning you in advance. This merciless warning caused everyone's expression to become ugly. Yang Kai looked around and was very satisfied with the reaction of these people. As long as they still feared him, they wouldn't seek trouble for themselves. After all, in the previous battle on Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai's side had displayed amazing combat power, especially that Origin King grade starship. Yang Kai estimated that no sect master would dare disregard it. With the power of the crystal cannons, Yang Kai believed any sect defending array could be destroyed. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes fixed on a certain spot in the crowd and he grinned before calling out, "Sister Dai Yuan." Among the crowd, a group of people from Colored Glass sect was also present, led by Gong Ao Fu, with Dai Yuan and In Su Dai following close behind. There were also some other Colored Glass sect disciples. Yang Kai hadn't seen them before. Hearing Yang Kai's call, Dai Yuan showed a smile on her face and gently nodded. "Sister Dai Yuan, do you want to come in and have a look? It will be convenient for you to walk around in the future." Yang Kai warmly invited. In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on Dai Yuan, all of them showing looks of disbelief and shock. If Dai Yuan was a beautiful woman, then Yang Kai's invitation could be explained. After all, which young man wasn't romantic? But in fact, Dai Yuan was not only not beautiful, she was also extremely ugly. Her face was pockmarked and her complexion was blue and yellow, giving her a malnourished appearance. Even if she had a beautiful figure, it couldn't cover up the innate deficiencies in her appearance. Such a woman, if she went out, would probably have very few people willing to deal with her. However, Yang Kai, who had just faced a woman like Feng Yan without any hesitation, actually took the initiative to invite her into High Heaven Sect and even said that it would be convenient for them to walk around in the future. What kind of situation was this? Could it be that this little brat had a special orientation and didn't like beautiful women, preferring ugly ones instead? When this ridiculous idea appeared, everyone couldn't help shaking their heads slowly, feeling that it was somewhat impossible. Facing countless pairs of eyes, Dai Yuan seemed to be a little embarrassed. After all, there were too many masters here, so she didn't know how to answer for a while. On the other hand, Gong Ao Fu's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly, her red lips moving slightly as she sent a message to Dai Yuan. "Yuan, since he took the initiative to invite you, you should go in and see what High Heaven Sect looks like. And, if possible, you might as well ask him if he can allow people from Colored Glass Sect to enter the Emperor Garden through Luyen Sandfield when the Emperor Garden opens." Dai Yuan frowned, and although she subconsciously rejected this idea, she couldn't disobey her honored master's orders, so she could only grit her teeth and say, "Receiving Junior Brother Yang's invitation is Dai Yuan's honor. Dai Yuan will respectfully accept." Good. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Yang Kai. As soon as his voice fell, In Su Dai suddenly called out sweetly, her pair of beautiful eyes shining brightly, giving off an alluring aura. She had cultivated a beguiling technique before, and now that she had broken through to the Origin returning realm, her beguiling technique had greatly improved. Coupled with her extraordinary beauty, it was only natural that In Su Dai exuded an alluring aura. Not to mention the masters of the older generation, none of the Saint King realm men could resist this temptation, all of them unable to resist. "I also want to go in and have a look, can I?" In Su Dai asked coquettishly, her voice sweet and soft, as if a jade hand was gently caressing one's heart, making one feel comfortable to the depths of one's bones. "Do I know you that well?" What made her feel like a wet blanket was that Kai Yang didn't pay any attention to her at all, directly rejecting her. In Su Dai's pretty face went from blue to red as she ground her teeth for a long time, the flirtatious look in her beautiful eyes disappearing and being replaced by endless resentment. Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to her and instead looked around, A moment later, fixing his eyes on a certain direction in the crowd and cupping his fists slightly. "Senior? Over there." A middle-aged man wearing a scholarly robe with shoulder-length hair who looked wild and unruly raised his brow and laughed happily. "Since Sect Master Yang intends to invite me, this old master will not refuse." Yang Kai rubbed his nose, thinking that before he had even finished speaking, the other party had already taken the initiative. It seemed he had been waiting for this moment. But it didn't matter. In any case, Yang Kai had intended to invite him anyway. This man seemed to be called Mou. Yang Kai didn't know much about him before, only that he had no malice towards him and was a member of Clear Sky Sect. On Dragon Cave Mountain, this man had taken action once, either intentionally or unintentionally, to help Yang Kai resolve some of his attacks. Chapter 1429. At that time, Yang Kai didn't quite understand why, but now that he saw Chun Shitao standing next to him, he suddenly understood. It should be because Chun Shitao and Lu Ying had asked for his help. These two women were indeed people who knew how to repay kindness, and this middle-aged man from Clear Sky Sect was also a good person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have secretly helped him back on Dragon Cave Mountain. Although it was only once, Yang Kai still remembered it in his heart. After all, at that time, no one was optimistic about Dragon Cave Mountain's future. So this middle-aged man acting righteously was a clear distinction between gratitude and grudges. "Sister Chun and Sister Lu Ying, come with us," Yang Kai called out. Chun Shitao and Lu Ying's pretty faces filled with joy as they nodded repeatedly, following closely behind Mou. The hatch of the flying shark battle shuttle wasn't closed, so a moment later, Dai Yuan and the three from Clear Sky Sect entered. After seeing the situation inside, Mou's expression became solemn and he quickly bowed to Yi Shiyun before imitating Chen Tong and Fei Ji Tu and sitting upright. Outside the battle shuttle, Yang Kai's ultimatum rang out. After a short while, Yang Kai also entered the flying shark battle shuttle. After he entered, this strange flight-type artifact flickered slightly before submerging into the flame barrier and disappearing. Outside Lu Yen's sand field, countless masters stared towards Lu Yen's sand field with livid expressions. But there was nothing they could do. When they saw Yang Kai's rampant appearance just now, many people couldn't help wanting to attack him. But since Mo Xiaoshang and Cheng Peng Xian didn't take action, they could only bide their time, resulting in them missing a good opportunity. The other party had already fled into Lu Yen's sand field, making it impossible for them to chase after him. "Elder Mo, that little brat is too arrogant. Are we just going to let him go like this?" A burly man stepped forward and looked at Mo Xiaoshang unwillingly. This man was not unknown and his cultivation was not low. He had just broken through to the third-order origin returning realm a few years ago and was the sect master of a second-tier sect. Although he was a sect master in front of the great elder of Heaven Battling Union, his status was still lower. After all, Heaven Battling Union was not something his sect could compare to. "What does Sect Master Lan want?" Mo Xiaoshang glanced at him indifferently, his expression neither happy nor angry. "I can't take this lying down," Sect Master Lan said hatefully. "If Sect Master Lan really can't bear it, why don't you try attacking this Lu Yen sandfield? Perhaps you'll be able to break this flame barrier. At that time, this old master will definitely mobilize the entire Heaven Battling Union to help Sect Master Lan take that brat's head." Hearing Mo Xiaoshang's words, the sect master surnamed Lan not only showed displeasure, but his expression also changed greatly as he quickly waved his hand and said, "Elder Mo must be joking. This Lu Yen sandfield has been a restricted area on Shadowed Star since ancient times. Before it opens, no one can enter, so how could this Lan possibly break through this flame barrier? If that's the case, then stop talking nonsense. It's meaningless." Mo Xiaoshang snorted coldly. Sect Master Lan ate a neither soft nor hard rebuff and his expression became extremely awkward, so he could only retreat to the side in a depressed mood. "Brother Mo, it seems we have no choice but to play along." Cheng Peng Xian frowned and sighed. "And this Mo also thinks so. For now, we need to find a way to enter this Lu Yen sand field. Otherwise, once the Emperor Garden opens, we will definitely miss this opportunity. As for that High Heaven sect, There's still plenty of time in the future. It's fine to let them take a step back today, but in the future we'll pay them back double. What Brother Mo says makes sense. Since that's the case, let's not stay here and annoy them. If that little brat really brings out that Origin King grade starship and runs over to my Thunder Typhoon sect. Chang Peng Xian couldn't help shivering at this point and quickly shouted a few words to his disciples before taking the lead to withdraw. Mo Xiaoshang also did the same. Seeing these two giants swallow their anger and retreat, how could the other great forces dare to remain here? Calling out to their companions and disciples, all of them quickly retreated until they were 100 kilometers away. Only then did these countless cultivators stop. At the same time, inside the flying shark battle shuttle, Yang Inflammation stared at a disc in front of him and said with a smile, "Sure enough, they've all retreated and are now 100 kilometers away. A wise choice." Kai Yang sneered, as if he had already expected this scene to occur. It wasn't that Yang Kai could predict the future, but the strength High Heaven Pavilion had displayed today had forced them to make such a decision. Not to mention that High Heaven Sect was located in the Luyen Sandfield and had no need to worry about being attacked. High Heaven Sect could rely on the Origin King grade starship as a deterrent. With this alone, no one dared to provoke them easily. After all, once provoked, not only would they not be able to attack someone else's headquarters, but they would also have to worry about being harassed by the Origin King grade starship all day long. Who would be willing to take such a loss? Only being able to take a beating without being able to fight back was a sure way to lose. What's more, the Origin King grade starship was an existence capable of long-distance voyages. With its help, Shadowed Star could completely restore its connection with the outside world. If a peak third-order Origin returning realm cultivator boarded this starship to leave Shadowed Star, escape the suppression of its world principles, and travel to other stars, they would have a chance to break through to the Origin King realm. Mo Xiaoshang, Chang Peng Xian, Old Woman Feng, which one of them didn't have such thoughts? Which one of them didn't want to become a passenger on this Origin King grade starship? All of them were masters who had been trapped at the peak of the Origin returning realm for countless years, and their lifelong wish was to break through to the Origin King realm. Now that such an opportunity had appeared in front of them, they naturally wanted to seize it. It could be said that if not for the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, all of them would be trying to establish a good relationship with High Heaven Sect and Yang Kai. Unfortunately, the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain had caused them to shed all pretense of cordiality with High Heaven Sect, and these great forces were all prestigious existences, so naturally, they were too embarrassed to lower their posture at this time. If they did so, they would only become laughingstocks in the future. Mo Xiaoshang, Chang Peng Xian, and the others could only settle for the next best thing, stabilizing High Heaven Sect as much as possible and not offending the interests of this newly established sect and Yang Kai. If there was a chance to resolve this grievance in the future, that would be the best outcome. If there was no way to resolve it, they wouldn't just sit back and watch High Heaven Sect grow stronger and would definitely try to uproot it. With age, they were able to analyze the pros and cons clearly in a short time. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai's warning alone make them withdraw 100 kilometers? All of this was because of High Heaven Pavilion's current position and the existence of the Origin King grade starship. Regarding this, Yang Kai was also well aware of this, which was why he was so confident and domineering. Although the Flying Shark battle shuttle's speed was very fast, the Luyen sand field covered a large area, so it took half a day before the battle shuttle arrived in front of High Heaven Sect. After Yang Yan opened the door of the battle shuttle and walked out with Yi Shiyun, Qian Tong, Fei Jitu, Mou, and the others hurriedly rushed out, all of them gasping for breath. Inside the starship just now, the atmosphere had been too oppressive. They were all top existences in their respective sects and were famous figures on Shadowed Star, but when facing Yi Shiyun, they always unconsciously lowered their heads, not daring to act presumptuously, even speaking cautiously. It wasn't until they left the battle shuttle that they felt much better, but soon, all of them were dumbfounded, their eyes bulging as shock and disbelief filled their faces. The magnificence of the white jade steps and the rich world energy aura in this place almost made all of them believe they were no longer on Shadowed Star. This is... Qian Tong opened his mouth, but no one knew what he wanted to say. only spitting out a single word before falling silent. Seniors, this is High Heaven Sect's headquarters, what do you think? Yang Kai stood to the side and introduced with a smile. Qian Tong and the others glanced over at him, seemingly unable to speak. After a long time, Qian Tong said, "Boy, why bother showing off in front of this old master? This kind of place with such rich world energy aura is something this old master has never seen before. This place can be said to be the best cultivation place on Shadowed Star." Mou nodded solemnly. Mou also nodded solemnly, a look of envy filling his face. His Clear Sky Sect's great altar was also located in a mountain range with a rich world energy aura, but compared with this place it was far inferior. This was just the entrance to the sect, yet it was already comparable to Clear Sky Sect's several cultivation halls. If they really entered, just how amazing would it be? This should be the ruins of an ancient sect, right? You didn't have enough time to build such a huge foundation. Fei Jitu looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully. City Lord Fei's vision is indeed sharp. And this is indeed the ruins of an ancient sect. We're just a turtle dove occupying a magpie's nest. We've made several seniors laugh. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. What turtle dove occupying a magpie's nest? This can only be said to be a stroke of heaven-defying luck. Qian Tong laughed and shook his head. He still didn't know why he and the others were able to pass through the flame barrier so easily. Wasn't this a restricted area? Weren't Origin returning realm masters doomed to die if they entered? If you have anything to say it inside. What's the point of standing here? Yi Shiyun said lightly, leading the way up the white jade steps with Yang Yen. Since she had spoken, no one dared to disobey and quickly followed. Along the way, Qian Tong and the others secretly inspected their surroundings, feeling shocked by the rich world energy aura here. From time to time, they would exchange a few words, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Yang Kai walked in the rear, accompanying Wei Guchang and the other juniors as they chatted and laughed. Not long after, the group finally set foot in the front hall of High Heaven Sect. The palaces and the huge square once again amazed everyone, and the rich world energy aura here caused everyone to unconsciously take a few deep breaths. Everyone's faces were filled with fascination and envy. Looking up, although the entire Lu Yen Desert was still wrapped in the flame barrier, directly above the front hall, there was a 10-kilometer wide hole that allowed sunlight to pour in. From this hole, one could see the Emperor Garden floating above. "This way, please," Yang Kai said and led the group to the reception hall. This palace was where High Heaven Sect received distinguished guests, and Qian Tong and the others could be considered High Heaven Sect's first batch of guests. So Yang Kai certainly would not neglect them. Chapter 1430. After entering the reception hall, the host and guests took their seats and some disciples immediately served them tea and fruit platters. Yi Shiyun and Yang Yen had not followed them here, so Qian Tong and the others no longer held back and began sipping tea while praising the current High Heaven Sect and its future. After a long time, Yang Kai smiled brightly and brought the topic back to the main topic. Although this is a bit abrupt, Junior still wants to ask, before this Emperor Jade appeared, how many pieces did each of Senior's sects obtain? Qian Tong and Fei Jitu's eyes flashed as they pondered for a moment before saying, "Little brat, you are not an outsider. Brother Mo and I have been friends for hundreds of years and know each other well." If someone else had asked this old master would definitely not have answered, but since you asked, and my Shadow Moon Hall spent a great deal of effort and only managed to obtain 2 pieces in total. Saying so, he turned to look at Mou, who grinned meaningfully. Although my Clear Sky Sect is very far from where the Emperor Garden originally was, our luck was quite good. An Emperor Jade fell near the sect and was intercepted by the other elders of the sect. This Mo also happened to obtain one by chance. Similarly, they had obtained 2 pieces, the same number as Shadow Moon Hall. On the other side, Dai Yuan lightly opened her mouth. I don't know how many colored glass sect has, but from what Honored Master said, it doesn't seem to be many, only 1 or 2. Yang Kai gently nodded. This news was similar to what he had expected. When the Emperor Jade appeared, The first piece fell onto Dragon Cave Mountain and broke through its mountain-defending array. Yang Kai was the first to obtain it, and when he rushed to the Luoyan Desert, he, Yang Yan, and Yi Shiyun joined forces to intercept the next piece of Emperor Jade. Although they had chased after another Emperor Jade, they had not obtained anything and had instead wasted a lot of time. In other words, Yang Kai only had 2 pieces of Emperor Jade. An Emperor Jade was a pass to enter the Emperor Garden and was used to resist the Emperor pressure. A single Emperor Jade could only guarantee that one person could safely enter the Emperor Garden, and the number of Emperor Jades that each of the great sects obtained was extremely small. When the Emperor Garden truly opened, there would definitely be a dispute over who should enter. There was no need to mention the Third Order Origin returning Realm Masters. The Emperor Garden's fame were simply too great. All of them wanted to enter it and seek opportunities to break through to the Origin King realm. The younger generation could not be left behind either. After all, every sect's young disciples were the future of their sect, so allowing them to enter the Emperor Garden would definitely be of great benefit to their future growth. However, the number of spots was limited, so when the time came, who would be chosen would depend on the opinions of the various sects. Yang Kai estimated that the elders would probably lead the younger generation to travel together. Although the appearance of this Emperor Jade is a good thing, it also set off a storm of blood on Shadowed Star. During this time, it seems that many small forces and families have been wiped out because of this Emperor Jade. Qian Tong sighed and shook his head slowly. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. Some small sects and small families had been lucky enough to obtain Emperor Jades, but unfortunately, news of this had leaked out and naturally attracted the attention of powerful masters, leading to their destruction. In addition, Emperor Jades had now become the most sought-after treasures. Some cultivator without a backer who obtained an Emperor Jade knew their strength was too low, or were unwilling to risk their lives, so they intended to sell it. This naturally caused countless people to fight over it. Today, the price of an Emperor Jade had risen to hundreds of millions of Saint Crystals, but even so, demand still exceeded supply. Which sect did not hope to obtain an extra slot? This was different from Luoyan Sandfield. After Luoyan Sandfield opened, only cultivators below the Origin Returning Realm could enter, but the Emperor Garden did not have such a restriction. It could be said that the sudden appearance of Emperor Jades had caused all of Shadowed Star to prepare for war. Although there were only 2 Emperor Jades in Shadow Moon Hall right now, that did not mean only 2 people could enter in the future. If one was lucky enough, one could purchase more Emperor Jades and increase the number of people who could enter. All kinds of thoughts flashed across Yang Kai's mind before he asked again, "Dare I ask, what is the purpose of this Emperor Jade?" Qian Tong smiled lightly as he reached out and wiped his space ring, summoning a palm-sized white jade token into his hand. Surprisingly, it was an Emperor Jade. Unhurriedly, Qian Tong said, "Although I have never used this thing before, according to the speculations of my Shadow Moon Hall's elders, this Emperor Jade is probably the key to the Emperor Garden and the pass to enter." Saying so, he suddenly poured his Saint Qi into the Emperor Jade, causing it to emit a white light that wrapped around Qian Tong's hand. The pure white light barrier wasn't big, only about half a foot in radius. "Oh, it's gotten a bit bigger." Qian Tong raised his brow and showed a look of joy, seemingly explaining to Yang Kai. When this old master poured his Saint Qi into it a few days ago, this light barrier was not so big. It seems that the light barrier produced by the Emperor Jade gradually grows as time passes. When it is large enough to completely wrap around a person, they should be able to safely enter the Emperor Garden. Mou nodded lightly. Brother Qian's thoughts coincide with this Mo's. Saying so, Mou took out his own Emperor Jade and poured his Saint Qi into it. This Emperor Jade also emitted a white light barrier that completely wrapped around Mou's hand, almost identical in size to Qian Tong's. Mou explained, "The Emperor pressure emanating from the Emperor Garden is unstoppable and can only be offset by this Emperor Jade. Otherwise, no matter how high one's cultivation is, approaching the Emperor Garden will only result in one outcome: death." When the Emperor Garden first appeared, nearly 100 masters on Shadowed Star joined forces to attempt to enter, but in the end, more than half of them died under the invisible Emperor pressure. These days, while monitoring the movements of the Emperor Garden, The various great sects on Shadowed Star were also racking their brains for a way to neutralize the Emperor pressure, but none of them were able to come up with a good solution. The appearance of the Emperor Jade was a turning point in this matter. Mou and Qian Tong had the same idea, both thinking that Yang Kai should not understand this matter, so they had kindly demonstrated and voiced their own speculations. Little did they know that Yang Kai knew more about this matter than any of them. Yang Kai had called them into High Heaven's sect with the intention of telling them the purpose of the Emperor Jade, but now it seemed that his actions had been superfluous. These people were not idiots and could naturally infer the truth from some clues. Judging from the speed at which the Emperor Jade's light barrier is increasing, it will take at least half a year to safely enter the Emperor Garden. Qian Tong looked up at Yang Kai. Yang Kai gently nodded, a look of understanding appearing on his face. Half a year was a very long buffer period, allowing the various great forces to take advantage of this opportunity to purchase more Emperor Jades, make more preparations before entering the Emperor Garden, and improve their cultivations. Although half a year was nothing for most people and it was impossible for them to grow much, for Yang Kai this half-year period was extremely precious. Yang Kai's cultivation was now at the Third Order Saint King realm, only one step away from the Origin Returning realm. If his luck was good enough, he could use this half-year period to break through to the Origin Returning realm. As long as he set foot in this territory, his strength would increase greatly. At that time, entering the Emperor Garden would also be much safer. Secretly making up his mind, Yang Kai also had some confidence in his heart, pondering for a moment before asking, "Right, when did this Emperor Garden appear above my High Heaven sect? Did you discover anything before?" Qian Tong and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Fei Zhitu said, "Only the heavens know why it appeared here. This old master even suspects that you all have some kind of connection with the Emperor Garden. Otherwise, why would it chase after you so relentlessly?" Although he was joking, Yang Kai's brow twitched. Fei Zhitu was right. Yang Kai estimated that the Emperor Garden's pursuit had something to do with the Yang inflammation, but this kind of thing could not be revealed. As for when it first appeared, it was about a month ago, not long after you left Dragon Cave Mountain. The first day, the Emperor Garden was fine, but the next day it disappeared. At that time, this old master and the others were shocked, thinking that the Emperor Garden had simply disappeared and that they had missed a great opportunity. However, news soon spread that the Emperor Garden had moved to the sky above the Lu Yen Desert, so we rushed over to take a look, but never did we expect it to be true. Fei Zhitu said helplessly as he shook his head, seemingly having been tormented by the Emperor Garden. After all, this was the courtyard of the great emperors of Star Field, so no one wanted to see it disappear from their sight. So that's how it is. Yang Kai gently nodded and smiled. It seems that my High Heaven sect and the Emperor Garden are tied together by fate, no matter where we go. Naturally, these words only made everyone laugh. No one took it seriously. After chatting for a while, Mou's expression suddenly flashed and he said, "Sect Master Yang, this old master has a request. I wonder if Sect Master Yang can agree." Yang Kai grinned and said heartily, "Senior Mo is too polite. Although this junior aspires to be Sect Master, he is still young. If Senior Mo thinks highly of this junior, please don't hesitate to call me Yang Kai, Sect Master or whatnot." A strange light flashed across Mou's eyes as he laughed happily. "Good. Sect Master Yang is truly a sentimental person, not bothering with trifles. This old master has decided to befriend you." "Senior is too kind," Yang Kai said modestly. "I just wonder what Senior wants me to agree to." Although he asked this, Yang Kai vaguely guessed what he wanted to say. Mou lightly coughed as his expression gradually became solemn. "Since the Emperor Garden is now above your noble sect is naturally close to it. I wonder if, on the day the Emperor Garden opens, could my Clear Sky Sect's people set off from here and enter the Emperor Garden?" Sure enough, it was no different from what Yang Kai had guessed. Now that the Emperor Garden was above High Heaven sect, if one set off from here and entered the Emperor Garden, it would save them at least half a day to a full day's travel time. With such a long head start, they might be able to discover even more good things. It was with this consideration that Mo found it somewhat difficult to ask. After all, his relationship with Yang Kai was not very close, so it was understandable that the other party would not agree. Chapter 1431. Having some misgivings, Mo immediately added, "Of course, if Yang Kai finds this difficult, just pretend this old master didn't say anything. What's so difficult about this?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a look of indifference on his face. Since Senior Mo is the honored master of Sister Chan and Sister Luing, this junior naturally will not refuse. Not to mention entering the Emperor Garden from here if Senior Mo wishes, he can stay in my High Heaven sect for a while longer. As soon as this remark came out, the beautiful eyes of Chan Shirtao, who had been standing behind Mo, lit up as they directed grateful looks towards Yang Kai. Mo also wore a look of joy, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai to agree so easily. He had been considering whether he should ask Chan Shirtao and Luing if Yang Kai did not agree, but now there was no need for him to go through such trouble. Mo had a profound understanding of Yang Kai's forthrightness. After all, this kind of thing was not something that could be decided lightly. Yang Kai agreeing so readily was most likely because of Chan Shirtao and Lu Ying's face. Although his two disciples' aptitude was not top-notch, their luck was quite good and they had made good friends. Mo was greatly relieved and naturally expressed his thanks. As for Yang Kai's request for him to stay in High Heaven sect for a while, Mo certainly did not take it seriously. Yang Kai's request for him to stay in High Heaven sect for a while was simply empty words. High Heaven sect had only just been established, so there were definitely many trivial matters to deal with. Being able to obtain Yang Kai's promise was already a great matter, so how could Mo shamelessly refuse? And Elder Chen, the people from Shadow Moon Hall can also enter the Emperor Garden from my High Heaven sect. Yang Kai turned to look at Chen Tong. Since that's the case, this old master will offer his thanks in advance. Chen Tong smiled politely. Chen Tong grinned meaningfully and did not act polite. Since Yang Kai had agreed to let Clear Sky sect enter the Emperor Garden from here, naturally he would not leave out Shadow Moon Hall. Chen Tong was well aware of this. Sister Dai Yuan, if you are interested, I will also count you in. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at Dai Yuan. However, the others from Colored Glass sect can be forgiven. Although Yang Kai was good to his friends, he was not a benevolent person. Allowing these people to enter the Emperor Garden from High Heaven sect was only possible because of their personal friendship. It didn't mean he would allow Colored Glass sect to do the same. After all, he didn't have the slightest bit of friendship with the others from Colored Glass sect and even Yin Su Dai's Yinzes. Dai Yuan's face darkened as she smiled bitterly. Dai Yuan must thank junior brother Yang for his kindness, but I probably won't have a chance to enter the Emperor Garden. Yang Kai frowned, but soon understood why Dai Yuan would say this. In Colored Glass sect, Dai Yuan wasn't particularly favored, so if there was a disciple from the younger generation who was qualified to enter the Emperor Garden, it would be Yin Su Dai, not Dai Yuan. After all, the number of spots to enter was far too precious. Chen Tong grinned meaningfully and said, Dai Yuan, don't belittle yourself. If it were before, I don't think you would have had a chance to enter the Emperor Garden, but now, this old master can't guarantee anything, but there is at least a 70% chance, as long as that old dog Gongxing he hasn't gone senile. Dai Yuan's eyes lit up as she glanced over at Chen Tong in surprise, seemingly not understanding why he would say such a thing. However, she wasn't a brainless woman with big breasts. On the contrary, she was quite intelligent, and with a flash of inspiration, she suddenly understood everything. Indeed, if it were before, she would have had no chance to enter the Emperor Garden, but now, in the entire Colored Glass sect, only she had a good relationship with Yang Kai. If Colored Glass sect really wanted to rely on Yang Kai, they would not treat Dai Yuan unfairly. Would Colored Glass sect need to rely on Yang Kai for anything? Obviously, Dai Yuan agreed. Without even mentioning the location to enter the Emperor Garden, High Heaven sect was the best place to set off. But the Origin King grade starship was something Colored Glass sect's sect Master Gongxing he couldn't ignore. He was also a peak third-order Origin returning Realm Master. He also wanted to break through to the Origin King realm. To break through to the Origin King realm, one must leave Shadowed Star and escape the shackles of its world principles. Taking an Origin King grade starship was the only option. In this way, Gongxing he would definitely want to establish a good relationship with Yang Kai and High Heaven Sect, giving Dai Yuan an opportunity to be assigned an Emperor Jade and obtain a spot to enter the Emperor Garden. Considering all this, Dai Yuan could not help feeling excited as she turned her beautiful eyes towards Yang Kai gratefully. Although things had not been confirmed yet, the possibility of her entering the Emperor Garden was all because of the existence of Yang Kai. When a person's ability and resources reached a certain level, they would be able to subtly influence the fate of others, both in visible and invisible places. Dai Yuan had not thought much of this before, but today, after experiencing it firsthand, she discovered just how incredible it was. Dai Yuan instantly understood the crux of the matter, so how could Yang Kai not understand? Grinning, he said, "Lady Dai Yuan, after returning, you might as well tell Senior Gong that if Colored Glass Sect is led by you, this sect master will also allow the others from Colored Glass Sect to set off from the sect and enter the Emperor Garden." As soon as this statement came out, Dai Yuan's tender body immediately trembled as she bit her thin lip, seemingly not knowing what to say, but the gratitude in her eyes was clear to see. Yang Kai's words were tantamount to forcibly snatching a spot from Colored Glass Sect for her. This condition sounded a bit overbearing, but Colored Glass Sect would definitely make a wise choice. After all, Dai Yuan was still a member of Colored Glass Sect. If she could obtain benefits in the Emperor Garden, it would also increase the strength of Colored Glass Sect. Taking a deep breath, Dai Yuan slowly got up and bowed to Yang Kai. Although she did not say anything, this gesture was enough. Qian Tong and the others watched with meaningful smiles. In fact, these old fogies didn't quite understand why a handsome young man like Yang Kai would pay so much attention to a woman like Dai Yuan. This little girl wasn't beautiful at all. Not beautiful was already a euphemism. Dai Yuan's face could only be described as ugly. However, because of this, these old fogies' evaluation of Yang Kai rose even higher. This little brat was obviously not someone who judged people by their appearance, and was instead someone who valued friendship and loyalty. After Dai Yuan sat down with an excited expression, Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he thought of a good idea. "Seniors, if possible, I hope you can help this junior with something." "Oh?" Qian Tong looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "Little brat, your methods have reached the heavens. What can we possibly help you with? Feel free to tell us. This old master and the others will return this favor." Fei Jitu and Mo Yu also nodded in agreement as they stared at him curiously. Yang Kai wore a treacherous smile on his face as he whispered a few words to everyone. When Qian Tong and the others heard this, they all looked at each other and their expressions immediately became complicated. Qian Tong smiled bitterly and said, "Little brat, you're really full of tricks. If this news were to be released, I'm afraid you would immediately get what you want. Yes, High Heaven Sect now occupies a great geographical advantage, yet you can even take advantage of it. It's a pity you don't go into business." Fei Jitu curled his lips fiercely. Relying on the mountain to eat the mountain, relying on the river to eat the river to eat the river, several seniors should not make fun of this junior. Kai Yang quickly waved his hand. "Rest assured, after this old master and the others leave here, we will definitely help you spread the news. And even if we don't say anything, I'm sure those people outside will ask about it. I'm sure they're already a little impatient." Mou chuckled meaningfully. Yang Kai's expression shook as he couldn't help looking forward to it. The only news he had asked Qian Tong and the others to pass on was that High Heaven Sect intended to open the Luyen Sandfields barrier and sell several prime locations, so that the various sects on Shadowed Star could enter the Emperor Garden in advance when it opened. However, there were only 3 spots available. As for how much it would cost, Yang Kai didn't say. It all depended on which great force offered the highest price. Depending on the location, the price would be different. The best location and the worst location were at least 3 to 4 hours away from the Emperor Garden. If someone could come up with an Emperor Jade, it wouldn't be impossible for their sect's disciples to set off from High Heaven Sect's front temple. Yang Kai only had 2 Emperor Jades in his hands right now, but according to his previous estimates, High Heaven sect would need at least 3 Emperor Jades to meet this demand. He and Yang Yan would definitely enter the Emperor Garden, but Yi Shiyun would not be left behind. She was the strongest here, so with her by his side, Yang Kai's safety would be greatly increased. Without an Emperor Jade, Yang Kai had been in a bit of a dilemma, but now that he had an idea, he should be able to solve this problem. The temptation of setting off from High Heaven sect's front temple to enter the Emperor Garden was not small, so losing an Emperor Jade was not unacceptable. Qian Tong and the others praised this proposal, but they also reminded Yang Kai to be careful not to give others an opportunity to take advantage of. Yang Kai naturally nodded. Since he had made such a decision, there would definitely be no mistakes. When the time came, he would have Yang Yan arrange spirit arrays in the designated locations to prevent others from moving around at will and monitor them. If anyone dared to stray from the designated locations, they would be killed without mercy. This problem wasn't difficult to solve. Afterwards, Yang Kai politely asked Qian Tong and the others about various matters related to breaking through to the origin returning realm. Qian Tong and the others naturally explained everything they knew, allowing Yang Kai to benefit greatly. In particular, the opinions of Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer were of particular benefit to Yang Kai. These two had just broken through to the origin returning realm not long ago. So many things and experiences were still new to them. Although their experiences and insights were not as good as those of Qian Tong and the others, they still had their merits. Dai Yuan was also listening attentively to the side. Like Yang Kai, she was also a third-order Saint King, so after returning this time, she would enter retreat to break through to the origin returning realm. The origin condensing pill Yang Kai had refined for her was still in good condition. After half a day, Yang Kai got up and escorted everyone out of the reception hall. Outside, Wu Yi controlled the flying shark battle shuttle to escort them out of the Luyan desert. Sitting in the reception hall, Yang Kai pondered for a while before taking out his communication artifact, pouring his divine sense into it and calling out a few times. A moment later, Yang Yan arrived. Yang Kai told her about his idea to sell the locations, to which Yang Yan nodded approvingly and immediately decided to make preparations. After all, once this news spread out, it would definitely cause countless great forces to compete for them. Chapter 1432. As for who would end up in the end, Yang Kai believed that Wu Yi, Yang Inflammation, and the others would handle it properly. There was no need for Yang Kai to worry about any of this. His most important task now was to break through to the origin returning realm. After briefly explaining a few things to Yang Inflammation, Yang Kai immediately returned to First Heavenly Palace and began his retreat. Judging from the size of the protective shield formed by the Emperor Jade, it would likely take half a year for the Emperor Garden to open. Breaking through to the origin returning realm in half a year was a bit of a rush, but it didn't matter. This was the first time Yang Kai had broken through for the sake of breaking through. In the past, his breakthroughs had always come naturally and he had never deliberately tried to force them, but this time's trip to the Emperor Garden was of great importance and he happened to be stuck at the threshold of the Third-Order Saint King realm, so naturally he had to try and break through to the next realm. Breaking through for the sake of breaking through was somewhat contrary to the essence of cultivation, but this wasn't a big problem. Yang Kai had been stuck in the Third-Order Saint King realm for a long time now and had experienced several great battles, so he had already gained a thorough understanding of this realm. There was no need to worry about the density and purity of his Saint Chi, as he had long since reached the standard for breaking through. All he lacked now was an opportunity to break through. Inside First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai sat cross-legged with an indifferent expression, not in a hurry to meditate or accumulate strength. Instead, he calmly took out a number of herbs from his space ring and summoned his alchemy furnace. He was preparing to refine pills. Alchemy was also a part of his cultivation. Through alchemy, he could stabilize his state of mind and temper his Saint Chi and spiritual energy, which would be of great help to his future breakthroughs. Very few people knew he was an alchemist except for Dai Yuan, who had asked him for help once. Perhaps only Yang Inflammation knew. Even Wu Yi was confused. Yang Kai had told her once before, but unfortunately, Wu Yi had not believed him. After all, a cultivator being able to reach the Third Order Saint King realm at Yang Kai's age was already amazing, so how could he have the energy to study alchemy? She thought that Yang Kai was joking with her. However, Yang Kai was indeed an alchemist and an origin-grade mid-rank alchemist at that, so he could easily refine origin-grade mid-rank pills. Occasionally, with a stroke of luck, he could even refine origin-grade high-rank pills. If this identity was leaked out, Yang Kai's status would immediately rise. He would be roped in by countless forces. An origin-grade mid-rank alchemist. Even in other parts of the Star Territory, they would be considered extraordinary existences, let alone in a special place like Shadowed Star. However, this was relative to their status. It would definitely attract the covetous eyes of countless experts. Yang Kai only refined pills for the sake of cultivation. He did not intend to devote all his energy into alchemy. How could he leak such sensitive information and invite trouble for himself? Conflagrated spiritual energy burst out and wrapped around the alchemy furnace. Yang Kai methodically threw one herb after another into the cauldron, refining it with his pure, conflagrated spiritual energy. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye a month had passed. At this moment, inside First Heavenly Palace, in front of Yang Kai, large and small bottles were filled with pills of different grades. Many of these pills had mysterious patterns on them, similar to the mysterious meridians of the human body. Pill veins. These were special marks that could double the value of a pill. The existence of pill veins not only ensured that a pill's medicinal efficacies would never deteriorate over time, but also demonstrated that the medicinal efficacies of these pills were twice that of ordinary pills. Pill veins were something that could only be encountered by chance. Countless alchemists had spent their entire lives trying to figure out how to make pills form pill veins, but they had never been able to find a way. Yang Kai had found a new way, using different kinds of spirit arrays to refine pills, allowing the pills he refined to have a terrifying 30% to 40% chance of forming pill veins. Back on Rainfall Star, Alchemy Grandmaster Zhong Ao had shocked Yang Kai. One had to know that at that time, Yang Kai was just a Saint King grade alchemist while Zhong Ao was already an origin grade high-rank alchemist. Something that even Zhong Ao could not accomplish was easily solved by Yang Kai. So how could Zhong Ao not be shocked? Although the two of them had made a deal and Yang Kai had taught him the method, Zhong Ao could only sigh. Because he did not have Yang Kai's conflagrated spiritual energy, he could not easily use his divine sense to perform alchemy or inscribe spirit arrays. However, Zhong Ao had not come out empty-handed. After so many years, Yang Kai did not know if he had broken through to the Origin King grade Alchemy Grandmaster realm. If he succeeded, he would become the peak master of the entire Star Territory and be revered by the world. Putting aside these distracting thoughts, Yang Kai's eyes swept over the fruits of his labor this past month. 3 Purities pills, Jade Spirit pills, Saint King pills, Chi Recovery pills. There were all kinds of different types, including all kinds of elixirs. The spirit grass that he had on hand had almost been completely consumed. Flicking his wrist, a light blue pill appeared between Yang Kai's index and middle fingers, releasing a refreshing fragrance. This pill was only the size of a longan fruit and was densely covered in veined patterns. It was a spirit pill that had also formed pill veins. An origin condensing pill. This was a supplementary pill that could increase the chances of breaking through from the Saint King realm to the Origin Returning realm. Dai Yuan had gone to Dragon Cave Mountain last time to ask Yang Kai to help her refine an origin condensing pill, but Yang Kai had casually refined it at that time, so that origin condensing pill did not form pill veins. Its value was incomparable to the one in her hand. Looking at this pill, Yang Kai revealed a look of contemplation. After a long time, he put it away again. This was a safeguard he had prepared for himself, a safeguard for breaking through to the Origin Returning realm. If he could not break through secluded cultivation, before the Emperor Garden opened, he could only rely on the medicinal efficacies of this origin condensing pill to try. It was not impossible to break through the shackles of one's realm with the help of a pill. Many cultivators had done so before, and it could be said that 90% of cultivators had done so, but this method caused the cultivator to lack a trace of comprehension when breaking through, resulting in an imperfect breakthrough. No one could say for sure whether this pill had any drawbacks, or what kind of effect it would have on the person who took it. Perhaps there would be no effect, or perhaps it would affect the cultivator's future cultivation. Of course, even if there was an effect, it would be minimal. Yang Kai had never once used a pill to break through since he began cultivating, so he did not want any flaws to appear in his cultivation path. Of course, this was just a thought. When it came down to it, Yang Kai would not stick to such trifles. This origin condensing pill with pill veins was just a safeguard. Now that the pill had been refined, Yang Kai took a deep breath and took out a fist-sized, round white crystal from his space ring. Saint Crystal Source. The stone puppet was created by swallowing Saint Crystals and was an existence that surpassed high-rank Saint Crystal. It contained an extremely pure and rich energy, so it was perfect for Yang Kai to use when he was in secluded retreat. There was also a spirit spring below First Heavenly Palace, so the world energy here was extremely rich. Coupled with this Saint Crystal Source, one's cultivation speed could be described as leaps and bounds. With a 5-month buffer period, Yang Kai was confident he could break through to the origin returning realm. Just as he was about to concentrate on his cultivation, Yang Kai suddenly showed a look of surprise and looked up. The barrier around First Heavenly Palace had actually reacted, causing Yang Kai to frown. Before he entered retreat, he had informed Yang Yen not to disturb him until the Emperor Garden opened. So why had someone come to First Heavenly Palace after only a month? Had something happened to High Heaven Sect? Considering all this, Yang Kai quickly got up, walked out of his retreat, and sent out a few wisps of Saint Qi to close the barrier. Not long after, he arrived outside First Heavenly Palace. At this moment, Qian Yu was waiting outside. Seeing him come out, Qian Yu quickly bowed. "What is it?" Yang Kai asked while observing Qian Yu's expression and found that there was no trace of nervousness on her face. Obviously, High Heaven Sect had not encountered any difficulties, which was strange. High Heaven Sect was fine, so why would he be disturbed? "Young Lady Yang Yen wants to see you," Qian Yu replied softly. "Young Lady Yang Yen?" Yang Kai's brow twitched as he thought to himself that it really was this woman. In all of High Heaven Sect, besides her, no one dared to disturb him while he was in retreat. Hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "Did she say what she wanted me to do?" Qian Yu slowly shook her head and smiled. "Young Lady Yang Yen just said she wanted to show you something good." "Something good?" Yang Kai raised his brow and coldly snorted. "This woman's skin is itchy, disturbing me at such a critical moment and actually wanting me to see her in person. If she doesn't show me something good, just wait and see how I'll deal with her." Saying so, Yang Kai flew forward. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai soon found the location of Yang Yen. 100 Flowers Peak, where Yang Yen and Yi Shiyun lived, was shrouded in a mysterious barrier that made it seem like spring all year round. All kinds of rare flowers bloomed here, making it a beautiful place. It was more than a dozen kilometers away from First Heavenly Palace, but with Yang Kai's current speed, that distance was only a matter of time. Soon, he arrived at 100 Flowers Peak. After passing through the flower beds, Yang Kai found Yang Yen in a pavilion. At this moment, she was sitting on a stone chair with her legs crossed, leisurely sipping a fragrant tea. Yi Shiyun stood behind her like a maidservant, her expression respectful and humble. The stone mongoose was also here, squatting on a stone table in front of Yang Yen, a blank expression on her face, like a statue. "Yang Kai." Seeing Yang Kai arrive, Yang Yen called out happily. "What good thing did you find? Quickly show it to me." Yang Kai's figure flickered and appeared in front of her, not bothering to exchange pleasantries with her. Time was of the essence right now, so how could he have the time to chat with Yang Yen? "What's the hurry?" Yang Yen curled her lips, but despite her words, she did not delay, reaching out to her space ring and taking out what looked like an oar. This oar was about the size of a wash basin and had a bumpy surface. It was bronze in color and had an irregular shape. Looking at this oar, Yang Kai's expression became solemn. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that this oar was definitely of high grade and extremely rare, but he could not identify what kind of oar it was. Chapter 1433. It wasn't surprising that he couldn't recognize it. Although Yang Kai had traveled extensively over the years and had seen a great deal, he still couldn't identify all the materials in this world. However, since Yang inflammation had disturbed him at such a sensitive time and had even taken out such a piece of, or its value was definitely not trivial. On top of that, it was very likely to be of great help to him. Otherwise, Yang inflammation wouldn't have done this. Sweeping it with his divine sense, Yang Kai didn't notice the slightest abnormality, as if the ore in front of him was just an ordinary stone. Try pouring your Saint Qi into it, Yang inflammation urged from the side. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and stretched out his hand to cover the ore, pouring his Saint Qi into it. The next moment, though, his face suddenly changed and he quickly withdrew his hand, calling out in horror, "Swallowing Saint Qi?" It wasn't that Yang Kai was making a fuss, but that this ore was simply too strange. Even with his strength, pouring his Saint Qi into it was like throwing a stone into the sea. There was no reaction at all. It was as if this ore was a bottomless pit that could swallow up all his Saint Qi. Yang Kai had never encountered such a situation before. This ore was really something amazing. What is this? Yang Kai looked up and asked excitedly. Divine Nullification Stone. Divine Nullification Stone? Yang Kai frowned. He had never heard of such a thing before. Even Yi Shiyun, who was standing behind Yang inflammation, frowned, obviously hearing about it for the first time. What kind of magical effect does it have? Didn't you just try it out? Yang inflammation smiled lightly. Swallowing energy is the most important characteristic of Divine Nullification Stone. It itself is an Origin King grade artifact refining material, so if it is refined into an artifact, what do you think will happen when you fight with others? Hearing what she said, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. If this was the case, then an artifact refined from Divine Nullification Stone could nemesis all martial skills because martial skills were released by a cultivator using their Saint Qi. But this Divine Nullification Stone could swallow them. It was likely that an enemy's martial skill would be swallowed up by this artifact before it could even get close. Good. It's really good stuff. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. On top of that, since it was an Origin King grade artifact refining material, the artifacts refined from it would likely also be Origin King grade. Such artifacts were extremely rare on Shadowed Star. The bone incinerating flame lamp in Yi Shiyun's hand was an Origin King grade artifact and was extremely famous. After praising him, Yang Kai's expression became extremely strange. But what does this have to do with me? He didn't believe that Yang Yen had called him out just to show off an Origin King grade artifact refining material. Yang inflammation was not that boring. There must be a deeper meaning behind it. The Divine Nullification Stone indeed has nothing to do with you, but the things inside are useful to you. Yang Yen Yun mysteriously smiled. There's something else inside? Yang Kai was surprised. That's right, the Divine Nullification Stone is a very special mineral. It can devour energy, even the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth. This piece of Divine Nullification Stone was given to us by a mid-sized family. According to the patriarch of that family, this Divine Nullification Stone was obtained by their family from an ancient ruin several thousand years ago. From this, it can be inferred that this ore's history is extremely long. Why would a mid-sized family give us this kind of thing? Yang Kai was even more confused. Wasn't it because you said you wanted to sell a few prime locations? Now, the great forces outside are all trying to snatch those spots to enter the Emperor Garden ahead of time. We've already fought so hard over them that we've even gotten a piece of Emperor Jade. Not to mention the other things. This Divine Nullification Stone was the bargaining chip that family offered. So that's how it is. It seems that the people from that family aren't very knowledgeable. Yang Kai grinned, a gloating look on his face. An Origin King grade material was really too precious on Shadowed Star, so he naturally believed that if the other party knew what it was, they would not be willing to take it out as a bargaining chip. You're wrong. Yang Yen slowly shook his head. Although that family is now in decline and is not very strong, it still produced many masters several thousand years ago. They may not be able to recognize this Divine Nullification Stone, but they definitely know it is an Origin King grade material. Yang Kai frowned and hesitated. Then why? It is precisely because they know it is an Origin King grade material that they took out this divine nullification stone in order to impress us. Do you think something of such low value would be enough to compete with the countless great forces on Shadowed Star to snatch one of the few prime locations from my High Heaven sect? Yang Yen smiled. That family's luck was good and they obtained an Emperor Jade, but their strongest master is only a second-order Origin returning realm cultivator. If they want to find something good in the Emperor Garden, they can only ask us to enter it ahead of time. Yang Kai gently nodded, a look of understanding flashing across his face. An Origin King grade material was indeed not a small price to pay, but no matter how precious it was still slightly inferior to the temptation of entering the Emperor Garden ahead of time. That was because no one on Shadowed Star could refine an Origin King grade material, so this divine nullification stone was nothing more than a chicken rib in the hands of that family. It was better to take it out as a bargaining chip to compete for one of the prime locations. Their luck was indeed good, encountering Yang Yen who was able to recognize the value of this divine nullification stone at a glance. Otherwise, whether or not they could have succeeded was uncertain. After obtaining a large number of Saint Crystals and this piece of divine nullification stone from that family, High Heaven sect had reached an agreement with them and sold them a certain piece of land. Once the Emperor Garden opened, they would be able to enter High Heaven sect, a mutually satisfactory transaction. You just said that the things inside are of great use to me. What do you mean? Yang Kai asked. Even if you didn't ask, I would have told you, otherwise why would I call you out? Weren't you looking for an Earth Attribute Supreme Treasure? N? Yang Kai nodded, suddenly showing a look of joy as he stared at her in surprise. Could it be N? Yang Yen smiled. Although this divine nullification stone itself is not of the Earth attribute, the divine nullification sand contained inside is undoubtedly an Earth attribute treasure, more than enough to meet your requirements. Divine nullification sand. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. This divine nullification stone is constantly swallowing the aura of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, and if enough time passes, it will produce grains of sand inside it, known as divine nullification sand. As for the divine nullification stone itself, it is of no use to you, but I can use it to refine an artifact. Good. Yang Kai grinned, overjoyed. He was looking for an Earth Attribute Supreme Treasure in order to cultivate the body-tempering secret art 5 elements indestructible sword-tempering art. This 5 elements indestructible sword-tempering art was something he had found in the ancient Yang sect's ruins. According to the description of this secret art, once one cultivated it to the extreme, one's body would be immortal and indestructible. Yang Kai had coveted this secret art for a long time. Unfortunately, the conditions for cultivating this secret art were extremely harsh. Not only did it require one's own soul and physical strength, but it also required one to gather supreme treasures of the 5 elements. Of the 5 elements, Yang Kai already possessed Thunderwood, Sun's true essence, profound in sunflower water, and even 10,000-year ice jade. Last time at the Treasure Trove Pavilion auction, Yang Kai had obtained a metal attribute supreme treasure, causing him to become enemies with Jean Shi and Old Woman Feng. Now, all he lacked was an Earth attribute material. If the divine nullification sand was really as Yang Yen said, then he would be able to gather enough of the 5 elements and immediately begin cultivating the 5 elements indestructible sword-tempering art. The benefits of a powerful physique were self-evident. Not to mention gaining an advantage in a fight, Yang Kai's mastery of the Tao of space was so great that every time he tore space and crossed 1,000 kilometers, he would need to have a powerful physique to protect himself. Otherwise, the tearing force of the Tao of space alone could easily destroy him. As Yang Kai's comprehension of the Tao of space increased, the requirements for his physique would also increase. This was why when he saw the 5 elements indestructible sword-tempering art, he had been so excited and had not hesitated to spend so much time collecting materials. After a moment of excitement, Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Then what are we waiting for? Quickly take out the divine nullification sand." Yang Yen couldn't help glaring at him. Do you think it's so easy to take it out? The divine nullification stone can swallow energy, and with my current means, I can't refine it. Yang Kai's expression stiffened in an instant, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, his previous excitement and joy immediately disappearing. Yang Yen pursed her lips and snickered. "Are you playing with me?" Yang Kai was furious. Seeing her like this, how could he not know that she already had a card up her sleeve? If she really couldn't extract the divine nullification sand, why would she call him here? "I haven't finished yet." Yang Yen wore a proud expression and no longer tried to keep him in suspense, solemnly saying, "Yes, with my current means, I can't refine the divine nullification stone and extract the divine nullification sand from it, but this one can." Saying so, Yang Yen pointed to the stone mongoose sitting on the table. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. As the saying goes, the onlooker cannot see clearly. He had actually forgotten about the stone mongoose's innate divine technique of devouring mineral essence and purifying it. The divine nullification stone was indeed of a very high grade, but it couldn't resist the stone mongoose's ability to swallow and refine it. After all, the stone mongoose could even freely enter a place like Thousand Illusion-colored Glass Mountain, so how could a mere divine nullification stone hinder it? But I have to tell you first, although the divine nullification stone will definitely produce divine nullification sand, depending on the age, the amount of divine nullification sand produced will also vary. Maybe there will only be 2 to 3 grains of divine nullification sand in a single divine nullification stone, which won't be enough to satisfy your requirements, or maybe there will be more. It all depends on your choice, so I had Chen Yu call you out. Yang Kai frowned. He naturally understood what Yang Yen said. The older the stone, the more divine nullification sand it would produce. This was a matter of course. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "How long does it take for a grain of divine nullification sand to be born?" This kind of thing takes thousands or even tens of thousands of years to be born. If you want to wait for a while, I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a very, very long time. Yang Kai's expression became resolute. He turned to the stone mongoose and gave it an order in his mind. "Then there's nothing more to say. Let's do it now." Chapter 1434. After receiving Yang Kai's order, the stone mongoose immediately got up, patted its chest with both fists, and rushed over to the divine nullification stone, picked it up with both hands, and stuffed it into its mouth. In all fairness, the stone mongoose's mouth wasn't that big, but strangely enough, the washbasin-sized divine nullification stone was swallowed by it, leaving Yi Shiyun dumbfounded. An hour later, inside First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged with a happy expression on his face. In front of him were a total of 6 kinds of materials. One of them was a tree full of vitality that flickered with lightning, its green leaves seemingly pulsing with lightning arcs. This was the thunderwood that Yang Kai had preserved for a long time. This thunderwood was the condensation of the 10th order monster beast Thunder Luan's physique and monster core after it died. In terms of value, it was far more valuable than the monster core of a 10th order monster beast. Although it contained lightning, its essence was still a wood attribute material. There was a palm-sized piece of profound gold that he had bought at an auction in Treasure Trove Pavilion for 70 million Saint crystals. The gold chi it gave off was sharp and almost tangible, causing Yang Kai's skin to ache. There was also a bottle of milky white liquid that exuded a cold chill. It was the profoundine sunflower water that Yang Kai had not used up before, and from the looks of it, there were at least a dozen drops. There was also a huge ice jade pedestal that looked pure and unremarkable, but if one were to sweep it with their divine sense, the chill it contained was enough to freeze one's divine sense. On top of the ice jade pedestal was a piece of fiery red metal the size of a baby's head. Looking at it with the naked eye, one wouldn't be able to see anything special about it, but the scorching heat it contained was shocking. The 10,000-year ice jade pedestal and the sun's true essence. In addition, there was a small pile of gravel. There were over 100 of these things, and although they looked no different from ordinary gravel, they were actually the divine nullification sand that the stone mongoose had extracted from the divine nullification stone. The fact that this piece of divine nullification stone had actually produced so many divine nullification stones not only made Yang Kai overjoyed, but even Yang Yen was secretly amazed. She had thought it would be good if there were 20 to 30 divine nullification stones, but the final number was actually several times what she had expected. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. There was even an additional type of water elemental supreme treasure. 6 kinds of materials, each one of them was invaluable and extremely difficult to find. But at this moment, all of them were placed in front of Kai Yang. How could he not be happy? With them, he would be able to practice the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. Of these materials, in terms of pure value, the thunder wood and profound gold were undoubtedly slightly inferior, but the most valuable of them all was the sun's true essence, the size of a baby's head. After all, sun's true essence was the product of a legendary master refining stars. If the energy contained in such a small piece of sun's true essence were to erupt, it could easily destroy all of Shadowed Star. Looking at these materials in front of him, Yang Kai took a deep breath and calmed his excitement, his brow furrowing slightly as he pondered. The 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art was a secret art specifically for tempering one's physique. It had been a long time since Yang Kai obtained it, so he had naturally studied it thoroughly. Strictly speaking, this secret art wasn't very profound. On the contrary, it was simple and easy to understand. The only difficult part was gathering the materials and cultivating it. Moreover, using different materials to cultivate this secret art would result in different results. This was one of the most flexible aspects of the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. In other words, the higher the grade of the materials, the better the effects of cultivation. Without mentioning anything else, the sun's true essence could be considered one of the best materials available. Profound in sunflower water and divine nullification sand were both nearly extinct, and although the thunderwood and profound gold were slightly inferior, their grade was definitely not low. By using these materials to cultivate, Yang Kai's starting point was definitely very high. Yang Kai believed that even if a cultivator elsewhere in the star territory obtained the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, they would not necessarily have the same advantage. Feeling excited, Yang Kai began to carve a spirit array on the spot. If one wanted to cultivate the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, they needed to use a special spirit array. Regarding this, the secret art clearly explained how to carve a spirit array and how to activate it. Although Yang Kai wasn't proficient in spirit arrays, after being together with Yang Yen for so long, he had developed a basic understanding of them, so it wasn't difficult for him to carve a spirit array. Pieces of Saint crystal sources were placed in an orderly manner while the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth materials were also arranged according to the requirements. 2 days later, Yang Kai looked at the 5 elements indestructible array he had painstakingly arranged with satisfaction. After carefully inspecting it to make sure there were no mistakes, Yang Kai leapt to the center of the spirit array and sat down cross-legged. Casually wiping his space ring, Yang Kai took out a few spirit pills and placed them on the tip of his tongue before closing his eyes and circulating the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. Pushing his Saint Chi violently, with the place where Yang Kai was sitting as the center, the ground around him suddenly flashed as a series of complex and mysterious runes appeared. These runes were both large and small, giving off an unfathomable aura. *1. A trembling sound echoed as the Saint crystal sources placed in the center of the 5 elements indestructible array bloomed with a dazzling brilliance. The pure energy contained within them poured out and began to flow along the runes. After being supplemented by the energy from the Saint crystal sources, the 5 elements indestructible array arranged by Yang Kai was instantly activated. An indescribable feeling filled Yang Kai's body as a simple and desolate aura filled the entire first heavenly palace. It was as if at this moment Yang Kai had returned to an ancient era. With a swishing sound, the profound gold, thunderwood, profound in sunflower water, sun's true essence, divine nullification sand, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth world treasures seemed to be supported by an invisible force at this moment as pure energy was extracted from them and converged towards the center of the 5 elements indestructible array. This center was where Yang Kai was. The whole Tianyi Palace became colorful in an instant. The cyan thunder wood essence, the golden profound gold essence, the white profound in sunflower water essence, the red sun's true essence, the yellow divine nullification sand essence. All of them seemed to possess spirituality as they drilled into Yang Kai's body. In an instant, Yang Kai began to tremble as his closed eyes widened. A low roar involuntarily escaped his throat, like a wounded beast frantically licking its wounds. Intense pain, an unimaginable pain spread throughout his body at this moment, causing Yang Kai to feel as if he was about to be crushed to pieces. This kind of pain was not something that could be compared to being injured in battle. It was a kind of fear that penetrated deep into his soul. In an instant, Yang Kai understood why the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art had such harsh requirements for a cultivator. If one's physique was not strong enough, once the 5 supreme treasures' world essence invaded their body, they would immediately explode and die. What was the point of talking about cultivation? If one's spiritual energy was not strong enough, they would not be able to withstand this kind of pain. Sooner or later, they would be driven mad by the pain and eventually become the demon race. Kai Yang felt that he had already met the requirements, but when he really started cultivating, he discovered that he had taken it for granted. The perseverance that he had always been proud of, in the face of this soul-sucking torment, was simply not worth mentioning, and he almost collapsed on the spot. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the materials he had chosen were too high quality. If he had replaced them with thunderwood, it would not have been so painful. However, this also stimulated Yang Kai's nerves. Since embarking on the road of cultivation, how many times had he wandered between life and death? How many times had he suffered heavy losses and faced desperate situations? But step by step, he had overcome them. If he failed here, then all his years of hard work would have been for naught. Not to mention anything else, when he first obtained the wordless black book in High Heaven Pavilion, he had relied on his own perseverance to successfully make it recognize him as its master and open it, allowing him to obtain the unyielding golden skeleton. Unyielding pride was also a mysterious martial skill he had comprehended in a desperate situation. Although it had gradually lost its usefulness as he grew stronger, it was still a martial skill he had comprehended from the unyielding golden skeleton. It was his own martial skill. The birth of this martial skill also had a great deal to do with Su Yan. It was she who had used a method to freeze him for several days before he was able to comprehend it. With all kinds of distracting thoughts flashing through his mind, Yang Kai subconsciously used unyielding pride. To his surprise, the pain he felt actually weakened a little. Although it was not worth mentioning, it had indeed weakened. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, and he immediately sent his soul avatar back into his knowledge sea to stabilize it, no longer paying attention to the changes in his body and the outside world. A series of popping sounds rang out. Inside First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai's skin began to crack inch by inch as pale golden blood seeped out, soaking his clothes in an instant. Not only was his physique wriggling and his skin bursting, even his meridians were unable to withstand the destructive power of the 5 elements world treasure and began to break. The powerful restorative ability of golden blood was vividly displayed at this moment. His cracked skin, torn muscles, and shattered meridians were completely repaired in an extremely short amount of time, and then they cracked and exploded once more. This cycle repeated over and over again, and it seemed as if it would never stop. As time passed and this process continued, Yang Kai's body gradually grew stronger to an obvious degree. Not only that, but the Saint Qi in his body also seemed to become purer and more vigorous, while even his spiritual energy was tempered to a certain extent. Although the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art was a secret art specifically used to temper one's physique, during the process of cultivating it, it was inevitable that one's Saint Qi and spiritual energy would be strengthened, which was a side benefit. Miserable roars rang out from First Heavenly Palace, but fortunately, there were layers upon layers of barriers protecting this place, so no sound would leak out. Otherwise, it would definitely have attracted the attention of all the people from High Heaven sect. Time passed slowly as all of Shadowed Star prepared to enter the Emperor Garden. 1 Emperor Jade was equivalent to 1 entry slot. None of the great forces had obtained many Emperor Jades, so it was difficult for them to decide who would enter the Emperor Garden. For this reason, Many great forces began to select talents from within to compete for a spot to enter the Emperor Garden. High Heaven Sect was also very busy. High Heaven Sect only had 3 Emperor Jades, so there was no need for them to select a spot, but they still needed to make a lot of preparations. Only Yang Kai in First Heavenly Palace had not appeared since that day he entered retreat. Chapter 1435. Half a year later, on a certain day, High Heaven Sect's reception hall was bustling with noise and excitement. After half a year of waiting, the Emperor Garden's opening was just around the corner. The great forces that had received Yang Kai's promise naturally arrived early at High Heaven Sect. The people from Shadow Moon Hall were all familiar faces. In addition to Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tu, there were also Wei Guchang and Dong Xiner. However, not all 4 of them were going to the Emperor Garden. Although Shadow Moon Hall had paid a huge price to obtain a 3rd Emperor Jade in the past 6 months, this was their limit, so Dong Xiner was not going to go to the Emperor Garden this time. As for Shadow Moon Hall, Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tu would work together to bring Wei Guchang. Needless to say, Clear Sky Sect's group was led by MOU. In addition to him, there was also a 3rd Order Origin returning Realm Master, a white-haired old man. This old man was Clear Sky Sect's sect master, Gu Zhen, and in terms of strength, he was even stronger than MOU. Chun Shirtao had obtained a spot to enter the Emperor Garden thanks to Yang Kai. Logically speaking, Chun Shirtao's aptitude and cultivation were not enough to enter the Emperor Garden. Clear Sky Sect was filled with talents, and there were countless disciples of the younger generation who had higher cultivation and better aptitude than her. However, MOU and Gu Zhen were both shrewd old men and knew that Clear Sky Sect being able to establish a relationship with High Heaven Sect was entirely dependent on the existence of Chun Shirtao, so naturally, they would not abandon her on this trip to the Emperor Garden. On the contrary, during the past 6 months, Clear Sky Sect had even bestowed upon her many precious pills and medicines, and had several of the sect's great elders use secret techniques to help her break through to the Origin Returning Realm First Order. The price they had paid for this was not small. Chun Shirtao was extremely grateful to Yang Kai. Standing behind Gu Zhen and MOU, her beautiful eyes kept glancing around, wanting to personally thank Yang Kai. Shadow Moon Hall and Clear Sky Sect had arrived as promised, so naturally, Colored Glass Sect had not been left behind. As Qian Tong had expected, Dai Yuan now also had the qualifications to enter the Emperor Garden, and Colored Glass Sect's luck was quite good, actually obtaining 1 more Emperor Jade than Shadow Moon Hall, giving them a total of 4 spots to enter. Sect Master Gong Xing he had personally come, and in addition to him and Dai Yuan, the remaining 2 people were Gong Ao Fu and Yin Su Dai. At this moment, Yin Su Dai was gritting her teeth, her red lips trembling slightly as she muttered something under her breath, glaring towards Dai Yuan from time to time with a depressed expression on her face. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, turned a blind eye to this, just like Chun Shirtao. Her attention was completely focused on the outside of the hall, as if she was waiting for something. Her cultivation was now also at the First Order Origin Returning Realm, but unlike Chun Shirtao, she had broken through on her own without the help of others. Both Gong Xing He and Gong Ao Fu were greatly surprised by this result. Neither of them had expected Dai Yuan to break through to the Origin Returning Realm so quickly. If not for this, the 2 of them would not have agreed to let Dai Yuan enter the Emperor Garden. It was precisely because Dai Yuan showed aptitude and cultivation speed that was not inferior to Yin Su Dai's that the 2 of them agreed. In any case, she was a disciple of their own sect, so there was nothing wrong with her entering the Emperor Garden. Taking this opportunity to pass through High Heaven Sect, Dai Yuan could enter the Emperor Garden first. In addition to the people from these 3 sects, there were also 2 unfamiliar faces in the hall, both of them Third Order Origin returning Realm Masters with weathered and aged faces. Yang Kai had never dealt with them before, but these 2 were quite famous on Shadowed Star. The Sect Master and Great Elder of Floating Mist Palace. Floating Mist Palace was also a first-class force on Shadowed Star, so the cultivation of its Sect Master and Great Elder was naturally not low. The reason they were here was entirely because they had handed over an Emperor Jade to High Heaven Sect. It was this Emperor Jade that allowed High Heaven Sect to open its gates and barriers and welcome them inside. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 Third-Order Origin returning Realm Masters in the reception hall, as well as 3 Sect Masters and Sect Masters, but none of them dared to speak loudly, all of them wearing solemn expressions. The reason was simple. Yi Shiyun was here, so with her here, who would dare act presumptuously? After tasting some tea and eating some spirit fruits for a while, Qian Tong lightly coughed and turned to Yang Yen sitting at the head of the table and asked, "Sister Yang Yen, has Yang Kai not come out yet?" Yang Yen heard this and slowly shook her head. "Not yet." Qian Tong frowned and could not help feeling a little worried. He has been in seclusion for almost half a year now, and now that the Emperor Garden is about to open, he won't miss this opportunity, right? Thank you for your concern, Elder Qian, but I don't think he will miss this opportunity. Perhaps he will come out in a few days. Yang Yen smiled lightly, and although her expression was calm, she was actually quite anxious on the inside. She naturally knew why Yang Kai had entered secluded retreat. He wanted to improve his strength before the Emperor Garden opened, but until now, there had been no movement from First Heavenly Palace, so she really didn't know if things were going smoothly or not. Yang Yen wanted to investigate, but was also worried about disturbing him, so she could only wait patiently. Everyone is a guest from afar, so you might as well return to your residence and rest first. Before the Emperor Garden opens, there will definitely be a heavenly manifestation, so it won't be too late to set out when that time comes. Yang Yen was now the Vice Sect Master, so her words were much more appropriate than before. Hearing this, everyone exchanged a glance before getting up, expressing their thanks, and preparing to return to the residences High Heaven Sect had prepared for them. But before everyone could leave the reception hall though, the world energy aura suddenly shook. Everyone present was a top master and was extremely sensitive to changes in the world energy aura, so although this change was slight, it was still noticed by all of them. Everyone's faces changed and no longer had time to exchange pleasantries with Yang Yen, their figures flickering as they rushed out of the reception hall and looked up towards the sky. High up in the sky, the gap in the sky that was more than a dozen kilometers in diameter was still there, allowing sunlight to shine down and nourish High Heaven Sect's vegetation. Although it looked no different from usual, everyone could feel a sense of pressure in the air, as if a storm was brewing. Soon, this feeling became obvious as the world energy aura began to surge, like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. This is... Gong Xinghe's eyes shrank as a look of shock appeared on his face. "Father, is this a sign that the Emperor Garden is about to open?" Gong Ao Fu asked softly, her beautiful eyes filled with excitement. Just now, Yang Yen had said that if the Emperor Garden really opened, there would be a heavenly manifestation, but she had not expected it to appear so soon. Many people had the same idea as her. Qian Tong, Fei Jitu, Gu Zhan, Mou, and the 2 masters from Floating Mist Palace all wore looks of anticipation. But soon, these top masters frowned as they withdrew their gazes and turned to look in another direction. "No, someone is about to break through," Qian Tong whispered, but after speaking, he froze for a moment before an excited expression filled his old face. "Yang Kai!" He immediately thought of the key point. Yang Yen's expression also became joyful as his figure flickered, and he rushed towards First Heavenly Palace. The others naturally wanted to follow and see what was going on, but before they could, Yi Shiyun's tender body flickered and blocked their path, her expression cold as she shouted, "Everyone, please wait." Although most of these people had some friendship with Yang Kai, how could Yi Shiyun allow them to pass when Yang Kai was about to break through? Yang Kai was about to break through a great realm, and if he failed because of interference, the consequences would be unimaginable. As such, Yi Shiyun did not hesitate to stop everyone. Qian Tong and the others naturally understood these principles and nodded, waiting quietly in place as they watched the battle unfold. Seeing them behave themselves, Yi Shiyun no longer said anything and simply chased after Yang Yen. In an instant, only Qian Tong and the other guests remained in front of the reception hall. "Brother, do you think Brother Yang will be able to break through smoothly?" Dong Xianer asked with some concern. After all, she had walked this step before and knew how difficult it was to break through from the Saint King realm to the origin returning realm. Every breakthrough in a cultivator's cultivation was accompanied by great risks. It was a struggle against the heavens, against the earth, and against oneself, not to mention others. When she and Wei Guchang broke through to the origin returning realm, both of them had experienced indescribable hardships. Just the baptism of world energy when breaking through was almost too much for her to bear, and the endless stream of heart demons almost caused her to fail. This kind of tribulation had nothing to do with one's aptitude and was something every cultivator had to face. Hearing Dong Shenner's question, Wei Guchang grinned. Rest assured, I don't dare say for others, but Brother Yang will definitely have no problem breaking through to the origin returning realm. His words were full of confidence in Yang Kai, causing Yin Su Dai to curl her lips. Although she did not dare to say anything, in her heart, she could not wait for Yang Kai to die. At the same time, 3 kilometers away from First Heavenly Palace, Yang Yen stood still and watched quietly. Not long after she arrived, Wu Yi, Qian Yu, Chang Qi, and the others also arrived, and after a brief discussion, everyone understood what was going on. In order to prevent Yang Kai from being disturbed, orders were passed down that no one was allowed to approach within 3 kilometers of First Heavenly Palace. All disciples were to patrol the area to prevent anyone with ill intentions from sneaking in. Just after these orders were passed down, the atmosphere above First Heavenly Palace suddenly changed. Suddenly, a spirit energy funnel appeared in the sky. When this spirit energy funnel first appeared, it only occupied an area of a few dozen feet. But in the blink of an eye, it expanded with a loud bang and rapidly grew in size. Finally, it became several acres in size before stopping. As this funnel rotated, the surrounding 100 kilometers felt a huge suction force and the surrounding world energy madly gathered towards it. Streaks of light of different colors flew past everyone, like bolts of ice, fire, and lightning, adding to this funnel's momentum, causing it to grow more and more powerful. 5 elements world energy? Yi Shiyun frowned as a look of shock appeared on her face. These streaks of light were clearly the convergence of the 5 elements world energy. When the Emperor Garden underwent changes, such a scene had occurred across Shadowed Star. The scene at this moment was somewhat similar to that day, but on a completely different scale. In terms of scale, it was naturally far from being comparable to that day, but it was still quite remarkable. The Emperor Garden was an Emperor artifact, so it was reasonable for it to be able to affect all of Shadowed Star. But now, just Yang Kai breaking through to the origin returning realm from the Saint King realm had caused such a change in the 5 elements world energy, causing Yi Shiyun to be shocked. Chapter 1436. Could a cultivator's breakthrough to the origin returning realm cause such a huge commotion? The answer was obviously no. Yi Shiyun, as a peak third-order origin returning realm master, certainly had the right to speak on this matter. She had seen many people take this step and become an origin returning realm cultivator. When Gucci experienced this process, she had personally stood guard beside him, but none of them could compare to this scene before her. This could already be called a heavenly manifestation. Yi Shiyun's expression was filled with shock as she involuntarily recalled a record she had read in an ancient book a long time ago. That record stated that if a cultivator was strong enough, they could cause some heavenly manifestations when breaking through to the great realm. Of course, such a cultivator had always been a rare existence in the long history of the 9 continents, perhaps not even one appearing once every 10,000 years. Could it be that sect master had such potential? In all fairness, Yi Shiyun and Yang Kai didn't have much of a friendship, nor were they familiar with each other. The reason she stayed in High Heaven sect and held the position of Great Elder was entirely because of Yang Yun. Besides Yang Yun, she had never seen anyone else. With her eyesight, she could naturally see that Yang Kai was much more powerful than the average Saint King realm cultivator. An elite among elites, but even so, it had no effect on her. But at this moment, she couldn't help looking at Yang Kai in a new light. If her guess was correct, then this sect master's future would be unfathomable. Thinking so, Yi Shiyun's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as she began to look forward to it. High up in the sky, the huge world energy funnel contained enough energy fluctuations to destroy the heavens and earth, and as the world energy of the 5 elements continued to pour in, this funnel began to take on a colorful hue as it hung upside down above First Heavenly Palace, constantly rotating, a terrifying sight to behold. Even standing 3 kilometers away, everyone could feel a mountain-crushing pressure descending from the sky, not to mention Yang Kai, who was directly below the funnel. No one knew just how much pressure he was under at this moment. Outside First Heavenly Palace, a burst of light flashed wildly as the many barriers around First Heavenly Palace reacted to the pressure. Grand Elder, how is the sect leader? Changqi and the others were anxious, but none of them dared to release their divine senses to investigate, so they had no choice but to ask Yi Shiyun for advice. It seems to be going quite smoothly. You've already touched the world principles. Yi Shiyun replied lightly. When Changqi and the others heard this, they were overjoyed. Touching the laws of heaven and earth meant that Yang Kai was close to breaking through. However, whether he can succeed or not will depend on whether he can withstand the baptism of the energy of heaven and earth. Everyone's expression changed slightly. They all fell silent with worried looks on their faces. The baptism of heaven and earth energy was a process that a cultivator would have to go through to reach a higher realm. During this process, the cultivator would have to endure unimaginable suffering and pain. It was also the best standard to test and measure the overall quality of a cultivator. Once successful, one's strength would increase by a large margin, thus breaking through the bottleneck and reaching the next realm. If he failed, at the very least, he would be severely injured. At the very least, his body would explode and he would die. After all, this was a baptism of heaven and earth energy. And if he failed, the result would definitely not be good. Every year, countless cultivator would fall at this juncture, so for a cultivator, breaking through a great realm was both an opportunity and a challenge. The law of survival of the fittest was vividly reflected at this moment. How could an ordinary cultivator create such an amazing heavenly manifestation when breaking through a great realm? Yang Kai had done it, which was certainly a joyous and shocking matter, but since he had reached this point, he could only succeed, not fail. Judging from the degree to which the world energy was gathering at this moment, if Yang Kai failed, there would only be one outcome: his soul would be destroyed. After all, the power contained in the colorful world energy funnel was too great, not something a Saint King realm cultivator could withstand. Just as everyone was worrying, the huge world energy funnel in the sky suddenly changed, as if something inside First Heavenly Palace was attracting it. The world energy funnel actually began to rotate rapidly, and as it rotated, a massive amount of heaven and earth energy poured down in the direction of the funnel. There was no pause, as if it had been accumulating momentum for a long time, just for this one eruption. The layers of barriers around First Heavenly Palace were like paper, unable to withstand a single blow from this massive world energy, and were instantly shattered. The 5-colored world energy that caused even Yi Shiyun to pale in fright poured straight into First Heavenly Palace and soon disappeared. The huge world energy funnel shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in just a few breaths it had shrunk in size. Sect Master! Changqi and the others exclaimed in horror, their faces changing drastically. The heaven and earth energy was actually pouring down in torrents. This made them unable to believe their eyes. All of them had broken through to the origin returning realm and had experienced this process before. But at that time, they had experienced a baptism of world energy, which was like a bolt of lightning that poured into their bodies, and although it was powerful, it gave them time to breathe and adjust. The scene in front of them, however, was obviously not like that. As a result, Yang Kai did not have the slightest opportunity to breathe. Even if Yang Kai was strong, in the face of such a massive world energy funnel, how could he survive? The faces of Changqi and the others turned pale in an instant, instinctively thinking that Yang Kai was dead this time. Yi Shiyun was no exception, letting out a long sigh as a trace of disappointment flashed across her face. She had thought she had encountered a peerless genius who would only appear once every 10,000 years. but it turned out the other party was just a flash in the pan. But soon, her brow furrowed as a bright light flashed across her beautiful eyes, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. That was because the huge spiritual chi funnel didn't dissipate. Instead, it was still pouring down. This shocking amount of spiritual chi continued to pour down. Deafening rumbling sounds came from the inside of the funnel. He's not dead. Yi Shiyun raised her brow in surprise. If Yang Kai had died, the world energy manifestation caused by his breakthrough would have naturally dissipated. But since this world energy funnel still existed, it meant that he was not dead, and was instead undergoing a baptism of world energy. This was also a key step in breaking through to a great realm. Listening carefully, Yi Shiyun clearly heard a muffled and unbearable roar mixed in with the rumbling of the battlefield. Sure enough, he wasn't dead. Yi Shiyun's beautiful eyes lit up as she turned her head towards Yang Yun, only to find that she was even calmer than herself, as if she had expected this. However, upon closer inspection, Yi Shiyun discovered that Yang Yun's pair of delicate fists were quietly clenched, and her eyes were filled with worry and anxiety. The group from High Heaven Sect was on tenterhooks, while the masters from Shadow Moon Hall, Clear Sky Sect, Colored Glass Sect, and Floating Mist Palace were all shocked. Elder, can Brother Yang withstand this kind of world energy baptism? Wei Guchang asked anxiously. This old master doesn't dare make a judgment, but since things have gotten to this point, if he can't bear it, he will die. Qian Tong frowned and sighed. He hadn't expected that Yang Kai's breakthrough to the origin returning realm would cause such a strange scene, so he couldn't help worrying about him. It's not necessarily that he can't bear it. Clear Sky Sect's Sect Master Guzhan said thoughtfully. If his physique is strong enough, he will be able to accept this world energy in a short time. But it will be very difficult. Although the Misty Palace's Palace Master and Great Elder didn't say anything, when the two of them looked in that direction, their expressions flickered with uncertainty. They were extremely surprised. As for Gong Xing He and Gong Ao Fu of Colored Glass Sect, after exchanging a glance, shock appeared in the eyes of the father and daughter pair. They had previously thought that High Heaven Sect's fame was entirely due to the special terrain it occupied and Yi Shiyun who was stationed here. But now, it seemed that this High Heaven Sect's sect master was not an ordinary person, so it was necessary to re-examine him. If he fell here, naturally everyone would be happy. Heaven Battling Union was more than enough on Shadowed Star. So Gong Xing he didn't want another such great force to appear. If this sect master really succeeded, it would be necessary to maintain good relations with him. Everyone had different thoughts, but no matter what they were thinking, everyone's attention was focused on the huge five-colored spirit chi funnel. In just a short while, the five-colored funnel seemed to have shrunk a lot. Compared to before, it was only half the size, and it was still shrinking rapidly. After a while, in front of everyone's eyes, the huge five-colored funnel disappeared, and all the world energy that had been contained inside it was now pouring into First Heavenly Palace. The originally oppressive atmosphere and that terrifying oppressive feeling also disappeared at the same time. The sky once again returned to its original clear color. The sun poured down, and the blue sky was clear as if it had been washed clean. There were no clouds in sight for thousands of miles. Only a few remnants of the five-colored world energy still floated above First Heavenly Palace like fish that had escaped the net. All of High Heaven Sect seemed to be silent as everyone's eyes were focused on First Heavenly Palace, wondering how it was faring. But there was no movement, only a deathly silence, as if Yang Kai had really fallen. Wu Yi and Qian Yu's faces turned pale. Failed. Wu Yi and the others didn't dare to continue thinking about it, but the scene in front of them could only be explained as failure. No cultivator could withstand such a huge amount of world energy baptism in such a short time, not even a third-order origin returning realm master, let alone Yang Kai who was originally just a peak Saint King. Although the two of them had not reached this realm, their eyesight was still quite good. Chang Chi and the others also wore ashen faces. What are all of you crying for? Yi Shiyun frowned lightly. Do you think he died? Chang Chi was shocked when he heard this and turned to her in amazement. hesitating for a moment before asking, "Great Elder, you mean?" The corners of Yi Shiyun's mouth curled upwards as a smile bloomed on her usually cold face, giving her a somewhat enchanting look as she combed her hair and said unhurriedly, "Although this queen doesn't know how he did it, he didn't die. Not only did he not die, but he also seems to be living quite comfortably." Chapter 1437. Hearing Yi Shiyun's words, Changqi and the others all wore startled expressions. Since he hadn't died, that meant his breakthrough had been successful. Changqi and the others could hardly believe their ears, but since these words were spoken by Yi Shiyun, they naturally held great authority, so no one questioned them. All of them turned their gazes towards First Heavenly Palace in surprise. Just as Yi Shiyun's voice fell, the world energy aura above First Heavenly Palace suddenly changed again. This aura quickly gathered and transformed into a huge palm, covering the heavens and earth. This palm seemed to exude a mysterious power that was enough to block out the light in front of everyone. He clenched his fist and caught the few strands of five-colored spirit energy that had slipped through the net. Then, he slowly pulled them back and flashed into the First Heavenly Palace, disappearing without a trace. Seeing this scene, Yi Shiyun was stunned, but the smile at the corners of her mouth became even wider as she muttered, "This little brat." He didn't even want to waste the last few strands of five-colored world energy. Before they could enter his body, he had taken the initiative to reach out and grab them back. Having the leisure to do this kind of thing meant that everything was going well. Yi Shiyun couldn't help laughing. Good. Disperse. There's no need to worry about Yang Kai." Yang Yanyan finally breathed a sigh of relief and shouted to everyone, "Yes." Changqi and the others responded respectfully before quickly leaving. "Great Elder, he just broke through and will need some time to consolidate his realm, so I'll have to trouble you to stand guard here." Yang Yanyan ordered Yi Shiyun. "Yes, Master." Yi Shiyun gently nodded. She would obey all of Yang Yanyan's orders. Glancing over at First Heavenly Palace, Yang Yanyan smiled before his figure flickered and disappeared. Now that the Emperor Garden was about to open and Yang Kai couldn't leave, all the matters of High Heaven Sect had to be handled by Yi Shiyun. Fortunately, Sui, Qianyu, and the others were there to assist her, so it wasn't too difficult. Inside First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai was dressed in rags. His clothes were in tatters. His clothes were full of traces of dried pale golden blood, and his hair was a mess, making him look extremely disheveled, as if he had just experienced a fierce battle. However, his expression was one of joy. There was a look of comfort on his face. He hadn't expected this. Yang's breakthrough had gone so smoothly. He had obtained the divine nullification sand. After collecting the 5 elements supreme treasures, Yang had begun cultivating the 5 elements indestructible sword, but he didn't expect it to reach a high level. His original intention was just to familiarize himself with her. But he hadn't expected. In the past 5 months, Yang Kai had cultivated the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art to the first stage, and not only had his physical strength greatly improved, even his Saint Chi and spiritual energy had been enhanced. Compared to before, his overall strength had increased by at least 10 to 20%. It was this 10 to 20% increase that allowed him to touch the critical point of the origin returning realm and touch the shackles of the peak Saint King realm. S Heavens's Yang's soul Yang's Heavens's heavenly, S's souls. In the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, many origin returning realm masters had died. Most of the soul fragments of these origin returning realm cultivator had been absorbed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea and purified by the world annihilating golden light, but he hadn't dealt with them yet. After absorbing the soul fragments of these cultivators' soul fragments and obtaining their insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao, Yang Kai's breakthrough came naturally. However, this breakthrough was a little different from before. Before, there had never been a 5-colored aura gathering around him. Yang Kai didn't know why, but he vaguely guessed it had something to do with his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. Generally speaking, this breakthrough could be considered a coincidence. When the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. It was completely different from his previous plans. Before this, Yang Kai had entered retreat in order to break through and even prepared an origin condensing pill with pill veins. But man proposes, God disposes, and all of his preparations were useless. This was a good thing, so naturally Yang Kai was overjoyed. Now, he had cultivated the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art to the first stage, but the legendary immortal body was still extremely far away. This secret art had a total of 9 stages, each one more difficult than the last. If he wanted to cultivate it to the peak, he didn't know how much time or how many 5 elements supreme treasures it would take. After cultivating to the first stage, Yang Kai deliberately checked the 5 elements supreme treasures he possessed. The highest grade sun's true essence didn't seem to have changed much, but the others weren't. The profound gold source's strength had been greatly reduced, and so had the thunderwood, 3 drops of profound in sunflower water, and more than 20 grains of divine nullification sand. This price was not small, but it didn't matter. The remaining materials were enough to support Yang Kai's cultivation to the 2nd or even 3rd stage, especially the sun's true essence, which could be used for a very long time. With a lot of time as a buffer, Yang Kai could find other 5 elements replacements. There was no need to rush this. Thinking so, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and with a thought, a 5-colored mass of light suddenly appeared on his palm. This mass of light was only the size of an egg and had a total of 5 layers, a mix of gold, blue, white, red, and yellow, giving it a beautiful appearance. 5 elements indestructible sword chi. After spending 5 months cultivating the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, this secret art could not only temper one's physical body, greatly enhancing the strength of one's physical body, but also allow one to cultivate the 5 elements indestructible sword chi. Sword chi was formed from the convergence of the 5 elements, so it could be combined and fused with each other or released separately. It had infinite uses and was ever-changing. However, the 5 elements indestructible sword chi in his hand was still a little weak, like a chick that had just broken out of its shell, unable to withstand the ravages of wind and rain, so it probably wouldn't play much of a role in a fight. However, this didn't hinder Yang Kai's desire to experiment. With a thought, a golden light immediately shot out from the 5-colored mass of light and twisted in front of Yang Kai, transforming into a small golden sword. Although the sword was small, the sharpness contained within it could not be underestimated. This was the metal attribute indestructible sword chi condensed from the profound gold origin, so it possessed an extremely strong offensive ability. Go! Yang Kai exhaled loudly and pointed his finger, causing the small golden sword to tremble slightly before disappearing, instantly piercing through the remaining barriers of First Heavenly Palace and flying a few kilometers away. Locking onto it with his divine sense, Yang Kai was naturally able to clearly see the flight path of this small golden sword, and could not help raising his brow as a happy expression appeared on his face. Although he had not tested its killing power, its speed was quite fast, making it impossible to guard against. With another thought, the small golden sword flew back, as if it was his arm, and connected to his mind. Yang Kai was in a good mood and began experimenting with the remaining 4 types of indestructible sword chi one by one, eventually becoming extremely satisfied. The 5 types of indestructible sword chi each had their own advantages, and it was difficult to say which was better. The metal sword and fire sword focused on killing, the former being sharp and swift while the latter was powerful. The earth sword and water sword focused on defense, the former being thick and solid while the latter was soft and boundless. The wood sword was relatively mediocre, concentrating both offensive and defensive power, but it still couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, if one cultivated these 5 types of indestructible sword chi to a certain extent, one could arrange a 5 elements indestructible sword array. Inside this sword array, the power of the 5 elements would mutually reinforce and counteract each other. Unless one could instantly break through the 5 elements indestructible sword chi, even an opponent a minor realm higher in cultivation would suffer greatly if they were trapped inside. After happily experimenting with the 5 elements indestructible sword chi for a long time, Yang Kai took it back into his body. Although this secret art was extremely powerful, It would take more than a day or two to fully display its results and would require time and accumulation. Yang Kai had long been mentally prepared for this. Now that he had broken through to the origin returning realm, his strength was completely different from before. His entire body seemed to be brimming with power, and every movement he made was filled with a powerful aura. This was the origin returning realm, the highest realm on Shadowed Star. It had been 10 or 20 years since Yang Kai set foot on Shadowed Star territory. At that time, he was just a small character in the Second Order Saint Realm, but now he had already crossed 2 great realms. While this kind of cultivation speed might not be unprecedented, it was definitely rare. Wei Guchang, Dong Xianer, and the others might look similar to Yang Kai in appearance, but in fact they were much older than Yang Kai. It was just that once a cultivator's strength reached a high enough level, it would be difficult for their appearance to appear old. Their powerful strength had the effect of resisting the effects of the flowing time Great Emperor. For example, which character like Qian Tong and Fei Jitu had not lived for hundreds of years. Sorting out his mood, Yang Kai did not become complacent. The origin returning realm was just a realm a cultivator could cultivate to. There was still the origin king realm above it. There were even higher realms. At the very least, the great emperors of Starfield were existences far beyond the origin king realm. It was just that Yang Kai had not reached that level yet, so he could not access the deeper mysteries. There were many things he needed to cultivate now, and all of them took time. Condensing golden blood threads was not a big deal as it didn't take much time to condense them. Once a golden blood thread was condensed, all that was left was for Yang Kai to nourish it in his body. The longer this process lasted, the more powerful his golden blood threads would become. Yang Kai did not need to worry about the verdant dragon bone sword as he had the Firebird artifact spirit to help him refine it. The demon eye of annihilation had also gradually merged with the colored glass bead, and as time passed, the golden light of annihilation and colored glass divine light would also slowly merge into one. Yang Kai needed to spend some time on this process as he only cultivated 2 secret techniques, the Space Blade and the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art. As the saying goes, having more skills is never a burden. Yang Kai did not worry about this as all these secret techniques and methods were related to his future. However, he was not prepared to add any new methods or secret techniques. As long as he cultivated the ones he currently had to the grand accomplishment stage, no matter how big this world was, he could go anywhere he wanted. Thinking so, Yang Kai closed his eyes, held a piece of Saint Crystal Source in each hand, and began to stabilize his realm. Breaking through to the next realm was very dangerous. If one did not immediately stabilize their cultivation, it was possible for them to fall. A few days passed quickly. On this day, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and frowned as he looked outside. After releasing his divine sense for a moment, he leisurely got up and strode out of First Heavenly Palace where he had been in retreat for half a year. At this moment, in the huge square of High Heaven Sect, all the cultivators had gathered, including not only the cultivator of High Heaven Sect but also Chen Tong and the others. Everyone looked up, their eyes attracted by something in the sky, all of them wearing solemn expressions. Chapter 1438. Not only High Heaven Sect, but all the cultivators on Shadowed Star were staring at the same spot at this moment. The Emperor Garden. At this moment, the Emperor Garden was shrouded in a dazzling 5-colored light as it floated quietly high up in the sky, clouds drifting by, making it impossible to see through. Along with the movement coming from the Emperor Garden, an invisible pressure suddenly spread out. Emperor pressure. Fortunately, this Emperor pressure was not too strong, otherwise at least 80% of the cultivators on Shadowed Star would have suffered great misfortune. Asterisk Wang. Asterisk a soft trembling sound rang out from all over Shadowed Star, as a series of palm-sized jade tokens exuding a soft white light appeared. Even if these jade tokens were stored in the space ring of a cultivator, at this moment, they seemed to be attracted by some kind of mysterious force and flew out on their own. The owners of these Emperor Jades reached out and grasped them, an indescribable feeling spreading throughout their bodies as all of them trembled and showed looks of joy. The Emperor Garden was about to open. Although no one had told them this information, when they held the Emperor Jades in their hands, they all felt the mysteries of the Emperor Garden at the same time. Since the Emperor Garden had appeared, they had been waiting for 2 to 3 years, and now it was finally about to open. This was a great opportunity, causing countless people to feel excited. Inside High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai's figure flickered and appeared next to Yang Yen and the others. All of them looked up with solemn expressions. Yang Kai! Yang Yen called out, her red lips opening slightly, but just as she was about to say something, Yang Kai grinned and said, I know. Yang Yen nodded lightly and no longer said anything. Although Chen Tong and the others wanted to ask Yang Kai how he had stabilized his cultivation, now was obviously not the time, so all of them remained silent. Time continued to pass in front of everyone's eyes. High up in the sky, the Emperor Garden was wrapped in a thick 5-colored light, giving it a majestic and magnificent appearance. Not long after, this 5-colored light suddenly poured into the Emperor Garden, as if it was being absorbed by it. Immediately afterwards, 3 white pillars of light shot out, shooting straight down from the bottom of the Emperor Garden. Its speed was incredibly slow. Seeing this, Yang Kai's heart trembled, and his expression changed slightly. The last time an Emperor Jade appeared, a similar situation had occurred. As a result, Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array had been broken, and now a pillar of light had appeared. And 3 at that, would High Heaven Sect suffer the same fate? Fortunately, Yang Kai's worries were unfounded. Although the 3 pillars of light shot straight down, they only extended to mid-air before stopping. After the pillars of light disappeared, something seemed to be left in mid-air, emitting a dazzling light. Everyone held their breaths and looked in that direction. Although they were far away, the strength of those present was not weak. Naturally, it could be seen clearly that what was left after the 3 light beams disappeared were 3 white jade disc-like objects that were strangely suspended in the air. It didn't look big, only occupying a radius of a few dozen feet. On the white jade disc, mysterious and profound lines flashed, and it was obvious that an exquisite spirit array was engraved on it. However, the distance between them was estimated to be at least 100 kilometers. Space arrays. Yang Yan's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light. Thoughtfully, she muttered, It seems that one needs to pass through these 3 space arrays to enter the Emperor Garden. So that's how it is. Chen Tong and the others' eyes lit up as they suddenly understood. These days, they had been wondering how to enter the Emperor Garden after it opened. After all, from the naked eye, there seemed to be no clear entrance to the Emperor Garden, causing countless masters on Shadowed Star a headache. Originally, they guessed that the entrance was related to the Emperor Jades that had appeared not long ago. But now it seemed that this idea was completely wrong. When the Emperor Garden opened, 3 space arrays would appear, and as long as one passed through these space arrays, one could enter the Emperor Garden. The Emperor Jades were only used to resist the Emperor pressure. Without an Emperor Jade, it was impossible to get close to these 3 space arrays. Everything suddenly became clear. This old master will be going first. Just as everyone was pondering, an old voice called out from the side. As soon as these words fell, 2 figures flew up and turned into streams of light as they rushed towards one of the space arrays. Naturally, it was Floating Mist Palace's sect master and great elder. Now that the Emperor Garden had opened and the space arrays had appeared, these 2 naturally did not want to delay any longer. As the saying goes, one who strikes first gains the advantage, so they immediately set off. They had paid the price of an Emperor Jade to enter High Heaven Sect and set off for the Emperor Garden from the square, arriving at least half a day earlier than everyone else on Shadowed Star. The 2 of them could take advantage of this half a day to explore more places and search for more treasures. Just after they set off for the Emperor Garden, 2 other groups of people from High Heaven Sect also flew up into the sky, but the geographical location of their departure was not satisfactory. Although they were within High Heaven Sect's sphere of influence, they were quite far from the square. These 2 groups of people had naturally paid a large price to purchase the location of their departure from High Heaven Sect. Yang Kai had obtained his divine nullification sand from one of these 2 groups. At the same time, outside the Lu Yen Desert, the various forces, large and small, who had been waiting for a long time, flew up into the sky one after another, transforming into multicolored streaks of light. However, if they wanted to get close to the Emperor Garden and the space arrays, they would first have to bypass the barrier formed by the 3 blazing flame rings, which would take a lot of time. Seeing that the 2 from Floating Mist Palace had arrived first, Qian Tong could not help looking at Yang Kai anxiously. Yang Kai naturally knew what he meant and grinned. "Let's set off too." Qian Tong was overjoyed and immediately pushed his Saint Qi together with Fei Ji too, wrapped Wei Guchang in it, and flew up. The 4 from Colored Glass sect followed closely behind, while the 3 from Clear Sky sect were not to be outdone either. "Elders, while we're away, I'll have to trouble you to look after the sect." Yang Kai looked at Chang-Chi and the others and whispered, "Yes, sect master." Chang-Chi and the others responded in unison. In fact, there was nothing much to instruct them about. On this trip to High Heaven sect, Yang Kai, Yang Yan, and Yi Shiyun all had to leave for the Emperor Garden. Although the strength of the people left behind was not high, High Heaven sect's geographical location was special, so even if someone wanted to attack it, they would not be able to break through the barrier formed by the 3 blazing flame rings. High Heaven sect could be said to be extremely safe. "Let's go." Yang Kai glanced at Yang Yan before his figure flickered. In the next instant, Yang Kai disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already 1,000 meters away. Yang Kai did not know what method Yang Yan had used, but his speed was not inferior to Yang Kai's, and he quickly appeared beside him. Needless to say, Yi Shiyun was a peak 3rd-order origin returning realm master. In terms of speed alone, she was even faster than Yang Kai, so keeping up with him and Yang Yan was extremely easy for her. The trio flew straight up, and unlike the tension and anticipation of the others, whether it was Yang Kai or Yang Yan, both of them wore indifferent expressions. Yang Kai was not anxious because he had already entered the Emperor Garden once and was quite familiar with it. With his previous experience as a guarantee, it would be much easier for him to go deeper this time. Yang Yan himself was a soul clone of one of the great emperors, and the Emperor Garden was also one of the great emperor's residences. Although Yi Shiyun did not know much about it now, as long as she entered its interior, her sealed memories would slowly awaken. No one knew more about the Emperor Garden than she did. Under their influence, Yi Shiyun's excitement slowly calmed down. "Yang Kai, what's your current realm like?" As they flew, Yang Yan suddenly asked with concern. "I haven't had time to consolidate my foundation yet, but it doesn't matter. As long as I fight a few battles, it should be enough." Yang Kai grinned, not taking this matter seriously. Generally speaking, after a cultivator broke through to a new great realm, it would take a certain amount of time to consolidate their foundation. The most common and reliable method was naturally to meditate and cultivate. However, fighting with others was also an alternative. Of course, this was accompanied by a certain amount of risk. However, Yang Kai did not care, as he was fully confident he could consolidate his realm in battle. "Good, that's good." Yang Yan gently nodded. The rest of the way was silent as the trio flew upwards with all their strength. The Emperor Garden seemed to be suspended not far above High Heaven sect, but after really rushing towards it, Yang Kai discovered that it was actually hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. No matter how he flew, it was always directly above him. Moreover, as the distance between them narrowed, the Emperor pressure emanating from the Emperor Garden became stronger and stronger, like an invisible swamp that affected the cultivator's Saint Qi circulation and slowed down the cultivator's progress. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, but instead of being surprised, he was actually quite happy, a thoughtful and eager expression appearing on his face. After flying another 1,000 meters or so, the Emperor pressure suddenly increased, forcing Yang Yan and Yi Shiyun to stimulate the effects of their Emperor Jades to create a light barrier around their bodies. Yang Kai, on the other hand, paused in place. "What's wrong?" Yang Yan looked at him in confusion, not understanding why he had stopped at this critical moment. "You go on ahead. I want to cultivate here." Yang Kai looked up at her. Yang Yan frowned, but soon showed a look of understanding. "You want to use the Emperor pressure here to condense your sure?" As soon as this statement came out, Yi Shiyun was also shocked. Yes. Yang Kai did not deny it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I want to try it. When he went to rescue Qian Tong with Fei Jitu and the others, he had entered Fallen Emperor Mountain. Ning Xiangchun had told Yang Kai at that time that when he broke through to the origin returning realm one day, he could enter Fallen Emperor Mountain to condense his Shi because there was Emperor pressure there. The Shi condensed with the help of Emperor pressure was often much stronger than the Shi of an ordinary cultivator, and the benefits were indescribable. However, no one had ever confirmed this, so no one knew the truth. At that time, Yang Kai had made a mental note that regardless of whether this was true or not, when he reached the origin returning realm, he would definitely go to Fallen Emperor Mountain. If things were as he guessed, it would naturally be for the best, but even if it wasn't, it didn't matter. In any case, Emperor pressure had the effect of helping a cultivator condense their Shi. This was something everyone recognized. However, since the appearance of the Emperor Garden, there seemed to be no Emperor pressure in Fallen Emperor Mountain. So if Yang Kai wanted to use this Emperor pressure to condense his Shi, this was probably his only chance. If he missed this opportunity, it would be impossible to find an equivalent opportunity again. Chapter 1439. Compared to the various treasures and benefits in the Emperor Garden, one's own strength was the most important, while everything else was just external forces. Which was more important, Yang Kai naturally understood. As such, even if he entered the Emperor Garden 1 hour later, it didn't matter. As long as this plan was successful, the benefits he would obtain would be far greater than the treasures he could find in the Emperor Garden. It was with these considerations in mind that Yang Kai was eager to try. Yang Yan had no intention of stopping him, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Then act according to your own strength. Don't be reckless. I have great chalk here to protect me, so you don't need to worry about anything." Yang Kai nodded lightly before turning to Yi Shiyun and cupping his fists. "Senior Yi, I'll leave Yang Yan to you. You can rest assured. As long as this queen still has a single breath, no one can harm Master." Yi Shiyun declared proudly. Yang Kai grinned and waved his hand. "Let's go if possible. I will find you inside the Emperor Garden and meet up with you." Yang Yan glanced over at him and gave him a few more words of advice before continuing to fly upwards. A moment later, though, she stopped and shouted back, "Yang Kai, what's wrong?" Yang Kai looked at her puzzled. "These past few days, I must thank you." Yang Yan smiled brightly, and after saying these seemingly random words, she set off again and flew off. Yang Kai frowned as he stared at her back blankly, wondering what this woman meant and why she had suddenly become so pretentious. Shaking his head, Yang Kai decided not to think about it too much. Right now, the most important thing was to use the Emperor pressure to condense his Shi. Thinking so, Yang Kai continued to fly upwards unhurriedly. Every cultivator, after breaking through to the origin returning realm, would begin to condense their Shi. No one was an exception. Force was something that was hard to explain. It was different from the cultivator's own qi. It was the product of a person's essence, qi, and spirit. Once cultivated successfully, it would be of great help to the cultivator when facing an enemy. The cultivator could even integrate all kinds of secret arts and divine skills into his force, allowing his force to unleash unimaginable effects. However, Shi was extremely difficult to cultivate and required many years of comprehension and integration. Only by cultivating Shi to the grand accomplishment stage could a cultivator break through to the origin king realm. This was one of the requirements for advancement. On Shadowed Star, there were countless origin returning realm cultivators, and the number of third-order origin returning realm cultivators was also quite large, but only 1% of them had cultivated their Shi to the grand accomplishment stage. Yi Shiyun was undoubtedly one of them. It was hard to say about Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tuesday. They might or might not have reached the great accomplishment stage. Experts like Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng were most likely not at this level. Therefore, even if two third-order origin returning realm masters had the same cultivation realm, the strength they could display would be different. The reason for this was Shi. If an origin returning realm cultivator could condense their Shi, their combat effectiveness would rise sharply, increasing by at least 30% to 40%. 30 peak saints might be able to defeat a single first-order Saint King. However, 30 peak Saint Kings were definitely not the opponent of a first-order origin returning realm cultivator who possessed Shi. The difference was obvious because once one fell into the opponent's Shi, whether it was the circulation of their Saint Qi or the power of their secret techniques, they would be greatly reduced unless they cultivated a secret technique specifically designed to break Shi, such as Demon Blood Temple's Demon Blood Thread. As for how to condense his Shi, Yang Kai already had a plan. Although he had only broken through to the origin returning realm a few days ago, he had not swallowed the souls of so many origin returning realm masters for nothing. Furthermore, there was also the personal experience of Chen Tong, Fei Jitu, Wei Guchang, and Dong Xianer, all of which had been of great help to him. Yang Kai had been preparing for a long time, and now it had finally come in handy. High up in the sky, Yang Kai's figure was as straight as a sword, his Saint Qi condensed and roaring as it circulated through his body. Above him, there seemed to be an invisible staircase that allowed him to climb step by step, his demeanor leisurely and without the slightest pressure. At this time and place, the Emperor pressure was not too strong and could only slightly affect the circulation of his Saint Qi, but Yang Kai was taking advantage of this suppression to silently comprehend and integrate his essence, Qi, and soul. As he continued to climb, the Emperor pressure shrouding his body also gradually increased, gradually reaching a point where it was difficult for him to even move. Every step he took seemed to consume a great deal of strength as crackling sounds constantly rang out from his body. The shroud of Emperor pressure not only slowed down his movements but also greatly reduced the speed at which he circulated his Saint Qi. It was as if he was in a swamp, and even the space around him had become extremely viscous. Yang Kai's face was ferocious as the veins on his neck protruded and his eyes turned red, making him look like a mad beast. Although he looked embarrassed, the joy in the depths of his eyes was obvious. Using the Emperor pressure to condense his Shi really had a miraculous effect. The Emperor pressure that shrouded his body and exerted tremendous pressure on every part of his body and every cell had become a magical catalyst, allowing his essence, Qi, and soul to reach an unprecedented level of harmony. This allowed him to vaguely understand what Shi was and how to condense it. Looking up at the void, Yang Kai once again took a step forward with great difficulty. The distance of this step was only 1 meter, but to Yang Kai it felt as if dozens of days had passed, if not longer. The huge pressure of the Emperor pressure not only slowed his movements but also slowed his thoughts and feelings. This kind of slowness was not obvious from the outside world, but for Yang Kai it was a rare experience. The distance of this step allowed him to experience something that ordinary cultivators would need to spend a lot of time to experience. After landing, Yang Kai closed his eyes and began circulating the Saint Qi in his body, feeling as if he had broken free from the shackles of the Emperor pressure and was circulating his Saint Qi faster than before. After a long time, Yang Kai opened his eyes again and took another step forward before closing his eyes again to feel the various changes in his body. This cycle repeated itself. The benefits of a powerful physique were finally reflected at this moment. If it were not for Yang Kai's powerful physique, he would not have been able to persist until now and would have suffered heavy injuries under the suppression of the Emperor pressure. Fortunately, he had cultivated the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art to the first stage before this, greatly enhancing his physical strength. Yang Kai had just broken through to the origin returning realm and was consolidating his foundation at an incredible speed. This enlightenment allowed Yang Kai to save a lot of time in meditation. Otherwise, it would have taken him at least 1 or 2 weeks to consolidate his foundation. Just these benefits alone made this trip worthwhile. However, Yang Kai was not satisfied with this and continued to climb upwards, still immersed in his own enlightenment, as if he had forgotten everything around him. After a full day, Yang Kai had climbed tens of thousands of meters. This distance was nothing and was still far from the Emperor Garden. But he had used this opportunity to comprehend a deeper layer of the heavenly way and martial Tao that would take an ordinary cultivator several hundred years to achieve. An invisible and heavy energy, invisible to the naked eye, spread out with him as the center, contending against the Emperor's pressure. This was Yang Kai's Shi. Although compared to the incredible Emperor pressure, This sure was equivalent to a chick breaking out of its shell. Not even worth mentioning, it was still an absolute miracle. There was no martial artist who could condense their own force in a short day, and it was already at the minor accomplishment stage. No one would believe such a thing even if it was told. However, Yang Kai had taken advantage of this rare opportunity to accomplish this. The emperor pressure emanating from the Emperor Garden was more intuitive, clear, and impactful than the one he had felt in Fallen Emperor Mountain. In the past, many cultivators had gone to Fallen Emperor Mountain to experience the wondrous emperor pressure in order to condense their own sure, and many of them had obtained great benefits from it. Yang Kai was in a better position than Fallen Emperor Mountain, so naturally he was able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, this was just the beginning and was far from over. With a determined look, Yang Kai continued to climb slowly while comprehending and experiencing the wonders of the Emperor Garden. On this day, a cultivator finally caught up with Yang Kai's pace. These cultivators had all set off from the periphery of the Lu Yen Desert and were rushing to the Emperor Garden. Bypassing the flame barrier had cost them a lot of effort, so all of them were anxious, fearing that someone else would arrive first and snatch the benefits from the Emperor Garden. When they passed by Yang Kai, everyone was shocked, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. They could easily resist the Emperor pressure and fly upwards because they had activated the protective effect of the Emperor Jades. With the protection of the barrier, they could not bear the pressure of the Emperor pressure at all. But here, they saw Yang Kai resisting the Emperor pressure with his own strength. How could they not be shocked? Many of them were famous masters on Shadowed Star, their cultivations reaching the second order or third order origin returning realm. But even so, no one dared to casually withdraw the Emperor Jade's protective barrier. Occasionally, a master who did not believe in superstition saw Yang Kai acting so arrogantly and could not help wanting to compete with him and put away their Emperor Jades, but in an instant their speed would drop and they would be left far behind. Chapter 1440. After half a year of recuperation, Jin Shi had finally recovered. Although he was missing an arm, it did not affect his strength much. At this moment, when he passed by Yang Kai, his eyes blazed with hatred. Without any hesitation, he summoned his demon blood thread and transformed it into a jet-black beam of light that shot towards Yang Kai's head. He thought that Yang Kai would be defenseless and would die without a doubt. However, he had underestimated the Emperor pressure in this place. As soon as the black streak of light transformed from demon blood threads shot out, it was wrapped up in Yang Kai's Emperor pressure and slowed to a crawl, unable to launch a sneak attack. At this moment, however, Yang Kai glanced towards Jin Shi, as if he sensed something, and a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. His lips squirmed a few times as if he was cursing, but because they were too far apart, Jin Shi could not hear him clearly and simply withdrew his gaze. The other party did not pay any attention to him at all. Pa. With a light bang, the black light that was attacking Yang Kai burst apart, releasing a strong smell of blood that made one nauseous. The demon blood thread that Jin Shi had nurtured for countless years, under the crushing pressure of Emperor pressure, was reduced to dust. Poo. Jin Shi's face suddenly turned pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his figure teetering on the verge of collapse as a look of horror appeared on his face. It was obvious that he had been seriously injured. The demon blood thread was a very special existence, similar to an artifact, but it was connected to a cultivator's mind and soul. Once it was destroyed, the cultivator would naturally suffer a backlash. Jin Shi's attack not only failed to kill Yang Kai but also caused him to lose a demon blood thread that was as important to him as his life, causing him to go pale with anger. Mo Xiaoshang, Old Woman Feng, and the others who had just arrived saw this scene and all showed looks of shock. The eager expressions on their faces gradually converged and became extremely dignified. Just now, they had also wanted to attack Yang Kai, but Jin Shi had moved faster. But now, it seemed that fortunately, they had not acted rashly, otherwise, their fates would not have been much better than Jin Shi's. Thinking so, everyone's faces paled. Each of them revealed a look of lingering fear. After glancing at Yang Kai, they flew up without saying a word. Little brat, don't let this old master meet you in the Emperor Garden, or else I'll skin you alive. Jin Shi roared furiously. Yang Kai turned to look at him. She raised her hand with great difficulty and raised it towards him. Clenching her fist, she raised her pinky. This old man is furious. Jin Shi's eyes were filled with murderous intent, as if he couldn't wait to fight Yang Kai to the death. For better or worse, he was a famous character. In Demon Blood Temple, he held the position of Great Elder, so when had he ever been so despised and provoked? Those who dared to do this to him had long been refined by him using a secret technique and turned into blood to increase the power of his demonic blood threads. Yang Kai's actions undoubtedly made him furious. Great Elder, it's more important to enter the Emperor Garden first. This little brat will definitely enter as well. It won't be too late to find trouble with him then, Jin Shi said from beside him. A beautiful woman wearing a pink dress with revealing clothes gently parted her lips and tried to persuade Jin Shi. This woman was dressed in a very bold and unrestrained manner. Her two white jade-like arms and two slender legs were almost completely exposed to the air. That pink dress was completely unable to conceal her impressive figure. Her two full breasts were about to burst out of her dress, and the deep white ravine on her chest seemed to have some sort of magical power. She could attract the eyes of any man, devour their souls, and drive all men crazy. The most eye-catching feature was her red lips. Her red lips were like dazzling rubies, and they emitted a sparkling and translucent luster. They were bright and alluring, and they possessed a different kind of allure. This beautiful woman looked like a ripe peach. Just a casual pinch would cause water to drip out of her. She didn't look very old. She was only 30 years old, but she exuded the powerful aura of a third-order origin returning realm master. Although Jin Shi was resentful in his heart, he didn't dare act presumptuously in front of this beautiful woman and nodded. Temple Master is right. This beautiful woman was the Temple Master of Demon Blood Temple. If one didn't know the details of Demon Blood Temple, they wouldn't be able to believe such a woman. They definitely wouldn't dare to believe that such a woman actually held such a high position. However, if they had heard of her name, they would fear her like a snake or scorpion. Demon Blood Temple wasn't a kind force, and although it didn't commit all kinds of evil, most of its disciples weren't good people either. They often killed others for their possessions and used their strength to bully the weak. Pillaging is a common occurrence. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Since the disciples of the temple were like this, the beautiful woman who was the temple master was naturally no better. It was rumored that this woman was happy without a man every night, and she was particularly fond of beautiful men. In Demon Blood Temple, once a man with even a little bit of good looks was targeted by this beautiful woman. They couldn't escape her palm. Even several of the temple's elders were rumored to have affairs with her. Every year, a large number of strong and handsome male cultivator would be abducted into Demon Blood Temple and disappear without a trace. Rumor had it that all of their essence chi had been sucked dry by this beautiful woman and they would die tragically on her belly. However, although Demon Blood Temple had committed all kinds of evil deeds, they had always remained safe and sound. This was because the targets they targeted were all small forces without any great backing or background, so even if they had a bad reputation, no great force dared to find trouble with them. What's more, Demon Blood Temple was a first-class force on Shadowed Star, so unless Thunder Typhoon Sect and Heaven Battling Union joined forces and gathered some helpers, it would be impossible to uproot it. At this moment, this beautiful woman was looking at Yang Kai, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes, her fragrant tongue licking her ruby-red lips as her breathing quickened slightly. There was no wind without smoke. The rumors outside were mostly true. For example, this beautiful woman liked strong men the most. She wasn't feeling empty or lonely. As the sect master of a powerful sect and a third-order origin returning realm master, how could she feel empty and lonely? The biggest reason why she liked strong men was because the vitality in their bodies was far stronger than that of an average cultivator. While she was having S*X with these men, she could use her secret techniques to absorb their vitality and enhance her demon blood threads. Yang Kai being able to resist the Emperor pressure here without relying on the protection of the Emperor Jade was a testament to the strength of his physique. So it was only natural that this beautiful woman was quite interested in him. On top of that, Yang Kai's cultivation was not low, at least at the level of a first-order origin returning realm. If she could absorb this man's vitality, she would be able to further improve her strength. After reaching her current level of cultivation, it would be extremely difficult for her to increase her strength. If she was on another star in the territory of Shadowed Star, she could still hope to break through to the Origin King realm, but in the special environment of Shadowed Star, reaching the Origin King realm was a luxury, so she could only try her best to enhance the power of her secret techniques. Yang Kai's body was the best nourishment for this. The more she looked at him, the happier and more satisfied she became. This beautiful woman couldn't wait to rush over and capture Yang Kai, find a secluded place, and have a good time with him. But the scene of Jin Shi taking action just now had alarmed her greatly and made her realize that now wasn't the best time to act. With a chuckle, the beautiful woman looked at Yang Kai and said, "Little brother, hurry up and enter the Emperor Garden. This sect master will be waiting for you inside." After saying so, she and Jin Shi flew past Yang Kai. Looking at the backs of these two, Yang Kai coldly snorted, not paying them any mind at all. He had long known that his trip to the Emperor Garden this time would not be peaceful. Without even mentioning others, the great forces who had previously clashed with him on Dragon Cave Mountain would definitely not let him off so easily. But so what? Now that he had broken through to the First Order Origin returning realm and his Shi had reached the minor accomplishment stage, even if he faced them, Yang Kai was not afraid. As long as he wasn't besieged by 4 or 5 top masters, he could always escape if he couldn't win. As such, Yang Kai wasn't afraid and was instead somewhat eager to find an opportunity to test the power of his Shi. Streaks of light flew past him from both near and far. These were the cultivators who had obtained Emperor Jades on Shadowed Star rushing towards the Emperor Garden. As time passed, gradually, all those who were qualified to enter the Emperor Garden passed through the space array in the sky and entered it. Up in the air, only Yang Kai's lonely figure remained, but he still continued to climb upwards at an extremely slow pace. Instead of becoming impatient, Yang Kai became calmer and calmer. Now that everyone had left, he no longer had anything to worry about. He could refine and strengthen his aura without any restraints. With such a rare opportunity, Yang Kai was not willing to miss it. Time continued to pass, and after 3 days, Yang Kai's face was pale as he stood somewhere in the void, gasping for breath, his legs trembling as if he had collapsed. At this point, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to take another step forward. The thick Emperor pressure around him had increased to a level that made him tremble with fear. It was as if he took another step forward, he would be crushed to pieces. After 3 days of hard work, Yang Kai had obtained a wealth that ordinary cultivators would not be able to obtain even after several dozen or even 100 years. That was his understanding of Shi. Not only had his Shi reached the minor accomplishment stage, but it had also been greatly enhanced, making him not inferior to those masters who had been famous for a long time. Have I reached my limit? A trace of sadness flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. Although he still wanted to continue climbing, there was a limit to one's strength, so there was nothing he could do about it. But soon, he seemed to think of something and showed a thoughtful expression. After a full incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Slowly and painstakingly, he lifted his foot and placed it on the invisible stairs above. Kong. A pressure that almost destroyed Yang Kai's body and soul suddenly enveloped him. At the same time, a loud sizzling sound rang out. A strange force burst out from Yang Kai's body, turning into an invisible blade that cut through the Emperor pressure surrounding him. His body suddenly became much more relaxed, and Yang Kai's figure flickered as he ascended another step. The sizzling sound became more intense, and as far as the eye could see, the space around Yang Kai began to distort, as if it was constantly collapsing and repairing itself. Space Force. Chapter 1441. The power of space was a divine ability that very few people could cultivate, and it was even more so a secret technique that no one could master. It was by relying on his space force that Yang Kai was able to take this final step, and this was far from the end. Wrapping himself in space force and combining it with his Shi to resist the emperor pressure, Yang Kai felt that he could continue to climb higher. After such a successful attempt, Yang Kai vaguely had an idea that excited him. Whether this idea would work or not would depend on the next test. Considering all this, Yang Kai's previous sadness was swept away and replaced with unparalleled excitement. Constantly urging his space force to merge with his Shi, Yang Kai repeated what he had been doing for the past 3 days. 7 days later, a white light curtain wrapped around Yang Kai and quickly flew up into the sky. This white light curtain was naturally the protective shield of the Emperor Jades. With this protection, Yang Kai did not feel any suppression from the Emperor pressure and was able to quickly approach the Emperor Garden. It had been 10 days since the Emperor Garden opened, and during these 10 days, Yang Kai had been condensing his Shi and making great gains. Although he had entered the Emperor Garden 10 days later than everyone else and many of the good things had already been taken by others, Yang Kai did not regret it. Compared to those treasures, his gains this time were more than enough to satisfy him. His Shi had now reached a limit and could no longer be strengthened with the help of the Emperor pressure. So Yang Kai made a prompt decision to rush to the Emperor Garden at full speed. Soon, Yang Kai arrived in front of the nearest space array, a disc-like object. When he looked at it from below, Yang Kai thought it was a solid object, but upon closer inspection, he discovered that this disc was actually not solid but was instead formed from pure energy. On the surface of this disc, there were many complex lines that flashed brightly. These were the space array diagrams. Yang Kai then looked up at the Emperor Garden. Yang Kai could not help frowning. Observing it from such a close distance, the Emperor Garden gave off a somewhat illusory feeling, as if it existed somewhere between real and illusory. It was as if it was floating there, or as if it was not. It was just a projection. After a while, Yang Kai slowly shook his head and withdrew his gaze. Returning his attention to the space array, he observed it for a moment, and a look of understanding appeared on his face. Not intending to stay here any longer, Yang Kai waved his hand and sent out a few high-rank Saint crystals, accurately embedding them into the grooves of the space array. Immediately after, the space array lit up and Yang Kai shot up. A moment later, when the light dissipated, Yang Kai had already disappeared. The sky was silent, as if no one had ever been there. At the same time, Yang Kai's figure appeared on an unknown green grassland. As soon as he appeared, Yang Kai immediately summoned his purple shield, which transformed into a purple light that protected him. At the same time, he released his divine sense and assumed a defensive posture. He didn't dare to let his guard down. After all, the others had entered this place 10 days earlier than him. If he suddenly fell into someone's encirclement, there would definitely be a battle. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai found no life aura within a 10-kilometer radius, let alone any kind of sneak attack. But in the next moment, Yang Kai's expression became one of shock as he turned his head and looked around dumbfoundedly. His brow furrowed. Is this the Emperor Garden? His current location was actually on top of a grassland that stretched as far as the eye could see. The sky was blue, and there were no clouds in sight. It was a good day with the sun hanging high in the sky, but how could this be the Emperor Garden? Others might not know what the interior of the Emperor Garden looked like, but Yang Kai was very clear. When he went with Fei Jitu and the others to rescue Qian Tong, he had already entered the Emperor Garden once. There were many richly ornamented buildings and palaces, so how could there be a grassland? However, if someone were to say that this was not the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai would not believe it. After all, he had entered this place through the space array, so it was impossible for there to be a mistake. What's going on here? Yang Kai was confused. At the same time, somewhere in this space, there was a beautiful woman wearing a fiery red palace dress. Her brow was slightly furrowed as a look of surprise appeared on her face. This beautiful woman had a beautiful figure and an outstanding appearance, clearly a first-class beauty. If that was all there was to it, the key was that this beautiful woman exuded an enchanting aura from head to toe. This kind of enchanting aura was not something that could be compared to someone who cultivated some kind of bewitching technique, but rather someone who was born with it. Every frown, every smile, and every move she made was filled with a myriad of charm. She stood there like a ball of fire, attracting countless moths to throw themselves at her. The beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple was also extremely enchanting and charming. But compared to this woman, her charm was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. There was simply no comparison. At this moment, there were 4 Origin Returning Realm Masters gathered around this woman, 1 Third-Order Origin Returning Realm, 2 Second-Order Origin Returning Realm, and 1 First-Order Origin Returning Realm Master. The 4 of them formed a triangle, blocking off all avenues of retreat for this woman, all of them staring at her with greed. In all fairness, these 4 men were not lustful or lustful people. For experts with such strength, except for a very small number of people who had special preferences, beauty was not very important to them. What they pursued was the pinnacle of martial arts and the improvement of their cultivation base. However, this woman was simply too special. Her enchanting charm was irresistible to any man. The moment they saw her face, whether they were lustful or not, the 4 Origin Returning Realm Masters couldn't help wanting to capture her and pamper her with their own hands. It seemed that as long as they could spend a night with her, even if they died, it didn't matter. The woman stood alone all by herself. Although her tender body exuded a powerful Third-Order Origin Returning Realm aura, the 4 men opposite her did not fear her. After all, they had the advantage in numbers and one of them could contend with her. A trace of perplexity flashed across her pretty face. That look of deep thought had a unique charm to it. Even her slightly furrowed brows exuded a captivating charm. The 4 Origin Returning Realm Masters gathered around her felt their hearts beat wildly as their faces flushed red. They could not help feeling their lips go dry as their blood rushed to their heads. Soon, the woman's beautiful eyes lit up, as if she had thought of something, and an inexplicable look of excitement appeared on her face as she whispered, "He's here! He's actually here!" Her voice was soft, but it exuded an irresistible charm. A dazzling smile blossomed on this tender face, causing the other 4 Origin Returning Realm Masters to completely lose their minds and attack the beautiful woman in green at the same time without hesitation. Although their attacks were ruthless, there was no murderous intent. They just wanted to capture this beautiful woman alive and ravage her wantonly. How could they be willing to let her suffer any harm? However, they had underestimated the strength of this beautiful woman far too much. Facing the overwhelming attacks coming from all directions, a trace of displeasure flashed across the beautiful woman's eyes, as if she was annoyed that these 4 had interrupted her contemplation. Even if this beautiful woman was angry, she was still exceptionally beautiful. At the very least, the 4 men who attacked her could not help feeling pity for her and involuntarily slowing down their attacks. The beautiful woman did not show the slightest trace of politeness, though, her tender body twirling in place as a pink mist suddenly filled the air. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk all of the attacks landed on the pink mist, but they only managed to cause it to wriggle a few times, but were unable to break it apart. The fog quickly dissipated, revealing the angry face of the beautiful woman. With a wave of her hand, a small fan appeared in her grasp. This fan was overflowing with world energy, and at first glance it was obvious it was a high-grade artifact. What was even more surprising was that the surface of this fan was embroidered with many exquisite figures. There were men and women, all of them completely naked and in all kinds of poses, as if they were enjoying themselves. The pattern on the surface of the fan was actually an erotic painting. Ordinary women would not use such a shameful artifact, but the beautiful woman did not care at all. Her jade hand clenched the small fan as she bit her lip and shouted, "Courting death!" As soon as her voice fell, she gently waved the fan. The erotic painting embroidered on the surface of the fan seemed to come to life as countless naked men and women rushed out from the fan, pouncing straight towards the four men and pouring into their bodies in the blink of an eye. The faces of the four men changed greatly as they tried to circulate their secret arts to resist, but it was already too late. One wrong move and the whole game was lost. They had underestimated the terrifying strength of this beautiful woman in red and had not been ruthless in their attacks. Now that they had been attacked by this woman, how could they defend themselves? The scene in front of them immediately changed. The four of them seemed to be in a pool of wine and a forest of meat. Decadent music that made one's blood boil echoed in their ears. Countless young women dressed in light muslin appeared beside them, singing and dancing. From time to time they would display their beauty. Their beautiful eyes moved, and it was an instinct to please. The four men instantly fell and stood in place stupidly, all of them wearing happy smiles on their faces as they immersed themselves in this scene, unable to extricate themselves. The beautiful woman glanced at the four men in disgust but did not attack again, instead taking out a veil and covering her face before quickly flying off in a certain direction. Although it was only a vague feeling, she knew that person had come. It was just that too much time had passed, a full 20 to 30 years ago, so it was impossible for her to rely on her original secret technique to find him. She could only rely on her own instincts and pray that she could find him before the Emperor Garden closed. Otherwise, once she missed this opportunity, she may never be able to do so again. The figure of the beautiful woman gradually disappeared, and after an incense stick worth of time, the four men who were standing in place fell to the ground one after another, blood flowing from their 7 orifices as their bodies twitched and their vitality rapidly drained away. With just a single move, she had killed 4 Origin returning realm masters, demonstrating just how terrifying her strength was. Is this still the Emperor Garden? On the green grassland, Yang Kai muttered to himself blankly. It had been a cup of tea's worth of time since he arrived here, but Yang Kai still could not figure out what was going on. However, the world energy aura here was indeed extremely rich, much richer than on Shadowed Star and not inferior even to his own High Heaven sect. It was clear that this place had surpassed the floating continent. From this point of view, it was possible that this was the Emperor Garden. However, Yang Kai remembered that in the Emperor Garden, one's divine sense could not extend too far from one's body, let alone investigate the situation within 10 kilometers. From this point of view, it was clear this was not the Emperor Garden. Chapter 1442. In any case, the best thing to do now was to find someone to inquire about the situation. At the very least, he had to figure out what was going on. After all, others had entered 10 days earlier than him and might know something he didn't. Thinking so, Yang Kai took out 2 communication artifacts from his space ring and poured his divine sense into them. Of these 2 communication artifacts, one was used to contact Yang Inflammation while the other was used to contact Qian Tong. Both had been left behind in the past and had come in handy now. As long as the distance between them wasn't too far, both sides would be able to contact each other. After waiting for a moment, Yang Kai put away the communication artifacts with a look of disappointment. Neither Yang Inflammation nor Qian Tong responded. Obviously, even if they were here, they were too far away to be able to contact him. It seems I'll have to rely on myself. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai randomly picked a direction and flew off in that direction. Even without using his star shuttle, Yang Kai's current speed was extremely fast, but along the way he didn't encounter any living people. However, Yang Kai did find a lot of corpses here as well as traces of battle. Some of these corpses belonged to monster beasts while others belonged to humans, but all of them had died gruesome deaths. It seemed that many great battles had broken out in this grassland. Judging from how dried up the blood was, these battles had probably ended not too long ago, the earliest being the day the Emperor Garden opened. There were also many traces of spirit grasses and spirit medicines being harvested here. It seemed that many people had obtained some benefits here. After half a day, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and turned his head to look in a certain direction. Over 100 kilometers away, the faint sounds of battle could be heard, mixed with the shock waves of energy collisions. It was obvious that a good show was about to unfold. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and immediately changed direction and flew in that direction. Now that he had broken through to the origin returning realm and had condensed his Shi to the limit, he could even fight against a third-order origin returning realm master, so naturally he was bold enough to do so. The distance of 100 kilometers was covered in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. When Yang Kai arrived and saw what was going on, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and exclaim, "Seven-colored elk?" Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He didn't expect to see the famous rainbow elk here. He recognized this monster beast because he had once obtained the 10,000-year incense on the 6th floor of the Luyen sandfield. One of the main ingredients of the 10,000-year incense was the seven-colored elk's perfume sachet. Needless to say, the benefits of the 10,000-year incense went without saying. The cultivator could cultivate in the fragrance of the incense, which could purify their mind and reduce their inner demons. However, the materials needed to refine them were extremely difficult to find. Each of them was made from the body of a level 10 monster beast. Among them, the rainbow elk sachet was the most difficult to obtain. This was because this monster beast was a remnant of an ancient strange beast and was rumored to have gone extinct long ago. Therefore, even if some great sects had mastered the refining method of the 10,000-year incense, they couldn't make bricks without straw. But as soon as he stepped into this strange place, he encountered a rainbow elk. No, it didn't seem to be a rainbow elk. Yang Kai frowned again and carefully observed the battlefield in front of him. At first glance, this monster beast looked similar to a rainbow elk, but upon closer inspection, he noticed some differences. It was rumored that the rainbow elk was born as a level 8 monster beast, and when it reached its peak, it could even reach the level 10. Although the one in front of him was also an adult monster beast, it was obviously only at the peak of level 9, not even level 10. Moreover, the seven-colored glow on its body wasn't as frightening as the rumors said. The seven-colored glow of a real rainbow elk was its innate divine technique, which had the magical effect of ignoring all defenses. Even an Origin King Realm cultivator would have to retreat 3 meters in front of it. If one wanted to kill a real rainbow elk, it would take several Origin Kings working together. There were a total of 5 people fighting this rainbow elk, 3 men and 2 women. All of them were at least Origin returning realm masters, including 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 3rd order cultivators. The artifacts they summoned were also unpredictable and varied. Even so, the 5 people didn't dare to be careless. 2 of them were in a sorry state, as if they had already suffered a great loss at the hands of this monster beast. All kinds of martial skills and artifacts blasted towards the monster beast, but it remained motionless, standing in place with a human-like look of contempt in its eyes. The seven-colored glow on its body blossomed and blocked all the attacks. After the collision of energy, the monster beast remained unscathed. On the other hand, the 5 people who had been fighting for a long time were panting heavily due to their Saint Chi exhaustion. Yang Kai didn't conceal himself when he arrived, which surprised the 5 people. In this kind of place, what they feared the most was the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. However, when their divine senses swept over Yang Kai, they found that he was just a first-order returning realm cultivator, so they all breathed a sigh of relief. The weakest of the 5 was at this level, and there were still 2nd-order and 3rd-order cultivators among them. Naturally, they didn't take Yang Kai seriously. After exchanging glances with each other, a middle-aged man divided a part of his attention to monitor Yang Kai's movements, while the rest continued to besiege the monster beast. Yang Kai was naturally aware of their actions, but he wasn't annoyed at all. If he were in their shoes, he would have done the same, so there was nothing to be concerned about. However, Yang Kai's brow furrowed even tighter, because he found that he didn't recognize any of these 5 people. Although Yang Kai hadn't had much contact with the cultivator from other great forces on Shadowed Star, when the Emperor Garden opened this time, he had been condensing his Shi outside. In other words, He had seen most of the cultivator who had passed by him on the way to the Emperor Garden. However, he didn't recognize any of these 5 people. What surprised Yang Kai the most was that the clothes these 5 wore were somewhat different from those on Shadowed Star, as if they weren't from Shadowed Star at all. Thinking so, Yang Kai felt like he was about to fall into a daze. However, he had only come to inquire about the situation and had no intention of interfering or disturbing them. He was just going to wait for the battle to end before coming forward to speak. The battle continued, and after an hour, the 5 of them showed signs of disappointment and retreating. The reason was none other than the fact that the demonic beast, which was similar to the rainbow elk, was extremely difficult to deal with. The 7-colored light covering its body was mysterious, but it was actually very sturdy. No matter how the 5 of them attacked, they couldn't break it. Moreover, the monster beast's counterattacks from time to time were extremely sharp. At this point, the 5 people had all suffered some injuries. The most seriously injured, the black-haired old man, had his abdomen pierced through and was bleeding profusely. Although this wasn't a serious injury, if this battle continued, it would only worsen his injuries and weaken his combat effectiveness. Brother Min, should we temporarily withdraw and reconsider our options? Another white-haired old man frowned and said. Everyone could see that the situation was hopeless. Without even mentioning the fact that they couldn't do anything to the monster beast in a short time, this place was so open that if they were taken advantage of in the middle of a fierce battle, it was likely they would be the fishermen who took advantage of the situation. After all, Yang Kai had already followed the sounds of the battle and found this place. The injured black-haired old man wasn't an inflexible person, so he nodded and said, "Okay, let's withdraw first." Since the 2 strongest old men had already said so, the slightly weaker middle-aged man and the 2 women naturally didn't have any objections. The 5 people all made a feint and immediately withdrew from the battle, running away as fast as lightning. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but the direction in which the 5 people left was where Yang Kai was standing. It seemed that they wanted to use him to slightly resist the monster beast. Yang Kai frowned and immediately understood what they were thinking. Although he was displeased, he didn't show it. "Let's go." Among the group of 5, a petite young woman wearing a black robe, who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, called out to Yang Kai as she passed by him. Among the 5 people, her cultivation was the lowest. Like Yang Kai, she was only at the first-order origin returning realm. It was unknown what kind of cultivation method she practiced, but her strength wasn't low, and her appearance didn't change at all. The other party had good intentions, so Yang Kai grinned at her and asked, "You don't want this monster beast, right?" The woman frowned and didn't have time to answer. In the blink of an eye, she was hundreds of feet away. Her figure flickered a few more times, and she was already far away. The 5 people wanted to escape, but the monster beast became fierce. It let out a cry similar to a deer's cry and moved its 4 hooves, suddenly turning into a 7-colored stream of light and chasing in the direction of the 5 people. Its speed was as fast as lightning, almost impossible to see with the naked eye. As it ran, a 7-colored light separated from its body and shot toward Yang Kai. Facing such a monster beast, Yang Kai didn't dare to be careless. He reached out and pointed, and the purple shield stood in front of him. The next moment, the 7-colored light collided with the purple shield. It was silent. What surprised Yang Kai was that his purple shield was unable to completely defend against this attack. The 7-colored light actually passed through the shield like it was nothing, directly piercing through it and striking towards his chest. But the shield was not damaged at all. Was there really a magic that could ignore defense? Yang Kai was shocked. He thought to himself, could it be that I was blind? Was this really a 7-colored elk that was supposed to be extinct? But soon, he rejected this idea, because although the 7-colored light did pass through his purple shield, its power was greatly reduced. It didn't have the terrifying power that it had just released. If it was really a 7-colored elk's light, it definitely wouldn't be like this. It seemed that even if this monster beast wasn't a real 7-colored elk, it had some bloodline relationship with this ancient species. I found a treasure. Yang Kai wasn't surprised, but was happy. His figure flashed, and he dodged the seven-colored lights attack. At the same time, he flicked his finger, and a space blade attacked the monster beast with lightning speed. The other party didn't seem to take Yang Kai seriously, thinking that it could kill him with one blow. It didn't seem to have any intention of guarding against him at all. When the space blade came close, it realized that something was wrong. It was too late to dodge at this time. The pitch-black space blade cut the monster beast's body, and the seven-colored light shook, and a small hole appeared. The defense that the five people couldn't break no matter how hard they tried was done by Yang Kai. Chapter 1443. Half an hour later, Yang Kai exhaled softly and stepped forward, arriving in front of the monster beast's body, bending down and reaching into its abdomen to extract its sachet and monster core. A strange fragrance wafted out, and when one sniffed it, they couldn't help but feel refreshed and comfortable to the extreme. This monster beast was indeed related to the seven-colored elk in terms of bloodline. Even if it wasn't a direct bloodline, it should still be a hybrid. Although its sachet and monster core couldn't be used to refine rare treasures like the 10,000-year incense, they could be used to refine some pills used to resist one's heart demons. This kind of pill was extremely precious. It was something that cultivators wanted to obtain the most when breaking through to the next great realm, but it was also the most difficult to obtain. A single pill could not be bought even with 10,000 gold coins, so the fragrant sachet and monster core in the hands of an alchemist like Yang Kai would definitely play a huge role and bring unimaginable value. Although the battle just now wasn't very thrilling for Yang Kai, it had still cost him quite a bit of effort. Yang Kai couldn't kill this monster beast with just his space blade. The monster beast was simply too fast, and after seeing the situation turn for the worse, it actually tried to escape. But how could Yang Kai allow it to do as it pleased? He immediately summoned his spectral cloud array plate and transformed it into a sea of clouds to envelop it. Using the power of the spectral cloud array, Yang Kai was able to trap it and kill it. The spectral cloud array plate was something Yang Kai had obtained from the Emperor Garden and was extremely powerful. When Fei Jitu and the others were trapped inside it, they had suffered greatly. With Yang Kai's current strength, coupled with his space blade and golden blood threads, how could the monster beast possibly escape? The monster core and the sachet were the most precious things on this monster beast's body, but the body of a peak 9th order monster beast couldn't be wasted. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before taking out the verdant dragon bone sword and pouring his Saint Chi into it. The dragon bone sword immediately transformed into a 3-meter-long dark green dragon. It swallowed the monster beast's corpse and spat it out a moment later. All that was left was a shriveled corpse. Its flesh and blood seemed to have been completely devoured. Yang Kai smiled. The dragon bone sword was an artifact that could grow. By devouring the essence of its enemy's flesh and blood, it would become more and more powerful. Putting it away with satisfaction, Yang Kai released a few more strands of Saint Chi and withdrew from the spectral cloud array. After retrieving the array plate, Yang Kai turned his head and glanced in the direction the five people had left. With the sound of wind and thunder behind him, Yang Kai summoned his wind and thunder wings and his figure flickered, disappearing from the spot. At the same time, in a natural cave 1,000 kilometers away, the 5 origin returning realm masters who had fought the monster beast before were all gathered here. They did not know what kind of monster beast used to live in this catacomb. It seemed to be some kind of python, but it had been abandoned for a long time. The environment was dry, so the 5 of them used it as a temporary resting place. A simple concealment spirit array had been set up outside. That 7-colored elk variant still hasn't caught up. It seems that little brat was the one who lured it away. Good, although that little brat's cultivation isn't very high, he should have cultivated some kind of escaping secret technique. His speed isn't slow. Among the 5 people, the black-haired old man who had been using his divine sense to investigate the situation outside for a long time said happily, Brother Min. The black-haired old man looked towards the white-haired old man with some hesitation on his face. It's fine. Listening to his tone, he isn't here to seek revenge. On top of that, his cultivation isn't high, so even if he wants to seek revenge, does he have the ability? Let him come in, the white-haired old man said casually. He couldn't be blamed for not having good eyesight. After all, Yang Kai's cultivation was quite low, and he was alone. The white-haired old man knew that this boy wouldn't be able to cause any trouble in front of the five of them. Hearing this, the black-haired old man waved his hand and sent out a wisp of Saint Chi to temporarily close the aura concealing spirit array before politely saying, "Little friend, please come in." "Many thanks." Yang Kai smiled lightly and stepped forward, walking towards the cave without the slightest vigilance, causing the five people inside the cave to be a little surprised. The other party had come alone, yet still dared to act so boldly. Either there was something wrong with his head and he didn't know the dangers of the world, or he had some kind of backing and didn't put the five of them in his eyes. Since the latter was unlikely, then it must be the former. This made sense though. The other party didn't look very old, but he had an origin-returning realm cultivation, so he was probably a disciple of some great force who spent most of his time in retreat in his sect, not interacting with outsiders and not understanding the ways of the world. Considering all this, the expressions of the five people inside the cave eased greatly. Such a person was easy to deal with. The cave wasn't very large, only about a dozen meters in diameter, and it was completely dark inside. After Yang Kai entered, he looked around and nodded to himself. Although the way these five people ran away just now made him feel uncomfortable, it now seemed that they weren't evil people. Otherwise, as soon as he landed, they would definitely have launched a sneak attack. At least for now, they didn't show any malicious intent. What's more, the petite woman even nodded slightly to him, while the other woman seemed to be a little reserved and embarrassed, seemingly a little guilty of what she had done just now. Not bad. Yang Kai had been thinking that if these people didn't know what was good for them, he definitely wouldn't show mercy. Now it seemed that he had saved himself some trouble. "This one is Yang Kai. Greetings?" Yang Kai cupped his fists slightly and smiled meaningfully. "Little friend Yang is too polite." The white-haired old man seemed to be the leader of this group and tactfully didn't ask how Yang Kai had escaped from the monster beast, instead introducing himself in a pleasant manner. "This old man is Pine Moon Island's island master, Min Sha. These are all this old master's close friends." His demeanor was easygoing, as if nothing had happened just now. Pine Moon Island? Yang Kai frowned, a blank look on his face. However, since the other party was an island master, he should be from the Endless Sea Islands. It was normal for Yang Kai to not have heard of this place. After all, he had never been to the Endless Sea Islands, and the only force he had dealt with there was Sea Heart Sect. Yang Kai wanted to take it for granted, but Min Sha's next words made him dumbstruck on the spot. "And Pine Moon Island is an island on Azure Tree Star, so little friend naturally has never heard of it. May I ask which star little friend Yang is from?" Min Sha asked. "Azure Tree Star?" Yang Kai's eyes widened as he stared at Min Sha and the others in shock, his mood fluctuating for a moment. However, his mind was also quite sharp. Although Min Sha didn't say much, only a few words, Yang Kai was able to infer some unexpected information and asked in surprise, "Island Master Min, could it be that this Emperor Garden is not only accessible to cultivators from a single star?" As soon as this remark came out, all five people laughed. Yang Kai scratched his head and stood in place awkwardly, knowing that he must have asked the wrong question. Could the star little friend Yang is from be a remote place? Min Sha speculated boldly. Island Master Min is right. The star this Yang came from is indeed quite remote, so Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Oh, no wonder," Min Sha nodded. "Our Azure Tree Star is the same. Its location is remote and inconvenient to communicate with the outside world." Originally, this old master and the others had the same idea as little friend Yang, thinking that only a cultivator from Azure Tree Star could enter the Emperor Garden, but after entering, we discovered that any cultivator from across the entire star's territory could enter this place. This old master also inquired about this and found that the Emperor Garden has a phantom image projected on every star. As long as one possesses an Emperor Jade, they can use the space array to teleport here. So that's how it is. Yang Kai murmured before casually saying, "This Yang's shadowed star is similar to your azure tree star." Shadowed star? The five people all frowned, obviously having never heard of it before. However, even though Azure Tree Star's location was remote and inconvenient to communicate with the outside world, it was still much better than Shadowed Star. Shadowed Star could almost be said to be isolated from the outside world, unable to establish contact with the rest of its territory. Azure Tree Star was certainly not like this. Chapter 1444. Such a situation really surprised Yang Kai. He had never thought that the Emperor Garden would open to the entire star territory. He had always thought that only Shadowed Star's cultivator could enter. This accident was a disaster rather than a blessing for Shadowed Star's cultivator. After all, with the number of competitors increasing, the danger would also increase significantly. Considering all this, Yang Kai was shocked and asked, "Island Master Min, is there an Origin King Realm Master here?" Hearing this question, Min Sha smiled slightly and waved his hand. "Little friend Yang, don't worry. There are no Origin King Realm Masters here, you can rest assured." He had the same concerns as Yang Kai before. After all, Azure Tree Star's world energy was not very rich and cultivation resources were not abundant. Although there was no world principle suppression, the number of cultivators who could break through to the Origin King Realm could be counted on one hand. In the past 1,000 years, there had not been an Origin King Realm cultivator on Azure Tree Star. With his third-order Origin returning realm cultivation, Min Sha Kai was already one of the top masters on Azure Tree Star. This was exactly the same as Shadowed Star. Entering this place with such a cultivation, Min Sha Kai thought he would be able to sit back and relax. But after learning that cultivators from other stars could also enter this place, Min Sha Kai was naturally alarmed and worried about encountering a strong opponent here. However, after some investigation, Min Sha Kai was overjoyed. He did not know what kind of mysteries existed in this place that prevented any Origin King from entering. In other words, the strongest cultivator here was only on the same level as him. After listening to Min Sha's explanation, Yang Kai could not help breathing a sigh of relief, his expression easing greatly. Although he had now broken through to the Origin Returning Realm and was confident he could compete with third-order Origin Returning Realm Masters in front of an Origin King, he definitely had no power to fight back. If he really encountered an Origin King here, the consequences would be unimaginable. The situation was not too bad though. Yang Kai pondered for a while before suddenly asking solemnly, "Dare I ask, is this place the Emperor Garden?" Before Min Sha could answer though, the petite woman in black answered from the side. "Of course this is the Emperor Garden. We all used Emperor Jades to enter this place through that space array, so if this isn't the Emperor Garden, where else could it be?" She had a funny look on her face as she looked at Kai Yang with great interest. "Since this is the Emperor Garden, why?" Yang Kai frowned. "Little friend Yang wants to ask, why is it so different from what you imagined?" Min Sha looked at him with a smile. Yang Kai gently nodded. "In your imagination, since the Emperor Garden is the courtyard of the great emperors, shouldn't it have a continuous stretch of grand palaces? Not bad. Naturally, there is a palace 100,000 kilometers west of here. That palace is the real Emperor Garden," Min Sha said as he pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Min Sha chuckled. "However, since the Emperor Garden is the courtyard of the great emperors, it is naturally impossible for there to be only one huge palace. There is also a large area of land around the palace. The grassland we are currently in is just a part of this. In addition to this grassland, the Emperor Garden is surrounded by swamps, deserts, and oceans. Each of these places contains different dangers, and the locations where the cultivator who used an Emperor Jade to enter this place are also different. And our luck is pretty good. The danger here in this grassland is the lowest, but it still shouldn't be underestimated. So that's how it is." Yang Kai put on an enlightened expression. If he hadn't asked someone about this, he wouldn't have known. Before talking to Min Sha, he had been wondering if this place was really the Emperor Garden. Since the real Emperor Garden is over there, why are you here, Island Master Min? Yang Kai looked at the 5 people in surprise, not understanding why they had let go of this heaven-sent opportunity and instead chose to stay in this grassland instead of venturing deeper into the Emperor Garden. Min Sha smiled bitterly and said, "It's a long story. Let me put it this way, although there are many treasures in the Emperor Garden, its interior is also extremely dangerous. Not to mention the hidden barriers and spirit arrays and the long-lost ancient puppets. Just the number of masters gathered in the Emperor Garden at this moment is innumerable. This old master and the others originally entered this place with 10 people, but little friend, how many of us are left now?" After hearing this explanation, Yang Kai immediately understood that these 5 people had probably encountered some kind of great danger in the Emperor Garden and were forced to retreat in fear. This wasn't difficult to understand. After all, everyone only had one life. Although treasures and opportunities were full of temptation, if one lost their life, how could they have a chance to enjoy them? It seemed that the Emperor Garden was somewhat different from the last time he entered it. The degree of danger should have greatly increased. Otherwise, these 5 people would not have been so frightened. Thinking about it, this wasn't surprising. The last time Yang Kai entered with Fei Ji Tu and the others, the Emperor Garden had not yet officially opened, so some of the barriers and spirit arrays were still closed. Seeing Yang Kai contemplating, Min Sha didn't disturb him, only letting out a hearty laugh a moment later as he said excitedly, "However, little friend Yang shouldn't underestimate the outer perimeter of the Emperor Garden. Whether it's the grasslands, swamps, deserts, or oceans, there are all kinds of opportunities that can make one's eyes go red." "Oh, what do you mean?" Yang Kai couldn't help becoming interested. That palace is indeed one of the residences of the great emperors, but little friend Yang, the great emperors couldn't have lived alone when they were alive. There were always some servants and disciples who served them. This old master does not dare to speculate about the great emperor's cultivation, but even the people who serve him are definitely not weak. As for those disciples, not all of them live inside the Emperor Garden but rather outside. So there are many hidden, secluded mansions in the periphery of the Emperor Garden. As long as we can find one of them, this old master's trip will have been worth it, Min Sha said as he stroked his long beard, his face glowing with a faint red glow. And, in addition to these hidden cave residences, there are also many spirit grasses and medicines that have long been extinct in the outside world, as well as rare ores. There are even some rare monster beasts such as that 7-colored elk just now. If we can kill it. The petite woman suddenly paused mid-sentence and looked at Yang Kai awkwardly, as if she had just remembered something and didn't know how to continue. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and didn't mind, not only because he hadn't suffered any losses, but also because these 5 people had told him so much information at this moment. With this alone, he could write off all his previous grievances. "Has anyone found those hidden cave residences?" Yang Kai asked casually. "Yes." Min Sha nodded solemnly, a look of envy appearing on his face. "Just 3 days ago, someone found a hidden cave residence somewhere in this grassland and brought back an Origin King grade artifact as well as a lot of pills. Speaking of this," Min Sha's breathing became a little rapid. The situation on Azure Tree Star was similar to that on Shadowed Star, so an Origin King grade artifact was quite tempting to him. Since this news has spread, it seems that person's fate wasn't very good. Yang Kai's brow rose slightly. Min Sha looked at Yang Kai with admiration. Little friend Yang's words hit the nail on the head. That person is indeed being chased by many people, and as for what his fate is, this old master doesn't know, but I'm sure he won't have a good time in the future. Yang Kai nodded lightly and didn't say anything more. Yang Kai had inquired about everything he could, and as long as he knew that this was indeed the Emperor Garden, it was enough. Yang Kai wasn't planning on staying outside for long. Although he didn't know when the Emperor Garden would completely close, there was definitely a time limit. Before that, he still had at least 2 things to do and 2 things to find. Both of these things were things he had encountered when he entered the Emperor Garden last time, but he didn't have the time or ability to deal with them. Now that his strength had greatly increased, Yang Kai naturally wanted to try. Little friend Yang, from the looks of it, you must have entered this place alone. If you trust this old master, why don't you act together with us? If we find something good, the 6 of us can share it equally. We won't let you suffer a loss. For some unknown reason, Min Sha actually invited Yang Kai to join them. This Yang appreciates Island Master Min's kindness. Yang Kai didn't even think about it and directly shook his head and refused. Although I am alone right now, I didn't come here alone. I still have companions waiting for me, so I need to find them. Is that so? A look of regret flashed across Min Sha's face, but he didn't insist, simply saying, if that's the case, let's just pretend this old master didn't say anything. Good. Take care of yourselves, this Yang will take his leave. Yang Kai got up and cupped his fists slightly before his figure flickered, and he rushed out of the secret cave, determined a direction, and flew off in that direction. After Yang Kai left, inside the cave, the black-haired old man turned to Min Sha and asked suspiciously, Brother Min, why did you invite that little brat? He isn't that strong. The others also wore blank looks, not knowing what Min Sha's intentions were. Min Sha chuckled and explained, although his strength isn't anything special, since he was able to escape from that 7-colored elk variant, his speed must be top-notch. This old master invited him to join because he wanted him to scout the way for us. But since the other party didn't have such an intention, there's no need to. The others suddenly understood. Let's not talk about this for now. We need to carefully study how to kill that 7-colored elk variant. If we can kill it, the value of its fragrant sachet and monster core will be no small matter. Min Sha said solemnly. The others nodded repeatedly and immediately began planning carefully. What they didn't know was that the 7-colored elk variant had already been captured by Yang Kai, and its fragrant sachet and monster core had already been stored in Yang Kai's space ring. At this moment, Yang Kai was flying in the direction of the Emperor Garden. According to Min Sha, the Emperor Garden was 100,000 kilometers away from here. Even with Yang Kai's speed, it would take him 2 or 3 days to reach it, so he wasn't in a hurry. On the surface, Yang Kai was calm and indifferent, but deep down, he was filled with excitement and anticipation. His heart was filled with longing. He longed to meet Su Yan here. Chapter 1445. Since the Emperor Garden was open to the entire Star's territory, as long as Su Yan was still within Star's territory, she would have a chance to enter it. However, Yang Kai did not know what her current cultivation was, whether she was qualified to enter, and even if she was, would she be able to obtain an Emperor Jade? With all kinds of uncertainties, the chances of the 2 of them meeting here were slim, but even so, Yang Kai still held some expectations in his heart. The 2 of them had an inextricable connection because of the yin-yang joyous unification art, so if Su Yan was really here, Yang Kai would be able to sense her presence within a certain range. With such thoughts in his mind, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wiped his space ring, summoning a crystal-clear bead that exuded a cold aura into his palm. Su Yan's ice soul bead. As long as the bead existed, the bead would shatter and she would die. This ice soul bead had been given to him by Qianyu, and even though so many years had passed since it had been condensed, there was still a lingering aura on it that Yang Kai was reluctant to part with. Feeling the chill emanating from the bead in his hand, Yang Kai's gaze gradually softened and his mood quickly calmed down. Storing the bead back into his space ring, Yang Kai let out a long roar like a rolling dragon's roar, venting the last bit of anger in his heart before shooting off like a bolt of lightning towards the Emperor Garden. 1 day later, Yang Kai was still flying across the grassland. The scenery around him didn't seem to have changed much, which showed how big this strange place was. Along the way, Yang Kai did not encounter any dangers. Although there were many cultivators entering the Emperor Garden now, they were all scattered across such a large area that the crowds were not too dense. On the other hand, there were many strange monster beasts roaming the grassland, each one of which looked like they were not to be trifled with. Some of them had incredible demonic chi, some were extremely strong, and some were good at escaping, not giving anyone a chance to approach them. Yang Kai did not waste any time dealing with these monster beasts. He just wanted to find someone to inquire about whether he was heading in the right direction. As he flew, his divine sense leisurely spread out in all directions. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Yang Kai's figure suddenly came to a stop, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Not far from his left, there was clearly the aura of living people, and there seemed to be a lot of them. Yang Kai made up his mind and changed direction, heading in that direction. After a short period of time, Yang Kai had already arrived at the location of those people. Looking around, his expression couldn't help but be stunned. He stared at a certain location in high spirits, and a look of interest appeared on his face. The reason was none other than the fact that he actually found traces of restrictions and formations here. At the position where he was looking at, there was a layer of energy light screen that was faintly discernible. It seemed that there were some flaws after the attack, and when the energy light screen was faintly discernible, the scene within the light screen also changed slightly. Illusion array. Yang Kai raised his brow and looked around more carefully. The terrain here was quite special. Although it was still a grassland, there was a ring-shaped mountain here. Looking at it with the naked eye, there was nothing strange about the valley inside the ring-shaped mountain. Although the vegetation was lush, there were no spirit grasses or medicines. But all of this was definitely an illusion, because when the energy light screen flickered, the scenery inside the valley also changed. Impossible, right? Is my luck really that good? Yang Kai was amazed. He had heard from Minsha just a day ago that there were many hidden secluded homes in this grassland, but he hadn't expected to run into one so quickly. This valley was clearly a hidden, secluded home. There was no doubt about this, otherwise, there would be no need to arrange an illusion array on the periphery to confuse others. However, it had been discovered and attacked, so it had been exposed. At this moment, there were two groups of people gathered here. There weren't many people in either group, for on one side and three on the other, each led by a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. The rest were first-order and second-order origin returning realm cultivators. Close to the valley's restriction was a side with fewer people, all of whom were women. When Yang Kai's eyes swept over these three women, he couldn't help raising his brow, revealing a thoughtful look. These three women were all dressed in pristine white robes. It seemed that they were all from the same sect. Their beauty was outstanding. Even the oldest one was full of charm. The other two were also thin and round. Each of them had their own merits. However, what caught Yang Kai's attention was not their beauty, but their temperament. She was cold, aloof. She seemed to be a little unreasonable and unapproachable. The aura emitted from her delicate body was also extremely cold. This kind of temperament made Yang Kai feel a sense of familiarity and intimacy. Su Yan's temperament was exactly the same as theirs. On the other side, there was also a cultivator from the same sect, dressed in a fiery red robe that made him look like a burning fireball. 3 men and 1 woman, all of them staring at the 3 women opposite them with ill intentions. Although Yang Kai had just arrived and had only taken a few glances, he quickly figured out what was going on in front of him. These 3 women must have discovered this hidden, secluded home first, and when they were attacking the barrier here, they were noticed by the other group and chased here. However, because the difference in numbers and strength between the two sides wasn't too obvious, they were in a stalemate, with no one showing any intention of making the first move. Generally, when a cultivator encountered this kind of situation, there were only 2 ways to resolve it. One was for both sides to fight to the death, and the remaining side would monopolize all the benefits. The other was for both sides to reach a temporary agreement to explore together, and the benefits obtained would be distributed according to their prior agreement. There were no other possibilities besides this. Yang Kai observed their expressions and felt that the first possibility was Judah, because when these 2 groups looked at each other, their eyes flashed with hatred and anger, as if they had known each other for a long time, and the gap between them was quite deep. Yang Kai wondered which stars they came from. This is interesting. Yang Kai was overjoyed. No wonder the two sides were at daggers drawn when they met. However, Yang Kai did not put Kong Wendong's threat in his eyes. With his current strength, only an Origin King Realm Master could kill him in an instant. An Origin returning Realm Master had no such ability. The young woman smiled, combed her hair, and said casually, "Kong Wendong, you're really getting worse and worse. Are you only capable of threatening others now? Little brother, you don't have to be afraid of him. Although Brilliant Flame Sect is not ordinary, my Ice Heart Valley is not easy to bully. If you can help this mistress this once, this mistress can give you some benefits. What do you think?" Hearing what she said, Kong Wendong frowned, but Yang Kai's interest was piqued and he asked with a grin, "What kind of benefits are there?" The young woman smiled like a blooming flower and said lightly, "Pills? St. Crystals, what do you think?" Yang Kai sneered and slowly shook his head. Pills and St. Crystals might be attractive to other First Order Origin returning Realm Masters, but they were not attractive to him at all. Chapter 1446. Then what benefits do you want? The young woman seemed to be a little displeased that Yang Kai was actually negotiating with her at this time. Before Yang Kai had time to answer, Kong Wendong didn't give him a chance. How could he just sit back and watch Yang Kai be won over by this young woman? His expression becoming fierce, Kong Wendong shouted, "Boy, this Kong has already given you a chance, but you chose to seek your own death, so you can't blame anyone else. A trivial First Order Origin returning realm. If this Kong wants to kill you, who can stop me?" Saying so, Kong Wendong pushed his Saint Chi, and a scorching aura spread from his body, causing the surrounding temperature to suddenly rise by a level. Kong Wendong looked like he was about to go on a killing spree, but in fact, he was just putting on an act in order to force Yang Kai back. Since he had already offended the other party verbally, Kong Wendong naturally didn't want Yang Kai to remain, but without understanding Yang Kai's background, Kong Wendong didn't really want to make a big fuss. Kong Wendong's plan was very good and his thoughts were clear, but the young woman in the palace robes wasn't a fool. How could she just stand by and watch Yang Kai leave? Without waiting for Kong Wendong's voice to fall, she shouted, "If you have the ability, try it." The chill radiating from her tender body became even more intense as she glared at Kong Wendong without flinching. Yang Kai frowned as he stared at this beautiful woman with a gloomy expression. The other party's words just now didn't sound like there was anything wrong with them at first glance. Instead, it sounded like she was trying to protect him. But if Yang Kai's guess was correct, this woman obviously wasn't so kind. She seemed to be eager for Kong Wendong to attack him. This was understandable. If this bald man really did attack him, he would definitely push him towards the three women's side, forcing him to become their helper. At that time, whether he was willing or not, if he wanted to live, he would have to join forces with them. This woman wasn't as pure as she appeared on the surface and was actually quite scheming. This greatly reduced Yang Kai's impression of her. The key now was whether Kong Wendong would fall for her provocation or not. Thinking so, Yang Kai glanced over at the burly bald-headed man again, but after a single glance, he couldn't help but sigh. The other party was a cultivator from Brilliant Flame Sect, so the secret art he cultivated was definitely a fire attribute cultivator. Most cultivators who cultivated this kind of secret art had a common problem. That was because he was hot-tempered. Being aggressive had nothing to do with a person's personality. It was completely due to the cultivation technique. The young woman's words made Kong Wendong feel like he was riding a tiger. Moreover, he wasn't a mild-tempered person. Why would he hesitate? Furthermore, a mere First-Order Origin returning realm. He really didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chased him away so rudely when he first arrived here. He laughed sinisterly. Kong Wendong said, "Brat, don't blame this old man when you reach the netherworld. If you want to blame someone, then blame that bitch. She forced me." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Yang Kai's head. The fire attribute aura between heaven and earth suddenly gathered above Yang Kai's head and soon a huge flaming palm took shape, burning fiercely as it mercilessly slammed down towards Yang Kai. Seeing this scene, the young woman's eyes shrank as horror filled her face. Although they had fought with brilliant flame sect cultivators all year round, this was the first time they had seen such a powerful attack. The young woman giggled lightly. Since we want to enter the Emperor Garden, of course we have to bring some good artifacts. What's wrong? Don't you have an Origin King grade artifact? These words caused Kong Wendong to choke on his breath. He and this young woman had the same cultivation and status in their respective sects, but now this young woman had an Origin King grade artifact while he did not. In comparison, Kong Wendong's status seemed a bit shabby and unvalued. This was not a big deal though. The key was the power of this artifact. Since it was an Origin King grade artifact, it must possess great lethality. The burly bald man knew how strange this profound and heart-shattering drum was, so a look of dread appeared on his face. But soon, he laughed, as if he had figured out something. Cheap slut, you don't need to pretend. If you could fully activate the power of this profound and heart-shattering drum, why didn't you take it out just now? If I'm not mistaken, you haven't fully refined this thing, right? This time, it was the young woman's face that turned ugly. Indeed, as Kong Wendong said, this Origin King grade artifact was something she had obtained from her elder specifically for this trip to the Emperor Garden. After using it, she would have to return it. The time she had been given was simply too short, so Yang Kai had not fully refined it and could only display 50% of its power at best. Otherwise, how could she have wasted so much time with Kong Wendong? She would have long used the power of this artifact to repel him instead of continuing this stalemate. Seeing the young woman's face change slightly, Kong Wendong immediately knew that his guess was correct and laughed loudly. You want to scare this Kong with a trivial artifact that hasn't been fully refined? Smelly woman, do you think this Kong is easily frightened? So what? An Origin King grade artifact is an Origin King grade artifact. If you want to try it, you can try, but if you don't have the courage, scram. The young woman shouted coldly. Kong Wendong frowned, not knowing what to do for a while. On one hand, he was reluctant and greedy for this secluded home, but on the other hand, he was wary of the profound and heart-shattering drum. He really did not want to test its power, so his expression was hesitant. Ha, are you going to fight or not? I still have to go to another place. A long sigh came from not far away, and in an instant, everyone turned towards the source of this voice in amazement, dumbfounded. The place where Kong Wendong had gathered his fire attribute world energy to launch his attack was covered by a ball of fire. However, at this moment, the rich fire attribute world energy seemed to have been dispersed by something, leisurely dissipating in all directions, revealing a figure hidden in the middle of it. How is this possible? Kong Wendong almost bit his tongue, unable to believe his eyes. Over there, the little brat from the First Order Origin returning realm, who had been attacked by him before, was actually standing in place unscathed. Not only was he not dead, but there were no signs of injury either. How is this possible? Kong Wendong was well aware of the power of his attack. Forget about a brat from the First Order Origin returning realm, even a Third Order Origin returning realm master would not be able to withstand such a blow. A trivial First Order Origin returning realm cultivator should have been killed immediately. The other party had not summoned any defensive artifacts at all just now, nor had he used his Saint Chi to protect himself, so how could he not be injured at all? Kong Wendong almost thought he was dreaming. Not only him, but the three women on the young woman's side were also shocked, their beautiful eyes filled with surprise. Yang Kai's expression was extremely helpless. Originally, after being attacked by Kong Wendong, he had restrained his aura and was preparing to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. But now it seemed that this idea was somewhat unrealistic. The strength of these two sides had now reached a stalemate and would likely remain in the stalemate for a long time. Unless something unexpected happened, no one would take the initiative to attack. In desperation, Yang Kai could only show himself. At this moment, not only did Kong Wendong's face become ugly, But the young woman's expression was also quite ugly. The former had attacked him, while the latter had used the moment he was attacked to launch a sneak attack on her enemy. Although her words sounded good, the result was that she had chosen to watch him die without saving him, so she naturally felt somewhat embarrassed. Chapter 1447. However, compared to Kong Wendong, the young woman had more or less taken the initiative. After all, she was only using Yang Kai and had not directly become his enemy, so after rolling her eyes, she immediately shouted, "Little brother is really amazing, this mistress knew you would be fine." She spoke as if she could predict the future. Yang Kai sneered, stepped forward, and said, "Enough nonsense. Madam, what you said just now still counts, yes?" The young woman was stunned for a moment before she was overjoyed and quickly nodded. "Naturally." "Good." Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. "Since that's the case, after this matter is settled, I want half of the profits from that cave mansion. If Madam agrees, I will immediately help you. If not, just pretend I didn't say anything." "Half?" The young woman looked at Yang Kai in surprise, her expression suddenly becoming unhappy as she shouted, "Little brother, don't you think this proposal is unfair?" "How is it unfair?" Yang Kai looked at her with a grin. "You're just one person and you're only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator at that, but my Ice Heart Valley has 3 people. Even if we split the spoils, you'll only get a quarter or less." "Half, haha. Don't you think that's too much?" "I don't think so." Yang Kai shook his head seriously. "If I didn't intervene, it would have been impossible for you to obtain anything from that cave mansion. If you could have obtained anything, it would have been because of my participation, so half of the profits is a reasonable proposal for me and for you." "No." The young woman shook her head like a rattled drum and said firmly, "I can't agree to this proposal. At most, I can give you 1/5 of the profits. If you don't agree, then forget it." "Is that so?" The smile on Yang Kai's face grew wider as he looked at her with interest. "Even if they have helpers, you won't agree." "What did you say?" The young woman's face changed. "What did I say? Can't you see for yourself?" Yang Kai replied casually. The young woman was not a fool and immediately turned her head to look at the 4 people in front of her. A moment later, her beautiful eyes narrowed and her expression became cold. There was no other reason. She actually saw the cultivator of the first-order origin returning realms that she had severely injured. He was secretly pouring his divine sense into the communication artifact, as if he was trying to contact someone. It was unknown whether he had managed to contact the other party. Seeing this, the young woman immediately knew that this matter could not be delayed any longer. She gritted her teeth. She shouted, "Good. Half is half. As long as we can obtain the things in the valley, I will definitely not go back on my word." "I hope you keep your word." Yang Kai looked at her meaningfully. The young woman's heart trembled. For some reason, she felt a little uneasy, but soon she dispelled this thought. Now, the most important thing was to drag this brat into the water. As for how to distribute the things in the valley after obtaining them, it was still up to her to decide. Giving him 10% or 20% would be enough. Half? What a joke. He should count himself lucky that he didn't intend to burn the bridge after crossing the river. If he really didn't know what was good for him, it wouldn't be too late to make a move then. You can rest assured. Thinking so, the young woman smiled. Throughout the negotiation process between Yang Kai and him, Kong Wendong did not try to stop them. He knew that he and Yang Kai had already formed a grudge, so it was useless to say anything now. After they finished talking, Kong Wendong grinned wickedly. "Boy, do you really think you're some big shot? Whether I am or not, we'll see." Yang Kai grinned but did not try to find trouble with Kong Wendong. After all, the other party was the strongest of the 4 from Brilliant Flame Sect, so it would definitely be troublesome to deal with him. Instead, Yang Kai set his sights on an old man at the second-order origin returning realm. This old man was wearing a black robe and had a long beard, giving him a sage-like appearance. However, His face was rosy and his skin was tender, comparable to a newborn baby's. With a flick of his finger, Yang Kai sent out a golden blood thread towards the old man in black robes, directly enveloping him. Seeing Yang Kai act so decisively, without the slightest hesitation, and unexpectedly finding an opponent a minor realm higher than him, the three women from Ice Heart Valley were overjoyed. The young woman in the lead let out a shout and took the initiative to meet Kong Wendong, while the other two women also found their own targets and began fighting. On Ice Heart Valley's side, besides the young woman in the lead who was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, the other two women were second-order and first-order. On Brilliant Flame Sect's side, there was also a cultivator of this realm left. However, the other side's first-order origin realm cultivator had already been seriously injured by the young woman, so it wouldn't take much effort for the women from Ice Heart Valley to deal with him. It was only a matter of time. Once the outcome of this battle was decided, they would be able to reinforce the others. A slight advantage could snowball, and when the time came, Brilliant Flame Sect's forces would inevitably be routed. The young woman instantly predicted the next change in the battle in her heart. While secretly rejoicing, she also glanced over at Yang Kai with some worry. After all, this prediction was based on Yang Kai being able to entangle the black-robed old man. If Yang Kai was killed by the black-robed old man from Brilliant Flame Sect in a short time, this beautiful prediction would not be valid. The young woman had no choice but to pay more attention to Yang Kai. She thought that the battle would be one-sided and that Yang Kai would be struggling to hold on. After all, the opponent he had chosen was a minor realm higher than him. But after a quick glance, the young woman couldn't help being shocked. The battle was indeed one-sided, but not in the way she had imagined. Instead, it was the second-order origin returning realm old man in black robes who was struggling to hold on. The old man's body was shrouded in a golden light that cut through the void with a sizzling sound, as if it was capable of cutting through space itself. Wrapped in this golden light, the old man was in a state of complete defense, with no opportunity to attack at all. The eyes of the young woman leading Ice Heart Valley's group almost popped out of their sockets. Her momentary lapse in concentration had allowed Kong Wendong to take advantage of her and almost injure her. Panicking, she hurriedly focused on fighting Kong Wendong, no longer paying any attention to Yang Kai. At the same time, on Yang Kai's side, the black-robed old man's face went pale. He had never expected that this young man with only a first-order origin returning realm would be so difficult to deal with. The golden threads were incredibly sharp, and the black-robed old man didn't know what kind of secret technique they were using. But the golden light they produced was so overwhelming that even the black-robed old man's protective Saint Chi would be cut open. The black-robed old man had no choice but to summon his own defensive artifact armor. But even so, he found it difficult to resist. However, this wasn't the worst thing for the black-robed old man though. What he found most unbearable was that his Shur couldn't envelop his opponent at all. In a battle between origin-returning realm cultivators, the power of Shur could sometimes play a decisive role. If one's Shur was stronger than the enemy's, then once it was destroyed, the black-robed old man's strength would be greatly reduced, making it easier to deal with. The black-robed old man didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all and had only intended to use his Shur to seize the advantage. But how could he have known that as soon as he released his Shur, it would be cut into pieces by the golden threads, unable to take shape at all, let alone envelop his opponent? These golden threads actually had the miraculous effect of breaking Shur. The old man was shocked and no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai. With a shout, he opened his hands wide and condensed a washbasin-sized fireball in front of him. The old man pushed it forward fiercely and sent it flying straight towards Yang Kai. Halfway through, the fireball suddenly exploded, and countless smaller fireballs separated from the fireball. They covered the sky and the earth, and their momentum was shocking. Yang Kai raised his brow and flicked his fingers, sending out balls of demonic flame to meet the incoming fireballs. Playing with fire? The black-robed old man saw this and a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. When it came to playing with fire, he was an expert. After all, he was a cultivator of Brilliant Flame Sect and had spent his entire life studying fire attribute secret arts and secret techniques. Even if the young man opposite him had a secret technique that could break sure, in a competition of fire attribute secret techniques, he was definitely inferior. The black-robed old man assumed a posture of watching a good show. But in the next moment, the smile on his face stiffened and he looked like he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. The pitch-black flames exuded a frigid aura that was far stronger than the ice attribute secret technique of Ice Heart Valley's cultivator. When they first shot out, they didn't seem to be anything special, but as they flew through the air, they twisted and transformed into small birds that flew towards the black-robed old man's flames with extreme precision. Yuan control technique. The black-robed old man's eyes shrank as a look of horror filled his face. Although Yuan control technique was something that any origin-returning realm cultivator could come into contact with, not everyone was proficient in it. The black-robed old man had also studied it, but even he had only gained a slight understanding of it. He couldn't precisely control each strand of St. Chi like Yang Kai could. To be able to do this, not only did it require practice, but it also required a powerful spiritual energy. The other party was clearly just a first-order cultivator, so how could he have such an ability? The old man exclaimed in his heart and immediately knew that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Although they were both flames through Yuan control technique, the other party's attack was obviously much more powerful. Sure enough, after the pitch-black birds collided with the black-robed old man's flames, the burning flames were immediately frozen and annihilated. However, the small birds didn't suffer much damage and instead gathered together again, forming a larger firebird that swooped down towards the black-robed old man. "Taste my flames!" Yang Kai grinned, and with a single thought, the frigid demonic flames transformed into a scorching hot existence. The demonic flames could be cold or hot at will, but Yang Kai's sudden change in temperature was unpredictable. The black-robed old man was caught off guard and immediately suffered a big loss. The change in temperature was too fast for the black-robed old man to guard against. So in a hurry, he summoned a shield-like artifact and transformed it into a stream of light to protect himself. In the next moment, his entire body was wrapped in demonic flames. Yang Kai, who thought he had succeeded in one strike and was about to step forward to end this battle, had just taken a step forward when his expression suddenly became solemn and he immediately flew backwards. Hong. With a loud bang, the black-robed old man's shield suddenly burst open. Taking advantage of the explosion of this artifact, the black-robed old man's figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood, reappearing several dozen meters away. Chapter 1448. Looking around, the yellow-robed old man didn't seem to have suffered any serious injuries, but his appearance was somewhat distressed. Paying the price of a defensive artifact, he had finally managed to escape from the demonic flames, his actions extremely decisive. Yang Kai was surprised, secretly thinking that he had underestimated this old man. Being able to cultivate to the second-order origin returning realm, this old man's combat experience was truly rich. "Little brat, this old master will skin you alive, otherwise, the hatred in my heart will never be appeased." The yellow-robed old man managed to escape, but not only did he not show any intention of retreating, his expression instead becoming violent as he glared at Yang Kai, gnashing his teeth as he threatened fiercely. As soon as his voice fell, he opened his mouth, puffed up his cheeks, and blew out a breath of air, as if he was trying to use some powerful secret technique. But how could Yang Kai let this old man do as he pleased? Although he didn't know what kind of trump card this old man had, the situation of a battle often changed in the blink of an eye. Perhaps this old man really did have some kind of ultimate trump card up his sleeve. Thinking so, Yang Kai shook his golden blood thread and sent it flying towards the old man's head like a spear. The golden blood thread was extremely sharp, and after being nourished by Yang Kai for so long, it was incredibly powerful and could be changed at will. After the old man's defensive artifact self-destructed, his artifact armor alone was unable to protect him from the piercing attack of the golden blood thread. Yang Kai was fully confident he could kill or severely injure this old man. But what surprised him was that, in the face of such an attack, his opponent actually had no intention of dodging at all. He still stood in place with a solemn expression, and the breath he exhaled from his mouth was like a rolling heat wave, extremely fiery red and visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, a fiery red mass of chi appeared in front of this old man, one that contained a terrifying power that even Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It was still a fire attribute attack, but this fiery red mass of chi was completely different from the flames released by the old man before. So Yang Kai couldn't help wondering what kind of mysteries were hidden inside it. As soon as this fiery red mass of chi took shape, the golden blood thread pierced through it. However, in the next moment, Yang Kai's complexion changed slightly, and he immediately took back his golden blood thread. Frowning, he saw that the front part of his golden blood thread was showing signs of melting. If Yang Kai had not withdrawn it in time, a part of his golden blood thread would have been dissolved, causing him to suffer a certain backlash. Yang Kai's face turned solemn. He didn't expect the secret technique his opponent used to be so powerful. On the other hand, the old man's originally ruddy face was slightly pale at this moment. It was obvious that using this secret technique was a great burden on him, but he still laughed wildly. "Boy, come and try the power of this old master's heaven-scorching thunder fire." Saying so, he pointed his finger forward and poured his Saint Chi madly into the fiery red mass of Chi in front of him. Nourished by his Saint Chi, the fiery red mass of Chi suddenly swelled and released a scorching aura that caused the world to change color. Immediately after, the fiery red mass of Chi squirmed and transformed into a ferocious flaming monster. As soon as it took shape, this monster rushed towards Yang Kai fiercely. Wherever it passed, even space seemed to melt, and the sand and stones on the ground immediately turned into molten iron, a shocking sight to behold. Furthermore, not only was this monster covered in extremely hot flames, but there were also tiny pitch-black lightning bolts swimming around its body. The crackling sounds of explosions were incessant, and it looked extremely terrifying. Yang Kai, however, didn't show any fear, a strange look appearing on his face as his brow furrowed slightly, seemingly contemplating something. But soon he calmed his thoughts, and with a single thought, a sharp bird cry suddenly rang out. Accompanied by this cry, a strange-looking firebird rushed out from his body and spread its wings, covering a radius of several dozen meters. The firebird artifact spirit. After being released by Yang Kai, the artifact spirit's eyes flashed with excitement as it stared at the monster rushing towards it, as if it was looking at a delicious meal. The moment the artifact spirit appeared, the monstrous momentum coming from the monster's body obviously stagnated for a moment, and its eyes flashed a human-like look of dread, as if it was extremely afraid of the artifact spirit. Even the speed at which it was rushing towards Yang Kai had involuntarily slowed down significantly. The smug expression of the yellow-robed old man immediately changed, as if he had been punched in the face, his jaw dropping as he stared at the firebird artifact spirit in amazement. He never expected that Yang Kai would be able to display a similar method to his own. However, there was no point in worrying and being surprised now. He didn't believe that his opponent's technique could be compared to the heaven-scorching lightning fire that he had cultivated for most of his life. He was full of confidence in his own technique. Just as Yang Kai was lost in thought, the firebird artifact spirit collided with the monster wrapped in thunder and fire. The two strange existences in the form of flames instantly entangled with each other, and the roars of beasts and cries of birds filled the air, creating a lively scene. The yellow-robed old man secretly broke out in cold sweat. Although he felt that his method was superior, it was impossible to say that he wasn't worried. In contrast, Yang Kai seemed extremely calm. The artifact spirit firebird had even swallowed several wisps of Sun's true fire. So although he didn't know what this heaven-scorching thunder fire was, he was certain that it was inferior to Sun's true fire. It shouldn't be difficult for the artifact spirit firebird to deal with it. Taking advantage of this leisure time, Yang Kai also took the time to investigate the situation of the other battlefields. Needless to say, Kong Wendong and the young woman had similar cultivations, So without summoning the Origin King Great Artifact, the profound and heart-shattering drum, the two of them were evenly matched and were evenly matched. On the other side, the battle between the two second-order Origin returning Realm Masters was similar, and it was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. On the other hand, on the battlefield of the First-Order Origin returning realm, the woman from Iceheart Valley had the upper hand. After all, her opponent had been severely injured by the lead young woman of Iceheart Valley and was unable to exert much of his strength at this moment, only able to grit his teeth and struggle bitterly. It wouldn't take long for him to be defeated and killed. As long as a winner was decided here, the advantage would slowly shift towards Iceheart Valley's side, and victory would be assured. It didn't take much time to investigate this situation. Yang Kai only needed to release his divine sense to understand the overall situation. But at that moment, a roar suddenly rang out from the other side. Yang Kai raised his brow and looked over, only to see the Firebird artifact spirit completely suppressing the monster's aura. The Firebird artifact spirit treated the thunder fire released by the monster's body as if it was nothing and simply wrapped it up in a ball of fire. Although both of them were flame bodies, there was a clear distinction between them. Yang Kai's artifact spirit had long since gained sentience and was nourished by the Earth Lung Fire Pond for tens of thousands of years. It was not an ordinary flame that could be compared to it, and after swallowing several streams of Sun's true fire, its power had greatly increased. The monster transformed from the heaven-scorching thunderfire was simply not on the same level as it. As such, the artifact spirit Firebird was immediately at a disadvantage, and from the looks of it, it seemed it wanted to swallow it whole. Seeing this scene, the yellow-robed old man became both anxious and angry. He had spent a huge amount of energy to display this trump card, but unexpectedly it had no effect, so how could he not vomit blood? Continuously releasing his divine sense, he tried to control the monster transformed from the heaven-scorching thunder fire to escape from the artifact spirit Firebird, but to no avail. "Old thing, look over here!" Yang Kai suddenly grinned at him and shouted loudly. The yellow-robed old man involuntarily turned his head, secretly guarding against Yang Kai's actions, lest he take this opportunity to launch a sneak attack. But as soon as he looked over, he could no longer move his eyes away. Inside Yang Kai's left eye, a budding flower bud suddenly appeared, and with a slight sway, it strangely took root in the yellow-robed old man's knowledge sea. Immediately, the flower began to spread in all directions, as if it wanted to bloom into its own beauty. But what shocked the yellow-robed old man was that as this flower bloomed, his spiritual energy began to gather and be absorbed by it, completely out of his control. It was as if this flower was blooming with his own spiritual energy as its source. In just a short time, nearly 1/10 of his spiritual energy had been consumed, and it was still being consumed at a terrifying rate. It was likely that within a dozen breaths of time, his spiritual energy would be completely drained. Once his knowledge sea dried up, he would inevitably suffer mental trauma, and this kind of injury was not easy to recover from. The yellow-robed old man was so shocked that he no longer had time to stimulate his heaven-scorching thunder fire and hurriedly circulated his spiritual energy to wrap around the flower, submerging it. Hong. A silent explosion occurred in the old man's knowledge sea, causing it to shake violently, rolling up monstrous waves. Poo. With a loud sound, the old man spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly having been seriously injured. Although he had used his spiritual energy to forcibly dispel Yang Kai's blossoming lotus secret technique, he had still inevitably suffered heavy injuries. As the saying goes, blessings do not come in pairs, and misfortune does not come singly. The old man had just resolved his crisis when the heaven-scorching thunder fire, which he had not been able to control, was swallowed by the Firebird artifact spirit. The Firebird once again returned to its original form, but the monster transformed from the heaven-scorching thunder fire was nowhere to be seen. However, if one looked carefully, they would find that inside the Firebird artifact spirit's belly, there was a dark bolt of lightning that was constantly swimming about. Naturally, it was the heaven-scorching thunder fire. Poo. Another mouthful of blood sprayed from the yellow-robed old man's mouth. The heaven-scorching thunder fire was connected to his soul, so now that it had been swallowed into the firebird's belly, the connection was severed, and there was naturally a backlash. One encounter after another caused the yellow-robed old man's aura to become extremely sluggish and his face to become as pale as paper. Where was his previous high-spirited second-order origin returning realm master? At this moment, he looked like an old man who could be blown away by a gust of wind. One wrong move and the whole game was lost. The old man had never expected that a trivial first-order origin returning realm could force him to this extent. Before he could stabilize the tumbling Saint Chi in his body, a golden light appeared in front of him. Yang Kai's golden blood thread. Take advantage of your opponent's weakness to take their life. Yang Kai had wandered the outside world for so many years and had experienced countless battles, so he naturally understood this simple truth. Chapter 1449. The yellow-robed old man was already an arrow at the end of its flight, so even though he knew that this golden blood thread was a fatal attack, he was unable to dodge or resist. In a hurry, he could only push his Saint Chi to protect himself in an attempt to escape. With a soft sound, the Saint Chi barrier he had arranged was like paper in front of the sharp golden blood thread, unable to provide any resistance at all. Not only that, the old man's head was pierced by the golden blood thread. The yellow-robed old man's lips twitched as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement, seemingly wanting to say something, but without the slightest strength, the vitality in his eyes quickly dissipating. By the time Yang Kai took back his golden blood thread, the old man's body had fallen to the ground. From the time Yang Kai attacked to the end of the battle, only half a cup of tea's worth of time had passed, and the final outcome was that the stronger old man had fallen. The short amount of time and the unexpected ending caused everyone present to turn pale with fright. Yang Kai was also quite surprised. Although with his current means, he didn't need to fear a second-order origin returning realm master at all, and was confident he could kill him. He hadn't used his full strength in this battle from beginning to end. He had only used his golden blood threads and firebird artifact spirit, and had only used his blossoming lotus secret technique in the end. It wasn't that Yang Kai wanted to hide his strength, but rather that he felt there was no need to use too many methods. The firebird artifact spirit had undoubtedly made a great contribution to the old man's death. If it hadn't swallowed the old man's heaven-scorching thunder fire, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to win so easily. Although the other battlefields were all fighting their own battles, everyone was paying attention to the situation nearby, so the old man's death naturally didn't escape everyone's attention. Seeing the yellow-robed old man die and Yang Kai easily win, the burly bald man, Kong Wendong, couldn't help feeling both shocked and angry, his expression becoming extremely ugly. Even the beautiful young woman leading Ice Heart Valley revealed a look of dread. She had thought that Yang Kai's strength wasn't high, and although she had deliberately tried to win him over, she hadn't taken him seriously, nor had she taken the conditions they had agreed to before seriously. How could she have known that this young man was actually a ruthless and powerful character? However, overall, the young woman was more happy than shocked. After all, with one of brilliant flame sex masters dead, her side would gain the upper hand. Realizing this, she immediately shouted to Yang Kai, "Little brother, hurry up and help this mistress's sister." "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. Yang Kai's eyes on Yang Kai's world's cultivation base, who had suffered a heavy blow to him before. Seeing the yellow-robed old man die, Yang's Yang Kai, who was staring at him with malicious intent, to him was of the situation Tuz's. Greatly shaken, his strength was greatly reduced. Facing the fierce attacks of Ice Heart Valley's young woman, he didn't know how to resolve them and instead exposed his own weaknesses in an attempt to escape. How could the young woman from Ice Heart Valley allow her opponent to do as she pleased? Taking advantage of this opportunity, she used her artifact to strike the young man's back, causing him to cough up 3 liters of blood and collapse to the ground, his breathing becoming heavier and heavier. The young woman's facial features were picturesque and she looked extremely beautiful, but she also understood the principle of beating a snake to death and immediately stepped forward to finish off her opponent. After winning, she exchanged a glance with Yang Kai before joining the battle on the other side. The battle here was between two second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Originally, they were evenly matched, but with the addition of Yang Kai and the first-order origin realm cultivator, the situation immediately changed. Fighting 3 against 1, the female cultivator from Brilliant Flame Sect didn't even have a chance to escape. After less than 30 breaths of time, she was killed by the 2 women from Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai only played a small role in pinning down the enemy, but his contribution was not negligible. The situation quickly changed beyond everyone's expectations. With Yang Kai as the breakthrough, Ice Heart Valley gained the upper hand while only Kong Wendong of the 4 Brilliant Flame Sect cultivators remained to contend with the young woman. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Kong Wendong's eyes flashed a trace of resentment as he viciously spat, "Cheap slut. One day you'll pay the price." Saying so, he used a feint to escape from the young woman's attack range and summoned a mass of flames from his body, wrapping him up as he flew away at an incredible speed. It was impossible to tell what kind of secret technique he was using. The young woman was caught off guard and allowed him to escape a few kilometers away, causing her beautiful face to go pale with anxiety. She didn't want to let Kong Wendong escape. If he called for some kind of helper, the situation here would become even more complicated. So she quickly shouted, "Stop him!" Hearing her shout, the other 2 women from Ice Heart Valley naturally hurriedly chased after him. But Yang Kai just frowned and stood in place, motionless. Whether Kong Wendong lived or died had nothing to do with him, and Yang Kai didn't know which great force Brilliant Flame Sect belonged to. So even if he let him escape, he wouldn't be able to threaten him. What Yang Kai cared about was the benefits inside this secluded home. As long as he could break the barrier around this secluded home and plunder the treasures inside, he could leave with ease. He wasn't in the mood to intervene in the grievances between Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley. Seeing Yang Kai not moving, showing no intention of helping, the young woman became anxious and quickly said, "Kong Wendong also has the heaven-scorching thunder fire. Killing him will be of great benefit to your spirit fire." Her thoughts were really quick, and with just a few words, she had aroused Yang Kai's interest. "Really?" Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. After all, the heaven-scorching thunder fire seemed to be quite powerful. He had thought that the yellow-robed old man had obtained some kind of opportunity and was able to cultivate it, but now even Kong Wendong had it. "How could this mistress deceive you? I can explain the specific reasons to you later, but Kong Wendong definitely has the heaven-scorching thunder fire." Seeing Yang Kai's interested expression, the young woman immediately knew that she had made the right bet and quickly assured him, "In that case, we can't let him escape." Yang Kai's eyes flashed as his figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already a few kilometers away. The young woman's eyes shrank as the dread in them deepened. Even with her cultivation, she was unable to see through what kind of profound movement skill Yang Kai was using. This was not surprising, though. The Tao of space that Yang Kai mastered was something that very few people cultivated. Not only was it extremely rare, but it was also extremely difficult to grasp. Unless one encountered a character like Great Elder Mo Shaoshang of Heaven Battling Union, it would be impossible to see through Yang Kai's traces and identity. Only someone like Mo Shaoshang, who cultivated the Tao of space like Yang Kai, could vaguely grasp some clues. By using his Tao of space slightly, Yang Kai could cross a considerable distance at an extremely fast speed. Although this method was not as good as tearing space, it was still no trivial matter. The most important thing was that it was hidden and would not expose his proficiency in the Tao of space. After all, tearing space was simply too obvious. Kong Wendong's speed was not slow, but no matter how fast he was, he could not compare to Yang Kai, who could cross space. In just a dozen breaths, Yang Kai had appeared in front of him and with a flick of his finger, sent out a small bird of demonic flame towards him. "Boy, scram!" Kong Wendong was furious and did not attempt to dodge, instead pouring his Saint Qi into a large saber-like artifact in his hand and slashing it towards Yang Kai. A huge saber wave several dozen meters long shot out from this artifact, taking the shape of a crescent moon with astonishing momentum. The demonic flames were instantly scattered, but in the face of such a blow, Yang Kai didn't dare to lower his guard. After all, his opponent wasn't weak. Without even thinking about it, Yang Kai summoned his purple shield and transformed it into a sandstorm to protect himself. A loud bang rang out as sand and wind splashed about. The saber wave disappeared and a large gap was torn in the sandstorm formed by the purple shield, almost exposing Yang Kai's figure. An origin-grade high-rank defensive artifact? Kong Wendong's eyes shrank as he exclaimed. His eyesight was quite good though, so he was able to identify the grade of this purple shield at once. The evils of the heavens can be forgiven, but the evils of one's own making cannot be avoided. Kong Wendong, today, this will be your burial place. From a distance, a tender voice called out. It was the young woman from Ice Heart Valley who had chased after Kong Wendong. Although her speed was slower than Yang Kai's, Kong Wendong did not run far before being stopped by Yang Kai. Seeing this situation, the young woman was overjoyed and summoned her Origin King grade artifact, the profound and heart-shattering drum. Before she even arrived, her jade white hand had already gently tapped the drum. A slight drumming sound rang out from all directions, making for an extremely strange sight. Although the sound was soft, it was enough to cause one's blood to boil and feel extremely uncomfortable when it entered one's ears. But this was not the end. The young woman's jade white hand continued to beat the drum, her movements slow and laborious, as if she was paying a great price. With every beat, the young woman's face paled slightly while the sound from the profound and heart-shattering drum grew louder and louder until it was deafening, as if it was ringing right next to one's ear, making it impossible to guard against. The sound of the drum not only enveloped Kong Wendong, but even Yang Kai was not spared. As the drumming sound entered his ears, Yang Kai's eyes gradually became bloodshot and his face flushed red as all the blood in his body rushed to his head. Perceiving this, Yang Kai stared at the young woman coldly. Even though they were separated by a few thousand meters, this cold gaze caused the young woman's tender body to tremble, and she involuntarily paused for a moment. In the next moment, when she beat the drum again, the drumming in Yang Kai's ears immediately weakened significantly, barely affecting him at all. However, the pressure on Kong Wendong, who was standing in front of Yang Kai, increased greatly. The power of an Origin King grade artifact was unpredictable, and although the young woman had not fully refined it and could only display half of its power, it was still extremely difficult for Kong Wendong to resist. Unknowingly, blood began to flow from his 7 orifices and his expression became extremely fierce, as if he was suffering great pain, even his burly body trembling violently. With the young woman and the profound and heart-shattering drum restraining Kong Wendong, Yang Kai took action without any hesitation. Golden threads shot towards Kong Wendong, and in the next instant, space blades hidden in his demonic flames shot out. At the same time, the chasing Firebird artifact spirit also received Yang Kai's order and rushed towards Kong Wendong. The heaven-scorching thunder fire was of great benefit to the artifact spirit, but unfortunately, of the 4 people from Brilliant Flame sect here, only Kong Wendong and the yellow-robed old man had the heaven-scorching thunder fire. The other 2 didn't, so hearing the young woman's explanation, he was naturally interested. It's very simple. Brilliant Flame sect has the heaven-scorching thunder fire, which can be regarded as the foundation of their sect. By relying on this heaven-scorching thunder fire, coupled with some secret techniques, the high-level cultivator of Brilliant Flame sect can cultivate the heaven-scorching thunder fire, which has many wonderful uses when fighting enemies. The young woman explained softly before immediately asking casually, "Since little brother is asking this, it seems you aren't from Scarlet Wave Star, right?" And I'm not from Scarlet Wave Star. Yang Kai did not deny it, but he also had no intention of introducing his origins, gently nodding as he said, "So that's how it is, the heaven-scorching thunder fire." Although there was only a single word difference between the heaven-scorching thunder fire and the heaven-scorching thunder fire, it was still the foundation of Brilliant Flame Sect as well as the foundation for Kong Wendong and the others to cultivate the heaven-scorching thunder fire. If the artifact spirit could swallow this heaven-scorching thunder fire, what kind of benefits would it obtain? Of course, this idea only flashed through Yang Kai's mind for a moment. Without even mentioning the fact that Scarlet Wave Star was located in the Star Territory, it was impossible for Yang Kai to travel there for no reason. Even Brilliant Flame Sect was not a place he could break into alone. Inferring from Kong Wendong's cultivation, this sect was very likely to have an Origin King Grade Master presiding over it. Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. Yang Kai grinned again. Madam, shouldn't we go take a look at that secret secluded home now? There may be a lot of good things inside. Haha, of course. The young woman's lips twitched slightly. The young woman's mouth twitched slightly. Although she was full of reluctance, she could not renege on the agreement she had reached with Yang Kai. She had not put Yang Kai's strength in her eyes before, thinking that after this matter was settled, she would have the final say in the distribution of benefits. But after experiencing this battle, she realized that her thinking was somewhat wishful thinking. The other party was not someone she could casually bully and was obviously somewhat vigilant towards her. Otherwise, that firebird would not have been hovering above his head. Realizing this, the young woman sighed slightly and did not want to cause any more trouble, flying towards the mountain valley first. The other two women also followed closely behind. A short time later, the group of 4 arrived in front of the mountain valley's barrier again. The barrier was still the same as before, and the light curtain flickered from time to time, obviously left behind by an attack, but it was still far from being broken. Is little brother proficient in the Tao of Spirit Arrays? The young woman from Iceheart Valley turned to Yang Kai and asked. I don't. Yang Kai shook his head decisively. If it had been Yang Yun here, it would have taken him less than a dozen breaths to break this barrier, but he did not have Yang Yun's ability. The young woman laughed dumbly. Then there's nothing we can do. This mistress and her sister have never studied spirit arrays, so if we want to break this barrier, we can only do it by force. Saying so, she took out a crystal-clear long sword that seemed to be made of ice jade and poured her Saint Chi into it, condensing a sword wave that slashed towards the barrier. The other two women from Iceheart Valley also followed suit. Of course, Yang Kai did not remain idle, but he did not use any of his artifacts. It was not that he did not want to, but rather that his only offensive artifact was the Verdant Dragon Bone Sword, so he could not use it casually. Yang Kai could only use his demonic flame to condense a series of attacks towards the barrier. These attacks did not seem weak, especially when his demonic flame alternated between hot and cold, causing unimaginable damage to the barrier. As such, his offensive power was not weaker than the other 3 women's. For a time, there were only 4 people attacking the barrier together in front of the mountain valley, causing a constant rumbling sound. No matter how sturdy the restrictions were, they couldn't withstand such indiscriminate bombardment. Not to mention, these restrictions were left behind from tens of thousands of years ago. Even if they were impregnable during their heyday, after so many years, their might had long since decreased greatly. Even so, the 4 of them had to attack fiercely for half a day before they were able to completely break through the restriction in front of them. During this period, the 3 women from Iceheart Valley were obviously on edge, fearing that more powerful enemies would appear. But after the barrier was broken, they could not help but smile happily. After exchanging a glance, the 3 of them quickly rushed inside, led by the young woman. Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate, and after determining that there was not much danger inside, he also followed. This was a gourd-shaped mountain valley with a narrow entrance but extremely spacious inside. After passing through the mountain path that was over a dozen miles long, the scene that entered everyone's eyes caused everyone to be stunned, and they were all stunned on the spot. In front of them there were several herbal fields. Within the herbal fields, there were many exotic flowers and herbs. Even after countless years, there was no one to take care of them. However, these spiritual herbs were still alive and well. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 of them. The entire mountain valley was filled with a variety of medicinal fragrances. This was actually a hidden medicine garden. Yang Kai could not help showing a look of joy and excitement, but the 3 women from Ice Heart Valley were not any better, all of them breathing rapidly as a strange light flashed across their beautiful eyes. After all, no one had set foot in this place for at least 10,000 years. In other words, even if the grade of the herbs here was low, they were still at least 10,000 years old. With such a high age, even the most ordinary of herbs would be priceless treasures, so it was no wonder they were so excited. The harvest in front of them alone was enough to make this trip worthwhile. However, the young woman leading the group did not let the temptation in front of her go to her head, and instead turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Little brother, what do you think? Let's harvest them first. Once we're done, we'll distribute them." Yang Kai grinned, looking very carefree. Chapter 1451. One day, if Yang Kai could successfully refine an Origin King grade pill, it would mean that his alchemy skills had reached the peak of star territory. Yang Kai had some Origin King grade herbs on hand, all of which he had collected when he first set foot in star territory and landed on the floating continent. Over the years, because his alchemy skills were still lacking, he had not been able to refine them. However, no one would dislike this kind of thing, so naturally, the more the better. In particular, if an Origin King grade high-rank alchemist wanted to break through to the Origin King grade, it would be extremely difficult and a lot of herbs would be consumed. Considering all this, Yang Kai worked even harder to collect the herbs. Time flew by, and although there were several medicine fields in this mountain valley with at least 1,000 spirit grasses and herbs planted, with the 4 of them working together, they were able to collect quite quickly. Half a day later, Yang Kai straightened up and looked around. He found that almost all of the herbs in this medicine field had been picked, with only a few remaining. The 3 women from Ice Heart Valley were busy collecting them. Smiling lightly, Yang Kai had no intention of intervening and simply stood in place and waited. With nothing to do, Yang Kai began looking around the mountain valley. This should be a secluded cave mansion left behind from tens of thousands of years ago. Since it was a secluded cave mansion, there should be traces of people living here, but when everyone had swarmed in just now, their attention had been drawn to the spirit grasses and herbs in front of them, so they hadn't had time to investigate carefully. But now, Yang Kai couldn't find a single habitable place here, not even a single house. Could it be? Yang Kai wore a thoughtful look as he turned to look at a nearby mountain wall. After a careful observation, Yang Kai really did find something. A moment later, his figure flickered and he arrived in front of a smooth mountain wall. Stretching out his hand and patting the mountain wall, Yang Kai found nothing unusual. However, Yang Kai was not a brat who had just made his debut, so how could he be deceived by such tricks? Constantly tapping the mountain wall with his finger, Yang Kai listened to the sounds coming from inside while releasing his divine sense to probe. After a while, Yang Kai's face lit up with joy and he did not hesitate to slap a certain spot on the mountain wall. Yang Kai did not use his Saint Chi in that palm strike, but when his palm hit that spot, a rumbling sound rang out from inside the mountain wall. Immediately, a crack appeared in the smooth mountain wall, revealing a dark passage. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, and without hesitation, he stepped inside. The tunnel inside the mountain wall was not very spacious, only about 1 meter wide, barely enough for 2 people to walk side by side. But after a series of twists and turns, it seemed quite deep. After walking for 1 or 2 kilometers, Kai Yang finally saw some faint light in front of him. Seeing this, Yang Kai's expression turned serious and his pace quickened. A moment later, he arrived at a stone room. The stone room wasn't very big, with a radius of 20 to 30 feet. The interior decoration was also very simple. There was a table, a chair, and a bed, all made of stone. Other than that, there was nothing else. However, when Yang Kai arrived here, his eyes were instantly attracted to a certain spot. Over there was a pill furnace about half the height of a person standing quietly on the ground. This pill furnace looked extremely simple and gave off a desolate aura from its interior. Obviously, it had been here for many years, and judging from its quality, it was obviously not low-grade. It should be an Origin King-grade alchemy furnace. Next to this alchemy furnace, there was a skeleton sitting cross-legged. Looking at the posture this skeleton had taken before dying, it seemed he had been pouring his Saint Chi into the pill furnace. This person was actually performing alchemy before he died. Yang Kai instantly speculated the truth of this matter, and when he thought of the many spirit grasses and herbs planted in the mountain valley outside, the identity of this person was obvious. An alchemist. Only an alchemist would plant so many herbs in his secluded home, and from the posture this skeleton had taken before he died, it was clear this person was obsessed with alchemy. Otherwise, he would not have continued to perform alchemy before he died. The only question was whether this person had succeeded or not. Thinking so, Yang Kai released his divine sense curiously and swept the alchemy furnace with it. After a quick scan, he discovered that there was actually a pill inside this alchemy furnace. This person actually succeeded. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a sense of admiration. Although he didn't know whether the owner of this secluded home had died because he exhausted himself in alchemy, or because he wanted to fulfill a wish and refine a pill before he died. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Alchemy had always been for the sake of Yang Kai, and whether this person was good or evil, male or female, there was no doubt they regarded alchemy as more important than their life, which was why such a scene had occurred. Just as he was sighing with emotion, the sound of light footsteps suddenly came from outside. Yang Kai raised his brow and without even thinking about it, immediately reached into the pill furnace, took out the pill, and threw it into a jade bottle which he then stored in his space ring. The whole process was so smooth that Yang Kai didn't even have time to take a look at what grade this pill was. By the time he finished all this, a beautiful figure had already appeared behind him. "Little brother, is this the secluded home of the owner of this place?" The young woman from Ice Heart Valley arrived, glanced around casually, and immediately asked in surprise. "It should be." Yang Kai gently nodded, remaining calm on the surface. "Oh, there's an alchemy furnace here, so this person was actually an alchemist when he was alive?" The young woman looked overjoyed and quickly rushed over to Yang Kai's side. Looking around carefully, she found that there were no traces of the surroundings being disturbed, so her pair of beautiful eyes were immediately attracted to the space ring on the skeleton's hand, a look of interest appearing on her face. "Madam, please." Yang Kai observed her expression and knew what she was thinking. Smiling freely, he gestured with his hand. An embarrassed look appeared on the young woman's face, but she didn't refuse and simply nodded. "Since that's the case, this mistress won't be polite." Saying so, she secretly pushed her Saint Chi to protect her body before reaching out to grab the space ring. Unexpectedly, without triggering any danger, she smoothly grabbed the space ring in her hand and swept it with her divine sense, a look of joy quickly filling her face. After a while, she reluctantly tossed the space ring to Yang Kai and said, "Little brother, take a look." Yang Kai caught the space ring and also released his divine sense to scan it. After withdrawing his divine sense, he looked at the young woman and asked, "Does Madam have any objections if we divide the things inside equally?" "Haha, since this was agreed upon in advance, this mistress naturally has no objections." The young woman forced a smile. "Good. Since that's the case, let's divide the things inside first," Yang Kai said as he unceremoniously took out the space ring's contents. There were a lot of saint crystals, tens of millions of them, all of which were high rank. This kind of wealth was naturally shocking for an ordinary cultivator, but considering the identity of the owner of this ring, it wasn't a big deal. After all, alchemists had always been wealthy. The allocation of saint crystals was very easy. Yang Kai and the young woman split it evenly and quickly distributed them. However, what came next was the main event because in addition to the saint crystals inside the ring, There were also a variety of jade bottles, hundreds of them large and small. Yang Kai took out one jade bottle after another and placed it in front of them. Throughout this process, the young woman's beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly, as if she was afraid that Yang Kai would do something to them. What was inside these jade bottles, the two of them didn't even need to think about it to know. Since the owner of this place was an alchemist when he was alive, these jade bottles must be filled with pills. So when hundreds of jade bottles were placed in front of her, the young woman's breathing obviously became a lot faster. Yang Kai smiled lightly and said, "Madam, although these bottles are definitely filled with pills, after such a long time, it's unknown how many of these pills are still useful. It's likely they have all been scrapped, so it's best not to have too many expectations." Hearing Yang Kai say this, the excitement on the young woman's face immediately subsided and she nodded lightly. "What little brother says is right. Let's examine them first." "Madam, please go first." Yang Kai gestured. After the young woman nodded, she reached out and picked up a jade bottle in front of her, opened the lid, and poured out 7 or 8 pills. However, when these pills appeared in front of her eyes, the young woman couldn't help showing a look of disappointment, because these 7 or 8 pills had all become mud-like objects, and not only did they not have the slightest fragrance, but their internal medicinal efficacies were also completely gone. These pills had really all been scrapped. Bad luck. The young woman laughed self-deprecatingly as she looked up at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai grabbed another jade bottle, opened the lid, and poured out 7 or 8 pills. But as soon as these pills appeared, the two women's eyes lit up. This was because one of the pills was actually emitting a fragrance that assailed his nostrils. It was fiery red in color, and veins that resembled the meridians of the human body appeared on the pill. Pill veins. Only pills with pill veins could be stored for a long time and preserve their medicinal efficacies. As for pills without pill veins, no matter how well they were stored, their medicinal efficacies would fade with the passage of time. Although only one of the 7 or 8 pills could be used, this was still a very good start, and the grade of this pill was obviously not low, so the young woman couldn't recognize what kind of pill it was for a while. "It's actually a Grand Yuan pill." Yang Kai also raised his brow and showed a look of surprise. "What?" The young woman's face changed slightly. "Little brother, are you sure this is a Grand Yuan pill?" Obviously, she had heard of this pill before. "And I can't be wrong because I am also an alchemist, so I know more about pills than ordinary people. This is indeed a Grand Yuan pill," Yang Kai explained casually. The young woman looked Yang Kai up and down and said in a stunned tone. This mistress' eyes were poor and did not recognize that little brother was actually an alchemist. "Please forgive this mistress for offending you before." After learning that Yang Kai was an alchemist, the young woman's attitude towards Yang Kai had obviously changed. After all, the status of an alchemist was much higher than that of an ordinary cultivator. "Haha, mistress is too serious. This one is only interested in alchemy and is not proficient in it," Yang Kai said modestly. Chapter 1452. The young woman from Ice Heart Valley did not intend to pursue this matter any further. After all, even if Yang Kai was an alchemist, he was not from Scarlet Wave Star, so it had nothing to do with her. Instead, she turned her attention to the Grand Yuan pill and asked, "If what little brother said is true, then this pill is an Origin King mid-rank pill? If one takes this pill, 1 day's worth of cultivation is equivalent to 2 days of hard work for others. 3 days. After all, this pill has pill veins, so its efficacy is much better than an ordinary Grand Yuan pill." The young woman's eyes lit up in surprise. This kind of pill that could increase one's speed was extremely rare. The reputation of the Great Unity Yuan pill was widely spread throughout the star field, but the number of people who could obtain it was few and far between. A single pill like this could last for at least half a year. Going into seclusion for half a year was equivalent to the results of 1 or 2 years of bitter cultivation for others. This was extremely beneficial to her. Unfortunately, in this bottle of pills, only one was useful. The rest were all useless, just like the previous bottle. While she was thinking about this, Yang Kai had already put the Grand Yuan Fusion pill aside. Let's take a look at the rest. With a good start, the young woman's mood immediately lifted, and she picked up another jade bottle and poured out the pills inside. There were nearly 100 bottles of pills, so it didn't take much effort to examine them. In less than half an hour, Yang Kai and the young woman had already removed all the useful pills and thrown the rest aside. Grand Yuan pill, Rising Dragon pill, Bamboo Life pill, Soul Nourishing pill, Condensing Blue pill. The pills here were of different grades and they had all kinds of uses. Healing, breaking through bottlenecks, increasing one's strength, there was a dazzling array of pills. Furthermore, all of the pills that had not been destroyed were existences that had formed pill markings. Judging from the grades of these pills, the owner of this place was definitely an Origin King grade alchemist when he was alive, and an Origin King grade high rank one at that. An alchemist of this level, even in the current star territory, was likely a rare existence. Yang Kai did not know if there was any alchemist in this era who had such high achievements. Moreover, this person's alchemy skills were definitely second to none, because almost every bottle of pills had pill veins. Some bottles even had more than 1 pill veins, with the most even having 3 pill veins. Unfortunately, he did not see any pills that had formed pill clouds, causing Yang Kai to sigh somewhat. After all, pill veins were extremely rare, and pill clouds above pill veins were even heaven-defying existences. Even with the skills and attainments of this place's owner, it was unlikely he could guarantee the pills he refined would form pill clouds. Madam, there are a total of 135 spirit pills here, each with different values, but if you trust me, I can distribute them. Yang Kai looked at the young woman from Ice Heart Valley and said, "Little brother is too serious. Since you are an alchemist, you should naturally be the one to distribute the pills. This mistress has no objections." The young woman appeared very generous, but this was not surprising. Every time a useful pill was taken out, Yang Kai would tell her what kind of pill it was and what it was used for. Although there were many pills in front of her, the young woman had already estimated the value of each pill. So naturally, she was not afraid of Yang Kai secretly manipulating them. Hearing her say so, Yang Kai gently nodded and began to distribute the pills. 135 pills, although not equal in number, if they were divided according to value, they could be divided evenly. However, when Yang Kai divided the pills in front of her into 2 portions, the young woman looked at him in surprise and suspiciously asked, "Little brother, did you make a mistake? I obviously have more pills here, and their value is slightly higher." Yang Kai grinned. "That's right. Madam, have you forgotten that there are other things here besides pills?" "Other things?" The young woman turned her head and glanced at Yang Kai. In the next moment, she understood what he was referring to. The Origin King grade alchemy furnace. When Yang Kai divided the pills, he had obviously taken the value of the Origin King grade alchemy furnace into consideration, so the 2 portions of spirit pills seemed a bit unequal. "And Madam has chosen first." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "If Madam chooses more pills, then this alchemy furnace will be mine. Otherwise, this alchemy furnace will be yours." The young woman could not help showing a hesitant look. Her eyesight wasn't bad, so she was naturally able to recognize the grade of this alchemy furnace. However, Yang Kai's actions were extremely fair. If she wanted more spirit pills, she would have to give up the alchemy furnace, but if she wanted the alchemy furnace, she would have to give up some spirit pills. With 2 choices in front of her, the young woman was naturally a bit embarrassed. But soon, as if she had made up her mind, she pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Then this mistress wants a few more spirit pills. Since little brother is an alchemist, this alchemy furnace must be very useful to you, so this mistress will not take it from you." Saying so, she put away the larger portion of pills in front of her. Yang Kai did not say much and also put away his own things. In fact, for him, it did not matter what this young woman chose. Although the Origin King grade alchemy furnace was useful to him, it was not a necessity. However, for this young woman, having more pills was undoubtedly a good thing. If she took this alchemy furnace back, she would definitely have to hand it over to the sect or give it to another alchemist, which was far less practical than the benefits she obtained. There was a reason why she made such a choice. Just as the two finished dividing the pills, the other two women from Ice Heart Valley walked in one after another. When the young woman told them about her harvest, the two women's beautiful eyes lit up with excitement. The spirit grasses and medicines outside had been picked, so the next thing to do was naturally to distribute the herbs. Nearly 1,000 herbs that were tens of thousands of years old were counted by the four of them together, and it took them half a day to complete the distribution. However, no matter who it was, all of them were filled with joy, even Yang Kai was. With so many herbs as a foundation, he would not need to worry about not having enough materials to practice alchemy in the future. It was only a matter of time before he became an Origin King grade alchemist. After tossing and turning, the matter was settled. Little brother, there shouldn't be anything left here. Do you want to go out with this mistress and her sisters? The young woman looked at Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before slowly shaking his head and saying, "You should go first. I still have something to do." Oh? The young woman was surprised and puzzled, not knowing why Yang Kai wanted to stay. Feeling puzzled, she swept the surroundings with her divine sense, not even letting go of the skeleton sitting cross-legged on the ground. She thought that Yang Kai had found some kind of benefit here and wanted to occupy it for himself after they left. But under the investigation of her divine sense, it was clear that there was nothing else here. How could Yang Kai not understand what she was thinking? Glancing at her, he explained lightly, "I just want to bury this skeleton." The young woman looked embarrassed. "I am an alchemist and he is also an alchemist, so he can be considered my senior. I obtained his alchemy furnace, so it is only right for me to do something for him." "So that's how it is. Haha, in that case, this mistress and her sisters will take their leave first." The young woman's face was somewhat embarrassed as she felt that she had misjudged Yang Kai's intentions, so she quickly chuckled and bid farewell to the other two women. Of course, Yang Kai did not try to persuade them to stay. Although he had cooperated with the three of them here, in the end, they were just strangers who had met by chance. On top of that, this young woman was quite scheming and seemed to have tried to scheme against him before. It did not matter if they cooperated, but Yang Kai had no interest in befriending such a person. A moment later, outside the mountain valley, the three women from Ice Heart Valley quickly flew away. The other two women were in a good mood, but the young woman leading them had a gloomy look on her face, as if she was vexed about something. After a long time, she sighed deeply. "What's wrong, senior sister?" The woman from the First Order Origin returning realm asked curiously. "Nothing. I just felt that young man was a bit strange." The young woman slowly shook her head. Just now, in that stone room, the space was small, and there were 3 people on her side, so it was undoubtedly a very suitable place for a sneak attack. The young woman also had such an idea and wanted to join forces with her 2 junior sisters to subdue Yang Kai there. After all, there were so many pills with pill veins and so many herbs that were tens of thousands of years old, so no one was willing to share half of them with someone else. However, when such a thought flashed across her mind, she also felt a sense of horror in the depths of her heart. It was a kind of warning sign, as if she really joined forces with her junior sisters, the one who would suffer a loss would definitely be her. It was this sense of horror that prevented the young woman from taking action in the end. Now that she thought about it, she didn't know if her decision at that time was right or wrong. But in any case, having half of the benefits taken away by someone who only had a first-order origin returning realm was definitely a little uncomfortable in the young woman's heart. Regretting it now was useless, so the young woman could only suppress this faint unwillingness in the depths of her heart and try not to think about it. At the same time, inside the stone room in the mountain valley, Yang Kai sighed. He hadn't lied to the people from Ice Heart Valley. He really wanted to find a burial place for this alchemy grandmaster. After all, this person had been a top Origin King grade high-rank alchemist when he was alive, and even at the moment of his death, he was still performing alchemy. As an alchemist himself, Yang Kai couldn't help but respect him. After putting away the Origin King grade alchemy furnace, Yang Kai waved his hand and sent out a burst of pure Saint Qi, wrapping it around the skeleton, and then flying it out. Let this skeleton rest in the medicine field. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind. This burial place should be what this senior wanted. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived at the medicine field, flicked his finger, and sent out a stream of Saint Qi, creating a pit several meters in diameter in the ground before carefully moving the skeleton into it. There were no mistakes during the entire process, and the skeleton's owner looked exactly the same before he died. However, when Yang Kai withdrew the Saint Qi that wrapped the skeleton, without the protection of his Saint Qi, the skeleton's clothes suddenly turned to dust and scattered with the wind. Chapter 1453. After all, this was a person who had died tens of thousands of years ago, so the clothes he wore should not have been exposed to the wind. Not only that, but even the skeleton was no exception. With a loud crash, the entire skeleton collapsed and turned to dust. Yang Kai frowned and pushed his Saint Qi to wrap up the hole in the ground, preventing the wind from blowing in. Yang Kai's clothes being blown away was one thing, but he couldn't allow the skeleton to suffer the same fate. If that really happened, this senior would have died without a burial, a miserable fate. Releasing his Saint Qi, Yang Kai collected some nearby soil and began filling the hole. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his brow and stared blankly at a certain spot in the pit, a trace of suspicion flashing across his face. A moment later, he released his golden blood thread and shot it forward. After the golden blood thread was retracted, Yang Kai was holding a piece of bone in his hand. This should be a thumb bone, but unlike the rest of the skeleton, it did not shatter upon contact with the wind. Instead, it was perfectly preserved. Although there were no energy fluctuations seeping out of it, when Yang Kai carefully examined this finger bone, he could not help showing a look of surprise. This finger bone was covered in a number of mysterious lines and runes, as if it contained some kind of secret. Pouring his Saint Qi slightly into this finger bone did not produce much of a reaction, causing Yang Kai to look puzzled, not knowing what mysteries this finger bone contained. Without exploring it carefully, Yang Kai carefully put it away and continued to fill the hole with soil. A moment later, a grave rose from the ground. Yang Kai had no intention of worshipping it, so after a quick glance, he quickly left the mountain valley. This was the only thing he could do for the senior. However, he could study the finger bone carefully. He believed that the senior must have sealed something in the finger bone, which was why it had been preserved for tens of thousands of years. Flying as fast as lightning, Yang Kai determined a direction and rushed straight towards the Emperor Garden. Along the way, everything was calm and he did not encounter any unexpected situations. For Yang Kai, although the previous trip to the mountain valley had cost him some time, it was still acceptable compared to the huge harvest he had obtained. However, Yang Kai had also made up his mind that even if something happened, he was not prepared to get involved and only wanted to enter the Emperor Garden as soon as possible. However, the closer he got to the Emperor Garden, the more Yang Kai could smell a storm brewing. Many cultivators were lying in ambush outside the Emperor Garden, attempting to attack those who entered or left the Emperor Garden. As time passed, Yang Kai even saw many cultivator groups fighting fiercely. There were also people who wanted to stop him, but Kai Yang easily shook them off. Thinking about it carefully, Kai Yang immediately understood what was going on. According to Min Sha of Azure Tree Star, the Emperor Garden's interior was fraught with danger, and because they had suffered heavy losses, they had no choice but to flee and seek opportunities outside. The cultivator groups lying in ambush outside the Emperor Garden obviously knew about the situation inside the Emperor Garden, so they wanted to wait and rob any nearby cultivator. In this way, not only could they easily obtain some gains, but there was also no need to risk their lives. Killing several birds with one stone, why not? This was why the Emperor Garden's surroundings were filled with murderous intent. It took Yang Kai some effort to break through these people's ambush. 3 days later, Yang Kai stood on a slope, looking at the magnificent palace in front of him, the Emperor Garden. Yang Kai finally witnessed the wonders of the Emperor Garden with his own eyes. This starry sky great emperor's courtyard was actually suspended mid-air, and as far as the eye could see, it seemed to occupy an area of tens of thousands of kilometers. The last time he had been inside the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai had not felt as deeply as this time. At this moment, even though he was thousands of kilometers away from the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai could still feel the ancient desolate aura coming from it. This aura made him feel as if he was in an ancient wilderness, without the slightest sense of safety. Where is the entrance? Yang Kai frowned, but soon he locked onto a certain location. Over there. A multicolored light bloomed and violent energy fluctuations pulsed one after another. Midair, there were many small black dots flying up and down. Obviously, many people were fighting. The closer one got to the Emperor Garden, the more chaotic it became. The Emperor Garden had opened to the entire star territory, so now that the cultivator from each of the great stars had met, there was naturally a lot of friction and struggle. If Yang Kai's guess was correct, the most intense battle should be in the direction of the entrance to the Emperor Garden. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate and flew over in that direction. After half an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai gradually approached the battlefield and observed the melee at close range. There were at least several hundred cultivator participating in this battle, most of them origin returning realm masters. Even if there were the occasional Saint King, they were only third-order Saint Kings who had been led here by their elders. These people wore different robes and had different cultivations, but all of them were engaged in a bloody battle. Some wanted to slaughter their way into the Emperor Garden while others wanted to leave this place. There were also some who simply wished to see the world plunge into chaos, killing and robbing others of their possessions without regard for their own safety. From time to time, screams and blood would ring out as corpses fell from midair. It was obviously impossible to safely pass through such a chaotic place. Yang Kai's face was gloomy to the extreme. Although his strength was quite good and he was capable of fighting third-order origin returning realm masters, he was not confident he could safely pass through such a chaotic place. If he was not careful, he would be drawn into the whirlpool of battle and lose his freedom. Looking around, Yang Kai's face filled with joy. Sure enough, as he had expected, the entrance to the Emperor Garden was not far from here. Inside the huge and magnificent palace, there was a large gate several dozen meters high. Inside this gate was a dazzling light that made it impossible for anyone to see what was inside, but it also gave off a sense of mystery that enticed the cultivator to enter. Just as Yang Kai was hesitating about whether to use his speed to rush through, he suddenly sensed something and turned his head in a certain direction. In that direction, a bright blue streak of light was rapidly approaching, and although it had not yet arrived, Yang Kai could feel the pressure it was exuding. Every cultivator who was fighting was shocked and quickly stopped what they were doing and turned to look in that direction. A moment later, the blue streak of light reached the edge of the chaotic battlefield, and when the light dissipated, 6 or 7 figures hidden inside were revealed. After perceiving the cultivation of these 6 or 7 people, everyone present paled. There were men and women, old and young, but only one of them was a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, while the others were all third-order origin returning realm cultivators. Although such a powerful lineup could not be said to be able to sweep through everyone in front of them, it was not something these scattered cultivators could resist. These people were clearly the elites of some great force. After seeing the robes these people were wearing, someone even exclaimed, "Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce." Hearing this, everyone showed a look of dread. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was a famous existence in the entire star territory. It was one of the few super forces that controlled several star domains and had more than a dozen origin kings. It was even rumored that President Aio, the leader of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, had reached the peak of the second-order origin king realm and was only one step away from breaking through to the third-order origin king realm. This was an existence that the entire star territory looked up to. So, when they saw that these people were from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, all the cultivators became extremely obedient and did not dare to act rashly. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was greatly shocked as he stared at one of the people in this group, his heart beating wildly. This man had a face as clear as jade, lips as red as ink, a slender figure, and skin that was a bit too fair. It would not be an exaggeration to describe him as being as white as snow. He had a faint, modest smile on his face that made people involuntarily feel a sense of intimacy. His cultivation was only at the second-order origin returning realm, the weakest in this group, but he was like the most dazzling stars, surrounded by the other masters, attracting everyone's attention. The third-order origin returning realm masters were suddenly overshadowed by him. Any woman would fall in love with him, not just because of his outstanding appearance, but also because of his temperament. It was like a bright light that attracted moths to him. Xueyu. In the Star Territory, the famous Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, third young master Xueyu, Yang Kai never expected that he would not be able to meet Su Yan here, but instead meet this young man on a narrow road. It was too much of a coincidence. Yang Kai had been waiting outside for 10 days after the Emperor Garden opened before arriving here, so why did Xueyu only arrive now? Yang Kai did not know what this young man had done after coming in, but he absolutely did not want the other party to notice him. The reason was simple: Yang Kai and Xueyu had some grievances, and he knew a great secret about Xueyu. This third young master of Xueyu, who looked handsome and elegant and had charmed tens of thousands of young women in the Star Territory, was actually a woman. If this news were to spread, it was unknown how many young women would feel sad and how many young women would weep. The grievances between the two of them were not limited to Yang Kai knowing her secret. The two of them had many other encounters that were unknown to the outside world. For example, on the Dead Star, the two of them had hugged each other naked with their clothes in tatters, but at the same time, both of them had been filled with murderous intent, wishing they could kill the other. As a result, in a deadlock, Xueyu had used her life chain's secret technique to link the two of them together, resolving the crisis. Because of this secret technique, Yang Kai had been forced to find ways to save Xueyu's life, suffering a lot in the process and almost dying together with her. Although Xueyu's impression of Yang Kai had improved greatly after their subsequent contact, a person like her would not allow Yang Kai to wander around with her secret. If Yang Kai accidentally leaked this secret one day, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 1454. After all, Xueyu possessed a special constitution, the dragon marrow phoenix body. This kind of physique was coveted by even origin kings because as long as one could obtain her primordial yin, any man's cultivation would greatly increase without any hidden dangers. As such, she had no choice but to live as a man, and Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had chosen to conceal her true surname. Throughout Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, the number of people who knew this secret could be counted on one hand. One of them was Yang Kai. How could Yang Kai allow Xueyu to recognize him? As such, the moment he saw this woman, Yang Kai immediately hid in a corner where no one would pay attention to him, concealing his aura and reducing his sense of existence. On the other side, Xueyu was escorting a large number of third-order masters with a charming smile on her face that was enough to drive any woman crazy. Is this the Emperor Garden? Xueyu glanced at the majestic palace and murmured. Reporting to third young master, according to the information we have inquired, this is indeed the Emperor Garden. An enchanting beauty beside Xueyu replied respectfully. Good. Since we've arrived, let's go in. Xueyu didn't waste any more words and led the third-order origin returning realm masters towards the entrance of the Emperor Garden. No one dared to stop them, without even mentioning the number and strength of this group of Xueyu cultivators. Just the name of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce alone was enough of a deterrent. Which idiot would dare oppose them here? As such, Xueyu and her group easily passed through the battlefield in front of the Emperor Garden, disappearing into the gate after just a dozen breaths. After their figures disappeared, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out across the battlefield as some people took advantage of this brief lull to quickly rush into the Emperor Garden. And there were quite a few of them, at least 20 to 30 of them, all of them using their movement skills and transforming into colorful streaks of light as they shot towards the Emperor Garden. Yang Kai was also mixed in with them, This opportunity was now or never, so how could he not seize it? Although rushing into the Emperor Garden now would likely result in them bumping into Xueyu, this was undoubtedly a good opportunity. Once the chaotic battle here broke out again, it would be incredibly difficult to pass through this section of the road. Moreover, he wasn't alone. There were others rushing into the Emperor Garden who could provide cover for him. In an instant, Yang Kai arrived in front of the main entrance of the Emperor Garden and, together with the other cultivators who wanted to enter, rushed through the shining gate. For a moment, Yang Kai's vision blurred, and there seemed to be some signs of space force affecting his body. When his vision recovered, he immediately found himself inside a complex of buildings. Looking around, he saw pavilions and white jade paths crisscrossing all around. Inside, Yang Kai was overjoyed. The last time Yang Kai entered the Emperor Garden, the situation he saw was similar to what he was seeing now, so there was no doubt he was inside the Emperor Garden. Of Xueyu's neck. Because Xueyu's group, who had entered the Emperor Garden ahead of Yang Kai, had not gone too far and was instead standing in the front, seemingly observing something. Since they had not left, the group of cultivators who had used the deterrence of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce to break into this place did not dare to act rashly, all of them simply standing there with awkward looks on their faces. Yang Kai was caught in the middle, his heart pounding as he secretly prayed that Xueyu would not discover him. Thinking this in his heart, Kai Yang stood in place and didn't move. However, what he feared had come true. Xueyu seemed to be a little bored, and her pair of beautiful eyes began looking around at the cultivators who had followed them in. Yang Kai's face sank as he knew he could no longer hide safely. Taking advantage of the fact that Xueyu had not yet seen his face, his figure flickered and he flew to the side. This movement immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Xueyu naturally cast his gaze over as well. After seeing this familiar face, Xueyu's face first flashed with a trace of confusion, followed by ecstasy and then anger as he shouted, "Stop right there!" But how could Yang Kai listen to her? Not only did he not listen, but he also ran even faster. In the blink of an eye, he had flown 1,000 meters away, leaving Xueyu behind. Third young master? The enchanting beauty looked at Xueyu suspiciously. "Capture him for this young master," Xueyu ordered coldly with a gloomy face. Although the beautiful woman did not know why Xueyu would care so much about a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, she did not ask any questions. Her figure flickered as she chased after Yang Kai. After the beautiful woman chased after them, Xueyu frowned and fell into deep thought, a strange look flashing across her face. Although she had only caught a glimpse of him, that side profile was very familiar to her. It was clearly the side profile of a man who made her unable to sleep at night, tossing and turning restlessly in bed. However, the world was so big that there were too many similar people. Xueyu did not see his face, so she was not too sure. Most importantly, that person's cultivation was a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. When she separated from him, he was only a third-order saint. Could he have grown to such a level in just a dozen years? Xueyu was a little uncertain. After all, as the third young master of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, she had a special constitution, a lot of resources, and a good environment, yet she had only just broken through from the third-order Saint King realm to the second-order origin returning realm. Moreover, she had only just broken through and had not even had time to consolidate her realm. If the other party really had such ability, then his aptitude was simply too heaven-defying. It was the cultivation of a first-order origin returning realm cultivator that made Xueyu uncertain. But that man, even if hundreds or thousands of years passed, Xueyu would never forget him. Every night, Xueyu would grit her teeth in hatred. Back then, when she tried to persuade him to stay, he had refused without hesitation. Was she not beautiful? Did she not have status? Of course not. In terms of beauty, Xueyu was confident that she did not lose to anyone. In terms of status, there were very few people in the entire star territory who could compare to her, but even so, she had failed to persuade a trivial third-order saint to stay. Back then, when she asked him to stay and assist her, That bastard actually refused without even thinking about it. This made Shui Yu feel extremely ashamed and humiliated. Secretly hating him, Shui Yu vowed that one day she would capture him, imprison him, and take him wherever she went. She would let him see what kind of glory she had and make him regret his original decision. She would let him know just how blind he had been. Although in front of outsiders, Shui Yu displayed a humble, polite, and refined image of a man. Deep down, she was still a woman. Sometimes, a woman's thoughts were nonsensical and unreasonable. Let's go and take a look. Shui Yu's mood fluctuated and she could no longer wait in place. A moment later, she actually chased after the beautiful woman and Yang Kai. The other third-order origin returning realm masters all looked at each other for a while, wondering what kind of medicine their third young master was selling in his gourd. However, none of them dared to disobey Shui Yu's orders and could only follow obediently. On the other side, not long after Yang Kai flew out, he felt a third-order origin returning realm master chasing after him. Although with his strength, he was not afraid of such a master, the other party was not alone. If he were to be entangled by this master, Shui Yu would likely catch him red-handed. At that time, he would not be able to escape. Yang Kai's impression of Shui Yu was very complicated. In fact, there was no deep hatred between them. In fact, he could even be considered her savior. After all, when the profoundine sunflower water invaded her body, it was he who refined the pill to save her. But in the end, he had taken advantage of her quite a bit. On that dead star, they had hugged each other naked, touching what he should and should not have touched, seeing what he should and should not have seen. Although he had been forced to do so at the time, and if he had not done so, he would have died without a doubt. But this was not something a man should do. If it were any other woman, they would not have let him go. Not to mention that this woman's status was lofty and her self-esteem was definitely very strong. How could she let him go so easily? He had run away without giving her any explanation, so of course she would hold a grudge against him. In short, if he was caught by her, he would be finished. So, after learning that there was a pursuer behind him, Yang Kai used all his strength to fly deeper into the Emperor Garden. As he ran, a golden light flashed from his left eye as he constantly scanned his surroundings. The demon eye of annihilation, great demon god's innate divine technique, had the ability to see through illusions. Using it at this time would undoubtedly be of great help to Yang Kai. Yang Kai wanted to find a usable barrier. There were many barriers and spirit arrays in the Emperor Garden. When he, Feiji Tu, and the others had entered this place, Yang Kai had learned a lot about them. But this time, the Emperor Garden had opened up to the entire territory of the star, so no matter how many barriers and spirit arrays there were, most of them had been broken. Yang Kai ran all the way but did not find a single usable barrier or spirit array. The few traces he found had all been destroyed. As time passed, the pursuer behind him was getting closer and closer, causing Yang Kai to become increasingly anxious. Fortunately, at that moment, Yang Kai finally discovered something. Under the observation of his demon eye of annihilation, a large area in front of him seemed to be covered by a powerful spirit array. Yang Kai did not even think about it and rushed over, carefully sticking close to the edge of this spirit array. A moment later, when the beautiful woman arrived, she was caught off guard and directly rushed into the spirit array. In an instant, the spirit array was activated and wrapped around the beautiful woman, preventing her from moving forward. Yang Kai stood in place and listened for a moment, only hearing a burst of tender voices mixed with powerful energy fluctuations coming from inside. He immediately knew that his plan had succeeded. Grinning, Yang Kai changed direction and flew off in a different direction. For the time being, he should be safe. The Emperor Garden was so big, so as long as he was careful, he would not encounter Shui Yu again in the future. Considering all this, Yang Kai felt relieved, but he did not relax his vigilance, still scanning his surroundings while flying forward to avoid accidentally falling into a spirit array. Chapter 1455. Less than half a cup of tea's worth of time after Yang Kai left, Shuiyu led her group of masters to this place, and after hearing the beautiful woman's shout, everyone worked together to break the spirit array and rescue her. After listening to the beautiful woman's report, Shuiyu's face became extremely ugly. She had not expected that her people would be so unlucky as to trigger the spirit array here and allow that little brat to escape. Third young master, this subordinate has failed. Please punish me. The beautiful woman's complexion was also very bad as she spoke with a look of shame. Forget it. Shuiyu waved her hand. It's not a big deal. I just suspected that person was an old acquaintance of mine, but I couldn't be sure. Since we failed to catch up, this matter ends here. Worthy of the third young master of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, she was able to put things down without any hesitation. After learning that Yang Kai had escaped, she no longer had any intention of pursuing him. Third young master is wise. The most important thing now is to find that cultivation artifact. This is closely related to the future of master. As long as we can find that artifact, master will definitely be able to take a step further and become a peak master in the third order origin king realm. An old man with a thin face said. Although this person was old, he was in high spirits. His face was rosy, and his vitality was extremely powerful. And what old Chu said is correct, but we have too little information, and whether or not that cultivation artifact is here is uncertain. In any case, the biggest goal of this trip is to find that artifact, so let's first inquire about it. Shuiyu did not refute and instead agreed with what the old man surnamed Chu said. Obviously, this old man's status in this group was not low. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was the wealthiest in the world, and although the Emperor Garden's reputation was great, there were not many things that could tempt them, but this time Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had sent out all of its elites, all of whom were peak masters in the third order origin returning realm, led by an important figure like Shuiyu, so it was obvious that they were after something big. As for what this so-called cultivation artifact was, it was actually capable of allowing a peak second order origin king cultivator to break through to the third order origin king realm. On the other side, after Yang Kai escaped from his pursuers, he headed deeper into the Emperor Garden. Along the way, there were traces of battle and signs of destruction of formations and prohibitions everywhere. There were also many corpses of cultivator lying around. It was clear that this place was indeed full of dangers and thistles and thorns at every step. At least, it was much more dangerous than the last time he came in. This was because Yang Kai had discovered the remains of many ancient puppets along the way. The ancient puppets varied in size and appearance, but without exception, they had all been destroyed by the cultivator who had barged into this place. Even though he had encountered puppets the last time he was here, the number of puppets he had encountered was definitely not this exaggerated. It seemed that after the Emperor Garden officially opened, the dangers inside had greatly increased. No wonder Min Sha and the others had fled outside, not daring to stay in the Emperor Garden for long. The competition here was too fierce and there were too many dangers. However, entering late also had its advantages. Yang Kai had been delayed outside for a long time, so after entering the Emperor Garden, he didn't have to worry about triggering any spirit arrays. All he needed to do was follow the traces of battle and it was generally safe. Countless people were opening up a path for him. Of course, where there were gains, there were losses, and all the benefits had definitely been taken away by those people. Along the way, Yang Kai saw that the doors to all the pavilions and rooms were wide open and the insides were a mess. These had obviously been carefully searched, and Yang Kai didn't know if anything good had been taken away. However, Yang Kai didn't care. He had entered the Emperor Garden this time only to obtain two things, both of which he had discovered the last time he entered. The first was life-revitalizing jade cream, one of the 3 great divine waters of the Star Territory. It had countless uses and could even bring back the dead. However, for Yang Kai, what he was most interested in was the life-revitalizing jade cream's ability to help him condense his golden blood. After swallowing all of the diluted life-revitalizing jade cream he had obtained last time, Yang Kai had already gained a lot. If he could obtain more and purer life-revitalizing jade cream, it would naturally be of great help to him. Yang Kai longed to completely replace all of his golden blood with pure golden blood. If he could really achieve this, whether it was his vitality or physical strength, it would greatly increase. Even if he couldn't be said to be immortal, it would be extremely difficult for him to suffer serious injuries. The second thing Yang Kai wanted was naturally the world spirit hidden in the ice road. That thing was formed from pure cold energy and had already developed intelligence. It was the favorite of the ancient divine spirits. It was rumored that in ancient times, there were many spirits of heaven and earth, but they were all preyed on by the ancient divine spirits. That was why they were gradually becoming extinct. The world spirit hidden in the ice road was of the ice attribute, which was perfectly suited to the ice phoenix's appetite. If it could help the ice phoenix remnant soul devour it, it would also be greatly nourished. Since this was related to Su Yan's future, Yang Kai would naturally be interested. As long as he could obtain these two things, this trip to the Emperor Garden could be considered a great harvest. As for the rest, Yang Kai didn't care too much. Thinking so, Yang Kai continued to observe the surrounding terrain, but after a full day, he was still confused. This could not be helped though, as the scenery inside the Emperor Garden was simply too similar. Yang Kai had no idea where he was right now, let alone where to find the world spirit or life revitalizing cream. During this time, Yang Kai's time was calm and he did not encounter anyone. Presumably, the cultivator who had entered this place had either fallen or gone deeper into the Emperor Garden, making it impossible for Yang Kai to find someone to inquire about the situation. Inside the Emperor Garden, one's divine sense was not able to spread out to explore one's surroundings like it was on the outside. Inside this place, one's divine sense was restricted to a range of a few dozen meters. Yang Kai once again took out the communication artifact he used to contact Yang Inflammation and Shen Tong and poured his divine sense into it. But to his disappointment, there was still no response. Sighing, Yang Kai helplessly put the communication artifact into his space ring and continued forward. About half a day later, Yang Kai suddenly came to a halt and listened carefully. Vaguely, he seemed to hear some sounds of fighting not far away. After listening carefully for a moment, he couldn't help smiling happily and quickly rushed over to the source of the sound. There were indeed people fighting over there, and as he approached, the sounds and movements became more and more obvious. The battlefield was inside a large palace, and there seemed to be quite a number of people involved, at least 7 or 8 of them. Moreover, none of them were weak. Judging from the sounds of fighting, the two sides seemed to be in a stalemate. Even if one side had the upper hand, the advantage was definitely not obvious. Yang Kai did not rush to reveal himself and instead concealed his aura before quietly flying over to the palace, breaking through a window and peering inside. As far as the eye could see, the brilliance of artifacts and martial skills blossomed inside the palace. From time to time, one could see silhouettes leaping up and down, either fighting in pairs or in groups of 3 to 5, fighting each other to their heart's content. There was another person who seemed to be a woman. She was lying on her side, and no one knew if she was dead or alive. It's them. Yang Kai looked around for a moment with a stunned look on his face. He hadn't expected that the first group of people he encountered after entering the Emperor Garden would actually be acquaintances. Clear Sky Sect's Great Elder Mou, Sect Master Guzhun, and Chun Shi Tao. Although Mou and Guzhun were both third-order origin returning realm masters and could be considered top masters in the Emperor Garden, Chun Shi Tao had only just broken through to the first-order origin returning realm. What's more, many of Clear Sky Sect's elders had joined forces to use a secret technique to raise her cultivation, so it was impossible for her to display the strength of an origin returning realm master. She hadn't even condensed her Shi yet. On the other hand, their enemies consisted of 4 people, 2 third-order origin returning realm masters and 2 second-order origin returning realm masters, so the battle was obviously at a disadvantage for Clear Sky Sect. Chun Shi Tao was in great danger, and if not for the 9 palace heavenly silk umbrella given to her by Mou, she would have likely been captured alive or killed. While Gu Zhan and Mou were fighting with their enemies, they had to spare some effort to protect her. However, in the end, they were still the sect master and great elder of Clear Sky Sect, so the artifacts they possessed and the methods they used were all frightening, so even though the situation was a bit perilous, they were still able to hold on for some time. Before Yang Kai arrived, they must have been fighting with their opponents for a long time. Since they were acquaintances, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. What's more, he had a good impression of MOU and had a friendship with Chen Shitao. However, Yang Kai also wore a puzzled look, not understanding why the people from Clear Sky Sect were fighting with these 4 people in this palace. Was there some kind of benefit here? Thinking so, Yang Kai looked around the palace, and after a quick glance, Yang Kai couldn't help raising his brow as a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. This was because at the center of the palace, there was something that looked like an altar. That thing looked like a strange stone. It was blood red in color and was the size of a heart. A blood essence stone. Yang Kai recognized what this thing was at a glance. It was actually a blood essence stone. It was truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. A blood essence stone was of great use to other cultivators. It could absorb the blood of a dead cultivator and turn it into pure blood chi that could be used to heal wounds or supplement one's vitality at critical moments. However, for Yang Kai it was even more useful, and that was to act as the heart of the stone mongoose. On Tongxian realm, Yang Kai had obtained a total of 2 stone mongoose embryos, but there was only 1 blood essence stone, so after coming to Shadowed Star, he could only promote the birth of 1 stone mongoose. However, in his black book space, there was another stone mongoose embryo that had yet to break out of its shell. All that was missing was a piece of blood essence stone. As long as he could obtain the blood essence stone, he could give birth to a second stone mongoose. Yang Kai understood the power and mysteries of the stone mongoose better than anyone else. Yang Yun could use it for artifact refining, and it also had extremely strong combat power. During the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, the stone mongoose's performance had been extremely eye-catching. Yang Kai already had a stone mongoose, so if he gave the second stone mongoose to Yang Yun, she would definitely be very happy. This little girl had envied Yang Kai for a long time now. Chapter 1456. Yang Kai had once asked Qian Tong to inquire about blood essence stones, but unfortunately, even with the power of Shadow Moon Hall, he had not been able to find them. Now that he had ventured deep into the Emperor Garden, he had discovered one. How could he not be happy? In an instant, Yang Kai regarded this blood essence stone as his own. But first, he had to find a way to resolve the crisis of Clear Sky Sect's trio. Considering all this, Yang Kai turned his attention back to the battlefield again. Clear Sky Sect had 3 people while the other side had 4, so they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. The only reason they had been able to hold on until now was because of the powerful cultivations of Gu Zhen and Mou. As a sect master, Gu Zhen's strength was naturally not to be underestimated. At this moment, he was dealing with 2 enemies on his own, one a 3rd order and one a 2nd order, while Mou was fighting the other 3rd order. As for Chen Shitao, she was jumping up and down beside Mou, being chased by the last 2nd order enemy. Unable to fight back, she could only use her 9 palace heavenly silk parasol to defend herself, her pretty face filled with anxiety. Yang Kai observed for a moment and immediately decided to focus on Mou. As long as he could free Mou, there would be no suspense in the battle here. With this thought in mind, Kai Yang no longer concealed himself. With a tap of his foot, he directly broke through the window. While in midair, Yang Kai released the Firebird artifact spirit, and in an instant, the temperature of the entire palace rose sharply. The people on both sides who were fighting paled as they turned to look at this newcomer. They were in the middle of an abyss of suffering, so who would have thought that someone would come and intervene at this time? Everyone was worried that this newcomer might be the other side's reinforcements. When he looked over, he saw a fiery red, strange-looking firebird swooping over like a burning flame. With a sharp cry, The bird opened its beak and spat out fireballs the size of washbasins. The heat was so hot that it made people's hearts jump. This is... Mou's eyes shrank, but he soon showed a look of pleasant surprise. He had participated in the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain and naturally had a deep impression of the Firebird artifact spirit, so when he saw it now, he immediately deduced that Yang Kai had arrived. Not the enemy's reinforcements, but his own. Mou was overjoyed. As he relaxed his mind, he attacked even more ruthlessly without holding back. On the other hand, the other four's expressions were gloomy as they sensed the power of the Firebird artifact spirit. As for Yang Kai, who was hiding behind the Firebird, they didn't take him seriously. In the blink of an eye, the fireballs spat out by the Firebird had already reached the top of Mou's opponent's head. The terrifying power contained in the fireballs caused his opponent to be horrified. He hurriedly retreated, breaking away from Mou's entanglement. At the same time, he spun around in place, releasing a milky white mist from his body, enveloping the area around him in a radius of several meters. He didn't know what kind of method it was, but at first glance it seemed to have a very strong defensive power. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs arrived as expected and blasted into the milky white mist, causing it to dissipate, revealing the figure of the cultivator wrapped inside. Looking around, this cultivator was actually unscathed, and the milky white mist that had been dispersed seemed to have a life of its own as it tried to repair the gap. At that moment, a golden light suddenly shot out from behind the Firebird artifact spirit and shot straight towards the man's chest and abdomen. Yang Kai had taken action. He had released the Firebird at the first opportunity to attract the enemy's attention while hiding behind it. Naturally, he would not miss this rare opportunity. Although Yang Kai didn't know what kind of magical defense his opponent had displayed, he certainly wouldn't allow the white mist to repair it. The golden blood thread was extremely sharp and fast, and it also had a strong ability to conceal itself, so it wasn't until the golden light was right in front of him that this man noticed it and couldn't help letting out a strange cry as he waved a dagger-like artifact in his hand to block the golden blood thread. But it was already too late. With a soft bang, the golden blood thread pierced through the man's lower abdomen and emerged from the other side of his body, binding him tightly. The Firebird artifact spirit also spread its wings at this moment and swooped down towards this cultivator. Mou, who had been fighting with this cultivator, also stretched out his hand. This hand seemed to extend infinitely, transforming into a giant palm that slammed down towards this cultivator's head. This cultivator was unable to dodge and was instantly engulfed by the monstrous flames and palm print. Screams filled the air but soon stopped abruptly. After the palm print dissipated and the Firebird soared into the air, all that was left was a charred corpse. A third-order origin returning realm master had been killed in an instant. Of course, Yang Kai's sneak attack played a significant role, but the powerful killing power of the artifact spirit and Mou was also the main reason. Otherwise, the golden blood thread alone wouldn't have been able to kill this cultivator. After killing this enemy, Yang Kai didn't waste any time. With a thought, he and the Firebird flew towards the two cultivators who were fighting Guzhan, while Mou rushed directly towards the second-order origin returning realm cultivator who had been chasing Chen Shi Tao. In an instant, Clear Sky Sect's momentum soared as they took the initiative. On the other hand, the other side was greatly shocked. The third-order origin returning realm cultivator who was still alive was extremely decisive. After realizing that the artifact spirit was not to be trifled with, a look of unwillingness flashed across his face as he shouted, "Retreat!" Wanting to leave at this time was undoubtedly a bit too late. At the very least, the two second-order origin returning realm cultivator were unable to escape. Mou used his superior cultivation to block one of them and killed him without much effort. The other cultivator was also entangled by Yang Kai and the artifact spirit and was similarly unable to escape. The third-order origin returning realm cultivator, on the other hand, was truly strong. After suffering a blow from Guzhan, he took the opportunity to escape and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Guzhan naturally wouldn't let this matter rest and hurriedly chased after him. After Yang Kai intervened, The battle subsided in less than half a cup of tea's time and ended with Clear Sky Sec's overwhelming victory. Such an outcome really surprised Mou. Seeing Yang Kai take back the artifact spirit, Mou hurriedly brought Chun Shi Tao over to thank him. Sect Master Yang, I didn't expect to meet you here. This Mo is ashamed, but I will remember this great kindness. Elder Mo doesn't need to be so polite. I just happened to meet you here. Seeing that your Saint Chi consumption is not small, you should quickly restore it. Allow me to replace you. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Sect Master Yang is right. Then I'll have to trouble Sect Master Yang. Mou wasn't an indecisive person and naturally understood the importance of replenishing one's Saint Chi here. So he immediately brought Chun Shi Tao to the side, swallowed some pills, took out some Saint crystals, and began to meditate. Gu Zhen hadn't returned yet. So Yang Kai didn't act polite and directly rushed over to the altar-like object and stared at the heart-sized blood essence stone with joy. This thing wasn't something that could be taken casually. Yang Kai didn't know what this altar-like object was for, but it was actually covered in a number of layers of protection. Outside the blood essence stone, there was a thin protective barrier. If he wanted to obtain the blood essence stone, he would naturally have to break through this barrier first. Since Yang Kai wanted the blood essence stone, he naturally wouldn't hesitate and immediately sent out a golden blood thread towards the thin film. In an instant, the thin film flashed brilliantly. This seemingly fragile thin film was actually quite sturdy, greatly surprising Yang Kai. However, in the end, it was still an inanimate object, so even if Yang Kai didn't use his full strength, it wouldn't be able to resist his bombardment for a long time. After a stick of incense worth of time, the thin film shattered and Yang Kai immediately grabbed the blood essence stone. Examining it carefully, he found that it was almost identical to the blood essence stone he had accidentally obtained on Tongxian realm. The birth of a second stone mongoose was now possible, causing Yang Kai to grin happily as he put it away. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that Mou and Chun Shi Tao were still meditating while Gu Zhen had chased after the enemy and still hadn't returned. The sound of Yang Kai taking the blood essence stone had obviously reached Mou's ears, but he had nothing to say about it. After all, if it weren't for Yang Kai, the future of Clear Sky Sec's trio would have been bleak. At the very least, Chun Shi Tao would have definitely died here, let alone snatching this treasure. In any case, Yang Kai was qualified to take away this blood essence stone. The palace fell silent for a while and Yang Kai's eyes suddenly fell on a woman lying on her side in a corner of the hall. When he was peeping in from outside the palace just now, Yang Kai had noticed this woman, but he didn't know whether she was dead or alive as she hadn't moved even now. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling curious. There should only be 3 people from Clear Sky Sect who entered here, so was this woman an accomplice of the previous group? Thinking so, Yang Kai walked over to the woman, and as he approached, he released his divine sense and swept her with it. After this investigation, Yang Kai was a little surprised. This woman wasn't dead, but she had obviously suffered heavy injuries and was gasping for breath. Her cultivation wasn't very high either, just like him, only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. Why would someone with such a low cultivation come here? Yang Kai shook his head secretly. Sure enough, people died in pursuit of wealth just as birds died in pursuit of food. Coming to the woman's side, Yang Kai saw that her face was extremely pale, and there were traces of blood at the corners of her mouth that hadn't yet dried up. Other than that, there were no obvious injuries. Obviously her 5 viscera and 6 organs had suffered heavy damage. However, the other party's face was covered in black silk, so it was impossible to see whether she was beautiful or ugly. This old master was originally discussing with Elder Mo how to break the barrier on the altar when this woman ran in a panic. She was the one who lured those 4 people here just now. At some point, Gu Zhen had returned, but looking at his annoyed expression, it was obvious he hadn't been able to catch up to the last enemy. After all, the other party's cultivation was the same as his, so if she wanted to escape, Gu Zhen couldn't do anything about it. So, she's not an accomplice of those 4? Yang Kai raised his brow. Guzhen slowly shook his head. She should be being hunted down. Oh? Yang Kai was a little surprised. Originally, he thought this woman was an accomplice of those four and was prepared to take advantage of her injuries to deal her a fatal blow. But now that he knew the truth, he couldn't act so ruthlessly. Chapter 1457. After all, there were no grievances between them and Yang Kai was not a cold-blooded person, so there was no need for him to kill the innocent. Moreover, even if he didn't kill her, in her current state she wouldn't live long. However, in any case, the fact that Clear Sky Sex Trio had encountered such a dangerous situation was definitely related to this woman. If it weren't for her attempting to divert the disaster, Clear Sky Sex Trio wouldn't have ended up in such a precarious situation. Considering all this, Yang Kai squatted down and turned the woman's body around, reaching out and brushing aside the black hair covering her face. In an instant, this woman's face was imprinted in his eyes. Yang Kai was stunned, and in the next moment, his pupils shrank rapidly as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He cried out involuntarily, "How is this possible?" His expression was one of utter disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. What's wrong? Does Sect Master Yang know this woman? Enlightened Master Gu immediately guessed. Yang Kai didn't answer, the expression on his face constantly fluctuating as his eyes swept over the woman's face. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. This woman's appearance was exactly the same as the woman in his memory, almost indistinguishable. Even after 20 to 30 years, Yang Kai's impression of her still hadn't been erased. But was she really the woman in his memory? If she wasn't, then this was too much of a coincidence. The world was so big that even if there were people with similar appearances, it was impossible for them to be exactly the same. But if she was, then how could she appear here? For a time, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated as various scenes from the past flashed through his mind. What Yang Kai couldn't determine was that since she was here, the other woman should also be here, so why was she alone? This obviously didn't make sense. Sect Master Gu, I need to help heal her. Please help me, Sect Master Gu. Yang Kai didn't have time to think too much. The woman in front of him had her eyes closed, and although she was unconscious, there was still a pained expression on her face. Moreover, the vitality in her body seemed to be rapidly draining away. If he didn't rescue her in time, it wouldn't be long before she died. Whether she was the one he suspected or not, Yang Kai had to wake her up and ask her carefully. Sect Master Yang can rest assured. This old master can guarantee with his life that no one will disturb you. Guzhen promised solemnly. Thank you. Yang Kai didn't say much, simply reaching out and helping the young woman up, allowing her to sit cross-legged in front of him. Immediately afterwards, he grabbed her wrist and poured his Saint Qi and divine sense into her body, carefully examining her condition. As he continued to investigate, Yang Kai's expression gradually became ugly. This woman's injuries were more serious than he had imagined. All of her 5 viscera and 6 bowels had been displaced. Not only that, there seemed to be some other kind of energy raging in her meridians. It was impossible to tell what kind of attack she had suffered. This kind of injury could not be described as light. If it had been an ordinary cultivator, they would have been completely helpless and could only exhaust their Saint Qi in order to keep her alive as long as possible. For Yang Kai, this was also a difficult problem. He didn't have much confidence in being able to save her, but since things had already gotten to this point, he could only try. Considering all this, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wiped his space ring, took out a jade bottle, opened the cap without hesitation, and poured out a pink pill from it. This pill had a refreshing fragrance and was brimming with spirit energy. At first glance, it was obvious its grade was not low. Although Guzhen was standing to the side, he was also paying attention to the situation here. At this moment, when he saw the pill in Yang Kai's hand, he couldn't help showing a look of surprise, because if he wasn't mistaken, This pink pill should be an Origin King grade low-rank healing pill. Origin King grade pills were priceless treasures not just on Shadowed Star, but throughout the entire star territory. Those who could refine such pills were all Origin King grade alchemists. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the key was that this pink pill actually had pill veins. Gu Jin's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he immediately realized that the relationship between this woman and Yang Kai was not simple. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai have taken out such a precious pill to help her heal? Even across the entire star territory, there shouldn't be many such pills, and if they were to be taken back to Shadowed Star, countless masters would fight over them. What kind of background did this woman have that Yang Kai would not hesitate to save her life? Gu Jin suddenly became curious. This Origin King grade spirit pill was naturally obtained in that hidden mountain valley before. Yang Kai had not expected that the pill he obtained there would come in handy so quickly. Otherwise, with his own alchemy skills, he would not have been able to refine such a pill. When he was distributing pills to the young woman from Iceheart Valley in the mountain valley, Yang Kai had deliberately distributed some pills for various purposes, including those for healing. However, although the efficacy of an Origin King grade spirit pill was powerful, with this woman's current condition, taking such a pill would be a blessing or a curse. If she couldn't bear it, she would likely die even faster. Considering all this, Yang Kai took a light breath and forced a drop of pure golden blood from his body into the pink pill before pinching the woman's cheek and popping the pill into her mouth. With pure golden blood supplementing her vitality, Yang Kai no longer had to worry about the damage caused by the eruption of this pill's medicinal efficacies. All that was left was to help her refine the pill's efficacies. Yang Kai did not avoid this and simply reached out to hold her two jade hands, pouring a steady stream of pure and vigorous Saint Qi into her body, helping her circulate her own Saint Qi. As time passed, Mou and Chan Shurtao also adjusted their breathing, and after coming over to Gu Jin's side to inquire about the situation, both of them quietly stood by. On the other side, as the medicinal efficacies continued to take effect and Yang Kai's guidance, the complexion of the woman who had been seriously injured became better and better. Her 5 viscera and 6 organs were gradually repaired, and the raging energy in her meridians was expelled. After 2 hours, the woman suddenly let out a groan and spat out a mass of black blood towards Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai reacted quickly, and with a wave of his hand, he pulled this mass of black blood to the side. Only now did Yang Kai breathe a sigh of relief. He had finally pulled this woman's life back from the gates of hell. But if she wanted to fully recover, it would definitely take a long time for her to recuperate. On top of that, she would only be able to display less than half of her combat strength for a short time. Inside the Emperor Garden, such a situation was undoubtedly very dangerous. Once something happened, she would be powerless to fight back. After spitting out this mouthful of black blood, the woman's eyelashes fluttered, as if she was about to wake up. Yang Kai was overjoyed. A moment later, the woman opened her beautiful eyes, but she didn't seem to understand the situation as her eyes were filled with confusion. After seeing the man sitting cross-legged in front of her, she was obviously stunned and stared at Yang Kai in a daze, not saying a word. Yang Kai didn't dare to ask casually, for fear that the answer he received wouldn't be what he wanted. After a long time, the woman stretched out a trembling hand, seemingly wanting to touch Yang Kai's cheek. A trace of excitement flashed across Yang Kai's eyes, but he didn't try to dodge. They really know each other. Chan Shurtao watched from the side and muttered to herself, and it seems their relationship isn't shallow. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land was undoubtedly a joyous occasion. Chan Shurtao was also happy for Yang Kai and was secretly moved by this long-awaited reunion. The next moment, though, an unexpected scene occurred. When the woman's small hand was only 3 inches away from Yang Kai's cheek, she suddenly changed from touching to slapping, as if she wanted to slap Yang Kai, but unfortunately, she didn't have the strength to do so, so the way she slapped him made it seem like she was flirting with him. Bastard. The first thing this old lady sees after dying is actually you. Master waited for you for so many years in vain. How could you die too? Didn't they say good people don't live long while bad people live 1,000 years? Cursing like this, The woman's beautiful eyes actually began to tear up, like a broken string of pearls, continuously falling down, making her look extremely sad. Biluo? Yang Kai's face twitched as he spat out these two words from his throat. At this moment, he was finally able to confirm the identity of this woman in front of him. He hadn't guessed wrongly. She was indeed the one he knew in the past. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to recognize him at a glance. The personal maidservant of the beguiling demon queen, Shan Qing Luo, Biluo. It had been nearly 30 years since they parted ways in the ash-gray cloud evil land. So Yang Kai never expected to meet Biluo here. The world was simply too unpredictable. He longed to reunite with Su Yan in the Emperor Garden, but that was not the case. Instead, he saw Shuiyu here as well as Biluo, who he thought he would never see again. Over the years, although he hadn't been able to reunite with Su Yan, at least he had some clues about her whereabouts and knew she was still alive. On the other hand, he had no information about the beguiling demon queen, Shan Qing Luo or Biluo. When Yang Kai left the central capital and went to Tongxian realm, that was the last time he saw Shan Qing Luo and Biluo. Nearly 10 years later, Yang Kai returned to the central capital from Tongxian realm and went to the ash-gray cloud evil land to look for Shan Qing Luo, but the two women had long disappeared. After some inquiries, Yang Kai learned from the Lightning Flash Shadow King that the last place Shan Qing Luo and Biluo went was the Spider Mother's nest. After Yang Kai arrived at the Spider Mother's nest, he only found an altar, unable to determine whether Shan Qing Luo and Biluo were still alive. Chapter 1458. Sister Chun, I'll have to trouble you to help me comfort her. Her mood seems to be a bit unstable. Yang Kai hurriedly called out, fearing that Biluo would slap him again after regaining her strength. No matter what, he was still the sect master of a great sect. If he were to be slapped in front of his face, what kind of scandal would that be? Chan Shurtao nodded before quickly walking over and sitting down next to Biluo, letting her weak body snuggle up to her as she tried to comfort her. Yang Kai got up and briefly communicated with Mou and Guzhan, learning that after they entered the Emperor Garden through the space array on the jade pedestal, they were not together. However, their luck was good and they were not too far apart, so it only took them some time to regroup. As for where the others had gone, they did not know. So that's how it is. After listening to their explanation, Yang Kai gently nodded, not showing any disappointment. His original intention was to inquire about the situation of Yang Inflammation and Yi Shiyun, but since he failed to obtain any information, he could only give up. After all, with Yi Shiyun by his side, Yang Inflammation shouldn't be in any danger. Turning back to look at Biluo, Yang Kai's mouth couldn't help twitching. At this moment, Biluo had practically buried her head in Chan Shurtao's bosom. Whether it was intentional or not, this woman had actually placed her mouth on the cherry on top of Chan Shurtao's chest, causing the heat from her breaths to cause Chan Shurtao's pretty face to blush, although she felt itchy and uncomfortable all over, due to the fact that the other party had yet to recover from his injuries. Chan Shurtao could only endure. What was even more excessive was that Biluo was grabbing her jade hand and constantly playing with it, as if she was playing with some kind of novel toy. Yang Kai's face went dark. This woman was indeed Biluo. As the saying goes, wolves roam the world eating meat while dogs roam the world eating shit. Biluo had developed these bad habits many years ago, but Yang Kai had not expected that after 30 years, she would still be the same. A person's interests were not so easy to change. Seeing Chan Shurtao so uncomfortable, Yang Kai couldn't stand it anymore and walked over, grabbed Biluo's collar, and lifted her up. Biluo glared at him fiercely, as if he wanted to say something, but it affected the injuries in his body, and he couldn't stop coughing. Sect Master Yang, what do you plan to do next? If you don't mind, why don't you join me and Elder Mo? Guzhan looked at Yang Kai sincerely and asked. The dangers inside the Emperor Garden had far exceeded his expectations. This was not just the spirit arrays and spirit arrays in the Emperor Garden, but also the threat from the other star cultivators. At this time, having an extra person was always an extra source of strength. This was especially true for Yang Kai. They knew him very well. Although he only had a cultivation base of first-order origin returning realm, his performance in the battle just now had clearly made everyone's eyes light up. Gujin wanted to join forces with Yang Kai to explore this place together. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before slowly shaking his head. Yang Kai appreciates Sect Master Gu's kindness. If it was just me alone, joining forces with several of you wouldn't be a problem. But now... Saying so, he glanced over at Biluo. This woman had just returned from the gates of hell and was now a burden. How could Yang Kai allow her to delay Guzhen and MOU? It was also impossible for him to ignore Biluo as he still had many things to ask her. What's more, it was not convenient for him to let outsiders know what he was after. If that's the case, this old master won't insist. Guzhen obviously understood Yang Kai's concerns but didn't say anything. To be honest, he and MOU were already having a hard time carrying Chun Shi Tao, so if Biluo was added to the mix, the road ahead would be filled with thorns. Smiling lightly, Guzhen said, "This old master was actually planning to explore this place for a few more days before leaving. If Sect Master Yang feels that his strength is insufficient, he should withdraw from this place as soon as possible. This old master has heard that there are many opportunities and benefits outside the Emperor Garden. Junior will bear that in mind." Yang Kai gently nodded before suddenly seeming to think of something and asking, "Right, several of you have been here for more than a dozen days. Have you found an extremely cold ice road somewhere? An ice road?" Guzhen and MOU exchanged a glance before slowly shaking their heads. "We haven't found such a place. If you haven't, then forget it, I was just asking casually." Yang Kai smiled lightly. Although they were curious as to why Yang Kai was asking about this ice road, Guzhen and MOU didn't ask any further questions. The two sides exchanged a few more pleasantries before the Clear Sky sect group took their leave. Before leaving, Chun Shi Tao glanced over at Biluo with a look of dread, but after seeing her staring back at her with a smile, she couldn't help shivering, obviously having some psychological trauma towards Biluo. After the three from Clear Sky sect left, Yang Kai glanced over at Biluo with a complicated expression, remaining silent for a long time before asking, "Can you move? I need to rest for a while." Biluo's face paled slightly. "Good. It just so happens that I have some questions to ask, so let's stay here for a while." Immediately, the two found a corner in the palace and began talking while resting. Yang Kai was naturally very curious about why Biluo was here, where Shanqing Luo was, and where they had gone after leaving the Ashgray Cloud Evil Land. Asking one by one, Biluo didn't conceal anything. It was quite absurd. After Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo separated, they set off for Tongxian Realm, and after 2 or 3 years, Shanqing Luo took Biluo to find traces of Yang Kai. Although she had heard Yang Kai say before that as long as she could find a void corridor, she could reach another world, Shanqing Luo had traveled far and wide but still failed to find any. She had found a few void corridors, but none of them led to Tongxian Realm. They were either unstable or only capable of short-distance teleportation. 3 years later, she and Biluo returned to the Ashgray Cloud Evil Land. The beguiling demon queen of her generation was troubled by love, so much so that her lovesickness caused her to fall ill. This was one of the sorrows of the Poison Widow bloodline. Shanqing Luo's mother and grandmother all had similar experiences. Once one acquired this kind of physique, it was inevitable. However, unlike Shanqing Luo, what she missed was the dead, the loved ones who had died at her hands, while Shanqing Luo missed the living. One day, Shanqing Luo took Biluo to the Spider Mother's lair. Her original intention was to reminisce about the past. After all, she and Yang Kai had been captured by the 7th Order monster beast, the Spider Mother, in the Spider Mother's lair. They had shared life and death for a period of time, and it was during that period that the two of them had become familiar with each other. Yang Kai, by chance, had left behind a seed of love in her heart. To reminisce about the past, there was no better place than here. Since the seventh order monster beast, the Spider Mother, was killed by Yang Kai, no one cared about the Spider Mother's lair anymore. However, after Shan Qing Luo entered, she found an ancient altar inside the Spider Mother's lair. From this altar, a faint call could be heard. Unable to resist, the beguiling demon queen cut her wrist and poured her blood into the altar. In an instant, the altar lit up and enveloped her and Biluo. When she and Biluo woke up, they found themselves in another place. Shan Qing Luo was overjoyed, thinking that she had arrived at the new world Yang Kai had mentioned. However, after looking around, she found that there was a giant silver spider waiting in front of her. Both she and Biluo were scared to death, thinking that they would definitely die in this place. But when they inspected it carefully, they noticed to their shock that the 300 tall spider that seemed to be completely made of silver and possessed a shocking imposing aura had actually been dead for countless years. It didn't have the slightest vitality, and only a corpse was left behind. What made Shan Qing Luo feel even more incredible was that there was a subtle connection between her and this giant spider, and when she activated her body, she could actually absorb some mysterious energy from the spider's corpse. This energy not only changed her poisonous widow constitution, but also improved her aptitude, causing her cultivation to soar. After surviving a great disaster, one was bound to have good fortune. In the end, Shan Qing Luo was still a queen and knew that this was a great opportunity for her. So she didn't rush to leave and instead chose to remain there. A few years later, after the giant spider's corpse turned to dust and the mysterious energy contained within was completely absorbed by Shan Qing Luo, the beguiling demon queen's strength rose from the second order saint realm to the first order returning realm in one fell swoop. Biluo also benefited greatly from this place. Although she couldn't absorb the mysterious energy from the spider's body like Shan Qing Luo could, the energy that filled the surrounding area gave her some benefits. At this point, the two women left that strange place. After some investigation, they learned that the two of them had arrived on a certain monster star territory. Monster star, monster star. On this monster star, 90% of the creatures were monster beast and monster race. It was extremely vast, and there were also some human, demon race, and other races, but their numbers were extremely small and the environment they lived in was very poor. After all, Monster Star was dominated by the monster race. Later, this master and servant pair wandered around Monster Star for a period of time and coincidentally caught the eye of one of the 10 great tribal lords, Chiyu, who took Shan Qing Luo as her adopted daughter, allowing them to have a stable residence and no longer have to wander around. As one of the 10 great tribal lords of Monster Star, Chiyu herself was an Origin King Realm Master. So, as her adopted daughter, Shan Qing Luo could be said to have a respected status. After listening to Biluo's story, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Yang Kai's encounters and experiences over the years were already rich and varied enough, but he had never expected that Shan Qing Luo and Biluo's experiences were no worse than his own. However, in terms of luck, they were undoubtedly much better and had not experienced as many dangers as he had. Yang Kai had used Tongshen Realm as a transit point to arrive at Monster Star territory step by step. The two of them, on the other hand, had arrived directly at Monster Star's territory through a single altar. Chiyu is an Origin King Realm Master and one of the 10 great tribal lords. So why would she take a fancy to Qing Luo? Why would she take her as her adopted daughter? Yang Kai was puzzled. After all, Chiyu was from the monster race and Shan Qing Luo was from the human race, so the two were not opposed to each other. Yang Kai subconsciously thought that the other party had bad intentions. Chapter 1459. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Biluo naturally knew what he was worried about and smiled lightly. Because Master has inherited the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider source. Heavenly Moon Demon Spider? Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Why, have you heard of it? Biluo also looked at him curiously. Yang Kai nodded lightly. The heavenly moon demon spider was one of the ancient divine spirits. Strictly speaking, it was in existence on the same level as dragons and phoenixes, but it was difficult to judge which one was stronger. After all, no one had ever seen a battle between ancient divine spirits. Yang Kai knew about the heavenly moon demon spider because he had been in contact with ancient divine spirits for a long time. Whether it was his golden dragon remnant soul or Su Yan's ice phoenix remnant soul, both belonged to the category of ancient divine spirits. How could Qing Luo have the heavenly moon demon spider source? Yang Kai frowned and suddenly said thoughtfully, "Could it be that the spider corpse you encountered when you first arrived at Monster Star and Monster Star?" "Yes, that was the heavenly moon demon spider's corpse." Biluo cast a look of approval. Master spent a lot of time to inquire about it. Even she didn't know what the spider was before. The reason why Red Moon Tribal Lord took a fancy to Master and adopted her as his daughter was also because of this. Otherwise, do you think Red Moon Tribal Lord would give Master such benefits for no reason? So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded gently. If this was the case, then it was easy to explain. The reason why the beguiling demon queen possessed the heavenly moon demon spider source was because she had absorbed the mysterious energy from the heavenly moon demon spider's corpse, causing her bloodline to change. Shan Qing Luo being able to go directly to Monster Star and Monster Star through the altar, Yang Kai estimated that it was related to the dead heavenly moon demon spider. Could even be said that the altar came from the heavenly moon demon spider. Shan Qing Luo's bloodline and the poison widow constitution were probably born from this altar. Everything could be explained. Then where is your master now? Have you also entered the Emperor Garden? Yang Kai asked anxiously. Biluo's expression immediately dimmed. He nodded and said, "Yes, but I got separated from the master after we came in. I don't know where she is now." Hearing her words, Yang Kai could not help but sigh. "At least you still have some conscience." Biluo pouted. Seeing Yang Kai worry about Shan Qing Luo, her dislike for him grew. "But you can rest assured, even if Master is alone, there won't be any problems. Her current cultivation is at the third order origin returning realm, and an average cultivator in this realm is no match for her." So powerful? Yang Kai was shocked. Being invincible in the same realm was understandable. After all, Shan Qing Luo now had the heavenly moon demon spider source, so her strength could not be measured by common sense. However, her cultivation being at the third order origin returning realm was enough to shock Yang Kai. Yang Kai's speed was already fast enough, but he had not expected the beguiling demon queen to be even faster than him. However, when he thought about it carefully, it was not that surprising. She had absorbed all the mysterious energy from the ancient divine spirit's corpse, and had only taken a few years to break through from the second-order saint realm to the first-order origin returning realm. "Heh, you bastard, if you don't work hard, Master will definitely fall in love with someone else in the future. No woman is willing to find a man who can't protect her," Biluo gloated. The beguiling demon queen's cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's in the past, and now that they had met again, not only had the gap not narrowed, it had instead widened significantly. Biluo subconsciously felt that Yang Kai was no longer worthy of her master, so while gloating, she also felt a little anxious for Yang Kai, as if she expected better from him. "None of your business." Yang Kai spat disdainfully. When he thought of Shan Qing Luo's dragon lady, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little apprehensive. It wasn't that he was afraid of her. It was just that this woman's seductive charms were somewhat outrageous. Yang Kai could resist other women. Even if a woman like Yin Su Dai tried to use her seductive techniques on him, he could still ignore them. But Shan Qing Luo, he had no confidence he could remain calm in front of her. If he was not careful and allowed himself to be captured by her, his reputation would be ruined. "Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. The Emperor Garden is very big, we may not necessarily meet again." Yang Kai seemed to be talking to Biluo, but also seemed to be comforting himself. Although Shan Qing Luo had planted a secret technique called soul-seeking seal in his body a long time ago, allowing her to sense his location through this seal, so many years had passed, and even if he did not deliberately remove this soul-seeking seal, it was on the verge of disappearing. If Shanqing Luo wanted to use this soul-seeking seal to find him, it should be impossible. And, no matter what, after this trip to the Emperor Garden is over, I will return to Monster Star and tell Master about your situation. Yang Kai smiled faintly. The Master had been worried for so many years, so if he learned that Yang Kai was still safe and had arrived on Monster Star's territory, he would definitely be very happy. Which star are you on now? Shadowed Star, you can't come here. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and briefly explained the situation on Shadowed Star. Biluo memorized this information and prepared to report it to his master one by one. Right? Are you looking for an ice road? After talking about business, Biluo suddenly seemed to remember something and asked Yang Kai, have you encountered one? Yang Kai raised his brow. I seem to have encountered one, but I don't know if it's the place you're looking for, Biluo said thoughtfully. When she was being chased by her pursuers, she had been in a panic and had indeed stumbled upon a corridor. Originally, she had wanted to hide inside it, but after noticing how cold it was, she gave up on that idea and instead fled to this place, where she happened to meet the three from Clear Sky Sect and dragged them into this muddy water. Hearing her description, Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, do you remember the specific location? If Biluo was not mistaken, this place was definitely the ice road he was looking for. More or less, I'll take you there, Biluo said and stood up. Although she was still a little weak, her cultivation was not weak, so after resting for such a long time, as long as she did not fight with others, she should be fine. However, its every move could cause changes in the cold air here. In other words, the cold air here could be controlled by it, forming an extremely terrifying attack. The two women fighting against it were both powerful third-order origin returning realm cultivators, and both of them should also possess the ice attribute, because the martial skills and artifacts they used all gave off a frigid aura. Fighting in this kind of environment would undoubtedly allow them to display their full strength. But even so, the two women were still unable to gain the upper hand and were instead being toyed around by the white rabbit-like creature, causing them to wear anxious looks on their faces. It was self-evident what this white rabbit-like creature was. A world spirit. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Chapter 1460. The last time Yang Kai entered the Emperor Garden, he had encountered this little thing and knew that it had an invisible body that could transform into anything it wanted. So even though this white rabbit looked small and crystal clear, it was actually quite ferocious. Although the two third-order origin returning realm women were strong and were able to display their full strength in this special environment, the world spirit in the form of a white rabbit also had a terrain advantage. What's more, this advantage was even more obvious than theirs. After all, the spirit of heaven and earth itself was the pure cold chi of this place. After tens of thousands of years of accumulation, it had gained sentience and evolved step by step. To it, the world inside the ice path was like its own backyard. As such, even though the two women had joined forces, they were still powerless against this world spirit and were instead being suppressed. What a coincidence! Yang Kai grinned as he looked at the two women and murmured, "Do you know them?" Biluo asked curiously. "I don't know them, but I know where they come from," Yang Kai replied casually, causing Bai Luo to be confused. Yang Kai really didn't know these two women, but judging from the clothes they wore and the patterns embroidered on their clothes, they should be masters from Scarlet Wave Star's Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai had only dealt with Ice Heart Valley a few days ago, so how could he possibly be mistaken? It seemed that the people from Ice Heart Valley had split into two groups, one exploring the outside of the Emperor Garden while the other exploring its interior. Not putting all their eggs in one basket was a very wise decision. Ice Heart Valley's cultivator all cultivated ice attribute secret techniques, so it was easy to imagine how important this world spirit was to them. It was probably because of this that they had taken the risk to fight the White Rabbit, But now that they were riding a tiger, they couldn't get off and could only grit their teeth and endure. In the current situation, it was naturally best to sit on top of a mountain and watch the tigers fight. The strength of these two women from Ice Heart Valley wasn't low, so even if they couldn't defeat the world spirit, they could still cause it some trouble. Yang Kai could definitely find an opportunity to subdue this world spirit in one fell swoop or have the Ice Phoenix remnant soul devour it. As for whether these two women lived or died, it didn't have much to do with Yang Kai. They had just met by chance and there was no friendship between them. So Yang Kai really wasn't in the mood to rescue them. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai cast a glance at Biluo to calm her down. Biluo understood and gently nodded. Although she appeared to be calm on the surface, she was quite nervous. This kind of snatching food from a tiger's den was quite a thrill. She hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so bold, as he dared to secretly scheme against two third-order origin realm cultivators. However, he was still the man that Milady had taken a liking to. If he didn't have any courage, then he wouldn't be worthy of Milady. The battle was still going on, but Yang Kai and Biluo were still hiding behind the ice mountain, not exposing their whereabouts. The two women from Ice Heart Valley were completely focused on the world spirit, so how could they have the leisure to investigate their surroundings? As time passed, the battle became more and more intense. The two women from Ice Heart Valley were almost fighting with their lives on the line, trying to kill their way out. By now, it was too late for them to regret their decision, secretly cursing themselves for rushing into this place and provoking the world spirit. As a result, not only did they fail to obtain what they wanted, they were also in danger of dying here. However, regret was of no use. Faced with the White Rabbit's attacks, the two women could only bitterly defend and try to find a way to escape. The situation was getting worse and worse, and the two women were sweating profusely as their pretty faces paled. Yang Kai watched coldly from a distance, looking for an opportunity to take action. Suddenly, he frowned, as if he had sensed something, and a sense of alarm rose in his heart. This feeling, it was as if he was being watched by someone. Thinking so, Yang Kai quickly converged his divine sense and swept his eyes around with a frown, but he didn't find anything suspicious. His divine sense couldn't travel too far from his body, so Yang Kai couldn't use his powerful divine sense to investigate his surroundings. However, he did not think that the feeling he had just sensed was a mistake. Perhaps there really was someone else hiding here. Considering all this, Yang Kai lowered his head and pushed his demon eye of annihilation to its limit. At this moment, Yang Kai finally discovered something. Behind another ice mountain less than 300 meters away, there were actually two figures standing close together. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of mysterious artifact they were using to completely conceal their auras and traces. Even with his demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai couldn't see their true appearances and could only make out vague silhouettes. However, judging from their figures, it should be a man and a woman. What's more, the man was actually missing an arm. Jin Shi of Demon Blood Temple and the beautiful Temple Master. The faces of these two immediately appeared in Yang Kai's mind, causing his expression to change slightly. Although this was just his guess, it should not be far from the truth. A combination of a man and a woman, and the man missing an arm, there was no other possibility except for these two from Demon Blood Temple. If there was, it could only be said to be a coincidence. Unexpectedly, they were also here. It was really a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road, Kai Yang thought to himself. His relationship with Demon Blood Temple was far from harmonious. Before entering the Emperor Garden, Jin Shi had wanted to kill him, but unfortunately, he had been blocked by the Emperor pressure and had instead been injured. The threats he had made that day were still fresh in Yang Kai's mind, and now that he had met his enemy, Jin Shi would definitely not give up. The other two should have discovered him, and the warning signs he had felt just now were probably caused by these two. Fortunately, Yang Kai had used his demon eye of annihilation silently, so neither Jin Shi nor the beautiful Temple Master had noticed him, allowing him to gain the upper hand. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. So who was the hunter? The current situation could only be described as confusing, So Yang Kai did not dare to act rashly, otherwise, he would most likely fail. On the other side, the two women from Ice Heart Valley were constantly shouting. Although the cultivations of the two women from Ice Heart Valley were not weak and their artifacts were powerful, fighting against the world spirit here was not an easy task. All of the artifacts he summoned were greatly damaged by the overwhelming ice attribute attacks, and even the Saint Chi he used to protect himself was on the verge of being broken. On the other hand, the world spirit in the form of a white rabbit wore a satisfied look on its face, its red eyes filled with a playful expression as it leapt up and down nimbly, gathering the surrounding ice attribute chi and condensing it into a series of spear-like weapons that it shot towards the two women from Ice Heart Valley. The sound of something tearing through the air rang out incessantly, causing the faces of the two women to change drastically. Using some kind of mysterious secret technique, they were able to link their Saint Chis together in a short period of time to resist this attack. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk the entire ice road reverberated with a loud bang as the world energy around it churned, as if the end of the world had arrived. Screams rang out as the two graceful figures were sent flying backwards, coughing up blood as they tumbled through the air, dyeing their white robes red, making for an extremely miserable sight. At this moment, the two women from Ice Heart Valley showed looks of despair. They had consumed most of their Saint Chi and had been injured by the world spirit, so at this moment, they were completely powerless to fight back and could only close their eyes and wait for death. At that moment, though, two other figures suddenly emerged from behind an ice mountain, as if they had appeared out of thin air and immediately transformed into two blood-red streaks of light that shot towards the world spirit. The moment they appeared, Yang Kai discovered that these two were indeed Jin Shi and the beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple, as he had guessed. The two of them chose to act at this moment not because they wanted to save someone, but because the world spirit was at its most relaxed. Choosing this moment to attack was undoubtedly aimed at the world spirit. Although the ice attribute world spirit was of little use to them, if they could capture it, they could exchange it for a lot of other things they wanted. As for Yang Kai and Biluo, Jin Shi and the beautiful temple master didn't pay them any mind, only planning to deal with them after they had dealt with the world spirit. The two of them had grasped the timing and angle of their attacks well. Midair, Jin Shi's cheeks puffed up as a cicada-like cry suddenly rang out from his mouth, forming a terrifying sound wave visible to the naked eye that spread out in front of him. A series of ripples quickly spread out and directly enveloped the world spirit. The world spirit, which was about to attack the two women from Ice Heart Valley, was caught off guard and was immediately struck. Ordinary attacks were useless against this kind of incorporeal object, but Jin Shi's secret technique in the form of a sound wave was obviously no small matter. The old man's golden cicada extreme demonic art was passed down from ancient times and was extremely powerful. This golden cicada's cry mainly targeted the soul. Although the world spirit had sentience, it wasn't fully developed, so it was most afraid of such attacks. Jin Shi's attack was the right medicine for the problem, and the effect was extremely significant. The spirit of heaven and earth in the form of a white rabbit clearly showed an extremely painful expression. Its movements also paused, and its body changed as if it was about to collapse. Its two front paws covered its head as it rolled on the spot. At that moment, the beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple took action, flicking her jade-white hands and sending out two blood-red threads. Demon Blood Thread Secret Technique. As the temple master of Demon Blood Temple, she was able to use two demon blood threads. Demon Blood Temple's Demon Blood Thread Secret Technique was fundamentally different from Yang Kai's. Yang Kai used the golden blood in his body to condense golden blood threads, so as long as he had enough golden blood, no matter how much he used, it wouldn't cause any harm to him. However, Demon Blood Temple's demon blood threads were different. Demon Blood Temple's demon blood threads were condensed from condensing one's vitality and physique over a long period of time, so to the people of Demon Blood Temple, they were extremely precious. When cultivating a demon blood thread, a cultivator's vitality would be greatly damaged and they would have to find a way to supplement their vitality, otherwise it would lead to hidden dangers. A cultivator could basically only produce one demon blood thread in their lifetime, and if they were forced to produce a second one, it would put a great burden on their body and could even lead to death. The consequences could be said to be extremely serious. Chapter 1461. After all, the demon blood thread secret technique could break through the shur of an origin-returning realm master, so it was quite powerful. Generally, powerful secret techniques had many limitations, and the number of demon blood threads was the biggest impediment to this secret technique. However, this beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple had actually produced 2 demon blood threads, and judging from the aura they were exuding, these 2 demon blood threads were equally powerful. What's more, her vitality was abundant, and there was no sign of it being damaged. Yang Kai really didn't know how she was able to accomplish this. From this point alone, it was clear that she was able to become the temple master of Demon Blood Temple. The moment the 2 demon blood threads were shot out by her, they twisted and tumbled as a large amount of blood-red mist gushed out from them and transformed into 2 blood-red snakes. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he couldn't help showing a look of excitement. His golden blood threads couldn't reach this level, so it seemed that his guess was correct. This demon blood thread secret technique still had a lot of potential to be unearthed. The reason Yang Kai was able to produce golden blood threads was because when he left Lu Yan's desert, he had helped a demon blood temple disciple named Deng Ning and obtain the first half of the demon blood thread secret technique from him. Although it was only the first half, it didn't affect Yang Kai at all. Yang Kai had guessed earlier that the second half of this secret technique should describe how to flexibly use the demon blood threads and its various transformations. Now it seemed that he had guessed right. However, the demon blood thread secret technique was a secret technique of Demon Blood Temple, so it was impossible for an outsider like Yang Kai to obtain it. At this moment, seeing the transformations of the demon blood threads, Yang Kai was naturally overjoyed. Since obtaining the golden blood threads, this secret technique had helped him a lot and played a huge role in many of his battles. If he could really uncover the mysteries hidden in the second half of this secret technique would become even more powerful. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind as the 2 blood-red snakes took advantage of the white rabbit's momentary daze to rush over, opening their mouths and revealing their fangs. One of them bit the white rabbit's head while the other bit its tail, refusing to let go. Furthermore, blood-red energy was pouring into the white rabbit's body from the fangs, as if it wanted to corrupt its spiritual power. The spirit of heaven and earth was obviously shocked by the sudden attack. When it recovered from Jin Shi's attack, it found that it was restrained from the front and back. Couldn't help but become furious. It shook its head and tail, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't get rid of the 2 blood snakes. Instead, the 2 blood snakes poured even more blood-red energy into the white rabbit's body, causing it to feel a little dizzy. The spirit of heaven and earth also realized that the situation was bad. It did not dare to stay on the spot anymore. Instead, its body shook, and its white rabbit form immediately collapsed. It turned into pure, icy cold chi and tried to escape. A burst of tender laughter rang out, containing a power that could captivate one's soul, causing everyone present to feel their blood boil and their hearts tremble. The beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple stood midair and gently waved her finger, seemingly without the slightest trace of anger, causing the 2 blood snakes to transform. Looking around, the 2 blood snakes transformed back into 2 demon blood threads that instantly entangled themselves before splitting into smaller blood-red threads. These blood-red threads shuttled back and forth at an extremely fast speed, forming a giant blood-red net that shot towards the spirit of heaven and earth. This time, the spirit of heaven and earth was unable to dodge and was directly struck by this giant blood-red net. "Condense!" the beautiful temple master shouted, and with a single thought, the giant blood-red net suddenly contracted, quickly binding the spirit of heaven and earth. No matter how the spirit of heaven and earth struggled, it was unable to break free. In an instant, The spirit of heaven and earth had become the beautiful temple master's property. The beautiful temple master smiled with a trace of smugness on her face as she stretched out her hand and beckoned towards the blood-red net. As if it had a mind of its own, the blood-red net flew towards her. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. A sharp phoenix cry suddenly rang out, and immediately after, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Whether it was the two Ice Heart Valley disciples who were lying on the ground, or the high-spirited Jinshi and the beautiful temple master, all of them paled and looked around in shock. Behind an ice mountain, a large bird that was over 30 meters long, completely pure white and flawless as if it was carved out of ice jade, soared into the sky. The large bird didn't have a physical body, and it was only an illusory shadow. Even so, it still looked down with disdain, as if it didn't place anything in the world in its eyes, and its eyes contained boundless dignity. Anyone who met its gaze would feel as if they were nothing more than ants. Ice Phoenix. The eyes of the two women from Ice Heart Valley almost popped out of their sockets as they called out the name of this giant bird, their beautiful eyes filling with fanaticism. Ice Heart Valley's surname was Ice, and in this world, the Ice Phoenix was the ancient spirit most proficient in ice attribute principles. The totem worshipped in Ice Heart Valley was an ice phoenix. However, they had never seen a real ice phoenix before. Although the one in front of them was not a true ancient divine spirit, it was more or less related to that heaven-defying existence. In just a short time, these two women had experienced the ups and downs of life. At first, they thought they would die under the attack of this world spirit, but at the critical moment, someone had appeared and used a powerful secret technique to subdue the ice attribute world spirit, and before they could recover, another Ice Phoenix phantom had appeared. The mood of the two women was extremely complicated. They had never expected that while they were fighting the world spirit, there would be so many outsiders spying on them from the sidelines. At the same time, they secretly rejoiced. In any case, the two of them had managed to survive. Staring at the Ice Phoenix with trembling eyes, the two women's faces shone with a strange brilliance. A phoenix cry rang out as the Ice Phoenix left behind an afterimage and instantly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already blocking the path of the beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple, opening its beak and pecking towards the blood-red world spirit. It was as if the Ice Phoenix was pecking at an insignificant insect, its posture elegant and casual. The beautiful woman was obviously taken aback. After all, an Ice Phoenix was not something one could see casually. But soon, she recovered and shouted, "Courting death!" Whether it was a real Ice Phoenix or not, daring to have ideas about her prey was something the beautiful woman could not tolerate. Shouting so, she waved her hand and summoned a bracelet-like artifact before sending it towards the Ice Phoenix remnant soul. As soon as this bracelet shot out, it suddenly split into two, then three, and in the blink of an eye, the Ice Phoenix remnant soul was enveloped in an overwhelming number of bracelets. The Ice Phoenix, however, turned a blind eye to this. Although it was now just a remnant soul, it could not be destroyed so easily. When the sky full of bracelets smashed down towards it, the Ice Phoenix swallowed the blood into its abdomen before spreading its wings and summoning the rich ice attribute energy here, transforming it into countless ice blades that surrounded its body. Asterisk ding ding dang dang. Asterisk a series of clinking sounds rang out as the bracelets shattered and the ice blades collapsed. When the bracelet returned to the beautiful woman's hand, the Ice Phoenix was unscathed while the beautiful woman's pretty face went pale. This could not be helped though. Not only had the Ice Phoenix swallowed the world spirit, it had also not spared her demon blood threads. In this short period of time, the beautiful woman had already felt that the connection between her demon blood threads and her mind had become much weaker. If this continued, she feared her demon blood threads would disappear. Daring to swallow my things? I'm not afraid you won't be able to digest them, the beautiful woman shouted as she formed a series of hand seals, seemingly urging her demon blood threads to attack the Ice Phoenix from inside its body. Although they had only exchanged a single blow, with the beautiful woman's eyesight, she could naturally see that this Ice Phoenix was not a true ancient divine spirit. Otherwise, how could she have dared to remain here? she would have run as far away as she could. Even an Origin King Realm Master would not be able to withstand a single blow from a true ancient divine spirit. As soon as she did so, the Ice Phoenix immediately let out a cry of pain and a faint red glow appeared on its white body, giving it an extremely strange appearance. Yang Kai could no longer continue to hide. The moment the Ice Phoenix rushed out, he had already prepared to take action. So when he saw the Ice Phoenix cry out, he immediately rushed out with Biluo. Sure enough, it was you, little brat. Jin Shi rushed out from the side and took the initiative to meet Yang Kai, directly blocking his path. A look of anger and malice filling his face as he glared at Yang Kai, his expression extremely fierce. Yang Kai did not move, simply glancing at him coldly before turning his attention back to the Ice Phoenix. He could not command the Ice Phoenix to do anything as its remnant soul was only using his body as a medium to temporarily stay here. If this were not the case, he would have been able to give orders to the Ice Phoenix, causing him to feel extremely anxious, fearing that something would happen to the Ice Phoenix here. Fortunately, although the Ice Phoenix was only a remnant soul, it still knew how to make a choice. After letting out a sharp cry for a while, the Ice Phoenix opened its mouth and spat out a blood-red light. As soon as this blood-red light appeared, it immediately split into 2 demon blood threads and returned to the beautiful woman's hands. After all, this was a secret technique that Demon Blood Temple's temple master had spent countless years refining, so it was not easy to digest. After spitting out the demon blood threads, the Ice Phoenix let out a long cry and turned into a white light that rushed directly into Yang Kai's body and disappeared. After swallowing a world spirit, the Ice Phoenix was satisfied and needed to refine it as soon as possible to enhance its strength. As for the next battle, it had nothing to do with it. The moment the Ice Phoenix entered his body, Yang Kai could not help shivering as he felt a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, this chill did not affect him much, otherwise, he would have had no choice but to turn around and flee. A series of unforeseen events happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. It was so fast that almost no one could react. The 2 women from Ice Heart Valley, who were lying in a pool of their own blood, could not help showing looks of interest when they saw the Ice Phoenix actually take the initiative to enter Yang Kai's body. They could not help wondering what kind of heaven-defying opportunity this man had encountered to allow him to obtain such a treasure. If they could obtain this Ice Phoenix, the beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple, on the other hand, was furious, her silver teeth clenched as she glared towards Yang Kai. Over the years, Demon Blood Temple's temple master had harmed many strong men, but she had never found a male cultivator who could compare to Yang Kai. Even if today's incident with the world spirit had not occurred, Demon Blood Temple's temple master would not have let Yang Kai off after meeting him in the Emperor Garden. Before, she had only been trying to distract Yang Kai and make him lower his guard. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, there was nothing more to say. Then this old master will take these 3 women. Jin Shi laughed loudly, not only regarding Biluo as his own, but also the 2 women from Ice Heart Valley who were seriously injured and unable to move. When these words reached their ears, the 2 women from Ice Heart Valley couldn't help paling as they secretly cursed in their hearts. If they were at their peak, the 2 of them might not have been afraid of Jin Shi and Demon Blood Temple's temple master, but now, they could not even display 20 to 30% of their strength, so they could only pin their hopes on Yang Kai. But could a trivial first-order origin returning realm cultivator who was carrying a burden who had not yet fully recovered resist the attacks of this man and woman? The 2 women from Ice Heart Valley were extremely nervous as they stared fixedly at the scene, fearing that Yang Kai would be killed. If that were to happen, they would not be able to escape. Although they did not want to admit it, they and Yang Kai were grasshoppers tied to the same rope, and if one was injured, the other would be injured. Little brat, This old master knows that your fire attribute artifact spirit is powerful. But in this place, do you dare release it to fight? Jin Shi sneered, his expression ferocious, his words hitting Yang Kai's weak spot. The artifact spirit had now turned into a protective shield around Yang Kai and Biluo. If it were released, Yang Kai would be able to survive for a while in this frigid environment, but with Biluo's current condition, it would likely die immediately. Jin Shi was certain that the Firebird artifact spirit would be useless in the upcoming battle, at most playing a defensive role. So what? Yang Kai looked at him coldly, not caring at all. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Jin Shi coldly snorted, taking a deep breath as he spoke, and in the next moment, a golden light bloomed from his body and enveloped his entire body. Amidst this dazzling golden light, a faint phantom of a cicada appeared behind Jin Shi. This giant cicada was also golden in color, and with a flicker, it drilled into Jin Shi's body. Immediately, Jin Shi's aura underwent a huge change as an extremely uncomfortable and violent aura filled his body, seemingly capable of drawing out the violent and murderous intent from the depths of one's heart. Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Art. Jin Shi hated Yang Kai to the bone, and the enmity of losing his arm made him restless. So now that he had taken action, he had begun circulating his famous secret art. Obviously, he intended to end this battle quickly. As the golden light dissipated, Jin Shi's exposed skin seemed to have some small scales, and a pair of wings as thin as a cicada's had sprouted from his back. His cheeks puffed up, and after he spoke, a cicada-like cry rang out and a sound wave visible to the naked eye rushed straight towards Yang Kai. The indifference on Yang Kai's face gradually converged. He had seen this guy use this move to deal with the world spirit just now and knew how strange and powerful this secret technique was, so naturally, he would not act carelessly. Pushing his divine sense, Yang Kai's massive spiritual energy burst out from his mind and condensed a protective barrier in front of him. This spiritual energy was actually visible to the naked eye, like a fiery red mist, shocking the eyes. Divine sense manifestation? Jin Shi's eyes bulged as he called out in shock, a look of disbelief filling his face. Although the power of divine sense was formless, if it was strong to a certain extent, it could be seen with the naked eye. This was the manifestation of divine sense. No one on Shadowed Star was capable of such a feat at the very least. No one Jin Shi knew had such an ability. Only an Origin King Realm cultivator could achieve such a feat. This little brat in front of him had clearly only broken through to the First Order returning realm not long ago. So how could he possess such powerful spiritual energy? Moreover, judging from the color of the barrier formed by this spiritual energy, Jin Shi did not seem to have an ordinary divine sense, but rather a mutated conflagrated knowledge. Shit! Jin Shi's thoughts flashed as he secretly cursed. He had tried to overestimate this little brat's strength, but it seemed he had still underestimated him. The sound wave attack launched by Jin Shi quickly rushed in front of Yang Kai, but it was completely blocked by the fiery red mist, like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to play any role. Fortunately, Jin Shi was not fighting alone. At the same time, Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master also took action, summoning her bracelet-like artifact again and sending out countless phantom bracelets that smashed towards Yang Kai, each one filled with terrifying momentum. Facing such a situation, Yang Kai's expression remained calm, or perhaps he had already expected this. Flicking his wrist, a 3-meter-long, bladeless, dark green sword-shaped artifact appeared in his hand. Dragon Bone Sword Verdant Drop. Pouring his Saint Chi madly into it, the green sword instantly released a brilliant green light, as if it had come to life in Yang Kai's hand. Accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, the verdant jade sword transformed into a giant dark green dragon several dozen meters in length that rushed towards Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master with bared fangs and brandished claws. Dragon's might had descended upon the world, and this type of tangible pressure was even more terrifying than that of the Ice Phoenix. Before the phantom bracelets could reach Yang Kai, they were swept away by the giant dark green dragon, and immediately after, It opened its mouth wide and spat out a green mist towards Demon Blood Temple's temple master. This green mist had a foul stench that made anyone who smelled it want to vomit. Demon Blood Temple's temple master cried out in alarm and hurriedly dodged, her beautiful eyes trembling violently. She had not personally participated in the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, but she had received a detailed report from Jin Shi and knew that Yang Kai had such a strange and mysterious artifact in his hands. When she heard Jin Shi's report, she hadn't taken it seriously, thinking he was exaggerating to cover up his failure. After all, artifacts were dead while people were alive. Even if an artifact's grade was high, if the person using it wasn't strong enough, it wouldn't be able to display much of its power. But after seeing it with her own eyes, Demon Blood Temple's temple master no longer dared to think so. The giant dark green dragon transformed from this artifact seemed to have flesh and blood, as if it was an ancient divine spirit that had descended here, making Demon Blood Temple's temple master no longer dared to face it head-on. Such a result wasn't surprising, though. During the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, although Yang Kai had been able to use the Dragon Bone Sword, he had barely been able to do so. At that time, the Dragon Soul had not cooperated with him and had even resisted, making it impossible for Yang Kai to control it at will. But now, the Dragon Soul inside the Dragon Bone Sword had completely submitted to him and was connected to his mind. The power it could display was even greater than what Yang Kai had displayed on Dragon Cave Mountain. So Demon Blood Temple's temple master's attack naturally collapsed upon contact. Now, she could only dodge back and forth inside this ice path world while fighting the giant dark green dragon. Seeing this situation, Jin Shi not only wasn't surprised, he was instead overjoyed. This couldn't be helped though, as Yang Kai's artifact spirit was protecting his body, while the Dragon Bone Sword had also transformed into its dragon form and chased after the religion master. This little brat had displayed both of his trump cards, causing Jin Shi's fear to vanish completely. Chapter 1463. Jin Shi was confident that with his strength, he would be able to take Yang Kai's head in the blink of an eye. As long as he could kill Yang Kai, the giant dark green dragon would naturally have no use for him. Not only that, he would also be able to obtain that piece of profound gold, allowing him to reach the grand accomplishment stage of his Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Art. When that time came, his strength would surpass the religion masters and he would be able to take over Demon Blood Temple. Killing several birds with one stone, the key was whether Yang Kai would live or die. Considering all this, Jin Shi's heart burned with excitement and he no longer hesitated. Waving his hand, he summoned a thin needle-shaped artifact and shot it towards Yang Kai. This type of artifact didn't have significant offensive power, but its advantage was in concealment, making it ideal for sneak attacks. On top of that, although its lethality wasn't great, if one was hit by it, it wouldn't be pleasant. After all, each of these needle-shaped artifacts had a faint green and black glow. Obviously, they were highly toxic. Seeing these needle-shaped artifacts flying towards him, Yang Kai calmly summoned a purple shield in front of him. In the next moment, a series of clanging sounds rang out. In front of this origin-grade high-rank defensive artifact, these needle-shaped artifacts were unable to break through its defenses and cause effective damage to Yang Kai. However, this was enough. Jin Shi didn't use this needle-shaped artifact to attack Yang Kai, but rather to attract his attention. The thin cicada wings on his back fluttered lightly and his entire body strangely disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he appeared 5 meters away from Yang Kai's side. His speed was so fast that it was breathtaking. With a ferocious grin on his face, Jin Shi sneered, "Boy, you want to fight with this old master? You're still too inexperienced." As soon as his voice fell, his Shi burst forth and formed an invisible quagmire around Yang Kai, causing Yang Kai's movements to freeze for a moment. Although the power of Shi was similar, different people would more or less have some differences. Jin Shi's Shi contained a kind of bloody aura, and when one was wrapped in it, It was as if one had fallen into a pool of blood. Not only was it difficult to move, but it was also difficult to circulate one's Saint Chi. There was also a feeling of being submerged in this bloody aura, making it difficult to breathe. Moreover, when this bloody aura seeped into one's body through one's pores, it would stir up the ruthlessness deep within the cultivator's heart, causing their mind to become unstable. Yang Kai was hit, and his eyes became red. His expression was extremely difficult, and his breathing became faintly rapid. Biluo, who was standing beside him, was even more unbearable. With a cry, her body softened and fell into Yang Kai's arms. She had yet to recover from her serious injuries and was unable to fight, let alone Jin Shi, a third-order origin returning realm master. Acting so arrogant after just breaking through to the origin returning realm? This old master will show you what a real origin returning realm master is, Jin Shi said smugly as he stretched out his remaining hand towards Yang Kai. This hand was covered in scales and looked terrifying, but it was undeniable that it contained terrifying power. Jin Shi's plan was very simple, to use his Shi to subdue or kill Yang Kai in one fell swoop. After all, last time on Dragon Cave Mountain, Jin Shi saw with his own eyes that Yang Kai was only a third-order Saint King. Although he had now broken through to the origin returning realm, he certainly did not have time to condense his own Shi. In other words, the difference between him and a Saint King was only that his cultivation had increased slightly. There was no fundamental change. Using his own strength to attack the enemy's weakness, Jin Shi's idea was undoubtedly correct. Although it was a good idea, Jin Shi could never have imagined that in such a short time, Yang Kai's Shi had already reached the minor accomplishment stage and was not inferior to any of the origin returning realm masters who had been in this territory for many years. Just as the big hand was about to grab Yang Kai, the corners of Yang Kai's mouth suddenly curled upwards and a sarcastic smile appeared on his face, the panic in his eyes disappearing and being replaced with incomparable calmness. Seeing this situation, Jin Shi's heart clenched as he subconsciously felt that something was wrong, an unprecedented sense of crisis filling his body. Before he could figure out whether Yang Kai was deliberately mystifying him or if he really had victory in his grasp, a mysterious force suddenly emerged from the other side, not only wrapping him up but also sweeping away his Shi. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk a sound from the depths of Jin Shi's soul caused his complexion to change drastically. When this mysterious force swept over him, he was shocked to find that his Shi was actually collapsing inch by inch, unable to be maintained at all. At the same time, the space around him seemed to distort, giving Jin Shi the illusion that he had been banished to the void. Everything in front of him was also distorted beyond recognition. Yang Kai was clearly right in front of him just now, but in the blink of an eye he was far away from him. Impossible! Jin Shi cried out in horror as his eyelids twitched. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to see that Yang Kai had also released his own Shi, and it was even stronger and more mysterious than his own. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to break through his own Shi. What kind of power had been fused into his Shi? Why would it distort the space around it? Jin Shi's big hand was clearly only 3 inches away from Yang Kai, but he was unable to continue because in his vision, Yang Kai's position had changed dramatically. He was not confident that he could kill Yang Kai with a single blow. Space Force. Yang Kai's Shi had condensed the mysteries of the Tao of space, so wherever his Shi enveloped, space would change. This was something Yang Kai had comprehended through the Emperor pressure before entering the Emperor Garden. The last few days of this journey had not been wasted. The power of the Emperor pressure had allowed Yang Kai to fuse his Space Force into his Shi. Although he was still unable to fully integrate it, this kind of fusion of his own divine technique was undoubtedly more powerful than ordinary Shi. The current situation was the best portrayal of this. This was the first time Yang Kai had used his Shi in a battle, so he had great expectations for it. Now, it seemed that the results were indeed remarkable. In all fairness, Jin Shi's strength was extraordinary. He had been famous for many years and his cultivation had reached the third-order origin returning realm. they really fought, it would be very difficult to kill him, not to mention in the special environment where Yang Kai had Biluo to take care of while his opponent also had a helper in the same realm. All kinds of restrictions forced Yang Kai to show weakness to his enemy and deliberately lure Jin Shi closer. When facing the first blow from Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master, Yang Kai had summoned the Verdant Dragon Bone Sword. This was all part of his plan, the purpose of which was to make Jin Shi lower his guard. The other party was really arrogant, thinking that without the help of the Dragon Bone Sword and Artifact Spirit, Yang Kai was a soft persimmon and actually dared to attack him directly. With such a good opportunity, how could Yang Kai miss it? Yang Kai's figure flickered as he pushed his space force and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was behind Jin Shi. This was not an illusion caused by his extreme speed, but rather true teleportation. Within the range of his Shi, Yang Kai could do this, but unfortunately the range of his Shi was less than 300 meters. In other words, he could only teleport within this small range, but even so, this was still quite amazing. Jin Shi still maintained his charging posture and had not recovered from his daze. Yang Kai waved his hand and a pitch-black blade-like attack took shape, trembled slightly, and shot towards Jin Shi like an arrow. Space Blade. His opponent was a third-order origin returning Realm Master, so naturally, Yang Kai would not hold back and plan to kill him with a single blow. The Space Blade lived up to his expectations and directly opened a crescent-shaped hole in Jin Shi's back before exiting from the other side. However, Yang Kai wasn't happy and instead showed a look of surprise. He immediately turned his head to the side and saw a distressed figure appear. It was none other than Jin Shi, but at this moment, his face was filled with palpitations and his face was pale, as if his Yuan Qi had been greatly damaged. In the same place where Jin Shi had disappeared, there was a crescent-shaped wound on his back, but strangely, no blood was flowing out from it. Walla. Jin Shi's figure actually collapsed, turning into nothingness and disappearing. Golden cicada shedding? Yang Kai raised his brow, extremely surprised. He had just said it casually. After all, this old man's technique was called the Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Art, but it turned out he was right. Jin Shi's secret technique was indeed called the Golden Cicada Shedding, but it was actually an escape technique. Since learning the Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Art, Jin Shi had used this technique to avoid many fatal attacks. Just now, when Yang Kai's space blade left his hand, Jin Shi instinctively sensed the danger and decisively used this secret technique, saving his life. Although this technique was powerful, there were many restrictions to using it. Not to mention damaging one's Yuan Qi. Once used, one would not be able to fight for a short time. If this were any other place, Jin Shi might have been able to succeed. However, on this ice road, the space was very small, so even if he wanted to escape, he could not run too far. What made Jin Shi even more desperate was that inside Yang Kai's Shi, he could no longer judge the space around him. Originally, he thought he would try to distance himself from Yang Kai and find an opportunity to join forces with his religion master to fight against Yang Kai. But after escaping, Yang Kai was actually less than 10 meters away from him. Jin Shi almost cursed out loud. He had never seen such a strange Shi in his life. Interesting. Yang Kai grinned, a strange smile on his face as he increased his control over his Shi. In an instant, the distorted space around him began to slowly collapse. With Yang Kai as the center, within a radius of 300 meters, small void cracks began to appear one after another. These void cracks were as thin as the hairs of an ox, and although they were quickly repaired by the world principles here, they continued to appear. Looking at the pale and helpless Jin Shi, Yang Kai stretched out his hand, slowly clenched it into a fist, and shouted, "Condense!" The space cracks actually obeyed his command and gathered around Jin Shi. They were so dense that they looked like countless tiny snakes. It was a shocking sight. Poor Jin Shi, Demon Blood Temple's great elder, a powerful third-order origin returning realm master, had been forced into such a desperate situation. Seeing these void cracks closing in from all directions, Jin Shi's face finally became panicked as he hurriedly shouted, "Wait, Sect Master Yang. Please show mercy." Chapter 1464. Countless void cracks appeared from all directions, causing Jin Shi's face to fill with horror. Obviously, he wanted to beg for mercy. Normally, he wouldn't be afraid of these unstable void cracks. As long as he used some special methods, he could easily destroy them and escape. But at this moment, he was at his weakest. He had just used his golden cicada shedding carapace secret technique and could only muster 30% of his Saint Chi. But how could Yang Kai listen to his nonsense? Beating a snake to death wasn't an easy task, so this guy deserved to suffer today. The dense void cracks soon engulfed Jin Shi and a miserable howl rang out. Jin Shi barely managed to condense his Saint Chi to protect his body, but it didn't play much of a role. As soon as his Saint Chi came into contact with these void cracks, it was banished into the endless void, followed by his flesh, blood, and bones. By the time everything calmed down, the former great elder of Demon Blood Temple had been reduced to a pile of minced meat, many of them incomplete, with at least half of his body having disappeared. The two women from Ice Heart Valley stared blankly. They had thought that the battle would be one-sided and that Yang Kai would be killed instantly, so they had prepared for the worst. But how could they have known that Yang Kai's first move would be so earth-shattering? A dark green dragon transformed from a dark green longsword had left one of the experts completely occupied, and the strange aura had forced the other person into a dead end, dying tragically on the spot in an instant. Which cultivation star did this guy come from? Why had they never heard of him before? To have such strength and cultivate such a strange force, the other party should not be a nameless person. He was definitely a rising star of some large force. However, they had never heard of such a young man from their star territory before. While rejoicing, they also felt a little uneasy. After all, the two of them didn't have any strength to fight back at the moment, nor did they know Yang Kai's strength. If Yang Kai won the final victory and decided to kill them, they likely wouldn't be able to resist. For a time, the two women from Ice Heart Valley were filled with grief. This situation of being meat on the chopping block really made them feel helpless. But they did not dare to act rashly for fear of attracting Yang Kai's attention. On the other side, Demon Blood Temple's temple master was also horrified. She had witnessed the tragic death of Jin Shi and her heart had been thrown into chaos for a moment. She had never expected Yang Kai's combat power to be so astonishing that even her great tribal chalk elder could not last long in front of him. Didn't they say he had just broken through to the origin returning realm not long ago? Why was there such a powerful aura? Could it be that Jin Shi's information was wrong? Was this guy pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? In an instant, Demon Blood Temple's temple master silently cursed the dead Jin Shi in her heart, secretly regretting that she had provoked such a freak. At this moment, Demon Blood Temple's temple master was being entangled by the giant dark green dragon and had no spare energy to deal with Yang Kai. The giant dark green dragon was refined from the skeleton of an ancient divine spirit and had fused with a wisp of its dragon soul and a dragon bead, so it was naturally intelligent. Although it could not judge the situation on its own like the Firebird artifact spirit and lacked intelligence, making it unable to understand when to advance or retreat, its strength was undeniable. Coupled with Yang Kai's divine sense control, it was fully capable of fighting Demon Blood Temple's temple master alone. Demon Blood Temple's temple master complained incessantly. Her bewitching technique had no effect on the giant dark green dragon, and her bracelet-shaped artifact had also lost a great deal of its spirituality after being shrouded in this green mist. This green mist was highly toxic and had a corrosive effect, so although the grade of this bracelet artifact was not low, it was still unable to resist this poison. Demon Blood Temple's temple master did not even dare to release her demon blood threads for fear that they would be contaminated by the green dragon. She also had to divide her Saint Chi and focus to resist the terrifying cold here, so the situation was extremely critical. The moment Jin Shi died, Demon Blood Temple's temple master decided to retreat. However, Yang Kai did not give her this opportunity. His figure flickered as he wrapped Biluo up and arrived near her, using his divine sense to control the dragon bone sword to entangle her, while simultaneously sending out his Shi to envelop her. Demon Blood Temple's temple master's expression was filled with shock as she barely managed to avoid the poisonous mist, squeezing out a forced smile on her face and saying, "Little brother, there is no need to be so heartless. What's more, this lady didn't want to do anything to you." Realizing the situation she was in, Demon Blood Temple's temple master even changed the way she addressed herself, no longer referring to herself as this queen in front of Yang Kai. "I don't need to be so heartless," Yang Kai sneered, "because we won't meet again in the future." Demon Blood Temple's temple master's complexion changed slightly as her beautiful eyes filled with resentment and panic, continuing to force a smile. "No, little brother. If you let this mistress go, this mistress will listen to everything you say in the future. Whatever you want this mistress to do, this mistress will do. I promise to serve you comfortably. Is that all right? I am a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, so I will be of great use to you." As she spoke, her coquettish eyes were like silk, coupled with those tender red lips. It was indeed quite tempting. "Slut!" Biluo grit her teeth and cursed, a look of disdain filling her face. "Sorry, I'm not interested in you." Yang Kai shook his head with a serious look. "You can die now." As he spoke, the countless void cracks appeared in the space around Demon Blood Temple's temple master again and gathered towards her under Yang Kai's control. "If you want me to die, don't think you'll have an easy time either." Demon Blood Temple's temple master's demeanor changed from a moment ago to a hysterical roar, her pretty face becoming somewhat distorted as she sent out 2 blood-red demon blood threads. Immediately forming a series of hand seals, she shouted, "Explode!" A sensational energy fluctuation rippled from the demonic blood thread. Soon after, 2 clusters of blood-red light blossomed from the demonic blood thread. They were like the most beautiful flowers, blooming their final beauty. However, this beauty hid endless murderous intent. Yang Kai's face changed, and without even thinking about it, he immediately summoned his purple shield and pushed its sandstorm power to protect himself and Biluo. Boom, boom, boom. 2 loud sounds rang out, and the entire ice road began to shake violently. The aftermath of the violent explosion swept out and instantly destroyed Yang Kai's shirt. Even the giant dark green dragon which was rushing towards Demon Blood Temple's temple master was sent flying by the terrifying shockwaves. Demon Blood Temple's temple master's 2 demon blood threads had been refined by her for many years and had absorbed an unimaginable amount of vitality, so the power of this explosion was naturally immense. The area within 1,000 meters of Demon Blood Temple was a complete mess. However, Demon Blood Temple's temple master had disappeared, obviously taking advantage of the chaos just now to escape. A golden light flashed from Yang Kai's left eye as he looked around through the layers of fog and soon caught sight of Demon Blood Temple's temple master's figure. Her speed could not be described as slow. In the blink of an eye, she had crossed 1,000 meters and was desperately trying to escape from the ice road. Yang Kai's brow rose slightly, but he didn't chase after her, instead standing in place with a gloating look on his face, waiting quietly, as if he was waiting for a good show to begin. Perceiving this, Demon Blood Temple's temple master was overjoyed. She thought that Yang Kai had been injured in the explosion just now and would not be able to chase after her, secretly rejoicing that she had acted decisively enough, otherwise she would have died. However, before she could finish this thought though, a gray figure suddenly appeared in her field of vision. This figure wasn't very big, only about 1 meter tall, and had a strange appearance, like a stone statue. However, what made Demon Blood Temple's temple master suspicious was that this stone statue was too lifelike, its 2 eyes incredibly sharp. What was even more strange was that this stone statue was actually carrying a black stick and was squatting motionlessly on top of a small iceberg. What is this? Demon Blood Temple's temple master couldn't help staring at it suspiciously. At this moment, the stone statue actually stood up from the iceberg. Its 2 clear eyes stared at him. Then it raised the pitch-black staff in its hand and swung it at him in a seemingly light manner. This action was undoubtedly quite comical because Demon Blood Temple's temple master didn't feel any threat from it. But in the next moment, her complexion changed dramatically. The black stick, which was originally only the height of the stone statue, strangely elongated the moment it was swung out and smashed down towards her like a mountain. A sense of horror she had never felt before emerged from the bottom of her heart, and Demon Blood Temple's temple master found it difficult to breathe. It was as if under the weight of this stick, even the heavens and earth would change color. Demon Blood Temple's temple master was a character who had experienced many great storms and fought countless battles throughout her life. Her combat experience was extremely rich, so at this moment, how could she not understand that this stone statue was obviously the other party's last resort? She recalled that when Jin Shi reported to her about the battle on Dragon Cave Mountain, he had mentioned a huge stone giant. Could it be? Demon Blood Temple's temple master didn't dare to think about it anymore, biting the tip of her tongue and spitting out a blood mist. This blood mist seemed to have a mind of its own as it wriggled in front of Demon Blood Temple's temple master before wrapping around her body. In an instant, a blood-red artifact armor appeared on her tender body, one that seemed to have decent defense.